Chapter 1. Artificial Respiration. Gao Feng, wake up. In a daze, Gao Feng felt someone pressing on his chest, breathing into his mouth. Cough, cough. As he expelled some seawater, he slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he beheld an exquisite beauty kneeling on the beach, gazing at him. His gaze drifted downward. Wow, that's impressive. She wore a white, low-cut short-sleeve top and denim jeans, her clothes drenched, accentuating her stunning figure. You finally woke up. I exerted considerable effort to bring you back to life, Li Fei remarked, her cheeks flushing as she turned her head away. Li Fei, you performed artificial respiration? Where are we? Gao Feng licked his lips, savoring a fragrant taste, still lingering with warmth. He then propped himself up, slowly sitting up to survey his surroundings. This is a deserted island. I found you lying on the beach when I regained consciousness, Li Fei replied, her expression one of perplexity. A deserted island? Gao Feng shook his head, bewildered by how he ended up here, recalling the events that led him to this moment. He had been aboard an international cruise ship, capturing photographs, when suddenly they encountered a massive whirlpool. Everyone on the deck was swept into the sea, and the ship sank. And then he remembered nothing. Li Fei was the belle of his college class, the object of his secret admiration. He never anticipated that she would be the one to save him. With artificial respiration, joy surged within him. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the island, which was expansive, bordered by dense jungle, with mountains visible in the distance. Before him lay an endless sea. Let's move forward and search for others, Gao Feng suggested to Li Fei. She nodded in agreement and followed him. They approached a rocky outcrop where Gao Feng spotted a small black bag floating nearby. Opening it, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a lighter and a box of soggy cigarettes. He picked up the lighter and attempted to ignite it, but it failed to spark. It must have been damp. He would let it dry in the sun later. The two continued their search, but found no one else. The heat was oppressive, leaving them parched. Gao Feng, I'm thirsty. Do you have any idea how we can quench it? Li Fei looked at Gao Feng, swallowing hard. Let's head into the woods and search for coconuts, Gao Feng replied, stepping toward the trees, with Li Fei trailing behind. Not far along, a sound suddenly echoed nearby, causing Gao Feng to heighten his vigilance. As he approached the source, he discovered a ripe coconut that had fallen from a tree. Several coconut palms surrounded them, and the ground was littered with decaying coconuts. Gao Feng intended to first quench Li Fei's thirst before devising a method to harvest more. He picked up the coconut and approached her. Look what I found, he declared triumphantly. It's a coconut now. We have water to drink. Li Fei's face lit up with surprise, and she joyfully leaped in excitement. However, Gao Feng soon faced a dilemma. He knew the coconut's shell was hard, and he had no tools at his disposal. He glanced around at the nearby stones, placed the coconut on the ground, and picked up a rock, striking it forcefully. Li Fei clenched her fists anxiously, watching him with concern. The peak struck forcefully, and after 5 or 6 blows, it finally broke open. Hastily, it was lifted to quench Li Fei's thirst. She took several sips and intended to pass it back to Gao Feng, but he declined. I will drink later. There are coconut trees nearby. And he'll go pick some more, he declared confidently. Li Fei nodded and resumed drinking heartily. The two then made their way to the coconut trees. Without hesitation, Gao Feng climbed the tree, which was not particularly tall. Be careful and watch your safety, Li Fei exclaimed in astonishment, surprised by Gao Feng's agility. Soon, he reached the coconuts, peering down. Step aside, I'm about to drop them, he called out. Li Fei nodded and moved aside. Before long, several coconuts were on the ground, yet Gao Feng did not rush down. Instead, he gazed into the distance, where the horizon stretched endlessly, devoid of any human structures. Li Fei shouted up to him, Why aren't you coming down? What are you looking at? As Gao Feng descended, Li Fei had already gathered the coconuts. He removed his jacket, placing the coconuts inside until they filled it completely. Then, he carried them towards the beach, narrating everything he had seen from the tree, earning appreciative glances from Li Fei. Gao Feng opened a coconut and handed it to Li Fei. I've just had some, you must be tired. Drink up, he urged as she pushed the coconut back toward him. Gao Feng greedily drank, the refreshing liquid flowing down his throat, invigorating him, while he also savored the coconut flesh. Only then did he remember to retrieve his lighter, disassembling it to dry in the sunlight. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he reassembled the lighter. With a flick, it ignited, and he smiled at Li Fei, saying now we can make a fire, ensuring our safety tonight. Oh, that's wonderful, Li Fei replied with a smile. They then ventured into the woods together in search of dry twigs. The forest was abundant with branches, and soon a bonfire rose on the beach. However, it wasn't long before Gao Feng felt his stomach rumble, having consumed only one coconut, which proved insufficient. Li Fei, you must be hungry too. Wait here while I check the shoreline, he said, glancing toward the sea. Li Fei chuckled, not idle herself, as she went back to gather more branches. Upon reaching the shore, Gao Feng found nothing and decided to explore the rocks, known to harbor various fish. Regrettably, without hooks or spears, he could not catch any to bring back. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the forest. Gao Feng grabbed a stone and dashed toward the sound, entering the woods to find Li Fei frozen against a tree. What happened? Did you see something? He asked, brandishing the stone and scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Gao Feng, Li Fei quickly hid behind him, pointing into the depths of the forest. A huge wild boar just ran past me, she whispered. Gao Feng checked the vicinity, confirming no sign of the boar. It had likely fled far away. Li Fei exhaled in relief. Thankfully, she was unhurt otherwise. The consequences could have been dire. This island held countless uncertainties. When they awoke on the island, their phones and watches had fallen into the sea. The surrounding woods were no longer safe, so they settled beside the campfire. As twilight descended, Gao Feng cracked open 2 coconuts, and they began to eat. It's been a few years since graduation. Have you married yet? Gao Feng glanced at Li Fei and inquired. Not yet. I just came out for a trip with my partner, and then this happened. I have no idea if he's alive or dead. Li Fei sighed, turning to Gao Feng. What about your partner? There hasn't been time to find one. I've been busy with work, and I took a leave to unwind, only to end up on a deserted island. Gao Feng replied with a wry smile. Li Fei smiled faintly. Do you think we can wait for rescue here? We can only wait for now. Gao Feng shook his head helplessly. The night breeze swept in, bringing a hint of chill. Gradually, Li Fei grew tired and lay down to sleep. Gao Feng lay beside her, watching the sleeping beauty at his side, feeling a surge of warmth. He wondered what time would bring. The burning firewood occasionally crackled. Chapter 2. Crisis. As dawn broke, the temperature began to rise. Gao Feng awoke and added some wood to the nearly extinguished fire, which slowly reignited. At that moment, Li Fei also stirred, rubbing her eyes as her stomach growled. You're awake, Gao Feng said, handing her a freshly cracked coconut. Li Fei smiled and accepted the coconut to drink. He'll go gather some more coconuts, he added before setting off. Just as he was about to return, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Dropping the coconuts, Gao Feng seized a stick and cautiously approached the source of the sound. Parting the leaves that obstructed his view, he was instantly filled with rage at the sight before him. A young woman was tied to a tree, being harassed by a lecherous middle-aged man. Submit to me, or I'll kill you, the man snarled, a triumphant look on his face. Get lost, you ugly creature, the woman retorted angrily, spitting in his face. You're asking for death, the man growled, furious, as he moved to tear her clothes. Gao Feng swiftly darted behind the man and struck him down with a stick. The woman gasped at the scene. Once Gao Feng untied her, she regained her composure and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Searching through the man's belongings, Gao Feng found a dagger, his eyes lighting up as he also took the rope. This isn't a safe place to talk. We must leave quickly, Gao Feng said sternly. The woman nodded in agreement and followed him back to the beach with the coconuts. Li Fei, relieved to see Gao Feng return safely, was puzzled by the presence of another woman. Gao Feng recounted the details of the encounter. The woman, named Zhang Xiaomei, was a survivor. The man had deceived her into believing there was food and drink in the woods, only to bind her once she arrived. On this deserted island, devoid of law and morality, the darkest aspects of human nature were laid bare. He must have companions. We should remain vigilant, Gao Feng said, not letting his guard down. He found a long wooden stick and sharpened one end with his dagger, then handed the dagger to Li Fei for her protection. Wait here for me. I will catch some fish from the sea. If any strangers arrive, call out to me loudly. Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei nodded in agreement. Gao Feng climbed onto a rock and noticed many large fish swimming below, albeit at a considerable depth. Having been a swimmer since childhood, this depth posed no challenge for him. With a powerful leap, he arced through the air and plunged into the sea, deftly maneuvering his hands and feet to swim downward. He targeted a substantial fish and, before long, had caught 3 large ones. Meanwhile, Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei had managed to stoke a robust fire. "What enormous fish! You are truly impressive," Li Fei exclaimed. "I will prepare the fish." Her eyes wide with excitement, she stepped forward to take the fish from Gao Feng's hands. Once they were cleaned, Zhang Xiaomei joyfully carried them to the shore to wash them. Upon her return, Gao Feng skewered the fish on 3 wooden sticks and set them to roast. The enticing aroma of the fish wafted through the air, and the oil dripped into the flames, causing the fire to blaze even brighter. Once the fish were ready, Gao Feng allocated one to each of them. "I can share a fish with Xiaomei. Your contribution is the greatest," Li Fei said, her gaze filled with genuine concern for him. "Indeed, you even saved me. Earlier, I promised Li Fei that you should eat more," Zhang Xiaomei chimed in with a smile. "No need, I will catch more after this. There are plenty of fish in the sea." Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. The two of them began to eat happily, despite a hint of fishiness. In such circumstances, it was a delightful meal. They savored every bite, wasting nothing, and after satisfying their hunger, they took a moment to rest. Gao Feng then went back to catch 3 more large fish, this time also managing to catch several sizable lobsters. Seeing that dinner was secured, Gao Feng decided to remove his short-sleeved shirt and laid on a rock to dry. Li Fei, noticing his well-defined 8-pack abs and strong physique, blushed and lowered her gaze, saying, "You have such a great body." "Ahem, my brother is a world boxing champion during my free time. He often trains me as a sparring partner," Gao Feng said, scratching his head, feeling a bit shy. Zhang Xiaomei beside him was left speechless. The weather was splendid, and the sun shone brightly. The clothing dried quickly, and Gao Feng put it back on. "Oh look, that man is coming back." Zhang Xiaomei squealed, darting behind Gao Feng in fright. He turned to see the man who had kidnapped Zhang Xiaomei leading the way, followed by a tall middle-aged man, likely the leader, accompanied by a lackey. "Zhao Lu, who did this to you?" The middle-aged man swaggered over. "It was that little brat. He dared to hit me and took my dagger. I will make him pay today." Zhao Lu pointed angrily at Gao Feng. "You are being a rogue besides. I merely knocked you out," Gao Feng retorted coldly. "And that woman? Huh. All the resources on this island belong to the boss, including the women," Zhao Lu sneered, gesturing toward Zhang Xiaomei and their surroundings. "Everyone is waiting for rescue. Please refrain from going too far," Gao Feng said, clenching his fists. "There is no hope for rescue on this desolate island. You might as well give up." Zhao Lu approached, wielding a wooden stick. Instinctively, Gao Feng handed his dagger to Li Fei, allowing the two of them to defend themselves, before picking up a stick and advancing. "What's the matter? Seeking to be a hero? That depends on whose strength is superior. The 2 women behind you are now under our control." Zhao Lu glanced at his leader, signaling that authorization had been granted. Zhao Lu stepped forward, raising his stick to strike at Gao Feng, who effortlessly blocked the blow. With a surge of strength, Zhao Lu was sent stumbling back several paces. "I didn't expect you to be so strong," Zhao Lu said, visibly disgruntled. Gao Feng swung his stick with force, and when the 2 sticks collided, they shattered into splinters. Zhao Lu raised his hand to defend himself, but Gao Feng seized the opportunity, exerting pressure with his right foot to create a deep pit beneath him. He charged forward, grasping Zhao Lu by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Zhao Lu frantically struck at Gao Feng's arm, his legs thrashing in desperation. Gao Feng carefully controlled his strength, having no intention of killing him. Soon, Zhao Li's face turned a shade of purplish red, his neck twisted at an odd angle, and he ceased his struggles, losing consciousness. Then, as if discarding a garment, Gao Feng tossed Zhao Lu onto the beach. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Gao Feng's prowess, standing frozen in place before saying, "Well done, young man. You possess remarkable skill. Would you consider joining my team?" "Not interested. I ask that you cease troubling us," Gao Feng replied, turning to leave. After a while, Zhao Lu regained consciousness on the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently, as if he were about to expel his lungs. "You worthless fool, you've been beaten to a pulp," the middle-aged man said disdainfully to Zhao Lu. Chapter 3. Counterattack. Seeing that Gao Feng was unharmed, Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Feng approached, gesturing for Li Fei and the others to join him in grilling fish and shrimp. "Boss, I didn't expect that kid to be so quick," I let my guard down, Zhao Lu remarked, punching the sand in frustration. That kid's got some skills. He must have trained. He even had a dagger. Let's wait for another opportunity. The middle-aged man replied with a smirk. Gao Feng and his companions grilled the fish to perfection, the savory aroma wafting through the air. Zhao Li's group, not far from Gao Feng, found themselves salivating at the enticing scent. They attempted to catch fish as well, but all they managed were a few small ones, far fewer than what Gao Feng had caught. The middle-aged man stood up and approached Gao Feng, raising his hands to signal he meant no harm. He called out, "Hey friend, can we chat?" "Sure," Gao Feng nodded, noticing the man was unarmed and allowing himself to relax. "My name is Li Zhong. What about you?" he inquired. "Gao Feng," the latter replied. "Could you spare some fish?" "We can't catch any over here," Li Zhong said with a shameless grin. "That's not possible. It's a matter of skill in fishing," Gao Feng retorted, avoiding his gaze. Noticing he had hit a wall, Li Zhong muttered something under his breath and stormed off. "You'll pay for this." "Boss, I have a great idea for when they..." Zhao Lu whispered conspiratorially to Li Zhong. Li Zhong nodded in agreement. Zhao Lu and his group tried several times to catch larger fish, but only managed to survive on a few coconuts. As night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Gao Feng stood up, observing that Li Zhong's group had also lit a fire. He remained vigilant, wary of a possible ambush, as the intentions of that group were unpredictable. Li Fei and her companion, exhausted, had fallen asleep beside him. Once Gao Feng noticed that 3 members from Li Zhong's side were lying on the beach asleep. He finally lay down and closed his eyes. In his dreams, Gao Feng saw Li Fei's boyfriend coming to find her, and she left with him, leaving Gao Feng heartbroken. When he awoke, daylight had broken. He quickly turned to check on Li Fei, who was still asleep, her oval face strikingly beautiful. Gao Feng's anxious heart finally found some solace, though uncertainty lingered over whether Li Fei's boyfriend was alive or dead. Nevertheless, he wished for her happiness and hoped that her boyfriend was safe. Li Fei awoke to find Gao Feng staring at her. "What is wrong?" she asked, feeling a bit shy. "Nothing. It's fine," Gao Feng replied abruptly, turning away. Zhang Xiaomei also stirred awake, rubbing her eyes and glancing at the two of them. "I'm going to catch some fish. You two stay here and don't wander off," Gao Feng instructed, handing Li Fei his dagger for protection. Li Fei and her companion nodded in agreement. Gao Feng noticed Li Zhong sitting by the fire, watching him with a peculiar smile. He then grabbed a fork and headed to the spot where he had caught fish the previous day, with Zhao Lu and another of Li Zhong's subordinates following closely behind. "We merely wish to observe your fishing methods, harboring no ulterior motives." A sinister smile crept upon Zhao Li's face. Gao Feng, wary and alert, sensed that they were not merely there to learn the art of fishing, especially with the peculiar grin on Li Zhong's countenance. Nevertheless, Gao Feng plunged into the sea and soon caught several sizable fish. Upon returning to the shore, he heard cries for help. Alarmed, he hurried back with the fish in hand. At that moment, Li Fei had already fallen under Li Zhong's control, a dagger poised threateningly against her throat, placing her in imminent peril. Zhang Xiaomei, having resisted, lay unconscious on the ground. "Save me! Save me! Zhao Lu is not here to learn fishing." "They rushed over as soon as they saw you dive in." Li Fei wept, her gaze fixed on Gao Feng. "Those who defy me shall meet their demise." Li Zhong glared furiously at Gao Feng. Beside Li Zhong stood his subordinate, Zhang Song, who snatched the fish from Gao Feng and slapped him twice. "Release Li Fei, and I shall acquiesce to your demands." Gao Feng raised his hands in a gesture of negotiation. Zhao Lu, eyeing the motionless Zhang Xiaomei, harbored wicked thoughts and addressed Li Zhong. "Boss, may I take Zhang Xiaomei away for a moment?" He gestured towards the nearby woods. Li Zhong shot him a fierce look, causing him to tremble in fear. "I dare not. I dare not. It is all under your command, boss." Zhao Lu smiled obsequiously. "You two deal with Gao Feng. Torment him slowly until he breathes his last. These 2 women will then belong to me." Li Zhong signaled to his 2 subordinates. Zhao Lu unleashed all his fury upon Gao Feng. Alongside Zhang Song, they unleashed a brutal assault. A thought flickered in Gao Feng's mind. He feigned unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground, motionless. "Useless wretch," Li Zhong mocked. At that moment, Gao Feng subtly moved his right hand, slowly gathering a handful of sand. Li Fei, witnessing Gao Feng's seemingly defeated state, seized her sobbing. Seizing the opportunity while Li Zhong's guard was down, she fiercely stomped on his foot and struck the back of his head, then shouted, "Gao Feng," before swiftly retreating to the side. Li Zhong stumbled back, exclaiming in pain, and Gao Feng sprang to his feet, charging at Li Zhong, hurling sand into his face. He then seized Li Zhong's wrist with great force, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Gao Feng followed up with a punch to Li Zhong's chest, and as Zhao Lu and his accomplices rushed forward, Gao Feng retrieved the dagger, spun around, and plunged it into Zhao Li's leg before withdrawing it and delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhang Song flying several meters away. Li Zhong, now desperate, swung his fist directly at Gao Feng's face. Gao Feng leaned back, and the dagger pierced Li Zhong's chest, who promptly spat blood and collapsed lifelessly onto the beach. Murder! Murder! Zhang Song, terrified, sprinted towards the woods, while Zhao Lu writhed in pain nearby. "You forced my hand," Gao Feng shouted with rage. "This is not your fault. It is not your fault," Li Fei cried as she rushed to embrace Gao Feng. "You are truly courageous." Gao Feng regarded Li Fei with admiration. Just before he had pretended to be unconscious, he had exchanged a knowing glance with Li Fei, not anticipating that she would understand his intent so well. Zhang Xiaomei merely fainted, roused by Li Fei's call. Upon regaining consciousness, she was startled to behold the lifeless body of Li Zhong. He deserved this fate, indeed. A countenance filled with rage, Zhang Xiaomei then turned her gaze toward Zhao Lu. "Do not kill me. Do not kill me," Zhao Lu implored, his expression one of sheer terror. "You were the one who struck me unconscious," Zhang Xiaomei shouted furiously, brandishing a wooden stick at Zhao Lu. In an instant, Zhao Lu was rendered unconscious by a blow, his fate now left to the whims of destiny. Gao Feng unceremoniously discarded Li Zhong's corpse beside Zhao Lu, ensuring that they would rest together in death. Feeling a wave of weariness, Gao Feng sat beside the fire, a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster enveloping him. He had not anticipated the depths of human malice on this island, and the grim reality of having taken a life weighed heavily upon him, leaving him uncertain of the perils that still lurked ahead. Chapter 4. Sleeping together after a brief respite, Gao Feng retrieved the fish that Zhao Lu and his companions had taken and began to roast it. "If it weren't for you, the two of us women would struggle to survive on this island." Li Fei expressed her gratitude. "It is not solely thanks to me. You both are quite remarkable as well." Gao Feng glanced at Li Fei, recalling how she had saved him, and acknowledged their excellent teamwork. "Are there others on this island?" Li Fei inquired, a look of curiosity crossing her face. "There are quite a few people on the ship. Surely, there will be many who have arrived here." Gao Feng replied with certainty. Suddenly, Li Fei asked, "I wonder how my boyfriend is doing? How long have you been together? You seem quite fond of him." Gao Feng remarked, gazing out at the sea. "It's not that I like him excessively. It was primarily an introduction from my family. They seem satisfied, and we've only been in contact for half a year," Li Fei admitted, her expression lacking joy. Gao Feng sighed, falling silent. Was there still a chance? Youth has its advantages. Recovery comes swiftly. He then rose to gather coconuts from the forest. "There aren't many coconuts left. We must devise a means to find fresh water," Gao Feng announced upon returning with a handful. Cracking open the coconuts, each person took one, enjoying roasted fish alongside their drink. "We could employ distillation to obtain fresh water," Li Fei suggested between bites. "However, we lack plastic sheets and bottles." Gao Feng shook his head. Feeling the beach was unsafe, Gao Feng proposed building a shelter in the woods, to which Li Fei and the others agreed. After finishing their meal, he led the two women to a dry clearing in the forest. With his dagger, Gao Feng cut numerous branches, perspiration beading on his forehead from the exertion. Li Fei and her companion busily began to construct the shelter. "Leave it to me. I studied architecture," Li Fei proclaimed confidently, patting her chest. Gao Feng continued into the woods, hoping to discover a stream or spring. The trees were alive with the chatter of birds, which he found rather bothersome. Upon spotting a large bird's nest, he was filled with delight. Climbing up, he discovered numerous eggs, roughly the size of quail eggs. He took only a few, enough for a meal. After searching for fresh water without success, he returned to find a shelter taking shape. "This is splendid," Gao Feng exclaimed as he rushed over to assist. The structure had formed a triangular shape, encircled by branches and lined with a layer of dry leaves. This won't suffice for all of us. I shall construct another, Gao Feng said with a smile. For safety's sake, it is best for the three of us to stay together, Li Fei asserted resolutely, aware that Gao Feng was her sole protector at present. Zhang Xiaomei nodded in agreement. The shelter was quickly completed, and Gao Feng offered the bird eggs to Li Fei. Goodness, there are these in the woods? She exclaimed, her face reflecting surprise. What should we use to cook them? Zhang Xiaomei pondered, scratching her head in confusion. We can use coconut shells to hold seawater for cooking, Gao Feng chuckled. He then took a fork and ventured out of the woods to catch fish. This time, he returned with 3 large lobsters and 1 fish. These lobsters are enormous. They would cost hundreds at a restaurant. Li Fei's eyes sparkled as she swallowed hard. A single portion was undoubtedly sufficient, especially with the addition of bird eggs. Zhang Xiaomei was overjoyed, and soon they commenced roasting. At that moment, a voice cried out, "Help me! Save me!" Zhao Lu propped up on his hands, gradually sat up and shouted towards them. Is Zhao Lu not dead? Gao Feng furrowed his brow. Ignore him. Let him perish, Zhang Xiaomei scoffed. You all eat first. I will check on him. Gao Feng approached Zhao Lu. Help me. If my leg becomes infected, it will be ruined. Just save me, and I will serve you like a slave. Zhao Lu pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Gao Feng, seeing the deep gash on his leg, felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, he had already killed one and did not wish to take another life. Subsequently, Gao Feng tore a strip from his clothing to bandage the wound and handed him a fish. There, I have done what I could. Whether you live or die now depends on your fate, Gao Feng said flatly. Zhao Lu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Gao Feng turned to leave. Only your kindness compels me. Otherwise, I wouldn't care, Zhang Xiaomei remarked, still visibly angered. After their meal, the 3 of them rested. Look at how beautiful the evening glow is today. Li Fei pointed towards the horizon. Gao Feng became entranced by Li Fei's exquisite visage. How wonderful it would be if she were his girlfriend. He quickly shook his head to clear his thoughts. Li Fei, noticing his peculiar behavior, widened her eyes in curiosity. Li Fei was stunning, amidst a crowd. She would be unmistakable. As night descended, Gao Feng and the others returned to the woods to prepare for sleep. How are we supposed to sleep? Gao Feng scratched his head. Zhang Xiaomei, aware of the good rapport between the two, suggested they sleep close together. She crawled in first, with Li Fei in the middle and Gao Feng on the outside, allowing him to protect them both. Initially, Gao Feng and Li Fei lay side by side, both feeling a bit awkward before Gao Feng turned his back. His heart raced. He had never imagined being so close to Li Fei. If it weren't for her having a boyfriend, he might have confessed his feelings. Lost in thought, he soon drifted off to sleep. As dawn broke, Gao Feng heard someone crying near him. He opened his eyes to find Li Fei weeping as she clung to him. Upon seeing him awake, she wiped her tears and asked, Can we go back? I miss my parents. We will definitely return, don't worry. For now, staying alive is the most important thing. Gao Feng reassured her, patting her shoulder. He glanced at Zhang Xiaomei, who was indeed sleeping soundly, perhaps pretending not to hear. Suddenly, Gao Feng heard shouting from outside. He quickly sprang up, grabbed a stick, and rushed out. What happened? He asked, finding Zhao Lu leaning against a tree, brandishing a stick. I was trying to sleep, but I heard something eating. When I looked, a huge wild boar was feasting on Li Zhong's corpse. I shouted, and it ran away, Zhao Lu exclaimed, drenched in sweat from fright. Upon witnessing the gruesomely mangled corpse, its flesh ravaged and bones exposed, Gao Feng nearly retched. Li Fei and her companions emerged, brandishing wooden clubs, and upon glimpsing the devoured body, they were immediately overcome with nausea. Quickly dispose of it, Zhao Lu shouted fervently. Gao Feng observed Zhao Lu limping, an amusing sight in such dire circumstances. He approached and unceremoniously hurled the corpse into the sea, offering it as sustenance for the fish. Li Fei and the others, seeing Zhao Lu's plight, felt no sympathy. Undeterred, Gao Feng proceeded to the water to catch fish, and this time fortune favored him, as he netted 6 sizable fish along with a few sea snails. Li Fei had already kindled a fire. How do we consume these sea snails? She pondered, wrinkling her nose at their unappetizing odor. The aroma of the fish tantalized Zhao Lu's senses. "Boss, may I have a taste?" he called out eagerly. "Who is your boss?" Gao Feng replied with a frown. "You saved me, so you are my boss," Zhao Lu murmured, his earlier bravado diminished. With a disdainful snort, Gao Feng tossed him a fish, treating him almost as one would a pet. Chapter 5. Retreat. Zhao Lu, savoring grilled fish, limped over with a bold demeanor and sat beside Gao Feng and his companions, wearing a fawning smile. He vowed unwavering loyalty to his leader, thumping his chest and gazing steadfastly at Gao Feng. "Your future performance will determine your fate. I shall not offer you a second chance," Gao Feng warned, his eyes glinting with menace. "Not at all. I will heed your every command," Zhao Lu replied, sheepishly scratching his head, aware of Gao Feng's formidable nature. Gao Feng ventured into the woods to find a sturdy stick for him to use as a cane. Zhao Lu, elated, tested it and found he could walk normally again. "What shall we do next, boss?" Zhao Lu inquired. "I intend to seek a location with fresh water. Our coconut supply is dwindling," Gao Feng mused, stroking his chin. After conferring with the group, they all expressed their agreement. Suddenly, a band of men burst forth from the trees, shouting and charging towards Gao Feng, wielding wooden clubs. Upon hearing the commotion, Gao Feng instantly became alert, spotting 6 men advancing. Li Fei and the others sprang to their feet, brandishing their clubs in defense. Among the crowd, Gao Feng recognized a familiar figure, Zhang Song, one of Li Zhong's fleeing subordinates. He was the one who had led this group here. "Zhao Lu, you're still alive? Why are you with this murderer? Come here quickly," Zhang Song exclaimed incredulously. "What murderer? You cowardly cur ran off, while Gao Feng saved my life," Zhao Lu retorted, gritting his teeth in anger. The band of men, upon noticing the 2 beautiful women with Gao Feng, were instantly captivated, eager to engage. "Zhang Song, well done. This time we can have some fun with these 2 girls," one man said with a sinister grin. "Let us take out those 2 men. I dare you to try." Gao Feng brandished his dagger, instilling a momentary trepidation in the group. "Fear not." Everyone charged together. "The cripple is as good as dead. He is of no use," the man boasted, striking a victorious pose. The group inched closer. "You all should retreat. We are not their match," Gao Feng instructed the 3 behind him. "Boss, I want to leave. I'll fight them to repay your life-saving grace," Zhao Lu declared, raising his makeshift cane. "Your sacrifice would be in vain. Take Li Fei and the others into the woods. I will hold them off and catch up quickly," Gao Feng urged Zhao Lu. Nodding, Zhao Lu prepared to call for Li Fei and the others to leave. "Gao Feng, can you manage alone? I want to abandon you," Li Fei said, a hint of panic in her voice, though she was undaunted. Zhang Xiaomei stood closely by her side. "Hurry and go, or it will be too late. Once the fighting starts, I want to be able to protect you," Gao Feng insisted urgently. Li Fei and the others cautiously began to retreat. Zhang Song, brandishing his club, stepped forward to block their path. Gao Feng seized a makeshift spear, swiftly hurling it at Zhang Song's chest. The spearhead, sharpened by Gao Feng's dagger, pierced through Zhang Song's thin clothing before he could evade, and blood stained his shirt as he collapsed to the ground. He clutched his chest in agony, crying out in pain. Gao Feng turned around to see Li Fei and the others had already dashed into the woods. "Zhao Lu, that fellow was surprisingly swift. Human potential is boundless, especially in perilous situations." The group, having regained their composure, charged angrily towards Gao Feng. He fought back while retreating, noticing one of the men sprinting into the woods. Was he seeking reinforcements or pursuing Li Fei and her companions? Gao Feng could wait no longer. He spotted a fist-sized stone behind him. Without hesitation, he seized it and hurled it at the foremost assailant before swiftly plunging into the foliage. Following the trail of Li Fei and her group, he soon caught up. Ahead, he saw Zhao Lu grappling with a man. Zhao Lu was no match for him and quickly found himself at a disadvantage. His crutch had been broken, and he was desperately blocking the man's attacks with his arms. Gao Feng approached from behind, brandishing a dagger, and swiftly severed the man's throat. A torrent of hot blood gushed forth, splattering the ground. The man clutched his neck, blood staining his hands, before collapsing, his body convulsing. "We must leave." Gao Feng urgently pulled Zhao Lu to his feet, supporting him as they moved forward. "Li Fei and the others are running towards a hill. I just held that man back," Zhao Lu gasped. "Well done." But they will soon come after us and might call for reinforcements. Gao Feng's face was etched with concern. The ensuing moments would be perilous. Come here, Li Fei called out anxiously, waving to Gao Feng and the others. Upon spotting her, they quickly scrambled up the incline. The clearing on the hillside was limited, strewn with loose stones. Gao Feng soon recognized the dilemma. The slope behind them was steep and difficult to descend. They could only exit from where they had come. Isn't there a rope? The one Zhao Lu used to bind me, Zhang Xiaomei asked anxiously. Zhao Lu lowered his head, feeling embarrassed, unable to meet her gaze. Here it is. Li Fei produced it from her pocket, revealing her attentiveness in keeping it. The rope was thin and short. Gao Feng shook his head. It would not suffice. Meanwhile, the group had caught up and was preparing to charge up the hillside. Zhang Xiaomei and Zhao Lu hurled stones downwards, striking one of the assailants, who yelped in pain and hurled curses. The group recoiled in fear. Come on, you filthy bastards! Cao shouted in fury. Damn it! I refuse to believe you can stay up there forever. Let's trap them, haha. The gang waved their arms threateningly. What shall we do? We didn't anticipate this when we fled. Li Fei looked at Gao Feng with a distressed expression. Fear not. As long as we live, there is a way. Gao Feng nodded reassuringly. Observing the attire and demeanor of the assailants, he deduced they were likely survivors from the ship, who had descended into wretchedness upon reaching the deserted island. After a standoff, the group hesitated to charge, as none wished to be struck by stones or left injured and abandoned. Injuries sustained on this island bear grave consequences. This is dire, boss. They have just lost a member, presumably sent to fetch reinforcements. Zhao Lu widened his eyes as he observed the group. Quickly hand over the woman. And perhaps we shall spare you, a voice called from below. Gao Feng could not possibly surrender her. Even if he did, that group would still slay them without hesitation, having already lost 2 of their own. What are you barking about, dog? Zhao Lu scolded angrily, then hurled stones downward. The man shrank back in fear. Do not wait until our leader arrives. You will all meet your demise. The man boasted. What shall we do, boss? Only 3 remain below, Zhao Lu inquired. Glancing at Gao Feng, a plan flashed through Gao Feng's mind. Chapter 6. Reaping the benefits of others. Gao Feng conferred with his 3 companions. What? You intend to go alone? Li Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, there are only the 3 of us armed with mere wooden sticks. If we wait for reinforcements, we may find ourselves unable to escape, Gao Feng explained. Ensure the safety of Li Fei and the others, he instructed Zhao Lu with a firm gaze. Exercise caution and remain vigilant. Li Fei looked at Gao Feng, anxious for his safety. At that moment, Gao Feng seized a stone in each hand and charged forward. The 3 assailants were taken aback by this sudden display of bravery, utterly unprepared for his audacity. Upon seeing the stones in Gao Feng's hands, they recoiled in fear. He aimed at the heads of 2 of them. Whoosh, whoosh. One was struck on the head, blood gushing forth, rendering him unconscious. The other narrowly evaded the blow. Gao Feng sidestepped the attack from the 3rd assailant, swiftly grasped a wooden stick, and swung it, delivering a blow that knocked the aggressor out cold, collapsing him to the ground. Only 1 remained. Gao Feng swiftly subdued him, pinning him down with ease. Scoundrels, how many of you are there? Gao Feng demanded furiously. Please don't kill me. Our camp has a total of 10 members. Counting the dead here, only 5 remain. The man pleaded, terror etched across his face. How far is your camp from here? What is your leader's name? Gao Feng pressed on. Approximately 1 kilometer away. I only know him as Brother Dao, the man replied, raising a finger. Without hesitation, Gao Feng delivered a swift blow, knocking him unconscious. By this time, Li Fei and the others had reached Gao Feng's side. Incredible, boss. You're amazing, Zhao Lu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. However, Li Fei continued to scrutinize Gao Feng, fearful for his well-being. This is bad. They're about to arrive. Gao Feng said, frowning. What should we do about these 2 unconscious goons? Zhao Lu asked anxiously. They are merely unfortunate souls. When they regain consciousness, we shall follow them to their camp, where greater resources await us, Gao Feng assured the trio. Gao Feng led his companions into hiding nearby. Before long, Brother Dao arrived with his men. Quickly check if they're all dead, Brother Dao commanded angrily. The 2 men were soon roused from their stupor. Boss, that guy was too powerful, they both exclaimed. You're all useless. Search the vicinity and ensure they don't escape," Brother Dao ordered, pointing at them. His subordinates began to scour the area, but after a while, they found not a single trace. Disappointed, Brother Dao led his men back. "We shall follow them." Maintaining a safe distance, Gao Feng whispered. He noted that Brother Dao was of average height, yet bore a visage that exuded malevolence, a truly formidable character. Any ordinary person encountering him would likely be filled with dread. After traversing for a while, they approached Brother Dao's camp. Gao Feng gestured for his companions to remain concealed nearby while he ventured forth to ascertain the situation. Li Fei and the others nodded in agreement. Gao Feng carefully followed the trail, cautiously parting the dense foliage, striving to make not a single sound, moving with the stealth of a cat. He overheard voices ahead and concealed himself in the shadows, observing intently. Gather round, damn it, they dare to come while we're outnumbered." Brother Dao cursed vehemently. "Boss, we only have a few of us left. Can we really fight them?" One of the younger members lamented, his face drooping. "What are you afraid of? Let's confront them." Brother Dao brandished his axe, assuming a formidable stance. Upon seeing that they still had 5 members, Gao Feng noted the disarray in their ranks. They resembled malnourished monkeys, a testament to their insufficient sustenance. A group was clearly seeking trouble with them, and the two factions harbored deep-seated animosities. This island was peculiar, and Gao Feng furrowed his brow, uncertain of its true size. He had no desire to involve himself in their conflict. "What is the plan, boss?" Zhao Lu inquired, a look of confusion on his face. "Brother Dao is likely finished," Gao Feng shrugged nonchalantly. The 3 others looked bewildered, prompting Gao Feng to explain the situation. "Boss, we could take advantage of the chaos," Zhao Lu suggested, his face alight with pride. "Once they're all gone, we can claim their territory." Li Fei nodded in agreement with Zhao Li's proposal. At that moment, Gao Feng's stomach grumbled audibly, causing Li Fei to stifle a laugh with her hands. "Let us return to our previous spot for a bite to eat before making further plans," Li Fei proposed. Gao Feng nodded, and on their way back, he marked the trees with his dagger, crafting a sign only he would recognize. Upon returning to the beach, they found that Zhang Song had perished, his body still impaled with a fork. Gao Feng removed the fork and cast the body into the sea, as the previous one he had disposed of had vanished. The waves lapped continuously against the shore, while Gao Feng ventured into the water to catch some fish. The 4 of them feasted on the grilled fish, though they lacked coconuts to quench their thirst. There must be fresh water near Brother Dao's camp. After the clash between the 2 groups, they could make their way there. "Let us set off. The battle is nearing its end," Zhao Lu said with a gleeful expression. Li Fei and her companion took some of the remaining grilled fish to prepare. Upon reaching Brother Dao's camp, Gao Feng signaled for Li Fei and the others to wait there. "Be careful, it could be dangerous. We should retreat quickly," Li Fei expressed her concern. Gao Feng nodded, drawing his dagger as he approached. He heard no sounds of combat. It seemed the fray had concluded. The eerie silence enveloped him, and he knew better than to enter recklessly without confirming safety. As he parted the branches ahead, he spotted 3 wooden huts. The huts were rudimentary in construction, entirely cloaked in thick leaves, resembling a clandestine base. Suddenly, he noticed 2 corpses lying on the ground beside the huts, their identities a mystery. After waiting a moment to ensure safety, Gao Feng rose and walked over. Upon closer inspection, he recognized one body as Brother Dao's, an axe embedded in his own flesh, a clear indication of his defeat. The other corpse belonged, without a doubt, to one of his subordinates. Gao Feng stepped into the central wooden cabin, which was rather simple in its decor. Within, there was a wooden bed covered with dry leaves, and surprisingly, a water bucket, indicating that this was likely the residence of Brother Dao. The other 2 wooden cabins were more rudimentary, lacking beds and only featuring a large communal sleeping area with leaves strewn across the floor, as well as a water bucket, which belonged to the younger brother. Beside the wooden cabins stood a large pot. Confirming that there were no immediate dangers nearby, Gao Feng, brimming with excitement, called for Li Fei and the others. As they walked, Li Fei joyfully leaped into the air, exclaiming her delight at the prospect of finally being able to enjoy a comfortable night's sleep. Gao Feng dragged the body into the woods to bury it, fearing the spread of disease. Boss, the water in the bucket is fresh water, Zhao Lu said, scooping it up with his hand to drink, appearing rather foolish. Xiao Feng, which cabin will I sleep in? Li Fei inquired as she approached. Chapter 7. The transformation of the camp, if possible. It would be best for a man and a woman to share a room. Zhao Lu shamelessly gazed at Zhang Xiaomei. Your thoughts are quite fanciful. I intend to share a room with Sister Fei. Zhang Xiaomei shot Zhao Lu a glare. Zhao Lu fed silent, fully aware of his own shortcomings. The wooden cabin in the middle will be for Li Fei and her companions, while Zhao Lu and I will occupy the cabins on either side. Gao Feng remarked as he looked at Li Fei. Thank you, Xiao Feng. Li Fei raised an eyebrow in appreciation, happily pulling Zhang Xiaomei into the cabin to tidy up. Gao Feng arranged for Li Fei and her companions to sleep in the center, allowing for better protection of her. Xiao Feng, that sounds rather affectionate. It seems your relationship is quite special. Zhao Lu chuckled at Gao Feng. Do not tease. She has a boyfriend. Gao Feng scratched his head. What? Does he dare compete with you for a woman? That man is surely doomed. There's a saying. The one closest to the water tower gets the first chance. Zhao Lu wo ha mishivu grand. Ahem. Tomorrow you will accompany me to gather some wood to construct a storage shed for food. Gao Feng skillfully shifted the topic, giving Zhao Lu a pat on the shoulder. I will follow your lead. Zhao Lu responded with an affirmative gesture. Li Fei heated the fish she brought by the fire, and they all shared the meal. As dusk descended, the darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. Exhausted from the day, Gao Feng returned to the cabin to sleep. Not long after, he was roused from slumber by a sensation akin to a bite. Upon awakening, he discovered a large mosquito on his arm. With a swift motion, he swatted it, leaving a smear of blood on his skin. Rising to step outside, he found that night had fully descended. The surroundings were eerily silent. Gao Feng settled outside the wooden cabin, observing the pitch-black expanse, a stick resting beside him. This was his first time here, and he remained cautious. After all, their numbers were few, and a sudden attack could prove perilous. Gao Feng lingered outside until midnight, feeling assured of safety before returning indoors to sleep. As dawn gradually broke, a soft voice called out, Xiao Feng, it's time to wake up. Gao Feng opened his eyes to find an exquisite face before him. What is it? He stared blankly at Li Fei. You usually rise early. What's the matter today? Let us go search for fresh water. Li Fei blushed furiously at his gaze. Last night, I kept watch outside for a while and ended up sleeping late. Gao Feng scratched his head, aware that Zhao Lu and the others had heard as well. Boss, you are always so thoughtful. I'll keep watch tonight too. Zhao Lu patted his chest. At this moment, Zhao Lu's leg had almost healed, allowing him to work once more. That lad was quite resilient. For safety's sake, we shall search for water and food together. Gao Feng nodded in agreement. Gao Feng and Zhao Lu each took a bucket as they set off towards the woods, intending to scour the vicinity first. Indeed, after walking a short distance of about a kilometer, they discovered a large water hole surrounded by lush aquatic plants, with a gentle stream flowing into it. The water teemed with fish slightly smaller than those caught from the sea. Gao Feng, armed with a wooden fork, aimed at the fish in the water, successfully spearing one after another. Remarkable. We have more to eat. Li Fei exclaimed joyfully. Zhao Lu carried a bucket to fetch water. That's enough for today, Gao Feng said, gazing contentedly at the fish on his fork. Boss, there seems to be bamboo nearby. Zhang Xiaomei pointed excitedly in a certain direction. They tidied up and headed over together. Indeed, there was a small grove of lush bamboo on the hillside. Gao Feng wielded an axe and felled a thick bamboo pole, soon sweating profusely as he cut down several more. Li Fei and her companion dug up numerous bamboo shoots, getting their clothes dirty in the process. Today's harvest is abundant. Let us head back, Li Fei remarked with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the campsite, Li Fei and her friend began to prepare the fish and wash the bamboo shoots. Zhao Lu busied himself with boiling water and adding firewood. They planned to enjoy stewed fish complemented by bamboo shoots, which promised to be more nutritious than grilled fish. Gao Feng took the thick bamboo, skillfully fashioned some rudimentary bamboo segments, and meticulously smoothed out the splinters with a dagger to avoid injury. In the end, he crafted 4 rice bowls and 4 cups, distributing them among Li Fei and the others. "Boss, you're incredibly skilled. A true craftsman," Zhao Lu exclaimed exuberantly. "They look splendid, like works of art. If only we had a phone to record this and share it online," Li Fei remarked, admiring her bowl. Zhang Xiaomei held hers with immense joy. The fish soup in the pot bubbled white and fragrant, promising delightful flavors. Gao Feng expressed his surprise. Li Fei added some chopped bamboo shoots to the pot, enhancing the dish's taste. Gao Feng hurried to make chopsticks, realizing he had almost forgotten them in the excitement of mealtime. When it was time to eat, each person received a generous bowl filled with soup, fish, and bamboo shoots. "Delicious," Li Fei said after savoring a spoonful of the broth. They finished the entire pot, leaving everyone satisfied and full. After a brief rest, Gao Feng took Zhao Lu into the woods to chop down some trees, searching for suitable timber. Zhao Lu struck first, but after cutting down a tree that wasn't particularly thick, he was exhausted and sat down to rest. "You must be weak. Why do you look so drained?" Gao Feng laughed heartily. "Impossible. I am not weak." Zhao Lu waved dismissively, refusing to concede. Gao Feng took the axe and swiftly felled several trees, stopping only when he deemed it sufficient. His years of solitude had endowed him with considerable strength. They continued constructing the storage shed adjacent to the wooden cabin, first digging 4 deep holes, planting a post in each. The tops of the posts were notched with the axe, upon which thinner wooden beams were laid. They secured it all with vines found nearby, establishing a sturdy framework. Subsequently, they filled the framework with thinner wood and finally covered the exterior with branches and leaves. Everyone was very pleased with their efforts, placing the fish and bamboo shoots inside. Gao Feng procured some bamboo of suitable thickness, skillfully carving the tops into sharp points. Thus, the bamboo transformed into formidable weapons, proving to be more practical and sharper than wooden forks. When Gao Feng presented these handcrafted weapons to Li Fei and the others, they eagerly brandished them in the air, occasionally thrusting forward, truly resembling seasoned warriors. "How do I look wielding this?" Li Fei asked, her face beaming with pride as she gazed at Gao Feng. "Impressive indeed. One might mistake you for a soldier," Gao Feng replied with a playful jest. Laughter erupted among the group, their spirits lifted. With this newfound armament, Li Fei and her companions acquired a measure of defensive capability, ensuring that even in the face of danger, they would not be entirely defenseless. Chapter 8. Hunting wild boar and producing sea salt suddenly. Gao Feng's ears perked up, sensing movement in the forest. He gestured discreetly to the 3 individuals beside him. They immediately halted, gripping their bamboo poles with heightened tension, casting their gazes towards Gao Feng. "Stay here. I shall investigate," Gao Feng said softly, his brow furrowed. "I'll go help you," Zhao Lu exclaimed, poised to advance with his bamboo pole. "You protect the 2 of them. I will be back shortly," Gao Feng replied, grasping his bamboo pole and stealthily entering the woods. He crouched low, inching closer to the source of the sound. A mere 20 meters away, he spotted a wild boar, head lowered, gnawing on the roots of wildflowers. Its size comparable to that of a domestic pig. Its protruding tusks appeared somewhat menacing, and its eyes glowed a sinister crimson as it feasted. "This is a splendid opportunity," Gao Feng thought, already calculating his next move. The wild boar, engrossed in its meal, shifted its stance, inadvertently presenting its rear towards him. Now is the moment. With a powerful push from his right leg, Gao Feng lunged forward, denying the boar any chance to react. He raised the bamboo pole with force, sending it soaring through the air. The boar turned just in time, and the pole struck its right eye, eliciting a pained squeal and a torrent of blood. The creature staggered a few steps before retreating, furiously charging at Gao Feng. He deftly dodged, withdrawing the pole, and aimed for its other eye, but missed. The pole fell beside the wild boar. Li Fei and the others, hearing the boar's cries, rushed into the forest. Arriving behind Gao Feng, they were startled by the sight of the wild boar. "Stay behind the trees and hand me your poles," Gao Feng instructed, eyes fixed intently on the boar's every movement. "Be careful, boss," Zhao Lu cautioned, passing the poles to Gao Feng. As he grasped the bamboo poles, Gao Feng felt a surge of triumph. This boar is doomed. The wild boar, sensing the presence of multiple adversaries, quickly turned to flee. Gao Feng denied it an escape, capitalizing on its impaired vision. Soon one pole, then another, struck the boar, which slowed as it ran. By the time Gao Feng raised the third pole, the boar collapsed, emitting frantic cries. Gao Feng approached, drawing a dagger to swiftly cut its throat, blood pooling beneath it. "Boss, that was incredible." We were all mesmerized by the spectacle. Zhao Lu exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. He extracted the remaining pole from the boar, noting that one had been damaged during its flight. He kicked the boar to ensure it was lifeless before dragging it back. However, after only a short distance, he found himself gasping for breath. "You ought to practice more," Gao Feng remarked, shaking his head as he seized the boar's hind leg, dragging it back to camp. "I find this quite daunting," Li Fei confessed, pressing closely behind Gao Feng. "Let us divide it into smaller portions, boil it, and store what we cannot consume," Gao Feng suggested, gesturing towards the wild boar. Gao Feng cast the wild boar into the fire, causing its bristles to ignite immediately. After a brief moment, the surface appeared significantly cleaner. He then retrieved a dagger and began to scrape the boar's skin. "Boss, take a break, allow me to assist," Zhao Lu said as he grasped an axe, preparing to dismember the wild boar. Li Fei and the others kindled a fire to boil water, washing the separated boar meat before tossing it into the pot. "If only we had some seasoning," Li Fei pouted, gazing at the meat in the pot. "What shall we do with the leftovers? It's quite warm today, making preservation difficult," Zhang Xiaomei inquired of Gao Feng. "If we cure the meat with salt, it will be fine." "I have an idea for salt production," Gao Feng replied, his eyes fixed toward the sea. "Are you suggesting we use seawater to make salt?" Li Fei scratched her head, looking at Gao Feng. "You're quite clever. That is precisely the method," Gao Feng nodded in agreement. "This wild boar meat is quite resilient to cooking. Let me have a taste." "Ouch, that is hot," Zhao Lu exclaimed, repeatedly sticking out his tongue. Gao Feng and the others erupted into laughter. "Serves you right. It's not even cooked yet. One cannot rush to eat hot tofu," he chided them. "When I return, I will commence the salt production," Gao Feng informed them. "I'll accompany you. The meat will take a while to cook," Li Fei said, running over. "What are you going out for?" "It's dangerous outside. I'll be back shortly," Gao Feng smiled reassuringly. Fortunately, Li Fei was obedient, unlike other girls. If I were to choose a girlfriend, it would be someone like Li Fei, Gao Feng thought, leaving Zhao Lu to guard the others as he took a bucket and departed. Thankfully, the journey was devoid of peril, and no signs of rescue were evident along the seaside. Upon Gao Feng's return with a bucket, he shared his observations of the coastal area. "Are we truly destined to spend our lives on this island? Let us first focus on surviving." They all nodded in agreement, resembling a bobbing drum. Li Fei served Gao Feng a generous bowl, filled with abundant meat and scamp broth. "You certainly favor the boss," Zhang Xiaomei winked at Li Fei. "Of course. His contributions are paramount. Without him, we would all be left to face the harsh winds of the northwest," Li Fei replied, her head lowered in slight embarrassment. Zhao Lu joined in the praise. "Do you think the seawater salt is safe for direct consumption?" Li Fei asked Gao Feng while eating. "Not yet. First, let us eat, and later you can observe my process," Gao Feng responded, devouring the meat and broth heartily. After they had their fill, Gao Feng poured seawater directly into the pot to begin the salt-making process, which was somewhat slow. The three of them chatted while watching the pot, and with time, they became increasingly familiar with one another. Zhao Lu, a crew member, was of a similar age to Gao Feng. Zhang Xiaomei had just graduated. Though not as stunning as Li Fei, she was still quite attractive. As the seawater in the pot gradually diminished, a white layer of salt crystals began to form around the edges. "I see salt forming. We can now cure the boar meat," Li Fei exclaimed excitedly, pointing. Once the seawater evaporated, Gao Feng scraped the salt into a bucket, then added fresh water and somewhat ash, stirring it with a stick. "What is this for? Isn't the salt already white? Can't we eat it?" Zhang Xiaomei asked, astonished. "There are impurities present. We can remove them using the wood ash," Gao Feng explained. The three of them finally comprehended the situation. After the mixture was stirred, the wood ash had absorbed most of the impurities. He removed his short sleeves, leaving Li Fei and the others astonished, speechless, merely gazing at him. Gao Feng filtered the brine through his clothing and then proceeded to heat it. As the water evaporated, the remaining salt could be harvested for consumption. Li Fei scraped the salt off and stored it in a bamboo tube, subsequently covering the remaining smoked pork with the salt. Gao Feng fashioned a rudimentary rack from a wooden stick, allowing the pork to be preserved for a longer duration. These ingredients would sustain them for several days. Let's fetch some water. We used it all for salt production, and I was also thinking of washing the clothes, Li Fei remarked as she approached Gao Feng. Chapter 9. The rescue Zhao Lu appeared to say something to Zhang Xiaomei before picking up a bucket and stepping outside. After a moment of hesitation, she followed suit. Zhao Lu led the way, with Zhang Xiaomei in front and Gao Feng and Li Fei trailing behind. Zhao Lu was deliberately creating an opportunity for Gao Feng, supporting him, and secretly wishing for Li Fei's boyfriend to perish, so that Gao Feng could win her affection. Zhang Xiaomei was aware of Zhao Li's intentions, despite her disdain for him. She played along. If your boyfriend were still alive and came looking for you, would you leave us? Gao Feng asked Li Fei, his head bowed. Li Fei hesitated, unable to meet his gaze, for she harbored feelings for him as well. During their college years, Gao Feng had often come to her aid. Yet, she was already in a relationship and did not wish to betray her boyfriend. He is surely still alive. I will protect you, rest assured. Gao Feng assured her as they walked. Zhao Lu and the others had already moved ahead. Let us catch up with them, Gao Feng said, scratching his head. Boss, help. Upon hearing Zhao Lu's voice, Gao Feng dashed towards the pond. When he arrived, Zhao Lu was lying on the ground, and Zhang Xiaomei had vanished. Noticing that Zhao Lu was not bleeding, Gao Feng deduced that he had merely been beaten. What happened? Where is Zhang Xiaomei? Gao Feng asked as he helped him to his feet. 4 men attacked me and took Xiaomei. When they heard me call for the boss, they fled. Zhao Lu clenched his fists in anger, striking the ground. Do you know which direction they went? Gao Feng inquired anxiously. Zhao Lu pointed toward la direction. We have no time. We must hurry to rescue her, Gao Feng urged, setting off towards a nearby forest. He swiftly chopped down a slender bamboo stalk and returned with it. The 3 of them hastened to follow. The soft earth of the forest left numerous footprints. Those thugs claimed the pond as their territory. How dare they abduct someone as soon as they arrive? Zhao Lu cursed as they walked. The pond was a vital resource for survival. It seemed that more than one group had set their sights on it. It was possible that the gang led by Brother Dao had met their demise at the hands of these attackers, as only 2 bodies have been found at the scene, with 3 others unaccounted for. When we get close, you all hide. You must protect Li Fei, and I will give the rest of the instructions, Gao Feng said, furrowing his brow. As they pursued, he fashioned a long bamboo tube and sharpened several short arrows. Although this contraption was not particularly powerful, it could inflict deadly harm if used correctly. After walking several kilometers, dusk began to envelop the surroundings, rendering everything vague. A flicker of light appeared not far ahead, prompting Gao Feng to signal for them to slow down. Wait here for me. If I am captured, you must flee and not worry about me, he said, his gaze fixed intently ahead. I will follow you. I can help, Li Fei insisted, rushing to Gao Feng's side and urging him not to act recklessly. The situation is uncertain. I cannot guarantee anything, Gao Feng replied, pushing Li Fei away as Zhao Lu stepped forward to intercept her. Boss, I'll accompany you for support, Zhao Lu said, concern etched on his face. Gao Feng shook his head, signaling for silence. He leaned down and cautiously approached the enemy's encampment. By the bonfire sat several men engaged in idle chatter, their laughter echoing in the night. Gao Feng widened his eyes, searching for Zhang Xiaomei's silhouette, but to no avail. Before him stood 3 modestly constructed huts. The one on the eastern side resembled a storage shed, while the central one, of superior quality, was likely the leader's quarters. As Gao Feng pondered this, a bespectacled young man emerged from the central hut. Gao Feng heard those nearby refer to him as boss, a clear indication that appearances can be deceiving. Boss Yang, the woman we've captured, can be enjoyed tonight, one of the men by the bonfire remarked. Keep a close watch. That group may attempt to rescue her, Boss Yang instructed before strolling over to the fire to smoke. At that moment, a beautiful face appeared beside Gao Feng. Startled by the presence, he turned sharply to find Li Fei had followed him. You gave me quite a fright. What are you doing here? Didn't we agree on this? Gao Feng whispered in astonishment, preparing to push Li Fei away. How could it be him? This can't be possible. Li Fei trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks as she covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. Why are you crying? We are here to save someone. Tears won't solve anything. We must move quickly. Gao Feng remained oblivious to the full extent of the situation. He is my boyfriend, Yang Gao, Li Fei cried, her tears flowing freely. Ah, is he truly that kind of person? Gao Feng steadied Li Fei, urging her not to act impulsively. No, I must save Xiaomei. I refuse to believe he is capable of such things. Li Fei protested. Disbelief etched across her face. Gao Feng restrained her further as Zhao Lu approached. Boss, what should we do? They have quite a number of men, Zhao Lu exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. Now is not the time. We will act when the night deepens. Gao Feng replied with a nod. Shortly thereafter, 2 men emerged from the camp, wielding spears. Boss Yang, we're going on patrol, they announced. With a wave of his hand, Boss Yang dismissed them, and they departed. Gao Feng counted carefully. There were 10 men with Yang Gao. As the night deepened, several men by the bonfire began to doze off. Yang Gao entered another hut, where Zhang Xiaomei was likely imprisoned. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. It was Zhang Xiaomei's voice. Boss, go for it. The men by the fire cheered. All right, everyone, get some rest. Let us not disturb the boss's business, one of the men stated. The group then filed into the hut beside Yang Gao, leaving 1 man stationed outside, leaning against the wooden wall, smoking. Time, distance, just right. You 2 wait for me here, Gao Feng instructed them. The 2 held bamboo poles at the ready, prepared to assist should Gao Feng encounter any peril. He then raised a bamboo tube, placing an arrow inside, directing the tube towards the man's throat. With a swift motion, the arrow shot forth, striking the man's throat, rendering him silent as he clutched at his neck. Gao Feng leaped forward, swiftly approaching the man and rendering him unconscious with a swift strike of his dagger. He then cautiously made his way towards the room where Zhang Xiaomei was confined. Peering through the cracks in the wooden door, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Yang Gao had his trousers halfway down, with blood trickling from his ear where Zhang Xiaomei had bitten him. You dare to bite me, Yang Gao exclaimed, clutching his ear, his face contorted with rage as he slapped Zhang Xiaomei. You beast! She spat, her lips stained with blood, her attire in disarray from the altercation. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Feng kicked the door open and landed a blow to Yang Gao's abdomen, sending him sprawling 2 meters away to crash heavily onto the ground. Out of respect for Li Fei, Gao Feng refrained from delivering a fatal strike, wishing for Li Fei to witness this scoundrel firsthand. Li Fei and the others soon arrived, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight, while Zhao Lu nearly burst into laughter. Yang Gao, bewildered, lifted his head, still struggling to pull up his trousers. Chapter 10. The trouble you brought upon yourself, Fei. How could you be like this? Listen to me. Yang Gao hastily pulled up his trousers and rose slowly. I do not wish to hear your explanations. I never imagined you to be such a person. Li Fei glared at Yang Gao with fury. Zhao Lu, stop dawdling and help. Gao Feng urged Zhao Lu, who finally snapped back to reality and rushed to aid Zhang Xiaomei. Zhang Xiaomei quickly adjusted her clothing, still unaware of the unfolding situation. I have been searching for you all day, Fei. Please believe me. Yang Gao continued to defend himself. The commotion outside attracted attention, and several individuals armed with spears approached. At that moment, Gao Feng had already pressed a dagger against Yang Gao's throat. Come outside with me. Do not attempt any tricks, or your life will be at stake. With one hand wielding the dagger, Gao Feng gestured for Li Fei and the others to exit. Block their escape. Do not let them run, shouted one of the men. Yang Gao raised his arms and shouted to the crowd, everyone, step back. Gao Feng and his companions slowly retreated outside. Do not act impulsively. As long as you leave Fei behind, I will spare your lives. Yang Gao smirked. In your dreams. We have no ties left. Now leave. Li Fei brandished a bamboo pole at Yang Gao. Give me another chance. Every man has needs. Do not overthink it, Yang Gao stubbornly insisted. You wretched creature, you are worse than an animal. Is this how you satisfy your desires? What difference is there from murder? If the boss had not arrived in time, I would have been finished. Zhang Xiaomei pointed an accusing finger at Yang Gao. I had thought my parents introduced someone reliable. I never expected you to be a beast. Li Fei shouted in Anju. Fei Fei, I truly love you. You know how I treated you before? Yang Gao shamelessly continued. I always listen to others. Here, I am the boss. Do not say another word. I do not wish to see you again, Li Fei declared resolutely. Shut your mouth. Do you want me to slit your throat? Gao Feng sneered. You kill me, and my brothers will not let you go. Yang Gao's eyes widened in terror. Tell me, was it you who killed Brother Dao's gang? Gao Feng inquired coldly. They deserve to die for opposing me. Their fate was sealed. Yang Gao laughed maniacally, causing those present to regard him as insane. Have them retreat 20 steps, quickly, or I will kill you, Gao Feng threatened, slicing the surface of Yang Gao's neck. Blood gushed forth immediately, and Yang Gao, feeling the warm liquid, was paralyzed by fear. Do not kill me, do not kill me, everyone retreat, he pleaded, fake tears welling in his eyes. The crowd complied and stepped back. Zhao Lu picked up a few spears from the ground, recognizing their utility compared to the bamboo pole, which was more suited for thrusting than for slashing. Gao Feng did not wish to kill Yang Gao in front of Li Fei. They dragged Yang Gao outside the camp, knocked him unconscious with a blow, and then hastily retreated into the dark woods. Under the bright moonlight, they ran for a distance, panting heavily. Once they realized Yang Gao and his party were not in pursuit, they sat beneath a tree to rest. Boss, I do not even know how to express my gratitude. Fei Fei, that person truly does not deserve sympathy. Zhang Xiaomei first expressed her gratitude to the leader, then offered comfort to Li Fei. Li Fei leaned on Gao Feng's shoulder, weeping softly as Gao Feng gently patted her head, soothing her. When seeking a partner, one should aspire for a leader like him, handsome and exuding a sense of security. Zhao Lu remarked with a chuckle. Gao Feng glanced at Zhao Lu, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Deep down, he felt a surge of happiness, realizing he finally had a chance to win Li Fei's affection. Fei Fei, may I call you that from now on? All that has transpired is behind us, and I shall protect you, Gao Feng said, gazing at her fair face illuminated by the moonlight. Thank you, Li Fei replied, her eyes locked onto his. Hold that pose just like this, click. Now this is the essence of our story's protagonists, Zhao Lu interjected, mimicking a photography gesture. All right, I will go check. If they haven't followed us, we shall return to the camp, Gao Feng declared, seizing his spear and plunging into the darkness. Li Fei watched his departing silhouette, a profound sense of longing swelling within her. The moon shone beautifully, bright and accompanied by countless stars, not alone in its luminescence. Before long, a familiar figure gradually approached. Li Fei recognized Gao Feng and, filled with excitement, stood to greet him. The four of them swiftly returned to the camp, where Gao Feng insisted that Li Fei and the others rest first. He and Zhao Lu stood guard outside, wary of Yang Gao and his group returning for a surprise attack, especially given their numerical disadvantage. As dawn broke, accompanied by the chirping of birds, the surroundings gradually came into focus. Gao Feng had managed to catch a brief nap during the night and felt surprisingly alert in the morning. He practiced with his spear for a while, realizing its efficacy as a weapon. Well done, truly professional. Zhao Lu applauded, giving a thumbs up. Li Fei amarja, having awakened, and spotted Gao Feng practicing with the spear. You kept watch again, didn't you? I'll go prepare breakfast, she stated, remembering that the water bucket was still at the pond and then planning to grill meat. She flashed Gao Feng a smile before heading to cook. Zhang Xiaomei also awoke and followed Li Fei to assist in the kitchen. Seeing Li Fei in a better mood brought Gao Feng much joy. Suddenly, Gao Feng sensed movement in the woods and became alert. They were indeed back. Yang Gao approached with 7 or 8 others. You ruined my plans, stealing my woman, Yang Gao shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Gao Feng. This is all you're doing. You brought this upon yourself, Gao Feng replied with a cold smirk. Li Fei and the others, witnessing Yang Gao's arrival, gripped their spears and stood behind Gao Feng. I'll kill you. No one is escaping today. Yang Gao seethed with rage, then turned to Li Fei. Fei, I have come to rescue you. Come with me. Li Fei tightened her grip on the spear, too occupied to respond. I spared you yesterday, and yet you show no gratitude, Zhao Lu rebuked angrily. Yang Gao's face turned nearly ashen with fury as he picked up a spear and hurled it directly at Gao Feng. With ease, Gao Feng sidestepped the projectile and quickly retaliated by throwing his spear back. Yang Gao, caught off guard, swiftly seized a nearby subordinate as a shield, the spear piercing directly into the latter's chest. "Boss, you," the subordinate gasped, clutching his wound as he collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. "Is this your leader? He uses you as mere weapons. Why do you still follow him?" Gao Feng pointed accusingly at Yang Gao. "Enough of your prattling. Charge forward and slay them." Yang Gao bellowed at his subordinates. Yet, they hesitated, fearful of being used as human shields. With determination, Yang Gao lunged toward Gao Feng. But in a matter of moments, he was swiftly brought down to the ground. In that critical instant, the wounded subordinate, not yet deceased, retaliated by thrusting the spear into Yang Gao's neck. Blood gushed from his mouth as he clutched his throat, and soon, he lay still, his eyes filled with a profound sense of regret. It was unimaginable that he would meet his end at the hands of his own comrade. Chapter 11. Carrying it back, your leader is dead. Why continue following them? Zhao Lu pointed at the lifeless Yang Gao. The group of subordinates stood frozen, exchanging uncertain glances. One man stepped forward, clearly realizing that their previous allegiance to Yang Gao had been coerced. "It is not worth sacrificing ourselves for someone like him," he remarked, gesturing toward Yang Gao's corpse, and the others nodded in agreement. "My name is Zhao Dachuan. Your skills are impressive. How about we join forces?" Zhao Dachuan glanced at Li Fei and the others before addressing Gao Feng. "Get lost. Don't even think about harboring ill intentions," Gao Feng retorted, pointing toward the exit. They lowered their heads and murmured among themselves, preparing to leave. "Come back and remove the body. Do not contaminate my camp," Gao Feng commanded, indicating the corpse on the ground. They halted, quickly dragging the body away into the woods. "We must remain vigilant," Gao Feng stated solemnly to the three companions. "Oh dear, the meat is nearly charred," Li Fei exclaimed, discarding her spear and approaching the fire. "It's no problem. Just scrape off the burnt parts, and it's still edible." "Ha ha," Zhao Lu grinned, pulling out the roasted meat. "The charred flavor is quite palatable." Gao Feng nodded, munching away. Having satisfied their hunger, they took up their spears, ready to fetch water from the pond and perhaps catch some fish as well. "I want to learn how to catch fish. Can you teach me?" Li Fei asked Gao Feng, her expression resolute. "Of course. I will teach you once we reach the spot," Gao Feng replied with a smile. "Boss, I want to learn too. I'll be in charge of catching fish from now on," Zhao Lu declared, thumping his chest proudly. Gao Feng nodded in approval, while Zhang Xiaomei eagerly rubbed her hands together. They chatted animatedly as they walked to the pond. The pond was expansive, with deep waters in the center and dense weeds around the edges, which might harbor snakes. Due to the principles of light refraction, the actual position of the fish is slightly lower than it appears. One must thrust the spear a bit deeper. As Gao Feng explained this, Li Fei and the others listened intently, as if they were school children in a lesson. Especially Li Fei, her eyes darting around, nodding occasionally. After sharing this knowledge, Gao Feng waded into the water, spotting a few fish. He demonstrated the technique with his spear. "I've got it. I'm quite clever. Just watch me," Li Fei exclaimed, eager to try her hand at it. Zhao Lu and the others leaned over, practicing their thrusts with the spears. Gao Feng sat on a nearby rock, observing them like a teacher. "Where are you looking? Do you want to eat my tofu?" Zhang Xiaomei scolded Zhao Lu, clutching her chest before resuming her search for fish. "I'm watching the fish. Who cares to look at you?" Zhao Lu quickly diverted his gaze back to the water. "You better behave," Zhang Xiaomei warned. Gao Feng had little time to monitor Zhao Lu and the others, his focus remaining on Li Fei. Her actions were comical, resembling a thief as she stared foolishly at the water surface, thrusting her spear multiple times without success, growing increasingly frustrated. After a while, Zhao Lu caught a fish, proudly showcasing his catch to the others. Li Fei stood in the water, and in a moment of distraction, her foot slipped, resulting in a splash as she fell in. Seeing that she could not swim, Gao Feng immediately jumped in, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her to the surface. Her waist was slender and delicate, and Gao Feng effortlessly lifted her and placed her on the grass nearby, gently patting her back. Li Fei weighed around 45 kilograms and possessed a model-like figure with fair skin, making her easy for Gao Feng to carry. Having choked on water, She coughed up a few mouthfuls, feeling much better. Are you feeling better now? I can handle the fishing from now on. Gao Feng reassured her. Much better. I almost submerged just now. Li Fei looked up at Gao Feng, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Take it slow. No need to rush, he said, gazing at her beautiful face. He carefully brushed aside the hair that had clung to her forehead. Zhao Lu and the others soon arrived, visibly relieved to see Li Fei was unharmed. Why are the fish so difficult to catch? Zhang Xiaomei exclaimed, frustrated. That's because you're clumsy. Look how many I've caught. Zhao Rutunted. What did you say? Repeat that. Zhang Xiaomei reached out to strike Zhao Lu, who quickly shut his mouth. All right, Zhao Lu, go fetch some water. We'll be heading back soon, Gao Feng instructed. Zhao Lu took the bucket and went off. The fresh water here was mountain spring water, nearly indistinguishable from mineral water, clean and hygienic. Xiaofeng, I'm still feeling a bit dizzy, Li Fei said, touching her forehead. Don't call me Xiaofeng anymore. From now on, just call me Brother Feng, Gao Feng said, scratching his head. No way. I'm a few months older than you. I saw your ID in college, Li Fei insisted. As long as it makes you happy. Call me whatever you like. I'll carry you back, Gao Feng chuckled, squatting down. Li Fei nodded, her ears turning red in an instant. Zhao Lu carried the water bucket, while Zhang Xiaomei held the fish as they walked ahead, with Gao Feng following behind. When will the rescue team return? Are we really going to stay on this island forever? Li Fei asked, confusion etched on her face. Staying on the island forever wouldn't be so bad, Gao Feng laughed. While Li Fei remained silent, her cheeks flushed. Engrossed in conversation, Gao Feng failed to notice the path ahead and tripped over a stick, stumbling forward before regaining his balance. Li Fei tightened her grip around him, and Gao Feng felt the comforting softness against his back. Upon returning to the camp, Gao Feng laid Li Fei down on the bed to rest while he went out to prepare a meal for her. He entered the storage room, retrieved some lard, and set about frying the fish. The lard was sourced from the fat of wild boars. Zhang Xiaomei busied herself cleaning the fish, while Zhao Lu started a fire to fry them. Lard is wonderful. It makes everything taste divine, Zhao Lu said with a grin. After the fish had marinated for a while, Zhao Lu began frying them. The heat had to be just right to avoid burning them. The aroma filled the air. Though the seasoning was minimal, it was still quite delightful. Zhao Lu picked up a small piece with bamboo chopsticks to taste. Ouch, that's hot, he exclaimed. Zhao Lu, playfully sticking out his tongue, seized the bamboo cup beside him and took a hearty gulp. Serves him right, still so impatient, Zhang Xiaomei chuckled. Gao Feng found their banter amusing. Zhang Xiaomei filled a large bowl to the brim and handed it to Gao Feng, signaling him to take it to Li Fei. After receiving it, Gao Feng rose and entered the wooden cabin. At this moment, Li Fei had already sat up, and Gao Feng presented her with a pan-fried fish, along with a cup of water. Fried fish? So much, I can't possibly finish it, Li Fei exclaimed with delight as she gazed at the generous portions. Eat more, be cautious of the fish bones, Gao Feng advised, sitting beside her and watching her eat. Observing Li Fei's hearty appetite filled him with genuine joy. Your clothes are dirty and completely wet. You could easily catch a cold, Gao Feng remarked, scratching his head with a concerned expression. I don't have any clean clothes at the moment, so I'll have to make do. It's all right, I'll wash them tonight and hang them up to dry in the cabin, Li Fei replied. Her head bowed as she chewed on a piece of fish. Gao Feng chuckled softly, casting a glance at the mosquito bite on her ankle before stepping outside. Chapter 12. A restful slumber currently. The encampment is relatively safe, though the presence of mosquitoes at night proves to be quite bothersome. After careful consideration, Gao Feng decided to leave Zhao Lu behind to guard the camp while he set out in search of mosquito-repelling herbs. Having previously watched survival-themed videos, he remembered a particular tropical plant known to thrive in bright, well-ventilated areas with loose soil. Armed with this knowledge, Gao Feng found it quite easy to embark on his quest. The most suitable locations would undoubtedly be near the shoreline. As he made his way, Gao Feng meticulously observed his surroundings, leaving no nook unexplored. Upon nearing the beach, the sand felt soft beneath his feet, and a gentle sea breeze brought a refreshing coolness. This environment was ideal for the growth of the mosquito-repelling herb, and it wasn't long before he discovered several plants resembling those he had seen in the videos. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed they were indeed the same and proceeded to uproot them. On his way back, he encountered a large coconut crab. As long as he could evade its pincers, subduing it was a simple task. Satisfied with his findings, Gao Feng returned to the camp, where he spotted a few plump wild chickens along the way, lamenting the absence of a bow and arrow. "Boss, is this the mosquito-repelling herb?" Zhao Lu asked. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at the plants in Gao Feng's hands. Gao Feng instructed him to lay the herbs out under the sun to dry, explaining that once they were sufficiently desiccated, the leaves could be rubbed into strips and ignited at night. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaomei had taken the coconut crab to process. When Gao Feng walked into Li Fei's quarters, he noticed her scratching her ankle. "Still itchy?" he inquired with a smile as he approached her. "What? Itchy?" Li Fei blushed upon realizing it was Gao Feng and quickly lowered her head. What on earth was he talking about? It was merely a slight dizziness, and that had passed. When Gao Feng pointed out the bump on her ankle, she realized her misunderstanding and exclaimed, "Those wretched mosquitoes!" She hadn't anticipated that Gao Feng would observe her so keenly. "I found the mosquito-repelling herb, and it's drying outside. We can use it tonight," Gao Feng declared proudly. "Really? I must see it. I've never encountered the plant before," Li Fei exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she pulled Gao Feng outside. The mosquito-repelling herbs had already been placed in a sun-drenched area by Zhao Lu. "How fascinating. This can actually produce incense to ward off mosquitoes?" Li Fei marveled as she squatted down, inspecting a leaf closely. Gao Feng's gaze lingered on Li Fei's curvaceous figure, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard. Her clothes, dampened by water, clung closely to her form, providing him an unrestrained view. Gao Feng found himself momentarily entranced until Li Fei called him to explain the usage of the herbs, snapping him back to reality. He also shared his encounter with the wild chickens during his return. "Boss, we can craft bows and arrows to hunt the chickens," Zhao Lu exclaimed with wide eyes. An idea struck Gao Feng. They could use animal sinews as string, something to consider for the future. As the mosquito-repelling herbs gradually dried, the sun began to set on the horizon. "Xiao Feng, can you check if the herbs are dry? I'm going to prepare dinner." Li Fei waved at Gao Feng. "Almost there. They should be ready," he replied. Gao Feng took a moment to observe and inhale the delightful fragrance surrounding him. He then settled beneath the wooden cabin, skillfully rolling the herbs into slender strands. The evening meal consisted of a savory fish soup, enjoyed by the four of them as they gathered around the campfire, their eyes fixed on the setting sun. "Once we light it up tonight, the effect will be spectacular," Gao Feng remarked with a cheerful grin. "I can finally sleep soundly. I absolutely detest mosquitoes." Li Fei twirled joyfully in response. After a brief respite, Gao Feng suggested it was time for them to retreat to their quarters. The moonlight bathed the earth, and darkness enveloped the entire campsite. Stationed outside on watch, Gao Feng soon found himself disturbed by the thunderous snoring of Zhao Lu. Shaking his head, he decided to venture into the woods for a moment of relief. Upon his return, he heard the sound of someone washing clothes. He surmised it was Li Fei, as she had mentioned her intention to do so earlier that day. Not wishing to miss this opportunity, he quietly crouched at the doorway, peering inside by the faint moonlight. The interior was shrouded in ambiguity, revealing only two round shapes swaying gently. His heart raced as he suddenly recognized the impropriety of his actions and gently tapped his own forehead. He mused that he must pursue her openly and honorably, refusing to be seen as lesser. He returned to his spot in front of the wooden cabin, resolutely guarding the tranquility of the night. As dawn broke, the surroundings gradually came into focus. Li Fei awoke early, her spirits high as she dashed out of the cabin. She spotted Gao Feng in the open area, energetically practicing punches against the air. "Xiao Feng, your mosquito-repellent herbs are remarkable. I slept soundly last night," she praised, giving him a thumbs up before heading to prepare breakfast. "That is indeed essential," Gao Feng replied, feeling a surge of pride at her compliment as he threw a few more punches. He noticed that Li Fei's clothes appeared considerably cleaner, a commendable feat given the circumstances. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Lu and Zhang Xiaomei emerged, discussing their plan to fetch water. "Let's go into the woods to gather some fruit," Gao Feng suggested, moving closer to Li Fei. "Absolutely, we could use a vitamin boost," she replied with a beaming smile. By the time Zhao Lu and the others returned, Breakfast was ready. After their meal, they armed themselves with spears and ventured into the forest. Boss, what kind of fruit do you think we might find in this area? Zhao Lu inquired curiously. Tropical fruits typically flourish in sunny, moist soil, Gao Feng explained. As they walked, they approached a nearby waterhole, where the soil was indeed soft, albeit overrun with weeds. Beyond the waterhole lay the direction of Zhao Dachuan's camp. Let's keep searching. If we find nothing, we shall return, Gao Feng frowned. Suddenly, Li Fei stumbled, nearly falling, but Gao Feng swiftly caught her. Turning back, she exclaimed excitedly, "Look what I found! Wild pineapple!" Gao Feng and the others looked over, noting that the wild pineapples were indeed small, resembling tiny white radishes. Be careful. The leaves have thorns, he cautioned her. Li Fei began to gently excavate the surrounding soil, preparing to pull the treasure from the earth. With a sudden exertion, she leaned back and plopped down onto the ground, proudly brandishing a wild pineapple for all to see. Gao Feng assisted her to her feet, and they continued their search for a while longer, ultimately managing to find just a few more. On their way back, they passed a small bamboo grove, where they gathered some bamboo to craft a basket. Upon returning to the campsite, Li Fei requested a dagger and began to peel the pineapple. Having peeled one, she hurried to present it to Gao Feng. However, as she approached him, she failed to notice her footing and stumbled forward, tumbling onto him. He was unable to brace himself in time and fell to the ground as well, with Li Fei inadvertently shoving the pineapple into his mouth. It was unintentional. Is it delicious? She said, her cheeks flushed as she rose to her feet, giving Gao Feng a hand to help him up. It's really sweet, he replied with a cheerful smile as he stood, brushing off the dirt from his pants. Chapter 13. The hunt for the black bear. Around noon, the weather on the deserted island shifted dramatically. The sky gradually became shrouded in dark clouds, and with a flash of lightning cleaving the heavens, a light rain began to fall, intensifying steadily. Gao Feng and his companions hurried back to the wooden cabin to seek shelter from the rain, though they soon discovered leaks within, leaving them with no choice but to wait for the skies to clear before making repairs. Not long after, Xiao Feng exclaimed in a panic, "I just saw a shadow dart into the storage shed." Li Fei rushed into Gao Feng's cabin, her face pale with fear. Zhang Xiaomei followed closely behind, equally terrified. "I'll go take a look. You all stay here," Gao Feng said, brandishing a spear as he made his way to the shed. Inside, he could hear the distinct sound of something gnawing, and although the rain poured heavily, he could still discern the noise as he crept closer. Peering in, he spotted a large black bear, voraciously devouring the fish placed on the shelves, consuming them almost in a single bite. This creature had an incredible sense of smell. Having located their hard-earned catch, Gao Feng knew that acting recklessly could lead to peril. If the bear were to become enraged, it could easily demolish the wooden cabin. "I'll let you eat, but I hope you choke on it," he muttered angrily under his breath before picking up a stone and hurling it at the bear's head. The stone struck the bear squarely, causing it to pause momentarily. Confused, but quickly resumed eating. Clearly, it was too engrossed in its feast to leave. Frustrated, Gao Feng, undeterred by his damp clothing, crouched low and stealthily approached the side of the shed. The gaps in the shed were sufficiently wide for him to insert his spear. He aimed for the bear's rear and thrust the spear forward before dropping to the ground, motionless. With a ferocious roar, the bear spun around in panic, demolishing the shed in its frantic escape into the woods. Gao Feng quickly rose and rushed back to inform his companions of the incident. "You're all right, thank goodness. But you can't go off alone next time. It's far too dangerous," Li Fei said, her face etched with concern. "What should we do, boss? Should we pursue it?" Zhao Lu asked, his eyes wide with excitement. "That's exactly my intention," Gao Feng replied, nodding. He instructed Li Fei and the others to remain at the camp. "What? You two? That's out of the question. We must contribute," Li Fei insisted, preparing to grab a spear. Zhang Xiaomei also picked up a weapon with determination. "It's too dangerous for you both. I can't afford to be distracted," Gao Feng stated firmly. "Be careful, but don't chase too far," Li Fei cautioned. Gazing into Gao Feng's eyes, he patted his chest in assurance before dashing into the woods with Zhao Lu. "Boss, look, huge bear tracks, and they're blood," Zhao Lu exclaimed, gripping his spear tightly. "Let us pursue." Gao Feng wiped the rain from his face and charged ahead. Upon reaching the edge of a pond, the rain ceased, and a vibrant rainbow arched across the sky. The hunt was about to commence. They discovered the black bear drinking from the pond, likely having overindulged on the salted fish. It rose on its hind legs, opening its mouth wide, and unleashed a furious roar directed at Gao Feng and his companions. "What should we do, boss? It seems we have angered it," Zhao Lu said, brandishing his spear. At that moment, Zhao Dachuan and his group, armed with long spears, made their entrance. Their arrival was perfectly timed. The black bear was doomed. Gao Feng's gaze was fixed intently on the creature. Hey, hey, hey! Have your fish been stolen as well?" Zhao Lu raised his spear and looked towards them. "It's not just the fish. Our camp has been completely ravaged, and one of our brothers has perished." Zhao Dachuan furiously pointed at the black bear, cursing. "Let us take it down together," Gao Feng suggested. They cautiously approached the black bear, encircling it and aiming their spears at the beast. Startled, the bear rose on its hind legs, its eyes locked onto them. As it prepared to flee, Gao Feng seized the moment, hurling his spear, which struck the bear's leg. The bear let out a roar and charged toward Zhao Dachuan. One of the men thrust his spear, only to have the bear swat him, leaving half his face mangled as he fell lifelessly to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. "This is terrifying," Zhao Lu gasped, his face draining of color. He had not anticipated the bear's ferocity. "Damn it, I'll kill you." Zhao Dachuan lunged forward, but his spear shattered against the bear, which then struck him with a mighty paw, sending him flying as he howled in pain. The others, witnessing this, stood frozen, retreating while thrusting their weapons. "Look for an opening. Aim for its eyes, quickly," Gao Feng urged, scanning for an opportunity. He waited, and when the moment was right, he threw another spear, this time piercing the bear's right eye. Enraged, the bear lunged at one man, biting through his neck before he could even scream for help, leaving him dead in an instant. Zhao Lu, now terrified, dared not approach. The bear had gone mad, and no one wanted to risk getting close. The bear continued its frenzied assault, blood streaming from its wounds, seemingly unstoppable. More men fell victim to its savage jaws, meeting gruesome ends. "Help! Help!" Zhao Dachuan screamed desperately as the bear charged towards him. With a swift, slicing sound, Gao Feng hurled another spear, striking the bear in its remaining eye. Blinded, the bear flailed wildly, colliding with anything in its path. The others began to throw their spears as well, and soon the bear was pierced all over, blood soaking its fur. Eventually, it collapsed, blood staining the earth beneath it. "Boss, how are we going to carry it away?" "It's too large," Zhao Lu remarked, stepping forward. "We'll cut it up and take it with us," Gao Feng replied, gazing at the bear's carcass. "From now on, you will be our leader. We will join you," Zhao Dachuan said, rubbing his sore backside. "Very well," Gao Feng contemplated before responding. Given the current circumstances, having more allies was undoubtedly safer. Without the numbers, they would have struggled against the bear. Seeing Gao Feng's prowess, and with their own camp in ruins, Zhao Dachuan and his group deemed it wise to follow him. "But you must obey. Disobedience will lead to consequences as dire as this bear's fate. Understood?" Gao Feng stated sternly. They nodded in agreement. Gao Feng glanced at the remaining 5 members of the group, realizing that he now had a semblance of strength to withstand future threats. "Can we still move?" Gao Feng glanced at Zhao Dachuan's swollen posterior. "Very well," he said, a bitter smile etched across Zhao Dachuan's face. "Leave me the sinews of the black bear. They will serve a purpose." Gao Feng then addressed Zhao Lu. Subsequently, they proceeded to process the black bear before returning to the camp. Along the way, Gao Feng chopped some bamboo, intending to fashion bows and arrows. Upon their return to the camp, Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them return safely. After all, on this island, she placed her trust solely in Gao Feng. Zhao Lu then recounted the events that had transpired. "Everyone, gather around," Gao Feng commanded. "From this day forth in my camp, there shall be equality between men and women. To earn a meal, one must contribute labor. Those who do not will be promptly expelled." Zhao Dachuan and the others understood that this was directed at them, while the women felt even less inclined to challenge his authority. Chapter 14. Crafting bows and arrows. Gao Feng led Zhao Lu and the others to the forest to fell trees. They planned to repair the warehouse and construct a wooden cabin nearby. Xiao Feng, if we cover the cabin with branches, it will still leak, Li Fei pondered. Suddenly, Gao Feng had a brilliant idea. There's an abundance of thatch by the pond. If we dry it and lay it diagonally on the roof, it will prevent leaks. He explained his revelation to Li Fei and her companions, who then understood. Their knowledge expanded. Of course, just look at who it is. It's Gao Feng, Zhang Xiaomei chuckled. When Li Fei glanced at Gao Feng, she found him already gazing at her, prompting her to quickly turn away and dash forward. They gathered a considerable amount of thatch by the pond, and even caught some fish, for with a larger group, their demand for food had increased. Upon their return, Li Fei and the others spread the thatch on the ground to dry. The bare tendons had dried sufficiently, and Gao Feng tested them, finding them quite sturdy, suitable for crafting 4 bows and arrows. Zhao Lu and his group returned with wood, ready to first repair the warehouse and then build the cabin. Seeing Gao Feng splitting bamboo with a dagger, Li Fei approached him with curiosity. "What are you planning to do with that?" she inquired, sitting beside him. "Would you like to eat chicken?" Gao Feng asked. "Of course. Do you have a way to catch it? I'm a bit apprehensive about bear meat, especially since the bear paw is rather intimidating," Li Fei replied with a wry smile. "I intend to craft bows and arrows. With these, we can catch chickens and defend ourselves against foes," Gao Feng grinned. "Then you must teach me archery, and I shall prepare chicken for you," Li Fei gestured enthusiastically. Gao Feng finished cutting several bamboo strips and placed them by the fire to dry, as they would possess better elasticity once cured. "Boss, you must save that bear egg for me," Zhao Lu exclaimed as he approached Gao Feng. "Who cares? I have no desire for that," Gao Feng replied with disdain. "You simply don't understand. That thing is good for replenishing strength," Zhao Lu said with a mischievous grin before running off. With some free time, Gao Feng decided to check on the progress of the cabin. "Boss, it will be finished shortly," Zhao Dachuan said, occasionally adjusting his trousers, which were barely containing him. "That bear was formidable. We must set traps in the future," one of the men remarked. Gao Feng nodded, surprised by the size of the creature in the woods. Realizing the necessity for traps. "What are we having for dinner tonight?" Zhao Dachuan asked. "It's undoubtedly bear meat, isn't it obvious?" Zhao Lu pointed at the bear meat. Gao Feng nodded, and they all shared a knowing smile. In this area, aside from fish, there was only a scant supply of bamboo shoots, and the thought of meat made everyone salivate, their mouths watering. Soon, the wooden cabin was completed, and the warehouse was repaired. Using bamboo, Zhao Lu crafted some bowls and chopsticks, as they had previously only eaten grilled fish. The thatch was nearly dry, and Li Fei collected it. Yet how to place it on the roof remained a challenge. "Why don't you take charge of the cooking?" Gao Feng instructed Zhao Lu. "Distribute the thatch and cover the roof." Zhao Lu and his companions set about laying the thatch, while Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei went to prepare the meal. Gao Feng retrieved the dried bamboo strips, testing their strength with satisfaction, eagerly anticipating the creation of bows and arrows. Li Fei and the others admired their thatched roof, contemplating cutting more to use for bedding. During the meal, each bowl was filled with meat and soup, with Zhang Xiaomei serving Gao Feng the largest portion, acknowledging his significant contributions, while the others remained silent. "Boss, this is the most sumptuous meal we've had," Zhao Dachuan remarked as he ate. "How did you all end up here?" Gao Feng inquired. "After the crew's mishap, I fell into the sea and awoke on the shore. We are all survivors, banding together for warmth," Zhao Dachuan replied. "With so many people on the cruise, there must be other survivors. By the way, if other girls join the camp, may I pursue one?" A young man asked, his head bowed. They were under the impression that the 2 women in the camp belonged solely to Gao Feng, misunderstanding the situation. Gao Feng, however, had eyes only for Li Fei. "That depends on your own abilities. We believe in gender equality and free love," Gao Feng replied with a cold smirk. Instantly, Zhao Dachuan and the others were filled with excitement. Once he finished his meal, Gao Feng began crafting the bows and arrows with the bamboo strips, drawing the attention of the others, who watched in awe. "This is fantastic, boss. With these, our strength will elevate," Zhao Lu exclaimed, astonished. "You can even compose poetry. I underestimated you," Gao Feng continued, crafting 4 bows and sharpening numerous wooden arrows. "Everyone can practice archery during their free time," Gao Feng announced. Upon hearing this, Li Fei rushed over, eager to give it a try. She picked up an arrow, struggling for a while to shoot it. Gao Feng demonstrated. Aim at the target, draw the bow, align the points, and release. Although lacking iron tips, the arrows could still inflict considerable damage, and they could be outfitted with iron in the future. As night fell, everyone returned to rest. Li Fei, come here for a moment, Gao Feng called. What is it? Are you looking to talk to me? Li Fei blinked at him. Gao Feng emerged from the house, presenting her with a bear pelt. This is from Zhao Dachuan for you. I don't want it. Li Fei turned away. No more nonsense. Use it tonight for a comfortable sleep. Gao Feng waved his hand, urging her to return to bed. He felt tired and only desired rest. The following morning, with 2 members remaining at the camp, Gao Feng led Li Fei and 3 others to hunt for chickens while Zhao Dachuan and his group went fishing. I can shoot accurately now. You'll see, Li Fei declared, bow in hand. We'll know if it's a mule or a horse once we bring it out. Gao Feng chuckled. Boss, where are the chickens? Zhang Xiaomei asked, testing her bow. With the bow in hand, follow me, Gao Feng directed, pointing to a location. Zhao Lu scouted ahead, moving with the agility of a monkey. During the last excursion to gather mosquito-repellent plants, I stumbled upon a thicket where a few wild chickens were nestled. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, the unmistakable clucking reached their ears, prompting them to slow their pace and approach stealthily. I spotted a wild chicken perched upon a tree branch. Li Fei, with an expression of delight, whispered softly. The others clamored to take aim, while Gao Feng wore a look of exasperation, pondering the consequences of a missed shot that might scare the bird away. All right, Li Fei, you go first. If you miss, I shall take my turn, Gao Feng said with a wry smile. Oh no, I missed. It's all my fault, clearly. I need more practice, Li Fei murmured, her head bowed in embarrassment. Startled, the wild chicken fled. Fear not, my friends, for I possess the art of mimicry, Zhao Lu declared with a proud grin, leaving Gao Feng and the others utterly bewildered. Chapter 15, Revenge a Necessity. Mimicry? Is this really the time for such antics? Gao Feng found himself both amused and bemused. Zhao Lu could imitate a hen's cluck. Having once raised chickens in the woods, he was well acquainted with their behavior, and wild chickens were not much different. Some disobedient hens often strayed, and he learned to cluck like a hen, coaxing the wayward birds back home. He instructed Gao Feng and the others to conceal themselves behind the trees while he took a position nearby, pinching his mouth with his right hand to produce a clucking sound. Gao Feng and the others nearly burst into laughter at Zhao Li's antics. He was truly a talent. Before long, a wild chicken, as if responding to some hidden call, approached. With a swift whoosh, a bamboo arrow struck true, hitting the chicken. Excellent marksmanship, Zhao Lu exclaimed joyfully to Gao Feng before rushing over to retrieve it. Back at the camp, I shall prepare a feast of chicken for you, Li Fei declared, pointing at their prize. They captured a few more before heading back to the camp. Boss, we were attacked in the banana grove, and one of our brothers was slain. We must seek revenge, Zhao Dachuan said, tears of rage glistening in his eyes. After catching fish, we intended to forage for more food and wandered a bit too far, only to be ambushed by a group who killed our comrade. One of Zhao Dachuan's companions added. Gao Feng, having ascertained the situation, concluded that the assailants aimed to monopolize the banana grove, and they were not to be trifled with. He took Zhao Lu and armed themselves with bows and arrows, setting off in pursuit. Now, their range of movement was limited. To seek greater resources, they had to venture outward, inevitably encountering unforeseen dangers. They traversed Zhao Dachuan's former camp before pressing onward. After approximately 10 minutes, they stumbled upon a vast banana grove deep within the thicket. As they approached, a voice called out, Hey, this is not your territory. You'd best leave at once. One of the men, his face marred by a scar, brandished a spear, flanked by 3 others. Who are you addressing? Were you the one who killed our brother? Zhao Lu retorted, his face aflame with anger. Ah, I see. You two have come seeking death, the scarred man replied smugly. Silence. Those who take my comrades' lives must pay the price. Gao Feng bellowed with fury. Who do you think you're intimidating? I'm not easily frightened, the scarred man sneered defiantly. Gao Feng raised his bow, momentarily catching the assailants off guard. Bamboo arrows? Only children play with those. They laughed mockingly. That depends on who wields them, Gao Feng declared, releasing the arrow with precision. The projectile pierced through the scarred man's ear, eliciting a pained cry. "Oh, mother, that hurts terribly. I shall kill you for this," he shouted, clutching his bleeding ear in rage. "How dare you insult my leader?" Zhao Lu shouted back, loosing an arrow of his own, but it missed its mark, causing their adversaries to duck for cover. "A bunch of cowards! Where's all that bravado gone?" Gao Feng scolded furiously. Suddenly, the scarred man lunged forward, hurling his spear at Gao Feng. Gao Feng sidestepped, swiftly seizing a spear and thrusting it with precision into the thigh of the scarred man. Another assailant, brandishing a spear, lunged at Gao Feng's face. In a deft motion, he leaned backward, grasping the spear with his right hand and wresting it away, driving it into the assailant's neck, who collapsed instantly to the ground. The remaining two turned and fled into the banana grove, with Gao Feng hot on their heels. "Do not move, or I shall take your life." Zhao Lu aimed his spear at the scarred man's throat, refraining from delivering a fatal blow, for Gao Feng still required answers. "Please, spare me," the scarred man pleaded desperately. Suddenly, two arrows flew forth, embedding themselves in the legs of the fleeing men, causing them to hobble in agony, yet continue their escape. As Gao Feng closed the distance, one of the men declared defiantly, "I will fight you." He raised his spear to strike, but Gao Feng seized it, swiftly turning it against him to pierce his neck, sending him to the afterlife. "Please don't kill me," cried the last remaining man as he sprinted away. Gao Feng hurled his spear, striking the man's chest and causing him to collapse immediately. He could not permit the scarred men to return alive, uncertain of their numbers. Returning to Zhao Lu, Gao Feng observed the scarred man, still begging for mercy. "Where's your bravado now?" Gao Feng scoffed. "I dare not. You cannot kill me, for you will regret it." The scarred man retorted defiantly. "Speak, and reveal why I should spare your life," Gao Feng demanded, his brow furrowed in intensity. "We are merely the sentinels. If you kill me, our leader will not let you go," the scarred man replied, a tremor in his voice. "Having slain my comrades, do you think I will let you live?" Gao Feng shouted in anger. The scarred man lowered his head, his arrogance dissipating. "Quickly, how many of you are there? Where is your camp?" Gao Feng's gaze bore into him. In a state of terror, the man stammered, "We have fewer than 20. The camp is approximately 2 kilometers from here." "And what is the name of your leader?" Gao Feng pressed further. "Our leader is Zhao Wang. Please let me return. I promise not to speak of this," the scarred man implored, tears welling in his eyes. "Very well, you may go, but do not look back," Gao Feng said, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Boss, are you truly letting him go? He will surely inform on us," Zhao Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Gao Feng exchanged a knowing glance with him, and the latter understood immediately. The scar man began to retreat slowly before turning and sprinting away. With a swift motion, Gao Feng released his spear, piercing the back of the man's skull, blood erupting forth and enveloping the area in a crimson mist. The scarred man fell lifeless to the ground, the spear still protruding upright. "Boss, what shall we do with these bodies?" Zhao Lu inquired. "Find a suitable place nearby to bury them. We cannot allow their discovery," Gao Feng replied, spitting on the corpses. "I will handle this. You take a moment to rest," Zhao Lu said, handing Gao Feng a cluster of ripe bananas before tending to the bodies. Gao Feng accepted the offering, sitting down to eat. Though the bananas were small, they were remarkably flavorful. In a short while, he intends to bring back a substantial amount, allowing Li Fei and the others to partake as well. Boss, I have found 2 large baskets," exclaimed Zhao Lu, who hurried over to present them to Gao Feng after completing his tasks. The baskets, crafted from bamboo, were quite substantial, designed to hold a considerable load. Upon finishing his words, Gao Feng rose and joined Zhao Lu and the others in gathering. They swiftly returned, laden with 2 hefty baskets, each weighing around 30 to 40 pounds. Upon arriving at the camp, Gao Feng generously distributed the bananas among them. When Li Fei saw Gao Feng return safely, she quickly served him a large bowl of chicken. "You must be famished. Do indulge, as we have all eaten already," she said, her eyes filled with concern for him. "I only had a bit of banana to tide me over. You should try some as well. It's delicious." Gao Feng responded with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu animatedly recounted Gao Feng's accomplishments, leaving Zhao Dachuan and the others in a state of astonishment, followed by enthusiastic applause. Gao Feng mused that Zhao Lu bore a resemblance to a storyteller. "Ah, Fei Fei, this chicken you've prepared is quite exquisite," he remarked, taking a bite and pointing at the delectable meat in his bowl with a look of sheer delight. Chapter 16. Bathing indeed it is, Li Fei remarked while savoring a banana. "How delightful! I never anticipated that this desolate island would yield such fruit," she added with a smile. "From today onward, we shall patrol in pairs, remaining ever vigilant," Gao Feng stated, his brow furrowed in concern. "Zhao Guang and his cohort are yet unaware of our whereabouts. Nevertheless, we must bolster our defenses." Gao Feng intended to lead a few individuals to encircle the wooden cabin with stakes for enhanced security. Wielding an axe, he called upon Zhao Lu and several others to venture into the woods. "Let us take the lead," Zhao Lu declared, accepting the axe from Gao Feng and stepping forward. They scoured the area for suitable trees, taking turns to chop. Despite their ability to feast, their work ethic was somewhat lacking. Observing their exhaustion, Gao Feng took the axe from them. In no time, he felled a tree. "Truly impressive, boss. You're remarkably strong," Zhao Dachuan exclaimed with a grin. Gao Feng pruned the excess branches, shaping the logs to an appropriate length and tapering the ends to a point. He demonstrated the technique for Zhao Lu and the others, instructing them to replicate it. With a collective effort, they swiftly prepared a considerable number of stakes. "Let us proceed," Gao Feng commanded, and they made their way back to the camp. Li Fei and her companions were not idle. They were digging holes. Upon seeing Gao Feng return, Li Fei ran to him with a smile. "What do you think of the holes that Xiao Mei and I have dug?" she inquired, gesturing to the ground. "Remarkably well done." "Very precise," Gao Feng replied, giving her a thumbs up. He mused to himself, "Such a wonderful woman is rare to find. I adore her. Isn't it?" "Before you arrived, I was digging vigorously to showcase myself to you," Zhang Xiaomei explained. "That's nonsense. I merely wanted to contribute," Li Fei retorted, her cheeks flushed. Gao Feng chuckled. Scratching his head, Zhao Lu and the others began to plant the stakes. The stakes were closely spaced, their tips sharpened. Anyone attempting to breach the perimeter would surely suffer. After encircling the area, they left a small wooden gate. A substantial open space remained around the cabin. "Xiao Feng, come here for a moment," Li Fei whispered to Gao Feng. "What is it?" he asked, approaching, uncertain of the situation. Li Fei tugged him toward her dwelling, pointing to his bed. Gao Feng had yet to catch a glimpse. Is she about to confess her feelings? He recalled Zhang Xiaomei's earlier comments. "How do you like the thatch mat I prepared for you? Hurry, try it out," Li Fei urged, indicating the bed. "Oh, I see. I thought you had something else to discuss," Gao Feng said, scratching his head. He lay down to test it. It was quite comfortable. Rising, he grasped Li Fei's hand and declared, "Li Fei, I like you. Do you like me?" At that moment, his heart raced, and his palms grew clammy. I like you too," Li Fei replied, her face flushed as she lowered her gaze. "Is that truly the case? Am I dreaming? I liked you back in college, but I was very self-conscious at that time," Gao Feng said, his cheeks turning red. "At that moment, it was evident that you were always there for me, yet my mother continually made decisions on my behalf," Li Fei explained. "As long as you agree, I will treat you well," Gao Feng said excitedly, grasping Li Fei's hand. Li Fei nodded, determined to take charge this time, although she felt unprepared for that particular matter. She confided in Gao Feng about her hesitation. "It's all right, as long as you consent," he replied, gazing at her. He was acutely aware of his circumstances. Had they not been on this island, he might never have had such an opportunity. Leaning down, Gao Feng pressed his lips against Li Fei's fragrant ones, his heart racing as he experienced a warmth and softness that felt exquisite. Li Fei clutched the edge of her clothing tightly, her toes raised in anticipation. She had begun to develop feelings for Gao Feng. "Boss, about the wooden stake. I apologize, I took a wrong turn," Zhao Lu said, hastily turning to leave upon witnessing the scene. Gao Feng and Li Fei paused, parting their lips, leaving behind a delicate thread of connection. Embarrassed, Li Fei dashed outside, followed closely by Gao Feng. "Boss, the wooden stake is ready," Zhao Lu said, scratching his head sheepishly. Gao Feng inspected it, feeling the top of the stake, which still had a rough edge. "With this, everyone's safety is enhanced," he remarked. "Boss, Shall we wash up in the pond? I feel utterly uncomfortable, one of the men suggested. The others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, the weather is quite hot, and our bodies are sticky all day long. Gao Feng nodded in agreement. Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei also emerged quietly, signaling to Gao Feng that they wished to bathe, though they intended to wait until nightfall. Boss, aren't you coming with us? Zhao Dachuan asked Gao Feng. How could I? The boss is bathing with Li Fei. Zhao Lu chuckled. Ahem, you all go ahead. I need to confirm a few things. Gao Feng replied with a serious expression. With that, Zhao Lu and the others departed. Gao Feng ventured into the woods, conducting a thorough search. Boss, everything is currently normal. One of the patrolling members reported, giving an okay gesture. Gao Feng nodded, allowing them to proceed to wash up while he kept watch for a while. The two patrolmen happily scampered off. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be on patrol? I thought I would wash up first and then take over for you. Zhao Lu remarked. The boss is keeping an eye on us. He is too kind, one of them replied with a smile. They decided to wash quickly and return promptly, not wanting to burden Gao Feng with worry. Zhao Lu and the others soon returned, having caught some fish, and Gao Feng made his way back to the campsite. The sky gradually darkened, and the glow of twilight slowly faded. Zhao Lu and the others prepared the ingredients for dinner. They had nearly exhausted their meat supply, leaving only fish. They needed more food and planned to venture into the banana grove the following day. After dinner, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Li Fei and her companions readied their water buckets and called for Gao Feng to join them. Li Fei took hold of Gao Feng's arm for protection as they approached the pond. Upon arrival, Gao Feng found a shallow spot for the two of them to wash, while he reclined on the grass nearby, gazing at the stars. You mustn't peek, or else you'll face dire consequences. Li Fei cast a glance at Gao Feng. They descended into the water for a bath, illuminated by the moonlight. Gao Feng stole a glance at Li Fei, pondering her beauty. He then recalled the presence of bamboo nearby, and rose to procure a stalk. Fashioning a rudimentary wooden comb, he returned to the grassy bank beside the pool and reclined, gazing at the stars. How splendid it would be if this were the sky of his homeland. They might have already welcomed a child by now, and the thought brought him joy. Has Gao Feng confessed to you? Zhang Xiaomei inquired with a playful smile. Li Fei nodded. So, will you be living together then? Zhang Xiaomei continued. Not yet. It's still too early, Li Fei replied, lowering her gaze. Ha ha ha. If you don't agree, I might just pursue him myself, Zhang Xiaomei said with a mischievous grin. Chapter 17. Confrontation in the banana grove. We're all set, Li Fei declared, fully dressed, as she addressed Gao Feng. Upon finishing her statement, she gently tousled her damp, long hair. In the moonlight, she resembled a delicate fairy, radiating an enchanting beauty. Gao Feng rose with a cheerful demeanor and approached her, presenting a freshly carved bamboo comb. Is this something you can do? How attentive of you, Li Fei remarked with a smile as she graciously accepted the gift. So thoughtful, it truly makes one envious. Am I superfluous here? Zhang Xiaomei chuckled. Why not both use it together? Gao Feng suggested before walking to the water's edge, shedding his clothes and plunging into the pool. Men bathed swiftly, and in no time, he was dressed again, returning to them. Can you truly get clean like that? Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei were taken aback. Why not give it a whiff? Gao Feng joked, urging them to retire for the night. Upon returning to the campsite, they settled in for rest. Zhao Li's snores resonated loudly. If he were to marry, his wife might well need to wake him with a slap. The following morning, Gao Feng decided to leave the two women in the camp to protect Li Fei. After careful observation, he deemed the remaining camp members reasonably trustworthy. Although Li Fei and her companions practiced with bows and arrows to enhance their defensive skills, Gao Feng remained uneasy. He set out with Zhao Lu and 3 others, armed and with backpacks in tow. Boss, do you think they'll be waiting for us? Zhao Lu voiced his concern. It's quite possible, after all. They've lost 4 members and must be anxious, Gao Feng replied, his brow furrowed. On this deserted island, some would go to great lengths to vie for resources. Gao Feng urged everyone to stay vigilant. After approximately half an hour, the banana grove came into view. Gao Feng instructed the group to slow their pace. Holding his spear as he led the way, his eyes scanning the surroundings, wary of a sudden ambush. The banana trees were laden with golden fruits, tantalizing to behold. Let's not pick anything just yet. Let us assess the situation first, Gao Feng advised. Suddenly, 7 fierce-looking men burst forth from the grove, each wielding a spear aimed menacingly at Gao Feng and his companions. They stood roughly 15 meters away. "You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." A middle-aged man spoke, his stature short and his countenance unsightly, his voice dripping with malice. He was Zhao Guang, the leader. "We don't know you. What do you want from us?" Zhao Lu retorted dismissively. "No one else knows this place apart from us. You must be the ones who killed them." Zhao Guang seethed. "We merely stumbled upon this location. We have no idea what you're talking about." Gao Feng replied coolly. "Enough with the charade. I've found the buried bodies nearby, and I've confirmed the wounds made by your bows and spears." Zhao Guang narrowed his eyes. "You're quite perceptive. It was indeed you who struck first, and they deserve their fate," Gao Feng scoffed. "Damn it, I'll ensure you meet your end today," Zhao Guang declared, and without waiting for further words, hurled his spear directly at Gao Feng. Gao Feng deftly sidestepped, yet the spear grazed his shoulder, tearing a gash in his garment. "Everyone, take cover," he observed Zhao Guang's swift strike. Realizing this adversary was far from ordinary, pointing at a nearby banana tree, he exclaimed, "Over there!" With precision, Gao Feng released an arrow that struck one of the lackeys squarely in the eye, causing him to collapse to the ground, wailing in agony. It hurts. Boss, save me," he cried out. Zhao Guang and his companions prepared to assist, but Gao Feng denied them the opportunity, hurling the spear with force, which pierced the man's chest, blood gushing forth in an instant. Zhao Guang and his crew froze in terror, paralyzed by fear. Moments later, the man's head tilted, and he succumbed to his injuries. "What do we do now?" "That guy throws too accurately. He's formidable," one of the lackeys, hiding behind a tree, whispered. Zhao Guang instantly became anxious, overwhelmed by the unexpected prowess of their opponent. He realized that mere numbers would not suffice. If this continued, they would face significant casualties. Unbeknownst to them, Gao Feng had been a shooting champion in school, and at such a distance he was utterly unfazed. Zhao Guang, still unwilling to concede, commanded one of his lackeys to launch a sneak attack. Gao Feng, fixated on him, failed to notice the approaching assailant until it was too late. Fortunately, Zhao Lu and his comrades detected the threat in time, and the intruder was swiftly dispatched. Panic surged through Zhao Guang as he felt the weight of the situation. He scratched his head, contemplating the other threats lurking in their camp. If more lives were lost, not only would the banana grove become untenable, but their entire camp would also be jeopardized. Their primary objective was to assess Gao Feng's strength, not to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Stop! Zhao Guang's bravado wavered, and he appeared deflated. "What is wrong? Have you conceded?" Gao Feng sneered. "How about we split the banana grove?" Zhao Guang shouted back. "You're about to lose, and you still dare to make demands?" Zhao Lu retorted loudly. "If a fight breaks out, you may not escape unscathed," Zhao Guang countered, his tone still somewhat defiant. Gao Feng recognized Zhao Guang's capabilities, but also understood that they were there to gather bananas. Injuries without the means to heal would be counterproductive. "Lay down your weapons and come forward to speak," Gao Feng directed at Zhao Guang. "Boss, we can't disarm. They might ambush us." One man protested. "Who is the leader here? You or I?" Zhao Guang snapped, unleashing his frustration on one of his lackeys with a sharp slap. Subsequently, Zhao Guang and a few of his men emerged unarmed. Observing this development, Gao Feng realized that if they all advanced, he would gain nothing. Otherwise, given Zhao Guang's temperament, he would not relent easily. He signaled Zhao Lu and the others to join him, and then pointed to a flourishing section of the banana grove. "I want this area." "Well, you certainly know how to choose." "Fine, it's yours," Zhao Lu replied, eyeing Gao Feng. Gao Feng scoffed quietly before inquiring, "How well do you know this deserted island?" Zhao Guang shook his head. His camp was not far from the shore, and his knowledge of the island was scant. They then proceeded to remove the body and wave goodbye as they departed. What a show, putting on such an act. Zhao Lu, filled with joy, gazed at the banana plants and reached out to pluck them. At that moment, Gao Feng furrowed his brow, preoccupied with thoughts of Zhao Guang and their camp. However, he soon refocused, dismissing those concerns for now, as the day's bounty was indeed substantial. Conflict is inevitable in places abundant with resources. Shall we assign someone to guard it? Zhao Lu inquired. No need for guards. There are unknown risks present here, Gao Feng replied, his brow still knit in contemplation. After a brief while, their basket was brimming with the harvest. Suddenly, Gao Feng heard a sound nearby, akin to chewing, likely produced by some creature. We're leaving now, boss, Zhao Lu announced, as he and his companions prepared to return with their load of bananas. Gao Feng paid little heed, assuming it was merely a small animal feasting on the bananas. Upon reaching the camp, it was already midday. They unloaded the bananas, and Li Fei had prepared a delicious fish and meat soup. Why have you returned only now? She asked, handing a bowl to Gao Feng before taking a seat beside him. Zhao Lu hurried over to recount their exploits, and upon hearing of Gao Feng's achievements, Li Fei's expression turned to one of astonishment. My archery skills have also improved, she proclaimed, demonstrating with her bow an arrow in an impressive manner. Chapter 18. Stalked by wolves, go ahead and shoot one. Let me see how impressive your skills are, Gao Feng said, a smile gracing his face as he pointed at the wooden stake ahead. He was eager to witness Li Fei's prowess. If she missed, he would relish her response. Confidently, Li Fei grasped the bow, knocked an arrow, squinted her left eye, and drew back the string, aligning her aim. With a swift and practiced motion, the arrow struck the wooden stake precisely. How about that? Quite impressive, right? Li Fei winked at Gao Feng. That was splendid. You've truly opened my eyes, Gao Feng chuckled. It appeared she had not been idle in her practice. Li Fei beamed at him, playfully rubbing her thumb against her nose. As they were conversing, Zhao Lu hurriedly approached them, breathless. Boss, the patrol reported encountering wolves outside. Where? Take me there at once. Gao Feng's brow furrowed instantly, readying himself to leave. I want to go too, Li Fei declared, bow in hand, directing her gaze toward Gao Feng. No, you must stay at the camp. It's too perilous outside, Gao Feng insisted firmly. Reluctantly, Li Fei acquiesced, deciding it best not to burden him further. With their spears and bows in hand, Gao Feng and the others hastened towards the location. Upon arrival, the two patrolling members were locked in a standoff with three ferocious wolves, their eyes gleaming with menace. Baring their teeth, seemingly unafraid and poised to attack at any moment. Gao Feng inquired the patrol, what's the situation? Where do they come from? Boss, shortly after you returned to the camp, we noticed the wolves stealthily trailing you. Everyone must exercise caution. Strike only when certain, lest you be bitten. One of the patrol members cautioned as Gao Feng knocked an arrow. Could they have followed from the banana grove? How had they gone undetected? Suddenly recalling the sound of crunching he had heard just before leaving the grove, Gao Feng surmised it must have been the wolves, likely consuming something that was not fruit. As he observed the wolves' mouths, he noticed they were smeared with fresh blood. A chill ran down his spine. In this desolate island, resources were scarce. Had they begun to view humans as potential prey? With a swift whoosh, a bamboo arrow was loosed toward one of the wolves' eyes, but the creature deftly leaped aside, evading the shot. The wolves were astute, their gaze fixed on every movement of the group. Gao Feng had missed his mark. The others with arrows followed suit, but also failed to connect, prompting them to ready their spears for a direct strike. Suddenly, a wolf lunged at Gao Feng with lightning speed. Reacting swiftly, he leaned back to evade its attack, then released another arrow. This time, it struck the wolf's hind leg, causing it to yelp in agony, its speed diminishing instantly. With a fierce glare aimed at Gao Feng, the wolf repositioned itself and lunged again. As it leapt, Gao Feng thrust his spear into its abdomen, throwing it to the ground, the tip of his spear stained with blood. Moments later, the wolf breathed its last. Zhao Lu and his companions exhibited a dismal accuracy with their arrows, failing to hit their target, likely due to their heightened anxiety. When individuals become tense, their urgency can severely compromise precision. The two wild wolves maintained a cautious distance from Zhao Lu and his group, occasionally snapping at the tips of their spears, which required considerable effort to extricate. Gao Feng, having just slain one of the wolves, unceremoniously tossed its lifeless body before them. Upon sighting the carcass, The wolves let out prolonged howls before swiftly retreating, vanishing into the forest in an instant. Boss, shall we pursue them? Zhao Lu inquired, his spear held tightly, tense with anticipation. No, we must return swiftly. That howl may have been a distress signal, Gao Feng replied, glancing towards the direction the wolves had fled. Subsequently, Zhao Lu and his group brought the deceased wolf back to their camp. As Gao Feng contemplated the fallen creature, he recalled the confrontation with the wolves, noting that their jaws had been stained with blood, not their own. This realization sent chills down his spine, especially considering that the wolves had trailed from the banana grove, perilously close to Zhao Guang's camp. Wolves are inherently social animals. These few may have ventured out in search of food, suggesting that Zhao Guang's camp could also be under threat. Zhao Lu, we must continue to practice with our bows. We cannot afford any lapses at critical moments. Gao Feng remarked with a smile. Indeed, we need to hone our skills, Zhao Lu and the others acknowledged, scratching their heads in agreement. However, the wolves are agile and cunning. We must remain vigilant, as they will return, Gao Feng pondered. The group nodded in unison. Boss, allow me to handle this wolf. Tonight we shall feast on its meat, for I have yet to taste it, Zhao Dachuan declared, proceeding to drag the wolf away for processing. As Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei prepared to cure the meat, they realized their supply of salt was dwindling. Sister Fei, could you inform Gao Feng to procure more salt? Zhang Xiaomei suggested with a cheerful smile, hoping to keep the two occupied. Sure, I'll accompany you to the beach to fetch water, Li Fei replied eagerly, delighted to seek a break from the monotony of camp life. Gao Feng recognized the necessity of salt and surprisingly agreed to Li Fei's request to accompany her. Splendid. This time I'll bring my bow. I aim to shoot a wild chicken, Li Fei said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Gao Feng also brought Zhao Lu along, assigning him the task of carrying a bucket for seawater while he ensured their safety. Boss, why haven't we encountered any other women? Zhao Lu asked playfully as they walked. What is the matter? Yearning for female companionship. Isn't there, Zhang Xiaomei? Gao Feng replied with a wry smile. That woman is always at odds with me, denying me opportunities. It's all my fault for leaving a poor impression, Zhao Lu sighed as they walked, lamenting his past actions towards Zhang Xiaomei, wishing he could turn back time. Rest assured, there are surely more survivors out there, Gao Feng reassured him calmly. As they approached the beach, Li Fei spotted a small wild chicken, perfectly sized for her to practice her aim. Drawing the bowstring taut and nocking an arrow, she executed the procedure with finesse. Ah, I have struck my target. What a splendid achievement. Li Fei, brimming with excitement, dashed over to retrieve the wild chicken, then turned her gaze towards Gao Feng and his companions. She handed the wild chicken to Gao Feng and resumed her search. Remarkable. I never anticipated you to be this skilled, he exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. It was surprising to see her ambition, truly commendable, just as one would expect from the woman he admired. They arrived at the seaside, where Li Fei joyfully raced along the shore, her hair dancing in the sea breeze. What a breathtaking scene. However, her joy was short-lived, as she soon found herself troubled by the absence of rescue. Chapter 19. The pack of wolves approaches, strike down all who come. Gao Feng searched around, but found nothing, turning to Li Fei and reassuring her, do not worry. We will certainly return. Li Fei's spirits lifted slightly at his words. Boss, do you think the ship might be sunk in a nearby sea? Zhao Lu pointed toward a direction in the ocean, envisioning the treasures it might hold if discovered. We cannot search for it now. It may not even be in this area. Let us return, Gao Feng replied with a shake of his head. Upon arriving at the camp, Li Fei spotted Zhang Xiaomei waiting for them outside. Zhang Xiaomei's eyes lit up as she approached, pointing at the wild chicken in Li Fei's hand, and exclaimed, Did you catch that? When did you become so skilled? With a proud expression, Li Fei replied, See, I am quite formidable too. Zhang Xiaomei admired her with a thumbs up, and soon the two of them busied themselves with preparing the wild chicken. After returning, Gao Feng did not take a moment's rest. Armed with a spear, he ventured into the woods. Boss, the area is temporarily secure, Zhao Dachuan reported, noting that it was his turn to patrol. Come back with me. There may be wolves attacking tonight. We must be prepared, Gao Feng said with a serious demeanor. But, boss, didn't we drive the wolves away during the day? Zhao Dachuan replied, still wearing a smug smile. Indeed, we did, but they howled as they fled. It is quite likely that the pack will attempt a nighttime ambush. Wolves are clever. You'll understand once night falls, Gao Feng explained. Zhao Dachuan scratched his head, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. He trusted Gao Feng's judgment. As darkness gradually descended, the moon rose early in the sky. A chilling howl echoed in the distance, sending a shiver down Zhao Dachuan's spine. They hurried back to the camp. Li Fei, startled by the earlier howls, rushed to Gao Feng and asked, "Was that the sound of wolves?" It was terrifying. Gao Feng nodded, instructing her, "Quickly, take your spear and return inside. Do not come out. Are you not going to hide inside?" Li Fei asked anxiously. "There are wooden stakes surrounding us. We will first assess the situation," Gao Feng replied, his gaze fixed outside. Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei clenched their spears, retreating into the wooden cabin, peering through the cracks in the door. She was deeply concerned for Gao Feng's safety. "Boss, where are the arrangements?" "The wolves are coming," Zhao Lu said, raising his bow and arrow. "Listen to my command. When the wolves approach the stakes, shoot your arrows. If any wolf leaps over, use your spears to attack," Gao Feng instructed, then moved to the wooden door to observe outside. Fortunately, they had erected the stakes early. The wolves dared not charge in recklessly. As the menacing growls of the pack grew louder, anxiety gripped everyone's hearts. They had never encountered such a formidable threat. Gao Feng spotted about 20 wolves, each with a fierce countenance, their eyes fixed on them from 20 meters away. Soon, a particularly large wolf emerged from the pack, standing at the forefront and surveying the surroundings. Gao Feng deduced that this must be the Wolf King. If he could slay it, the pack would surely retreat. With a long, mournful howl from the Wolf King, 3 wild wolves charged towards the wooden door. "Release the arrows." As Gao Feng uttered the command, he loosed his arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the 3 wolves could reach their target, they collapsed to the ground. "Come on, you filthy mutts!" Zhao Lu shouted angrily at the wild wolves. The Wolf King, realizing a direct assault on the wooden door was futile, let out another round of howls. 5 wolves split their formation, retreating a few paces before swiftly darting towards different sections of the wooden posts. With a powerful leap, they intended to vault over the posts and breach the interior. Gao Feng recognized their intent and warned the others. They aimed to jump in, prepare for battle. Initially startled, Zhao Lu and the others soon shouted in alarm. As several wolves leapt, one was struck down by Gao Feng's arrow. The others evaded the shots and made their way inside. "Kill them," Gao Feng commanded. The moment the wild wolves landed, they charged forward, one lunging at Gao Feng. He leaned back effortlessly to dodge, raising his spear to fiercely pierce its abdomen. The wolf fell instantly, blood pouring from its mouth as it howled in agony. Gao Feng observed that Zhao Lu and the others had also dispatched 2 wolves. Almost immediately, 5 more leapt inside, ferociously advancing towards Gao Feng and his companions, leaving no time to knock another arrow. Gao Feng thrust his spear into one, while Zhao Lu and the others stabbed repeatedly, the wolves seeming impervious to fear, their jaws snapping at the spear tips. Gao Feng, witnessing Zhao Lu and his group fighting while retreating, urged quickly into the cabin. "Wait for them to burrow in before we strike." He surged forward, piercing another wolf. While Li Fei and the others managed to create a small opening in the door, Zhao Lu and his companions swiftly entered the wooden cabin. "Boss, hurry in quickly," Zhao Lu shouted. At that moment, the Wolf King, accompanied by the remaining wolves, also rushed forward, intent on encircling Gao Feng. He brandished his spear, deterring their advance, and rapidly retreated to the cabin. Once Gao Feng was inside, Zhao Lu swiftly shut the door. Outside, the wild wolves paced anxiously, several crashing against the wooden door, creating a small gap. One wolf persistently thrust its head through, and Zhao Lu and the others continued to stab at it. In no time, that wolf succumbed to its injuries. "Ha ha, let them come. We shall slay as many as they send." Gao Feng fixed his gaze on the door. The Wolf King howled incessantly outside, and wild wolves repeatedly slammed against the wooden door. Zhao Lu and his companions braced themselves. Inside, Li Fei and the others exhibited expressions of sheer terror, hoping fervently that the wolves would retreat, though such hope was futile. "Boss, They are employing a relentless assault on the door. Zhao Lu exclaimed as he braced against it. We can't reach them. Once they exhaust themselves, they will retreat. Their essay way, just create a small opening. Gao Feng replied with a subtle smile. Zhao Lu, observing Gao Feng's confident demeanor, suddenly grasped his intent. He knew Gao Feng was preparing to shoot an arrow. The Wolf King stood just outside, directing his pack. As Zhao Lu opened a narrow gap in the door, the tension in the air thickened. The Wolf King perceived the arrow launched by Gao Feng, and a flicker of fear appeared in its eyes. However, it was too late to evade. Swift as lightning, the arrow pierced directly into its eye. It howled in agony, its body retreating in distress. Soon after, several more arrows struck its form. In no time, it collapsed, and the other wolves ceased their assault on the door, approaching the lifeless body of their king. The remaining wolves mourned incessantly, as if conducting a solemn tribute. Before long, the surviving wolves scattered, leaving only silence in their wake. What transpired? Why have they ceased their onslaught? Zhao Lu was utterly perplexed. The Wolf King had perished. They should have retreated. Gao Feng remarked with a cold smirk. For the sake of caution, Gao Feng stepped outside to survey the surroundings. Slowly, he opened the door and ventured out into the luminous moonlight. Once he confirmed the area was safe, he signaled Zhao Lu and the others to emerge and gather the body together. Chapter 20. The Harvest Boss. We have slain 10 wild wolves. We can feast for several days, Zhao Lu exclaimed excitedly. Gao Feng glanced at his companions, relieved to see that none had sustained injuries. Let us prepare the meat for a stew. There should be no dangers tonight, he announced to the group. All right, let us enjoy the meat. Zhao Lu and the others eagerly joined in to assist. Li Fei circled around Gao Feng and said, You're not injured, are you? Let me check. She was concerned for Gao Feng's well-being, especially since they lacked medical supplies. Of course I'm fine. If you don't believe me, inspect a bit more closely. Gao Feng replied with a playful grin, patting his chest. Li Fei blushed and lowered her head, hastily moving to prepare the meal. Gao Feng surveyed the wooden stakes, ensuring they were undamaged. After stretching, he approached Zhao Lu and the others. Zhao Lu, have you noticed anything unusual near the banana grove? Gao Feng inquired calmly. Boss, they've been quite docile and haven't caused any trouble, but Zhao Lu scratched his head, pondering. But what? Gao Feng asked, intrigued. Well, the number of people coming to harvest bananas has increased, Zhao Lu finally recalled. Gao Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. The banana grove was a scarce resource, and both parties would be eager to gather as much as possible. Why would the number of visitors decrease? Could the wolf pack have attacked them as well? Or might there be another reason? He planned to investigate the area the following day. Are you hungry? I prepared chicken for you. Come and taste, Li Fei said, bringing a bowl to Gao Feng with a smile. Gao Feng snapped back to reality, happily accepting the bowl and eagerly tasting the dish. It's truly delicious. Don't rush, savor it slowly, and be careful not to burn yourself, Li Fei advised, her heart warming at the sight of Gao Feng enjoying the wild chicken she had cooked. After their meal, they each returned to rest. As dawn broke, the small birds in the nearby trees chirped incessantly. Zhao, irate, rushed out with his trousers half drawn, picked up a stick, and hurled it at the birds, shouting, You pesky creatures, stop disturbing my sleep. The flurry of birds scattered in a huff. At that moment, Gao Feng was practicing his boxing, each strike lethal, recognizing the importance of enhancing his strength on this desolate island. Even the air vibrated with each punch he threw. All right, boss, I want to learn too. Zhao Lu shooted, glancing at Gao Feng. Certainly, as long as you're not afraid of hard work, Gao Feng replied after finishing his training. Zhao Lu patted his chest earnestly. Boss, what is the plan for today? We'll head to the banana grove, Gao Feng responded. Li Fei emerged as well, her eyes sparkling at the mention of the grove. I want to go too. I've never seen a banana tree. No, it's too dangerous there, Gao Feng said, his expression serious as he looked at Li Fei. Li Fei pouted, I'm going stir-crazy here. Having more people means we can gather more. Zhang Xiaomei also came over, chiming in with enthusiasm. It was clear that the two had conspired together. Very well, we'll return after harvesting the bananas, Gao Feng relented, though he wished to protect Li Fei and the others. Yet, the thought of gathering more fruit with additional hands swayed his decision. They set off with their backpacks and weapons. The journey was uneventful, and they soon arrived at the banana grove. Li Fei excitedly ran to the banana trees and exclaimed, "Is this the banana tree? It resembles a banana, just a bit smaller." She then plucked a yellowing banana and began to eat it, savoring its sweet and fragrant taste. Zhang Xiaomei also joyfully rushed over to pick one for herself. Where are Zhao Guang and the others? They usually come to pick bananas at this time. Zhao Lu pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Gao Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that this was not a good sign, and urged, "Hurry up and pick. Once you're done, return quickly. I will search the area." Zhao Lu and the others nodded and hastily resumed picking. Gao Feng, armed with a spear, began to search the vicinity. Although this banana grove was not particularly abundant, it was sufficient to sustain them for a while. Every resource on this island was exceedingly precious. Gao Feng first scoured Zhao Guang's banana area, but found no one. He then slowly made his way toward their campsite, hoping to assess the situation there. At that moment, he had no compass and was uncertain of his bearings on the island, so he could only explore his surroundings gradually. After about half an hour of walking, he spotted a small campsite not far ahead. He approached and concealed himself behind a tree in the woods. This campsite was slightly larger than his own, but appeared quite rudimentary, featuring only one decent wooden cabin while the rest were makeshift triangular shelters. Lacking any wooden stakes for defense, making it vulnerable to attacks. He noticed two tall men standing outside the camp, each holding a spear, seemingly waiting for someone. One of them cursed loudly, "Damn it, why isn't Zhao Guang out yet? Is he busy eating shit in there?" Moments later, Zhao Guang emerged with a younger companion. "Brothers, you're here. I apologize for the wait. I was just handling some matters." Zhao Guang greeted them with a bow. He seemed visibly intimidated by the two men. "Cut the nonsense. Where are you delivering the goods?" One of the men demanded. "Brother, you see, several of my men have died, and food around here is scarce. Could you spare a little less?" Zhao Guang pleaded. The man responded by slapping him across the face twice, causing Zhao Guang to kneel on the ground, silenced by fear. "Don't play tricks. Whatever it takes, gather the food, or tomorrow we'll take the women from your camp," the man declared before turning away with his companion. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhao Guang vented his frustration. What kind of people are they? Instead of looking for food themselves, they rely on robbery. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Hey friend, could you explain what just happened?" Zhao Guang immediately stood up, gripping his spear and adopting a defensive stance as he scanned his surroundings. At that moment, Gao Feng stepped out from the woods. "So it's you. What's the deal? Is half of the banana grove not enough for you? Do you wish to claim it all?" Zhao Lu remarked, his expression one of displeasure. Gao Feng replied with a cold smile, "Your current situation appears rather grim." Zhao Guang, sensing that Gao Feng bore no ill intent, lowered his head and said, "There is little we can do. We were attacked by a pack of wolves yesterday, resulting in several casualties, and the camp is in disarray." Upon observing their makeshift shelter, Gao Feng realized that they would scarcely withstand the onslaught of wild wolves. "What is the matter with those two men?" Gao Feng pressed, unwilling to engage in trivialities. Zhao Lu hesitated, stammering. In any case, Gao Feng had witnessed him being assaulted, so it was of no consequence to divulge the truth. Those two were sent by the Chui Hai camp to request provisions, Zhao Guang revealed candidly. "What? Why provide them with food?" Gao Feng wore a bitter smile. He could scarcely feed his own camp, let alone share with others. He truly could not comprehend the rationale behind such an act. Chapter 21. The consequences of angering a woman the leader of the camp, Chui Hai, was not to be trifled with. Periodically, he would raid other camps, demanding copious amounts of meat and fruit. Failure to comply would result in murder and the abduction of women. Zhao Guang clenched his fists in anger, cursing the situation. His camp was simply too weak to resist. Gao Feng scoffed, "You are merely incompetent. Do not blame others." Zhao Guang, infuriated by Gao Feng's derision, realized the harsh truth of the matter. Do not revel in your current circumstances. Your camp has merely escaped detection. Otherwise, you would face the same fate as I. Zhao Guang sought a way to save face. After much deliberation, he lamented that all of them were merely subservient to Chui Hai, surviving only by delivering supplies to him. Gao Feng calmly remarked, "You are all but laborers for Chui Hai." Zhao Guang sighed deeply, shaking his head vigorously. From their conversation, Gao Feng learned that Shui Hai's camp comprised over 50 individuals, and not far from Zhao Guang's camp was another, consisting of about 20 women led by a woman named Han Bing. Won't you unite with the people from the neighboring camp to confront Shui Hai? Gao Feng asked with a cold laugh. That woman, Han Bing, has no faith in men and refuses to ally with anyone, Zhao Guang replied, shaking his head. I can assist you, Gao Feng said, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Zhao Guang widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you jesting? With the few individuals in your camp? Do not dream. Do not forget how you were defeated by me. Do not regret it later, Gao Feng retorted, turning to leave. Wait, if you can persuade Han Bing, perhaps we can give it a try, Zhao Guang called out to Gao Feng's retreating figure. Perhaps he truly had a plan. He then pointed in the direction of Han Bing's camp, approximately 3 kilometers from his own. Gao Feng nodded and returned. Zhou, why hasn't Xiao Feng returned yet? Li Fei asked, her gaze fixed on the direction Gao Feng had departed. Do not worry, the boss is quite formidable. Let us wait a little longer, Zhao Lu reassured her, patting his chest with confidence in Gao Feng. Li Fei and the others, having finished gathering bananas, remained in place, awaiting his return. Soon, Li Fei was the first to spot Gao Feng approaching, spear in hand. She joyfully called out to him as she ran forward. Surprised, Gao Feng exclaimed, Why have you not left? This place is not safe. We were worried about you. Li Fei replied with a radiant smile. Boss, you finally made it. Li Fei was nearly frantic with worry. Zhao Lu chimed in, grinning widely. Apologies for causing concern. Let us return, Gao Feng said, scratching his head in embarrassment. On their way back, Gao Feng recounted the earlier events. Boss, do you think this place will be discovered by Shui Hai? Zhao Lu asked, a worried expression crossing his face. Not at the moment, but we must remain vigilant. That group is not to be taken lightly, Gao Feng replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Their camp was still far enough from Shui Hai's to have escape detection for now. Given the current number of Gao Feng and his companions, they stand little chance against the more populous camp, presenting a rather thorny dilemma. On this desolate island, desperation drives individuals to commit unspeakable acts for mere sustenance, not to mention the uncertainty of their eventual escape. Upon returning to the camp, it was already midday. Gao Feng and his group continued to consume the wolf meat. The storeroom still held ample supplies of smoked wolf meat, sufficient to sustain them for several days. After their meal, Gao Feng instructed them to practice archery and spear skills to enhance their capabilities. Armed with weapons and a backpack, Gao Feng prepared to venture to the ice camp as mentioned by Zhao Guang, hoping to gather some information. He lamented the absence of paper and a pen, wishing he could mark significant locations in a notebook. As Gao Feng set out, Li Fei cast a glance at him before diligently resuming her archery practice. She was resolute in her belief that one day she would accompany Gao Feng, and she continued her training with both the bow and spear, pouring her heart into the endeavor, oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Gao Feng wielded his spear, clearing the overgrown branches as he walked. Progressing for about an hour, ahead lay a dense thicket, and he spotted a small slope adorned with wild scallions. He intended to harvest some for seasoning and made a mental note to return for them, continuing his journey forward. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of a struggle nearby and quickly sought refuge. Moments later, 2 disheveled women rushed past him, pursued by 2 men. The women appeared youthful, resembling college students, dressed simply yet possessing striking physiques. In stark contrast, the men bore unkempt appearances and lewd expressions. You filthy women, don't run away. I'll kill you if you do, one of the men shouted as he chased them. The foremost woman stumbled and fell, while the other, in a panic, continued to flee. Please don't kill me, I beg you, she cried, clawing at the ground, her body muddied. One of the men lunged at the fallen woman, tearing at her clothing with malicious intent, exclaiming, Damn it, I'll make sure you regret this. With a savage rip, he exposed her fair skin. At that moment, a figure emerged behind him, swiftly slicing his throat with a dagger, blood gushing forth. The man clutched his neck, collapsing in convulsions before falling still. The woman gasped in shock, still unable to process the scene. Gao Feng immediately pursued the second man, quickly catching up and firing an arrow that struck his leg, sending him crashing to the ground. Drawing his dagger, Gao Feng charged forward. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs? I will kill you," the man yelled, turning to parry Gao Feng's assault with his own dagger. "I am the Grim Reaper," Gao Feng replied with a subtle smirk. Their daggers clashed, producing a shower of sparks, and the man felt an overwhelming force through his arm, surprised by Gao Feng's strength. Gao Feng took a step back, and the man staggered to regain his footing. "Do you know who I am? You must have a death wish." The man displayed a smug expression on his face. It is said that excessive words can lead to one's downfall. Gao Feng let out a cold laugh. "I am a man of Chui Hai. Do you dare to act against me?" Upon finishing his words, the man lunged forward with a dagger aimed at Gao Feng's forehead. In a swift motion, Gao Feng raised his leg and kicked the dagger from the man's hand, following up with a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. He crashed to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony and howling in pain. Suddenly, the woman he had been pursuing burst forth from the woods. In her hands, she wielded a large stone, seizing the opportunity while the man was distracted, and brought it crashing down upon his head. The sound echoed sharply. The man's skull was instantly caved in, his body collapsing as he lay twitching on the ground. Not yet satisfied, the woman lifted the stone again and struck him multiple times, cursing, "You despicable creature, for daring to insult me. May you suffer a wretched fate." Gao Feng stood in stunned disbelief. At that moment, the man's head had transformed into a gruesome mass, leaving behind merely a lifeless, headless corpse. A wave of nausea rolled through Gao Feng's stomach, nearly causing him to vomit. It seems the consequences of angering a woman can be quite severe, he chuckled to himself. Chapter 22. The rescue plan. After a brief moment, the woman's anger gradually subsided. She turned to Gao Feng and said, "Thank you for your assistance earlier. Which camp do you belong to?" Another woman rushed over to help her up, asking, "Hanyue, are you all right?" Hanyue nodded to indicate she was fine, and with palpable excitement, she expressed her gratitude to Gao Feng. Gao Feng replied nonchalantly, "I am Gao Feng. My camp is adjacent to the seaside. Were you being pursued by someone from Chui Hai?" Hanyue nodded. Her face flushed with anger as she recounted, "I ventured out with 3 others to gather herbs, only to be stalked by Tsahai's men. 2 of us were captured, and I am at a loss as to what to do next. Do you know how to make medicine?" Gao Feng inquired, his expression one of surprise. "I am a student at a traditional Chinese medicine university. There are sick individuals in our camp, and I can only find some herbs to provide temporary relief," Hanyue explained. In Gao Feng's camp, no one possessed such knowledge. He had studied mechanical engineering and was completely ignorant of medical practices. Having a doctor amidst their group was of paramount importance in their desolate island setting. "What shall we do about those who were taken?" Gao Feng asked with a faint smile. "I can only return to the camp and discuss it with my sister," Hanyue replied, shaking her head in resignation. The 2 women prepared to head back to the camp and said to Gao Feng, "Come to our camp. I will inform my sister to treat you well." Gao Feng nodded and followed them back, not out of a desire for hospitality, but rather to acquire Hanyue's medical knowledge and learn some emergency first aid techniques. As they walked, Hanyue and her companion recounted tales of the villainous Sai, who was a notorious scoundrel, mercilessly plundering resources from other camps, including women and food. After traversing through the woods for less than half an hour, they arrived at a relatively flat area, which was their camp. The camp was modest, consisting of simple shelters surrounded by a low fence. 2 sentries stood guard at the entrance, both strikingly beautiful tall women armed with spears. Upon seeing Hanyue and her companion return, the sentries approached, asking, "Hanyue, why are there only 2 of you?" When they turned and spotted Gao Feng, hostility flashed across their faces, and they immediately aimed their spears at him. Hanyue gestured for them to lower their weapons, saying, "It was Gao Feng who saved me. Allow him to enter." She then led Gao Feng into the camp, where a tall woman in athletic attire, exuding an air of seriousness, approached them. She was Han Bing, the leader of the camp. Hanyue whispered something to Han Bing, who then regarded Gao Feng with a stern expression, asking, "Did you rescue her alone?" In her eyes, men were inherently unreliable, as on this island. Women were seen as resources to be contested. Since the establishment of this camp, they had only accepted female survivors. Gao Feng nodded, and Han Bing subsequently led them into a wooden hut. The interior was quite rudimentary, featuring a wooden table and several stools crafted from bamboo. They took their seats, and shortly thereafter, a young woman entered and brought a coconut to offer Gao Feng. Gao Feng lifted the coconut without hesitation and took a sip, quenching his thirst after the long journey. Han Bing, with a serious expression, spoke first. "You're Gao Feng, right? Thank you for what you did earlier. Otherwise, my sister and the others would have suffered greatly." Gao Feng nodded and continued to drink the coconut water. "Sister, what should we do? Xiao Li and Xiao Hua have been captured. We must rescue them, or they will undoubtedly perish," Han Shui exclaimed with anger. Han Bing, rubbing her forehead with a pained expression, replied, "Calm down. Let me think of a solution." She glanced at Gao Feng, who was engrossed in his drink. Han Bing was not one to easily back down. "We can only rescue them at night," Gao Feng suggested. "Yes, sister, we will go at night to save them." Han Shui clenched her fists, her face filled with rage. "But they are numerous, and there are guards. We cannot rely solely on ourselves." Han Bing furrowed her brow. "What should we do?" "Regardless, we must find a way to save them," Han Shui insisted. "Give me a brief overview of their camp. Perhaps I can assist you," Gao Feng said seriously. Han Bing's eyes brightened at his words. If he could indeed help, there might still be hope. "The Chui Hai camp has about 50 people, roughly 20 of whom can fight, with 2 guards. They keep other captives inside, releasing them during the day to find food, only to lock them back in cages at night, under strict watch," Han Bing explained with fury. "Those imprisoned are slaves of Chui Hai, who dare not resist. Any defiance leads to death, and they do not dare to escape. They must surrender the food they gather, and Chui Hai only allocates a meager portion to help them survive. I can assist you, but I have a condition," Gao Feng stated, turning his gaze to Han Shui. Han Bing looked at Gao Feng and asked what condition. "If anyone in our camp falls ill or gets injured, Han Shui must provide treatment," Gao Feng said, looking earnestly at Han Bing. This condition was quite favorable for Han Bing, yet she harbored concerns, as her sister had never ventured to another camp and was fearful of potential dangers along the way. Gao Feng, sensing her apprehension, reassured her, "Rest assured, Han Shui's safety is my responsibility. You need not worry, I will definitely go," Han Shui replied with a forced smile. Han Bing hesitated briefly. "Let me see your skills first." Without a word, Gao Feng stepped outside, placing the coconut on a wooden stake 50 meters away. He drew his bow and aimed at the coconut. With a swish, the arrow struck true. Han Bing and Han Shui were astonished. They had not anticipated his archery skills to be so extraordinary. He then unleashed a series of rapid punches into the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to coalesce. The camp's inhabitants were awestruck by Gao Feng's agility and flocked to him. Seeing Gao Feng's confident demeanor, Han Bing felt a surge of hope. "Sister, I told you. Gao Feng is impressive. He has no ulterior motives for coming here," Han Shui exclaimed excitedly. Han Bing nodded appreciatively and asked, "Gao Feng, do you have a plan?" "I am willing to follow your lead. This time, our primary objective is to save lives. While they rest, I will venture in to rescue them and leave immediately after. You all can assist me from outside," Gao Feng declared with unwavering confidence. "Are you sure you can manage? I can enlist a few sisters to help you." Han Bing expressed her disbelief. "I can assist Gao Feng." Han Shui stepped forward. "No, you would only hinder me," Gao Feng replied, his brow furrowed in concern. "Very well. Who among you is willing to join me in rescuing Xiao Li and the others?" Han Bing addressed the crowd. Initially, the others hesitated to step forward, but the thought of not rescuing Xiao Li and the potential consequences of being captured themselves spurred them into action. The camp comprised merely 20 individuals, yet suddenly, a dozen or so rallied around. Han Bing observed as everyone clenched their fists, her heart swelling with excitement. Chapter 23. The collaboration of men and women. Han Bing selected 5 agile sisters from among them, including Han Shui, who was determined to join. As she couldn't shake off her concern for her sister, as dusk descended, Gao Feng instructed everyone to prepare. Armed with a spear, Han Bing led Gao Feng and the others toward the Chui Hai camp, situated in a wooded area by the seaside. Chui Hai's camp was in close proximity to Zhao Guang's camp, yet separated by tall reefs that obstructed direct passage. The moon tonight was exceptionally bright, illuminating the surroundings while the chorus of insects shattered the tranquility, mingling with an ominous scent of impending violence. Soon, Gao Feng and his companions approached the vicinity of the Chui Hai camp. Bathed in the moonlight, the camp was enclosed by a low wooden fence, with only a few well-constructed cabins amidst a multitude of rudimentary, triangular tents. However, there was no sign of Xiao Li and Xiao Hua. Wait for an opportunity. I'll take out the 2 guards and go in to rescue them. You all stay here to provide support, Gao Feng declared. No, it's too dangerous. I'll search for them with you. It will be quicker, Han Bing insisted. Gao Feng nodded in agreement. Hey, buddy, can I borrow a light? One of the guards called out. The other guard handed him a lighter. With a flick, the guard ignited a cigarette and took a deep puff. Ah, this feels good. He exhaled, forming smoke rings. Cut back a bit. Look at me, I don't smoke. I only crave women, the other guard chuckled. The smoking guard took a few more puffs and said, Brother, keep watch. I'm going to relieve myself. With that, he wandered into the woods. As soon as he stepped into the trees, a spear pierced through the back of his skull, emerging from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Gao Feng withdrew the spear and, mimicking the smoking guard's voice, called to the other guard, Hey, there are women in the woods. Hurry up. Han Bing was momentarily stunned by Gao Feng's audacity. This guy has some skills. He truly is a talent, she thought. Upon hearing about the women, the guard swallowed hard, rubbing his hands as he approached the woods. Where are the women? He asked, confusion etched on his face as he scanned the surroundings. Right here. Han Bing suddenly stood up and declared. Although she appeared fierce, her figure was alluring, making it hard for most to resist. The guard's eyes widened with excitement. Oh, so it's a little firecracker. Sweetheart, come play for a bit. Gao Feng refrained from intervening. He wanted to observe Han Bing's prowess. Without waiting for the lewd man to finish his sentence, Han Bing dashed forward, thrusting her spear fiercely into his chest. Blood gushed forth as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Now's our chance. Hurry and follow me to rescue them, Gao Feng urged Han Bing. Han Bing instructed the remaining members. You stay outside to provide backup in case of unforeseen circumstances. Han Shui and the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, the night had deepened, and most of the camp's inhabitants had drifted into slumber. Gao Feng approached the camp entrance, his eyes scanning the interior like a laser radar, confirming that everyone was asleep before proceeding. Slowly and quietly, I entered the camp with Han Bing. The campfire flickered with only a few embers remaining, and the sound of snoring from the people nearby drowned out the calls of insects. Han Bing, let's search separately, Gao Feng whispered to her. As he approached the campfire, he noticed a few individuals still asleep and treaded carefully to avoid waking them. He searched around but could not find Xiao Li or Xiao Hua. At that moment, he glanced in Han Bing's direction and saw a figure waving at him. Concluding that Han Bing must have found them, he hurriedly made his way over. Upon getting closer, he discovered that Xiao Li and Xiao Hua were tied to a wooden post in the corner, unconscious, their clothes disheveled. They had been violated by that group of men. Han Bing's heart seethed with rage at this sight. She yearned to annihilate those brutes. Gently, she tapped their cheeks, waking them. As Xiao Li and Xiao Hua stirred and prepared to scream, Gao Feng and Han Bing swiftly covered their mouths, and they finally realized their surroundings. Tears streaming down their faces upon seeing Han Bing. Quickly, we must leave without making a sound, Gao Feng urged in a hushed tone, gesturing for them to follow. They nodded in understanding. Gao Feng instructed them to lead the way while he brought up the rear. Just as they were about to exit the camp, Xiao Hua accidentally tripped over a man sleeping near the fire. The man jolted awake, exclaiming, Who are you? Someone's escaping. With quick reflexes, Gao Feng struck his forehead with his palm, rendering him unconscious. Run quickly, do not look back. They quickened their pace, bolting from the camp. The commotion roused others in the camp, and soon 3 men emerged, brandishing spears in pursuit. Gao Feng held the rear, firing an arrow that struck the foremost man in the abdomen. He halted, clutching his wound and howling in pain. The remaining 2 men rushed at Gao Feng, confronting him directly. Han Shui, take the others back to the camp swiftly. I will assist Gao Feng, Han Bing instructed. Han Shui nodded and led the others into the woods, to buy Han Bing and the others some time to escape. Gao Feng engaged the 2 men in combat while retreating. Suddenly, He thrust his spear with great force towards the nearest man. The man attempted to block it, but was nearly overwhelmed by Gao Feng's strength. Stunned by the impact, he was soon met with a sweeping strike from Gao Feng, which tore a gash in his abdomen, blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground. The other man lunged at Gao Feng with his spear aimed at his face. Gao Feng leaned back, seizing the spear and pulling it from the man's grip, leaving a bloody mark on his hand. The man swiftly drew a dagger and charged at Gao Feng. Just then, a figure emerged from the woods. With a swift thrust, Han Bing pierced the man's neck with her spear. The man collapsed instantly, clutching his neck, his body convulsing uncontrollably until, moments later, he lay still. The final man, upon noticing the two individuals beside Gao Feng, was rendered speechless. He found himself at a disadvantage, clutching his abdomen as he retreated repeatedly, before turning and fleeing in haste. Gao Feng and Cui Hai were swiftly pursuing from behind, urging an immediate withdrawal. Han Bing grasped Gao Feng, prompting their escape. He nodded in agreement, and soon the two vanished into the shadows of the night. The man who had fled returned just as Cui Hai emerged. "Boss, we must eliminate them. They dared to attack the camp," he declared. Cui Hai, his face contorted with anger, retorted, "You fools cannot even handle one person." He pondered that since Han Bing and her companions had come to rescue someone, they must have had assistance. The enveloping darkness of the night posed a disadvantage for them. After a moment of contemplation, Cui Hai resolved, "Let us return quickly. Tomorrow we shall settle the score with them." Chapter 24. The loss of lips and the coldness of teeth as Han Bing returned to their camp. Han Shui was already waiting outside with a group of people. The moment Han Shui saw her sister, Gao Feng, returning, her anxious heart finally eased. She stepped forward and inquired, "Did Cui Hai pursue you?" All their hearts remained taut with tension. At that moment, Xiao Li and Xiao Hua also approached, expressing their gratitude to Gao Feng profusely. Gao Feng waved her hand dismissively, her gaze fixed on the distance behind them. Han Bing, her demeanor softened and no longer icy, said, "Thank you so much for today, Gao Feng. You saved us, sisters. Please stay the night, it's too late." Han Shui concurred with her sister's sentiment. "No, there are people waiting for me," Gao Feng replied. "I observe along the way, and Cui Hai will not seek revenge tonight. Before dawn, you should go to Zhao Guang's camp and ask him for assistance. Be cautious of Cui Hai and his men." After saying this, Gao Feng prepared to turn and leave. Someone is waiting. Could it be a person of great significance to him? Han Shui pondered, her expression filled with confusion, then lowered her head and asked, "Will you come tomorrow?" Ever since Gao Feng had aided them, her heart fluttered with excitement. "I will, if your camp cannot be safeguarded. Mine is equally at risk," Gao Feng replied. And with that, she vanished into the night. Han Bing furrowed her brow and said, "Let us return. Before dawn, I will send someone to find Zhao Guang." Han Bing recognized the truth in Gao Feng's words. It was certain that Cui Hai would seek revenge the next day. Previously, Zhao Guang had suggested a coalition against Cui Hai, but she had been skeptical of men at that time and had declined. Now, having witnessed Gao Feng's support, her perspective had shifted. She finally understood that to confront someone like Cui Hai, one must unite forces to overcome him. "Fei Fei, hurry back to sleep. Gao Feng may return tomorrow." Zhang Xiaomei yawned as she spoke to Li Fei. "Xiaomei, you should sleep first. I will wait for him a little longer," Li Fei replied, rubbing her eyes and gazing out the door. "Don't wait too late," Zhang Xiaomei advised before retreating to sleep. Li Fei held in her arms the freshly dried wolf pelt, which she intended to personally present to Gao Feng. She sat before Gao Feng's wooden door, imagining that he would soon appear before her. Whenever fatigue threatened to overtake her, she would pinch her arm to stay awake, but eventually, she could no longer hold on and felt herself leaning dangerously. At that moment, a shadow slipped in, and Li Fei fell directly into Gao Feng's embrace. She felt a wave of warmth envelop her, and with her eyes half closed, she discerned through the moonlight that it was indeed Gao Feng. "Xiao Feng, I missed you so much." Before she could finish, her head nestled against Gao Feng's chest, and she fell asleep. Bathed in moonlight, Gao Feng noticed the faint trails of tears at the corners of her eyes. He observed the marks left on her arms, and his heart tightened with concern. He realized that Li Fei had been waiting for a long time. Carefully, Gao Feng carried her to his bed and placed a wolf pelt over her. Li Fei clung tightly to Gao Feng's arm, and thus he settled on the floor, leaning against the bed, eventually succumbing to sleep himself, utterly exhausted from the day's events. The following morning arrived. Li Fei abruptly awoke, her heart soaring with joy upon discovering Gao Feng beside her. As he remained in slumber, she refrained from disturbing him, bestowing a gentle kiss upon his forehead before darting out to prepare breakfast. When Gao Feng eventually roused himself and noticed Li Fei's absence from the bed, he ventured outside. Zhao Lu, spotting his leader's return, exclaimed with excitement, "Boss, we were all quite worried about you." Zhao Lu harbored concern for Gao Feng as well. After spending considerable time together, he had come to regard Gao Feng as a dependable leader, believing that only by following him could they hope to escape the deserted island alive. Scratching his head, Gao Feng responded, "I apologize for causing everyone concern." Zhang Xiaomei approached, inquiring, "Boss, what are our plans moving forward?" Gao Feng then briefed Zhao Lu and the others on the situation at the nearby camp. With determination, Zhao Lu clenched his fists, declaring, "Boss, let us go rescue them." Upon learning that the camp housed only women, he felt a surge of hope for his chances. However, his primary motivation remained the desire to assist the cold ice camp. Gao Feng sought the opinions of the group, and they unanimously agreed to proceed with the rescue. Zhao Lu and the others reported that their archery practice had improved significantly. Gao Feng understood that equipping their arrows with iron tips would enhance their effectiveness even further. After enjoying a meal, during which Gao Feng revealed he had foraged wild leeks the previous night, he retrieved the leeks from his backpack, washed them, and added them to the pot. The group was taken aback, astonished that such a delightful ingredient could be found on the deserted island. Having finished their meal, they packed some smoked meat, armed themselves, and set forth on their journey. Upon reaching the banana grove, Gao Feng instructed Li Fei and the others to wait there while he confirmed whether Zhao Guang had indeed gone to offer assistance. Upon swiftly arriving at the camp, he discovered only a few individuals milling about, all women. He surmised that Zhao Guang had already reached the cold ice camp and realized they needed to hasten their efforts. After reuniting with Zhao Guang, they quickened their pace. Zhao Guang, accompanied by 10 individuals, had successfully joined forces with the cold ice group, who greeted him with warm smiles. "Zhao Gu, you truly think ahead. I feel somewhat ashamed," Cold Ice remarked with a smile. "Cold Ice, let's not waste words. When dealing with someone like Cui Hai, fists are the only language they understand." Zhao Guang replied angrily, then inquired, "Where is Gao Feng? I heard he rescued you last night." Cui Hai had previously exploited Gao Feng, and this time, he could no longer tolerate it. Having committed murder in the past, Cui Hai had evaded capture by hiding on a cruise ship where he gathered a following on the island. "He has been of great help and assured me he would come," Cold Ice confirmed. Having witnessed Gao Feng's prowess, Zhao Guang felt a renewed sense of confidence with his arrival. "Sister, Zhao Gu, Cui Hai is approaching with over 20 men." Han Shui rushed over from the camp entrance. Breathless, "Let's go take a look," Cold Ice declared, brandishing her spear as she strode to the entrance with determination. "Surround them quickly." Cui Hai, brimming with arrogance, taunted, "Oh, who is this? No longer my slave, I see." Zhao Guang leveled his spear at Cui Hai, stating resolutely, "Enough with the chatter. For our fallen brothers, I am prepared to fight you today. Unaware of the impending doom, you dare to challenge me. Today, you shall all meet your end. Dunning, eliminachi Zhao Guang, and feel free to choose any woman within." Cui Hai stood with his hands on his hips, exuding an air of assured victory. Dunning, a proud subordinate of Cui Hai, was tall and had trained in boxing. Upon hearing he could claim a woman, his eyes gleamed with a blood-red intensity as he lunged at Zhao Guang with a spear aimed at his face. Though Zhao Guang was small in stature, he was remarkably agile and managed to evade the attack by leaning back. He thrust his spear towards Dineng's back, but the latter swiftly pivoted, deflecting Zhao Guang's weapon aside. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, neither gaining the upper hand, until they discarded their spears and drew daggers, charging at one another. "How about a little amusement between us, Han Bing?" Cui Hai said with a smug grin, rolling up his sleeves. Chapter 25. Repulse. "Come on, you wretched cur. Let me show you my prowess," Han Bing admonished fiercely. Having trained at a martial arts academy, she did not perceive Cui Hai as particularly formidable. Step aside, lest you accuse me of bullying a woman. How about this? If I win, all women shall belong to me, Chui Hai declared, a smug expression on his face. Less chatter, Han Bing retorted, her right fist thrusting forward in anger towards Chui Hai. She swiftly aimed a punch at his forehead, only for Chui Hai to deflect it with his left hand. He immediately countered with a right hook to Han Bing's chest. Clutching her chest in pain, she staggered back a few steps, gritting her teeth as she drew a dagger, lunging towards Chui Hai's torso. Chui Hai stepped back, seizing her wrist with his right hand, twisting it forcefully until the dagger clattered to the ground. He then delivered a kick to her abdomen, propelling her several meters backward until she knelt on the ground. Cradling her stomach, Han Bing, being a woman, could hold her own against an ordinary man, but facing a killer like Chui Hai left her at a disadvantage. Observing her sister on the ground, Han Shui seized a spear and charged at Chui Hai, shouting, "I will kill you for daring to strike my sister." Chui Hai sidestepped effortlessly, then stepped forward to deliver a sidekick to Han Shui's back, sending her sprawling forward, landing face first in the dirt. "You little firecracker! How dare you ambush me? Do you not fear for your life?" Chui Hai approached Han Shui, snatching the spear from her grasp and casting it aside. He mounted her, intent on tearing her clothes, while she struggled fiercely beneath him. At this moment, Zhao Guang and Han Bing's allies had engaged in combat with Chui Hai's men. Gao Feng had reached the vicinity of the camp, witnessing the chaos unfold. He turned to Zhao Lu, saying, "You stay here and protect Li Fei and the others. I will go lend support. Once it's over, you can join us." "No way, boss. I cannot bear to see women being harmed," Zhao Lu replied, gritting his teeth at the sight. Li Fei stood up and addressed Gao Feng, "Xiao Mei and I do not require protection. I will also go to their aid." "Absolutely not. It is too perilous," Gao Feng replied sternly, casting a knowing glance at Zhao Lu. "Boss, I understand. Please be cautious," Zhao Lu said, a hint of determination on his lips. At that moment, Han Shui had revealed a portion of her chest, prompting Gao Feng to stride forward swiftly, shoving Chui Hai aside. He helped Han Shui to her feet. Seeing Gao Feng, Han Shui exclaimed with excitement, "I never imagined you would save us again. Quickly go protect your sister. She is hurt. Leave this to me." Gao Feng turned to face Chui Hai. "You must be Chui Hai. I am here to be your opponent," Gao Feng declared, brandishing the spear in his hands. "You are that foul brat who rescued them last night, daring to ruin my plans." Chui Hai shouted in anger, brandishing his spear as he charged forward. Chui Hai was of similar stature to Gao Feng, yet his agility was notable. Chui Hai launched a direct thrust towards Gao Feng's face, causing the latter to step back and strike the tip of Chui Hai's spear with his own. A tremendous force reverberated through Chui Hai's arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip, leaving his hand aching. He was taken aback by Gao Feng's considerable strength. After several rounds of combat, neither side gained an advantage, leading them to discard their spears and prepare for a hand-to-hand confrontation. Chui Hai remained unaware of Gao Feng's true prowess. He swiftly delivered a right punch aimed at Gao Feng's chest, who countered with a punch of his own, resulting in a collision of fists. Chui Hai felt an overwhelming force as their fists met, noticing Gao Feng's calm demeanor, which momentarily unsettled him. Gao Feng then delivered a swift kick to Chui Hai's abdomen, sending him staggering back a few steps. Regaining his balance, Chui Hai drew a dagger and lunged toward Gao Feng's chest. However, Gao Feng evaded to the side, seized Chui Hai's wrist, and followed with a kick to his abdomen, propelling him several meters away. "Well, I underestimated you. You were the first to knock me down," Chui Hai remarked as he rose, his eyes wide with astonishment at Gao Feng. Gao Feng coldly replied, "Defeating you is as easy as pie." Zhao Lu observed a woman pinned beneath one of Chui Hai's men and turned to Li Fei and her companion, saying, "You two stay here. We will assist." With that, he led Zhao Dachuan and others, armed with spears, into the fray. Zhao Lu pierced the back of the assailant, lifting him and tossing him aside before drawing his dagger to slit the man's throat. He then helped the woman to her feet and proceeded to assist others. Chui Hai's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing reinforcements arrive. How can there be more coming to assist? He thought, unaware of how many more were behind. Panic set in as he realized the tide was turning against him. "Stop!" he shouted, prompting an immediate cessation of hostilities resulting in a standoff. At that moment, Gao Feng spotted Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei rushing toward them, seeking refuge behind him. Gao Feng wore a wry smile. Fei, why did you come out? I cannot bear to see you in peril. I must lend a hand, Li Fei declared, raising her bow and aiming it at their adversaries, her face betraying not a hint of fear. Gao Feng felt both excitement and concern. Han Bing and Han Shui were taken aback, surprised that Gao Feng's camp had also come to his aid, including women. They were genuinely moved. Han Bing stepped forward to shield Li Fei, unwilling to let anyone from Gao Feng's camp suffer harm. What's it to be, Cui Hai? Shall we continue? Gao Feng inquired coolly. Brother, there are larger camps on this island than mine. You cannot protect them, Cui Hai replied defiantly. He then gestured to his subordinates to carry away their fallen comrades. Is that it? Are you running away? Zhao Lu scoffed. On Cui Hai's side, 3 had perished, while Zhao Guang's camp lost 2, with Zhao Guang himself sustaining a wound to his arm. Han Bing's camp suffered no casualties, as their attackers were primarily there to abduct women rather than to kill. Zhao Guang, you are quite formidable, holding your own against a giant, Gao Feng remarked with an air of indifference. I am still injured. What bad luck? Zhao Guang replied through gritted teeth. The woman whom Zhao Lu had rescued hurried over to express her gratitude. Feeling somewhat bashful, he scratched his head, experiencing for the first time the gentle warmth of someone speaking to him so kindly. Han Bing instructed the attendants to tidy up the scene and invited Zhao Guang and the others into the camp to offer them hospitality. This day marked their utmost joy, for it was the prowess of Zhao Guang and his companions that had secured the camp's safety. Boss, this camp is composed entirely of women, Zhao Lu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Li Fei shot him a disapproving glance, muttering under her breath about his lack of maturity. Han Bing, brimming with excitement, said, We are immensely grateful to everyone. Our camp has very limited provisions, consisting only of fish and some fruit. Let's make do with what we have, as hunting is not our forte. Chapter 26. The discovery of the wild man in the snowy realm. An abundance of herbal remedies flourished, among which was the revered Chinese herb, Polygonum multiflorum. This climbing plant was renowned for its remarkable hemostatic and anti-inflammatory properties. To utilize it, one simply needed to chew the herb and apply it directly to the wound. With the bleeding from Zhao Guang's arm staunched by the Polygonum, Han Shui skillfully dressed the injury with tattered strips of clothing. This herb is exceptionally effective. Shall we take some with us? Zhao Guang exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the plant. Han Shui nodded in agreement. Of course, it is but a small token of gratitude for the immense help they have provided us. Han Bing, Gao Feng, Zhao Guang, and their companions gathered together, enjoying roasted fish while discussing their plans. With a furrowed brow, Han Bing expressed her concern. We must establish an alliance. If one side is attacked, the other should come to their aid. Her camp was far too vulnerable to the threats posed by Cui Hai, and had it not been for Gao Feng and the others, her camp may have faced utter annihilation. Your suggestion is indeed commendable. I concur, Gao Feng replied, savoring his fish. Zhao Guang, filled with pride, cast a glance toward Han Bing. I told you so, Han's sister. Han Bing scratched her head, hastily shifting the topic. How is the fish? It is quite palatable. Isn't it? You should try the berries we picked this morning. Zhao Lu, seated nearby, pouted and remarked. Your fish lacks flavor. A pinch of salt would suffice. Alas, we lack the means to produce salt. We must make do, Han Bing chuckled. My elder brother knows how to make salt. He can teach you, Zhao Lu boasted proudly. Han Bing's eyes widened as she turned to Gao Feng. You can make salt? She could hardly believe it. Gao Feng was not only a formidable warrior, but also possessed numerous survival skills. Being accompanied by such a person on a deserted island instilled a profound sense of security. After satisfying his hunger, Gao Feng patted his belly and nodded. Before departing, Han Shui filled Gao Feng's backpack with an assortment of herbs, which were invaluable treasures. Are we truly leaving just like this? Zhao Lu asked, casting a lingering gaze back at Han Bing's camp, a hint of reluctance in his expression. He wished for nothing more than to merge with her camp. Zhang Xiaomei shot him a disapproving glance, saying, If we don't leave, do you intend to stay here? She was all too aware of Zhao Li's preoccupations. which revolved solely around women, although he remained unwaveringly loyal to Gao Feng. Gao Feng knew that Chui Hai would not simply relent. Ahead lay a grove of banana trees, where they planned to gather some fruit before returning to camp. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed from within the banana grove. Gao Feng's senses heightened instantly, and Zhao Lu and the others halted their gathering. "Boss, what is going on?" Zhao Lu asked, cheek stuffed with banana. Observing Zhao Lu's demeanor, Gao Feng could only manage a wry smile. "Finish gathering and return. I will investigate." Li Fei nodded. "We will wait for you here." Gao Feng ventured deeper into the banana grove, following the sound, and soon discovered a pool of fresh blood on the ground. This must have belonged to the stranger from earlier. Now was the time to uncover the truth. Despite their alliance, the dangers lurking outside remained grave. Following the trail of blood left by the individual, Gao Feng cautiously pressed onward. He wandered for a considerable distance, observing his unfamiliar surroundings, a place he had never before visited. Ahead lay a dense thicket, where the trail of blood came to an abrupt halt. Cautiously, he ventured forward, but had not gone far when he overheard voices ahead. The language was incomprehensible, clearly not of human origin. With determination, he ascended a tree, seeking a vantage point to survey the scene below. What unfolded before him was utterly jaw-dropping. Two wild men, their hair resembling a tangled nest, donned animal skins and were barefoot. One was tending a fire while the other, wielding a stone knife, was eviscerating a corpse. On the ground lay two bodies, their appearance suggesting they were not from the nearby camp, but rather survivors. They communicated in strange sounds, and when one wild man extracted the innards, the other skewered them on a stick and held them over the flames. A wave of nausea washed over him, nearly causing him to retch. As they roasted the flesh, they sprinkled something over it, presumably seasoning. Once satiated, they severed the heads from the corpses with the stone knife and, fastening them behind their backs, departed. A chill ran down his spine. It dawned on him that there were indeed cannibals on this island. He refrained from pursuing them, uncertain of their numbers. The prospect too terrifying, it was prudent to return to safety. Upon his return to the banana grove, Li Fei was the first to spot him, her eyes wide with concern. The sight of her anxious expression filled him with joy. His paramount wish was to leave the deserted island alongside Li Fei safely. In this place, she was his most cherished companion. "What were you staring at? What were you thinking?" Li Fei inquired, approaching with curiosity. "Nothing much. I just encountered some wild men," he replied, still reeling from the encounter. "Wild men? Are you all right?" Li Fei scrutinized him closely. Upon confirming he was unharmed, she exhaled in relief. "Let us go, we can talk as we walk." He recounted the horrifying scene he had witnessed, and the others were left astounded. "Boss, do you think those wild men will come to our camp?" Zhao Lu asked, his face etched with worry. "Unlikely. The location where I saw them is quite distant from our camp, though it is relatively close to Chui Hai's camp," Gao Feng replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "Perfect. Let the wild men deal with Chui Hai and his group." Zhao Lu mimicked a killing motion with his hand. Gao Feng understood that the presence of the wild men signified a more intense struggle for resources. Had they not come to this forsaken island, perhaps they would not have disturbed the wild men. Since they were here, survival was paramount. It remained to be seen who would ultimately prevail. Upon returning to the camp, they prepared to roast wolf meat, while Li Fei had also brought back some berries from Hanbing. "Where are you going? Getting ready for dinner?" Li Fei glanced up at Gao Feng, who was busy washing the berries. "You'll find out soon enough," he replied, departing with a casual remark. Li Fei pouted slightly. Gao Feng ventured into the woods, seeking roots and tubers, and returned shortly, satisfied with his foraging. The meat was now perfectly roasted, sizzling with juices and exuding a mouth-watering aroma. "Boss, what did you bring?" Zhao Lu asked, flipping the meat over as he inquired. "The rhizome of this plant can be fashioned into toothbrushes." Gao Feng chuckled softly. "This plant is known as the spiny mulberry tree. Its fibrous roots are remarkably developed. By crushing its head, one can create rudimentary toothbrushes that possess exceptional cleaning efficacy." Li Fei was momentarily taken aback, then raised her thumb in approval. What a meticulous man. Truly impressive. The others joined in the merriment. As the roasted meat was ready, Li Fei placed a bamboo bowl brimming with berries at the center. The aroma of the grilled meat was irresistible. Indeed, our camp enjoys the finest fare, haha. Gao Feng and his companions chatted while they feasted, quickly satiating their appetites. They prepared to return to rest, having distributed the crafted toothbrushes, complemented by saltwater rinses. Fei Fei, could you come here for a moment? Gao Feng called out to Li Fei. She nodded, and the two of them stepped into the wooden cabin. At this moment, night had fallen, and the moon hung high in the sky. Chapter 27. The Mysterious Cave, What is it? Li Fei inquired shyly, her hands clutching the corner of her garment. She was prepared for Gao Feng's kiss. You were so formidable during the day, charging out with a spear. Gao Feng grasped Li Fei's hand tightly, his gaze fixed upon her. I was merely worried about you. Before Li Fei could finish her sentence, Gao Feng's lips met hers. Their hearts raced in unison. And after a moment of kissing, Gao Feng's hand began to wander. You are not being honest, Li Fei exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she pushed his hand away and fled. Gao Feng chuckled with satisfaction, relishing the moment, before lying back on the bed, rubbing his hands together in preparation for sleep. Why is your face so red? Zhang Xiaomei asked with a mischievous grin. Hurry up and sleep, Li Fei replied, touching her heated cheeks, unwilling to elaborate further. All right, I won't pry, but I must say, it's quite enviable, Zhang Xiaomei remarked with a smirk, before turning over to sleep. The following morning, Gao Feng rose early, stretching in the fresh air before beginning his exercises. At that moment, Zhao Lu dashed out from the woods, his pants in disarray. Gao Feng couldn't help but chuckle at his flustered state. What is the rush? I was just, busy, and I saw Cui Hai coming with several people, Zhao Lu said, pulling up his pants as he reached for his weapon. Gao Feng immediately seized his spear, directing his gaze towards the trees. Before long, Cui Hai appeared with 4 companions. Noticing Gao Feng's unfriendly demeanor, he spoke first. Hey, brother. We're not here to fight today. We seek collaboration. Collaboration? What nonsense, Gao Feng frowned. Pressing further, how did you find this place? Cui Hai pointed to the watch on his wrist. This watch has a built-in compass. Wherever I wish to go, I can find it. Gao Feng glanced at the watch, disdain evident on his face. What do you propose to collaborate on? We discovered a mysterious cave near your camp, containing valuable supplies. Care to explore together? He refrained from mentioning the large python within, fearing it would deter Gao Feng. What supplies could be so valuable that you'd think of me? Gao Feng questioned, skepticism etched on his features. We suffered several casualties and managed to bring back only 1 crate, Cui Hai explained, contemplating Gao Feng's prowess and hoping to retrieve the cave's contents through their partnership. What's in the crate? Gao Feng inquired. Medicines, all urgently needed supplies. What do you think? Isn't it worth a risk? Cui Hai said, pride illuminating his face. Gao Feng hesitated momentarily. You still haven't disclosed what terrifying things lie within. I mentioned it because I feared you would hesitate. A large python, Cui Hai admitted, a flicker of fear crossing his features. He did not wish for any more casualties among his camp members, which is why he sought Gao Feng's assistance. A python? Gao Feng exclaimed, astonished. He understood that Cui Hai was likely attempting to exploit him for his own ends. However, the resources within the cave were undeniably enticing. Perhaps there lay other vital supplies within. He resolved to give it a try. Noticing his hesitation, Cui Hai remarked, how about I give you 1/3 of what we bring out? What? Are you trying to deceive me? I want half. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss, Gao Feng replied, narrowing his eyes. All right, it's settled then, Cui Hai said through clenched teeth, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. Zhao Lu approached Gao Feng, saying, Boss, I'll accompany you to assist. Gao Feng nodded, and at that moment, Li Fei also arrived. I want to go as well. Cui Hai, seeing a woman joining, chuckled. Little sister, that giant python might devour you. Li Fei initially frowned but quickly regained her composure. I'm not afraid. Gao Feng managed a wry smile towards Li Fei. It's best if Xiaola goes along. You all should wait back at the camp. If any danger arises, retreat to the ice camp. Li Fei obediently nodded and refrained from following. She then turned to Cui Hai. It's best not to act slyly, otherwise, your demise will be most tragic. Cui Hai shrugged, remaining silent. Let us go now, Gao Feng declared, picking up his weapon. Just the two of you? Chui Hai could hardly believe it. The last time he ventured into the cave, he had brought 5 or 6 people along, who had fed the giant python quite well. Noticing Gao Feng ignoring him, he ceased his inquiries. Your watch is quite impressive. Which direction are we headed on this island? Gao Feng asked while walking. Chui Hai pointed towards the sea, saying, I only know we are on the west coast. Beyond that, I'm not certain. Gao Feng nodded, glad to at least know the direction, leaving the rest to be explored gradually. They followed Chui Hai's indicated path, which led them eastward across dense jungles until they reached a steep hillside. This location was considerably distant from all of Gao Feng's camps. The hillside was surrounded by thick shrubs, and the cave was positioned halfway up the slope. The ascent was not overly strenuous. Spotting a large entrance, Gao Feng inquired, Is that it? Is the giant python inside? Chui Hai scratched his head, hesitant to make any promises. Logically, the giant python would only venture out when hungry. However, none of them knew the creature's schedule. The last time they visited, the python had consumed its fill, negating the need to hunt. Gao Feng observed that his companions appeared quite timid. Zhao, take your weapon and follow me, he said, casting a disparaging glance at Chui Hai and the others before turning towards the cave. Seeing Gao Feng's dismissal, Chui Hai instantly mustered his courage, declaring, We can't let them get ahead of us. With that, they surged forward. Soon, they reached the cave entrance, and a foul stench of decaying corpses assaulted them. Gao Feng and Zhao Lu nearly retched, while Chui Hai, having been there before, noted that some of his subordinates had indeed succumbed to nausea. They pressed onward, the light within growing increasingly dim. Gao Feng remained vigilant, observing the surroundings, and asked, Where are the supplies? Chui Hai pointed ahead. Deep inside, everyone be cautious. The deeper they ventured, the more pronounced the stench of decay became, as if it had been fermenting for an extended period. Gao Feng felt an overwhelming urge to flee, when suddenly a glimmer of light appeared before them. They traversed a brief tunnel and emerged into a spacious area, where even the incoming light failed to dispel the pervasive gloom. Gao Feng cast a glance at the ground and felt a chill run down his spine. The floor appeared coated in a layer of blood, and as they stepped forward, a nauseating stickiness clung to their feet. He pondered to himself that perhaps survivors had mistakenly taken the python's lair for a temporary refuge, only to become prey. Where was the serpent? Chui Hai was scanning the surroundings incessantly. Gao Feng, too, was on the lookout for the snake's silhouette, fearful of an unexpected attack. Boss, look what I found! Zhao Lu exclaimed, pinching his nose and pointing toward a corner. Chapter 28. The fierce battle with the man-eating python. Gao Feng, enduring the foul stench, approached and discovered 2 large crates at the innermost part of the cave. Zhao Lu stepped closer, opened one of the boxes, and was instantly dazzled by the sight within. A treasure trove of medical supplies. Items such as Yunnan Baiyao, antidiarrheal medication, and antibiotics were plentiful. He closed the box, preparing to open the other one. Gao Feng swiftly grabbed Zhao Li's arm, urging him, Let us quickly move these while the python is absent. Chui Hai nodded in agreement, signaling for everyone to assist in the effort. Just then, a hissing sound echoed from the entrance of the cave. This is bad. It's the snake's voice. Everyone, quickly hide in the corner, Gao Feng whispered urgently. At the mention of the returning python, fear gripped the group, causing them to huddle tightly in a corner. Moments later, a massive python, over 10 meters long, slithered in, its elongated forked tongue darting out as if searching for something. Gao Feng made a subtle gesture to the others, indicating that they must remain still. The snake's vision was poor, and it relied heavily on its sense of smell to hunt. The others covered their mouths, remaining utterly motionless. Gao Feng crouched on the ground, his eyes fixed on the python, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. The serpent appeared to be satiated, its belly swollen, and its movements were slow. After sniffing around for a while, it coiled up on the ground to digest its meal. Boss, while it's resting, let us make a run for it, Zhao Lu whispered into Gao Feng's ear. The snake's senses are extremely keen. We must not move, Gao Feng replied, shaking his head. Just then, someone from Chui Hai's side stood up and quietly declared, That creature is vulnerable now. We need not fear. Let us unite and slay it, avenging our fallen brothers. Upon finishing his statement, the individual rose and brandished a spear, prompting the others to gradually stand as well. They began to inch closer, but Zhao Lu, attempting to rise, was restrained by Gao Feng. Noticing that Cui Hai remained crouched, Gao Feng pondered what thoughts occupied his mind. Before they could act, the python sensed an approaching presence and became instantly alert, raising its head and extending its long tongue to taste the air. One of the men aimed his spear at the python's head and lunged forward. In response, the python swung its tail, sending that individual crashing aside. The others swiftly attacked, but the python evaded them with remarkable agility. Suddenly, the python reared up, its swollen belly shifting toward its head at an alarming speed. This is bad. It's about to regurgitate. It's going to get even more dangerous. We must flee, Gao Feng exclaimed, rising abruptly and urging everyone to escape. Cui Hai, sensing the urgency, followed suit. At that moment, the python expelled the undigested remains at the cave's entrance, startling everyone. It was the corpse of a person, barely decomposed. Some among Gao Feng's group were so overwhelmed they retched. The great python, having regained its strength, surged forward with renewed swiftness, leaving them no time to retaliate with their spears. In an instant, a man on Cui Hai's side was pulled aside and entangled. His body was ensnared by a python, constricting tighter with each passing moment. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and he cried out in agony, pleading for help. Gao Feng raised his spear, aiming directly at the serpent's head, which reared up, towering over 2 meters in height. As Gao Feng lunged forward, the spear's tip was caught in the python's jaws. To his astonishment, its bite was incredibly powerful, and the spear began to slip from his grasp as the serpent tugged at it. Witnessing this, others hastily brandished their spears, attempting to stab the beast. The python, however, recoiled, evading their strikes. Meanwhile, the man ensnared by the serpent was growing increasingly diminutive, until, in a matter of moments, he was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, flung aside by the python. The group seized the opportunity to flee, aware that remaining would spell their doom. Gao Feng cast a glance at Zhao Lu, who was trembling at the horrific scene unfolding before them. They all held their spears aloft in defiance against the python. The serpent intermittently attacked their spears, and suddenly, it clamped down on one man's weapon, forcefully yanking him backward. Clinging desperately to the spear, he was dragged along with it. The python seized the man in its jaws, positioning itself to deliver a fatal blow. Seizing the moment, Gao Feng charged at the serpent, intending to pierce its body while it was distracted. However, before he could strike, the python ensnared him, tightening its grip. He found himself losing strength, the spear flying from his hand. Zhao Lu prepared to rush in, but the python discarded the man it had captured, swiftly clamping down on Zhao Li's spear. Fearing he would meet the same fate as the previous victim, he released his grip as the serpent exerted its force. At that moment, Gao Feng drew a dagger and plunged it into the python, slicing a gash into its flesh. The serpent, in pain, cast Gao Feng aside, who rolled several times before coming to a halt. The python then slithered to the side, revealing the exit. Cui Hai shouted urgently, urging everyone to flee. Zhao Lu initially contemplated assisting Gao Feng, but upon seeing him rise unscathed, Gao Feng signaled for him to escape. Before Gao Feng could take more than a few steps, the python lunged at him once again. With a swift turn, Gao Feng thrust his spear toward the creature, which clamped down on it. He then retrieved another spear from the ground, leaping into action to pierce the python's mouth. The spear lodged in place like a nail, sealing the serpent's jaws shut and rendering it incapable of biting. The python recoiled, thrashing its head in an attempt to dislodge the spear, but to no avail. At that moment, Cui Hai and the others had successfully exited through the opening. Halfway through his escape, Zhao Lu noticed Gao Feng had not yet emerged and, feeling anxious, turned back. "Oh, you scare me to death," Cui Hai panted heavily. They found a relatively safe spot near the cave entrance to catch their breath. At this juncture, 2 of Cui Hai's subordinates remained and inquired, "Boss, shall we go back and gather more people?" Cui Hai took a brief respite, his tension easing, yet a peculiar smile crept upon his face. "Let us wait outside and observe the situation." I hope Gao Feng meets his demise within, for we could seize the opportunity. How dare he attempt to divide the supplies with me? Boss, truly audacious. The resources are ours, and they're destined to perish, his subordinate exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Taking advantage of the injured python, Gao Feng prepared to deliver the final blow. Armed with a dagger, he charged forward, intent on eviscerating the creature. To be frank, this python was quite substantial, and he had yet to taste python meat. The great serpent slithered restlessly across the clearing. Gao Feng lunged forward, managing to grasp its tail, and raised his dagger to strike. The python thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge him, but instead ensnared him tighter in its coils, affording him the opportunity to plunge the dagger into its flesh. The python seemed intent on perishing alongside Gao Feng, showing no inclination to release him. With each incision he made, it tightened its grip, and Gao Feng gradually began to feel overwhelmed. His strength waned, and just then, Zhao Lu charged in, brandishing a spear. The python hurled Gao Feng against the stone wall with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground. Chapter 29. The audacity to exploit misfortune. Gao Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, a searing pain coursing through his body, before collapsing onto the ground, utterly drained of strength. Before Zhao Lu could strike the gigantic python, it had already succumbed to the earth. Upon witnessing the lengthy gash across the creature's belly, Zhao Lu realized that the python was doomed. Yet, for the sake of caution, he delivered several more thrusts until the beast lay completely motionless. After regaining his composure, Zhao Lu almost forgot about Gao Feng. He rushed to his side, helping him to sit up. At that moment, tears streamed down Zhao Li's face as he pleaded, "Boss, you mustn't die." Gao Feng slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Zhao Lu in such distress brought a faint smile to his lips. "I'm a bit thirsty," he murmured. "Where can we find water?" Zhao Lu widened his eyes, scanning the surroundings. Gao Feng turned his head towards the slain python. "Drink its blood." Zhao Lu hesitated, contemplating whether this was truly safe. Yet, with no other option, he complied with his boss's request. He dragged Gao Feng to the side of the python. With great effort, Gao Feng propped himself up and began to suckle at the wound. As he drank the warm blood, his peripheral vision caught sight of a golden snake gallbladder nestled within the python's open belly. Seizing the opportunity, he consumed it as well. Recalling his childhood days spent hunting snakes with his uncle, who had claimed that eating snake gallbladder would strengthen one's body, Gao Feng finally mustered the courage to try it, though it felt peculiar to him. Moments later, Gao Feng leaned against the python's carcass and lost consciousness. Zhao Lu hurriedly pressed his ear to Gao Feng's chest, relieved to hear a heartbeat. Just then, Cui Hai entered with his lackeys, heading straight for the supplies. Enraged, Zhao Lu charged at them, shouting, "Damn it! You lot are quick to run, but have the audacity to return. What do you want?" Cui Hai, undeterred, replied, "We're here to gather supplies. These belong to us. You should leave at once." Zhao Lu retorted angrily. "Enough chatter. They are mine. Attack!" Cui Hai signaled to his underlings. Outnumbered 3-1, Zhao Lu quickly succumbed to their blows and fell unconscious. "Foolish to challenge us. Hurry and take everything," Cui Hai spat, then turned his attention to Gao Feng, who lay there bloodied with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Convinced that Gao Feng was dead, Cui Hai felt a surge of joy at the thought of reclaiming the women from the other camp. Elated, he departed. Meanwhile, Gao Feng's eyes fluttered open slightly, his body tingling as if 1,000 ants were crawling over him. He attempted to scratch, but found himself too weak. After a moment, a wave of strength surged through him, erasing the previous pain. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, gazing at the gigantic python, its mouth still impaled by a spear. He let out a cold snort, astonished that he had managed to slay the creature. At that moment, Zhao Lu was still sprawled on the ground, his position eliciting a smile from Gao Feng. He quickly placed his hand near Zhao Li's nose, relieved to feel his breath. Zhao Lu was merely unconscious, albeit with one side of his face swollen to the size of a half-pear from the blows he had received. Zhao Lu gradually opened his eyes, traces of tears lingering at the corners. Upon catching sight of Gao Feng, he exclaimed with fervor, "Boss, you're safe. That's wonderful. Doze bastar, cui ai." "Enough. I already know," Gao Feng interjected, Upon awakening, he quickly realized that their supplies had vanished, undoubtedly taken by Cui Hai. Zhao de Rose, covering his face with his hand as he cursed, "Ouch, it hurts. Boss, we must seek revenge." Gao Feng nodded in agreement. They won't escape. Approaching the massive python, Zhao Le pointed and asked, "Boss, what shall we do with this snake? Its meat is quite valuable." As Gao Feng picked up a spear from the ground, he replied, "We'll carry it back to eat." Zhao Le was taken aback. "Boss, how can we carry something so large?" He watched as Gao Feng removed the spear from the python's mouth and effortlessly lifted its head onto his shoulder. To Gao Feng, the weight felt as light as that of a woman. Zhao Lu quickly understood and ran to lift the tail, placing it on his own shoulder. Gao Feng glanced back, noticing Zhao Lu struggling slightly, and adjusted his hold to bear more weight. Zhao Lu grinned, "You are still incredible, boss. Now I can manage. Let us head back first. We'll settle the score with Cui Hai later," Gao Feng declared, setting off toward the exit. Zhao Lu followed closely, the massive python draped between them, resembling a boat. Upon returning to the camp, Gao Feng and Zhao Lu tossed the python onto the ground and took a seat outside the wooden hut. The others, witnessing the scene, felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively stepped back. Only when they realized the python was dead did they breathe a sigh of relief, struggling to comprehend how Gao Feng had slain such a large serpent. "Quick, bring me some water. I'm parched," Zhao Lu gasped, settling onto the ground. "I'll tell you all about it in a moment." After gulping down several mouthfuls of water, a satisfied expression crossed his face as he recounted the entire tale. At that moment, Li Fei brought water to Gao Feng. Noticing the blood on his body, her eyes instantly moistening. Gently caressing the corner of his mouth, she asked, "Does it still hurt?" Gao Feng reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Leaning against him, Li Fei listened intently to Zhao Lu's account. Once he finished, the others clenched their teeth in anger. "That scoundrel Cui Hai is truly despicable. Isn't this just looting? Indeed, we must retrieve the medical supplies. It's a waste in their hands." "Silence. Let us wait for the boss's orders," Zhao Lu instructed, prompting the group to turn their attention to Gao Feng. Rising to his feet, Gao Feng picked up a piece of wood and tossed it into the air, swiftly smashing it in two with a punch. With steely determination, he declared, "Let us go to Cui Hai's camp and reclaim what is rightfully ours." Zhao Lu and the others nodded. Despite their small numbers, they felt fearless as long as they followed Gao Feng. Li Fei, her face flushed with anger, armed with a spear and a quiver of arrows, stepped forward. "I'm going too. I've heard there are other women locked up in his camp." At this moment, Zhang Xiaomei was also readying her weapon. Whenever the two of them were not engaged in culinary pursuits, they would diligently practice archery and spear throwing, showing significant progress. Gao Feng observed them with a wry smile, noting their serious demeanor. "This is not a game," he remarked. Li Fei and her companion, upon hearing this, became displeased and promptly strode out. Gao Feng exchanged a glance with Zhao Lu and followed suit, understanding that he was expected to safeguard Li Fei and her friend. Meanwhile, Cui Hai and his group returned to the camp, depositing their supplies in the storage. An insidious thought flashed through Cui Hai's mind. They did not pause, but instead prepared to lead their underlings to the ice camp to seize women. "Come on, brothers. Let us head to the ice camp to capture some women," Cui Hai declared with a sense of triumph. Upon hearing the prospect of seizing women, his subordinates' eyes gleamed with excitement, their mouths watering in anticipation. Chapter 30. The Judgment. How well the leader understands us. The women in our camp lack any charm. Over there, every one of them is a fiery little pepper. I adore them. Let us set off quickly, for I can hardly contain my excitement." One of the younger brothers exclaimed eagerly. With a hearty laugh, Cui Hai summoned 10 sturdy men from the camp, and they set off. They had scarcely left the camp when Gao Feng and his companions appeared before Cui Hai like celestial warriors. Seeing Gao Feng's furious countenance sent a jolt of fear through Cui Hai. How could this be? I saw him lying on the ground, covered in blood, clearly lifeless. He felt that Gao Feng's aura had magnified significantly compared to before, though he could not discern the reason. Cui Hai pointed at Gao Feng and declared, "The advantage lies with me. Brothers, eliminate them." His underlings believed that Gao Feng had merely escaped death by a stroke of luck, and, seizing the opportunity, sought to take his life. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through Chui Hai's right ear, causing him to clutch his head and curse vehemently. Ouch! Who did that? Step forward. I will make you pay. Well done. Gao Feng responded, giving a thumbs up. Li Fei stepped forward, filled with righteous anger. You deserve this. I aimed for your eye, but alas, I missed by a fraction. Chui Hai charged towards them, with Zhao Lu protecting Li Fei and the others in front. Gao Feng brandished his spear, thrusting it towards the unfortunate soul at the forefront. With a forceful push, the spear pierced through the man's chest, and as it was withdrawn, he collapsed, lifeless within moments. Gao Feng felt an inexhaustible surge of strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhao Lu and his companions released a volley of arrows, taking down several more foes. Panic enveloped Chui Hai's group, as Gao Feng aimed directly at Chui Hai's head. However, Chui Hai used one of his underlings as a shield. Gao Feng charged forward and struck with a right hook aimed at Chui Hai's forehead. The latter raised his arms in defense, but a wave of pain surged through him. He was momentarily stunned by Gao Feng's strength. How is this possible? How did he become so powerful in such a short span of time? At that moment, Gao Feng seized his arm with one hand and gripped his waist with the other, lifting him effortlessly into the air. With Chui Hai's back facing down, he shouted desperately, "Damn you, let me down." A smirk crept across Gao Feng's lips as he unceremoniously hurled Chui Hai to the ground. As Kui I descended. Gao Feng swiftly raised his right leg. Crack! Chui Hai's bones shattered under the impact, and he was tossed aside, his eyes filled with resentment. The remaining underlings were left stunned, witnessing their leader's demise. Gao Feng swiftly approached and seized one man by the throat, twisting with force. Crack! The man's neck twisted an unnatural angle, and he would awaken no more. The remaining men trembled in fear, taken aback by Gao Feng's prowess. They turned to flee, but Zhao Lu and his companions had already blocked their path, charging forward with spears in hand. That group cried out, "Let us fight them." Yet one by one, they were struck down. Some knelt and begged for mercy, but their heinous deeds could not be overlooked. Gao Feng offered no mercy, dispatching each of them with a swift slash of his dagger across their throats, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. They deserved this fate. These individuals who had relentlessly followed Chui Hai in his nefarious deeds, Zhao Lu exclaimed in anger. "Xiao Feng, they are dead. Let us proceed to their camp." Li Fei urged, her bow and arrow in hand. Gao Feng nodded and swiftly approached Chui Hai's encampment. Outside the camp stood two men, who, before they could react, were struck by arrows that pierced their right eyes. Clutching their faces, they fell to the ground, only to be impaled by Zhao Lu and his comrades' spears. Gao Feng was the first to step into the camp, where three men were surrounding a woman, hurling insults at her in coarse language. The woman, bound to a stake, was in disarray and had succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing this scene ignited a fierce anger within Gao Feng. He called out, and the three men turned, puzzled. But before Gao Feng could act, two arrows flew past him, blinding two of the men. He turned to see Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei, immediately casting them an appreciative glance. Li Fei, witnessing the unconscious woman tied to the stake, was filled with rage. They had not anticipated that Chui Hai's gang would be so beastly. Zhao Lu and the others charged forward, swiftly dispatching the three men. Li Fei hurried to free the woman, calling out, "Hey, wake up!" The woman exhibited only faint breaths, her body marred with injuries. Those filthy bastards, even with medicine. They denied the injured any help. Li Fei seethed through gritted teeth. "Boss, more people from the camp are returning one after another," Zhao Lu pointed out. Gao Feng looked over to see nearly 20 individuals approaching, both men and women, emaciated as if a gust of wind could topple them. Upon seeing the bodies lying in the camp, they were immediately thrown into a state of panic. Yet, when they beheld Gao Feng and his group, their expressions remained largely unchanged. They believed it was merely a change of leadership, fearing that their circumstances would not improve and might even worsen under Gao Feng's command. Zhao Lu urged them to gather together. In their hands, some clutched berries, others held uprooted roots, and a few carried small fish. After a brief moment, Zhao Lu reported, "Boss, we just caught a runaway. That fellow was responsible for overseeing those searching for food," brandishing a whip. What should we do? He asked, seething with anger. Everyone, assemble. Gao Feng commanded. Those who wish to follow me may do so. Otherwise, feel free to go wherever you choose. I will not impede your decision. A stunned silence enveloped the group. What? We are free to choose? They murmured, contemplating the harsh reality of survival on this island. One individual questioned, if we choose to follow you, will we have enough to eat? If we fall ill, will we receive medicine? As long as you work, I can assure you that you will not go hungry and that you will receive medical care, Gao Feng assured them. Upon hearing this, their faces lit up with astonishment. Under Cui Hai, only his lackeys had access to medicine, while they were left to await their demise. Gao Feng then exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Lu. He stepped forward and declared, here stand a man who has long oppressed you, a mere sycophant of Cui Hai. I now entrust him to your judgment. Upon recognizing him as the last of Cui Hai's lackeys, the onlookers, who had long suffered under his cruel dominion, were filled with rage and swiftly bound him. Please, I am but a man trying to make a living. The sycophant pleaded desperately. Yet it was all too late. Their bodies and spirits, battered by relentless torment, seethed with fury. This moment of liberation, orchestrated by Gao Feng, provided them with an outlet for their pent-up aggression. Their wrath erupted violently, one by one. They wielded whips against him, heedless of his desperate cries for mercy. They continued until exhaustion set in, leaving his body a mere pulp, lifeless and utterly defeated. Boss, we are all willing to follow you, one individual exclaimed, a rare smile illuminating his face. Most nodded in agreement, eager to align themselves with Gao Feng. However, a few remained skeptical, doubting his reliability and viewing his actions as mere theatrics. They chose to abandon the camp in search of their own paths. Chapter 31. Strip bare. That's not right, boss. There should be 3 wooden boxes in Cui Hai's room, but one seems to be missing, Zhao Lu remarked, scratching his head as he approached Gao Feng. Cui Hai has never been truthful, but ultimately, the drugs still belong to us. They truly deserve their fate. Gao Feng replied with a cold smirk. At that moment, Li Fei walked over with a displeased expression and said, the woman we encountered was far too frail and has already perished. Cui Hai and his band of scoundrels deserve nothing less. We've done our best, Gao Feng shrugged, casting a cursory glance around. Apart from those who had departed, there were nearly 30 individuals remaining, including himself. He then addressed Zhao Lu, gather the team. Let's take everything we can carry and return. He had previously spotted wild men near this encampment, and it was evident that this place had become unsafe. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Lu set off to assemble the group. The others hurried to the camp to collect their belongings. Though there was little of value to salvage, primarily the food they had gathered that very day. They also dismantled the wooden cabin to transport back to Gao Feng's camp for reconstruction. Gao Feng instructed them to strip the clothes and shoes from the corpses, assuring them that with a thorough wash in hot water, they could be made fit for wear. Sister Fei Fei, there are only men's clothes on the ground. We can't wear those. What should we do? Zhang Xiaomei pouted, feeling anxious as she witnessed the others removing garments from the bodies. At that moment, Li Fei disregarded any sense of modesty. She found a relatively clean outfit and stripped it off, having already noted that only men's clothing was available. She intended to find something for Gao Feng as well. She then turned to Zhang Xiaomei and said, let us head back. I heard from Zhao Lu that one of the boxes contains women's clothing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaomei's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. Finally, we can change our clothes. These are nearly worn to tatters. Though the conditions on the island were harsh, no resources were to be wasted. As dusk fell, their stomachs began to grumble with hunger. Once everyone was prepared, they made their way back to Gao Feng's camp. Not far from their departure point, they stumbled upon Cui Hai's corpse, lying stark naked by the roadside, stripped of all. Many passing by spat on him, cursing his fate. It was a pity about the watch on his wrist, which was now broken and unusable. When they reached the water hole, they paused to collect water for cooking, bringing along buckets and pots. As night descended, the moon hung bright in the sky, illuminating the path back. The water hole was close to the camp, and after filling their containers, they returned. Those who had not yet visited the camp were startled by the long shadow cast on the ground by the moonlight. They hesitated to advance. Zhao Lu, upon seeing their reaction, burst into laughter. That's a giant python. Boss has slain it. We'll feast on it tonight. The crowd was taken aback. What? How could that be? A man-eating python has been killed by Gao Feng? Indeed, following our leader was not a mistake. Subsequently, they unloaded their belongings, and Zhao Lu placed 2 wooden boxes inside Gao Feng's cabin. Gao Feng suggested that everyone huddle together tonight, as the warehouse could serve as a temporary sleeping area, and they would commence constructing wooden cabins the following day. The group nodded in agreement. Li Fei and her companion, feeling unequipped to handle the enormous python, took it upon themselves to start a fire and boil water for the women. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu and the others began the task of skinning and preparing the serpent, while the rest scoured for firewood. Everyone remained industrious, and Gao Feng returned to the cabin to inspect the wooden crates. One of the boxes contained medicines, an essential resource far superior to the herbs that Han Shui had. Upon opening another crate, he discovered women's clothing, including a dress and a qipao, though they were unsuitable for the current environment. Beneath the garments lay sanitary napkins, a necessary item for women, which he intended to hand over to Li Fei and her companion shortly. Closing the crate, Gao Feng stepped outside to join the gathering by the fire. Zhao Lu was chopping the python into segments when he noticed Gao Feng's arrival. "Boss, this python is quite plump. There is enough meat here for a hearty meal," he remarked as he worked. Gao Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rapid consumption of food given the large group. One individual stepped forward, thumping his chest confidently. "Don't worry, boss. We want to take advantage of you. Tomorrow, we'll set out to forage for food. I can craft traps." Gao Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. The majority of the crew at Shui Hai Camp were young, with the eldest no more than 50, all capable of labor. The elderly had been discarded by that scoundrel Shui Hai, as they were considered a vulnerable demographic on this island. If they failed to procure sufficient food for the collective, they would be ostracized. However, at Gao Feng's camp, efforts would be made to ensure everyone's survival, with the ultimate goal of returning home. "Zhao Lu, is the meat ready?" "My water is boiling," Li Fei called out. She sprinkled homemade sea salt and added wild onions to the pot to eliminate any unpleasant odors. "Almost done," Zhao Lu replied, instructing others to take the meat for cooking. Soon, large chunks of snake meat were placed into the pot, and within moments, the savory aroma wafted throughout the camp, causing everyone to salivate. "This is wonderful. I haven't had meat since arriving on the island," exclaimed a frail woman. Another injured woman chimed in. "Boss, if you let me eat my fill, I'll be willing to share your bed tonight." Gao Feng, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile, then shrugged and turned to Li Fei, stating, "I'm only interested in one person. I have no interest in anyone else." Li Fei blushed and quickly reassured the woman. "He is not that kind of person. No one here will harm you. He will protect us." It was clear that the woman had endured significant trauma to voice such a concern. Gradually, a smile emerged on her face. "Thank you, boss. I will work hard. In my camp, there is equality between men and women, and love is free. Anyone who disrupts this order will meet the same fate as this python," Gao Feng declared resolutely. Excitement illuminated the faces of the group. The women felt a sense of liberation, finally able to live as normal individuals without fear of male aggression, while the men realized that if they were to remain on the deserted island, pursuing companionship could be quite agreeable. Li Fei and her companions retrieved bamboo bowls and chopsticks, serving a portion of the meal to some, while planning to create additional utensils the following day. At this moment, Li Fei was surrounded by 7 women, while the rest were men, creating a palpable sense of competition. Everyone was devouring their food with great enthusiasm. "This is delicious. Is this snake meat? It tastes more like fish to me," one exclaimed. "This meat is truly delightful, even more fragrant than lamb." Another chimed in with laughter. Li Fei filled a bowl for Gao Feng, who accepted it and began to eat by the fire. She then returned to her room to fetch a set of clothes. Sitting beside Gao Feng, "Try this on later and see if it fits. This is the cleanest I could find without a trace of blood," she said. Gao Feng, while eating, glanced over and replied, "It should fit perfectly. Later, when we get back to my place, I have something for you too." Li Fei nodded and rested her head on Gao Feng's shoulder, feeling warm and secure. Soon, Gao Feng finished his meal, tossed his bowl and chopsticks onto the ground. and took Li Fei's hand, leading her back to the house. Chapter 32. Constructing the cabin. Li Fei arrived at the cabin where Gao Feng opened a box. So many clothes? Li Fei exclaimed, crouching down to pick up a piece, then standing up and twirling joyfully. They are simply exquisite, she added. But there are other women outside. I cannot keep all this to myself. Gao Feng nodded in agreement, and the two of them carried the box outside. Xiao Omei, Shishtersh. Come quickly to share the clothes. Li Fei called out excitedly. Upon hearing about the clothes, Xiao Mei and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement as they rushed to Li Fei's side. Everyone pick one. Each person can take a piece, Li Fei generously announced. The other girls did not hesitate, simply taking items from the pile, one short-sleeved shirt and another pair of long shorts. After they finished choosing, they were elated, and Li Fei even distributed sanitary napkins, which made them even happier. Fei, can this qipao or skirt be worn? You would look stunning in it. Gao Feng curiously gazed at Li Fei. Li Fei squinted at Gao Feng and teased, What? Do you want me to wear it now? How presumptuous. Gao Feng scratched his head, and then they moved the box into Li Fei's room. He then retreated to his own space to try on the clothes Li Fei had given him. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu and the others gathered around the campfire, recounting Gao Feng's achievements, with cheers erupting intermittently. He spoke with great enthusiasm and expression. It fits perfectly, Gao Feng murmured to himself as he admired his reflection. At that moment, Li Fei entered and, upon seeing Gao Feng dressed in the new attire, smiled and remarked, Not bad, right? I'll take your old clothes to wash. As she bent to pick up the garments to leave, Gao Feng called out to her. You are so kind to me, he said with a beaming smile as he approached Li Fei. She turned and embraced him, grinning as she replied, Aren't you the same? At this moment, their gazes locked together, unbreakable as if drawn by an invisible force. Gao Feng embraced Li Fei and kissed her, to which she rose on her toes to meet him. By this time, Zhao Lu and the others had ceased their chatter and were gradually returning to their rooms for sleep. Sensing someone was about to enter, Li Fei whispered, I'm going to sleep now. Gao Feng reluctantly opened his eyes, and as their lips parted, a delicate thread of moisture lingered between them. After Li Fei left, 7 young men entered the room, asking, Boss, can we really spend the night here? Gao Feng nodded, Of course, I will help you build a cabin tomorrow. They excitedly sought a clear spot, laid down dry leaves on the ground, and settled down to sleep. Previously, they had always slept outdoors at the Suihai camp. The thought of sharing a room with the boss was beyond their wildest dreams. Moreover, the boss's room was quite ordinary, not at all like the lavish quarters of other leaders, earning their heartfelt admiration for Gao Feng. Soon, Gao Feng also lay down to sleep, while not far off. The sound of Zhao Lu's snoring could be heard. The following morning, the birds in the trees by the camp chirped incessantly. Zhao Lu rubbed his sleepy eyes, grumbling as he rushed outside, picking up a stick to throw. All day with the noise. Damn it, they're disturbing my sleep, he muttered, frustrated. With a flurry of wings, the startled little bird took flight, chattering in dismay. Observing Zhao Li's exuberant demeanor, Gao Feng couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, he had just executed a series of swift moves. The sound of air vibrating around him was palpable. Following this, Gao Feng hurled a thick wooden stick into the air. As it descended halfway, he leaped, extending his right foot like a cleaver, and in an instant the stick snapped into 2 pieces. What remarkable skill! Zhao Lu turned to Gao Feng, applauding enthusiastically. One by one, others emerged, showering Gao Feng with praise for his prowess. Li Fei and her companions also appeared, clad in fresh, clean attire. Li Fei wore a short-sleeved top paired with shorts. Although her shoes were worn, her well-proportioned figure still exuded beauty. Gao Feng was momentarily captivated by the sight. The supplies in the warehouse were dwindling. With an increasing number of people, the demand for food escalated. Moreover, the task of constructing wooden shelters loomed ahead. The group hastily consumed some fish and bananas. Subsequently, Gao Feng outlined the day as tasks. The women would gather leaves and thatch, while Zhao Lu and the others would focus on building the wooden shelters. According to their numbers, constructing 3 shelters sufficed, 1 for the women and 2 for the men. There was ample open space surrounding the camp, and with a larger workforce, the task became less daunting, especially since they had brought wood with them, reducing the need for felling trees significantly. Seated outside the wooden shelter, Gao Feng pondered how wonderful it would be to have a notebook and a pen. He could sketch out the areas they had explored, creating a rudimentary map. Lost in thought, a man approached him, saying, "Boss, this morning while I was wearing the clothes I scavenged from yesterday's corpse, I found a notebook and a pen in the pocket. They are of no use to me, but I believe they would serve you well." Before he finished speaking, he produced a small notebook and a pen from his pocket and handed them to Gao Feng. Overjoyed, Gao Feng accepted the items, and the man returned to work. Opening the notebook, Gao Feng discovered it contained markings of 3 locations, aside from Chui Hai's camp. There were 2 other spots, a cave to the south and a small river east of the cave. Following these markings, he supplemented the information he knew, thus creating a simplified version of a map. Uncertain of the island's size, or even its name, he could only explore gradually. Gao Feng closed the notebook and tucked it into his pocket. He approached Zhao Lu and the others, who were busy constructing the wooden shelter. "Boss, we're almost finished," Zhao Lu exclaimed, their newfound sense of home bringing them joy. The others danced with excitement, shouting, "No more sleeping outside! Hooray!" At that moment, Li Fei and her companions arrived, carrying leaves and thatch. "Together, we will surely survive and return home," Gao Feng declared resolutely. Indeed, he reassured them, offering a sense of hope that they would leave the deserted island no matter what. Li Fei and her group set down the leaves and thatch before heading off to chop bamboo. They were preparing to craft some bamboo bowls, chopsticks, and water cups. "Sister Fei Fei, there are no thicker bamboos left. What shall we do?" Zhang Xiaomei searched the small bamboo grove. "We have no choice but to make do with the thinner ones," Li Fei shrugged. One of her companions remarked, "Sister Fei Fei, look, there is a hole beneath the bamboo. I wonder what's inside?" Li Fei leaned in for a closer inspection, surprised that she had never noticed it before. Before she could approach, suddenly, a furry head resembling that of a large rat popped out from the hole, startling them. The creature quickly retreated back inside. At that moment, Zhang Xiaomei burst into laughter. "Look how scared you all are. That little one is called a bamboo rat. It loves to feast on the roots and stems of bamboo. Moreover, its meat is quite delicious and can be eaten," Zhang Xiaomei added. Chapter 33. Capturing the bamboo. "Rat, can this thing be eaten?" "It resembles a large rat," one of the slender young women remarked. Li Fei nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, it is edible. I once saw a survival vlogger consuming one of these creatures. Let us capture it and simmer it for a meal." She gazed at the burrow's entrance, then swiftly chopped down a bamboo stalk, sharpening one end before thrusting it into the hole. She prodded several times, but to no avail. The burrow was deep, and the creature was likely hiding within. Disheartened, Li Fei sighed. At that moment, Zhang Xiaomei approached to give it a try, gesturing with her hands, "I'm craving meat. What should we do? If all else fails, let us chop some bamboo to take back." Li Fei replied with resignation. The other sisters nearby had only managed to find a scant amount of bamboo shoots. Nodding in agreement, they proceeded to cut down some thicker bamboo before heading back. Upon returning to the campsite, they sat on logs beside the wooden cabin, beginning to craft bowls and chopsticks. Zhao Lu and her group were soon finishing their own wooden cabin, and Gao Feng, having spotted Li Fei and her companions, came over. Li Fei smiled as he approached, asking, "Do you know how to catch bamboo rats?" Gao Feng, intrigued, responded, "Of course. What is up? Did you find a bamboo rat?" "Yes, but we couldn't catch it. It escaped." Li Fei pouted while continuing to chop the bamboo. Zhang Xiaomei chimed in, "Boss, bamboo rats are quite delicious. I have a method. Once you're done, I'll accompany you." Gao Feng, with a proud expression, sat beside Li Fei, watching her work. The sisters hastened their efforts, spurred on by the leader's words. "Very good," Gao Feng remarked as he examined one of the bamboo bowls. Li Fei nodded in delight, and soon they completed their crafting. Zhao Li's group had begun laying leaves and thatch inside their cabin. "Let us take a water bucket." Gao Feng stood up, grabbing one. Li Fei, puzzled, asked, "Aren't we going to catch the bamboo rat? Why take a water bucket?" "You'll understand when we get there," Gao Feng replied confidently before stepping outside. Seeing his assured demeanor, Li Fei and her companions grabbed a few buckets to follow him without hesitation. Upon reaching the small bamboo grove, Li Fei hurried ahead, pointing out the very burrow they had previously found. Gao Feng instantly understood Let us go fetch some water. The group followed closely behind. Before long, Gao Feng approached the bamboo rat's burrow with a water bucket, pouring the contents into the entrance. The water gurgled as it flowed in, but there was no immediate response. He instructed Li Fei and the others to continue pouring water while he stood guard with a spear aimed at the hole. As the second bucket was emptied, bubbles began to surface at the burrow's entrance. That's enough. No need to pour more, Gao Feng said, lifting his spear, his gaze fixated on the hole. Li Fei and her companions watched with wide eyes, anticipating a miracle. Gradually, the bamboo rat cautiously peeked out. Gao Feng seized the opportunity, swiftly thrusting the spear and piercing the creature's body. Raising the spear high for Li Fei and the others to see, the atmosphere was electric. That's fantastic. It's all thanks to you, Li Fei exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Xiaomei and the others chimed in. Indeed, our leader is resourceful. Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively and suggested, It's nothing. Let us search for more bamboo rat burrows. Form groups of 2 or 3 and follow this method. Confidently, Li Fei approached Gao Feng and proposed, I'll team up with you. You can handle the water while I take care of catching the bamboo rats. How about that? She swiftly snatched the spear from Gao Feng's hand, executing a few impressive moves midair. Well done, you've got this. Gao Feng chuckled, heading off to fetch water. Li Fei, with a determined hunch, began searching for bamboo rat burrows nearby. Before long, she called out to Gao Feng, Hurry over with the water. There's a new burrow here. The soil around it is fresh. There must be bamboo rats inside. Gao Feng's eyes widened, and he rushed over, pouring water into the burrow before heading back for more. Li Fei stood vigilantly by the burrow's entrance, suddenly spotting a bamboo rat peeking out. She crouched down, remaining still, waiting for the perfect moment to strike for a higher chance of success. What a plump bamboo rat. Just watch me, she murmured to herself. With a swift move, she struck, and the bamboo rat let out a squeak as it was pierced through. I got it, Li Fei exclaimed, triumphantly lifting the spear for all to see. The joy of her success bolstered her confidence, and she continued her search. At that moment, Gao Feng returned with a bucket of water and gave her a thumbs up, whispering, Impressive. Not every burrow contained bamboo rats. Many were empty, rendering the water futile. Nonetheless, the others managed to catch a few as well, their excitement palpable as they leaped in joy. After a while, they had captured a total of 7 rats. While not a bountiful catch, it was enough for a meal, and they made their way back to camp. As they neared the camp entrance, Gao Feng noticed Zhao Lu and a few others guarding the area with spears. Zhao Lu, where are the others? Gao Feng inquired, scanning the camp with curiosity. Zhao Lu smiled and replied, After we finished building the wooden cabin, I stayed behind with a few to guard the camp, while the others volunteered to forage for food. Zhao Dachuan took a group to catch fish, while some went hunting. Everyone is keeping busy. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Fei and the others began preparing the bamboo rats, first scalding them with hot water to make the fur easier to remove. Afterward, Gao Feng turned to Zhao Lu, saying, You all stay here at the camp. I'll go scout for the wild people's location. As the camp grows in numbers, the risks increase, and we must eliminate all potential threats. Leader, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll accompany you to ensure your safety, Zhao Lu insisted, frowning with concern. Gao Feng waved his hand, signaling him to cease further protest. With his bow slung over his shoulder and spear in hand, he set off. Beside Zhao Lu, someone remarked, Isn't it too risky for the leader? Zhao Lu replied, Don't worry. Our presence would only distract him. Watching Gao Feng's retreating figure, Zhao Lu felt an inexplicable sense of security emanating from him. Gao Feng took out a pen and notebook to mark the location where he last encountered the wild man. This place was not far from Zhao Guang's location, and he intended to visit Zhao Guang first. With the loss of the Chui Hai camp, it was highly likely that his camp would soon face attacks from the wild men. Steady now, I am about to begin hammering down, Zhao Guang declared, raising his wooden mallet towards the woman who was bracing herself against a wooden post. The woman nodded repeatedly, leaning back against the post for support. Their camp now consisted of merely a dozen individuals, and everyone had to contribute to the construction efforts. They were currently erecting wooden posts. as the previous ones were too low and needed to be raised to better defend against wild animal attacks. Indeed, the collaboration of men and women made the labor less burdensome. In the distance, a familiar voice resonated, causing Zhao Guang to perk up his ears instantly. Chapter 34. The search for the wild man. As he turned his head, Gao Feng had already approached. Zhao Guang had just finished setting up his stake, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Before Zhao Guang could speak, Gao Feng interjected, "I say, Zhao, you look quite frail. It's not conducive to survival on this desolate island." "Ha." Zhao Guang glanced at the woman beside him, his expression stern as he retorted, "What nonsense. I'm in excellent health." The woman lowered her head, remaining silent. "All right, I won't jest any longer. Have there been sightings of wild men near your camp lately?" Gao Feng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "What? Wild men? I haven't encountered any. Although wild boars and wolves frequently visit the camp." Zhao Guang stood there, stunned, as if struck by lightning. Gao Feng then recounted his encounter with the wild men. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guang felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that wild men roamed nearby. His camp was the closest to Chui Hai's, which Gao Feng had already disbanded. Was the next target destined to be his camp? Panic surged within him, causing him to hammer the stake with increased fervor, fervently praying to avoid a confrontation with the wild men. "Do not panic. While none of our camps have had encounters, we must be thoroughly prepared for protection," Gao Feng advised. Zhao Guang nodded repeatedly and, after a significant pause, began to regain his composure. "Since there are no wild men nearby, I'll go check on Hanbing camp." With that, Gao Feng turned to leave. "Wait, I'll accompany you," Zhao Guang said, halting his work, instructing the woman to assist others, and following behind. "Come on, tell me, how impressive is he? He killed that gigantic python and took down that damned Chui Hai as well." Zhao Guang expressed his eagerness to hear about Gao Feng's heroic deeds. Gao Feng, however, withheld the information about discovering the medicine, recognizing its rarity. They continued their conversation as they walked. "Wow, sister, Gao Feng is incredible. He has slain all those villains from Chui Hai, and many have chosen to follow him," Han Shui exclaimed excitedly. Han Bing, already aware of Gao Feng's worth, felt her previous biases against men dissolve. She pondered when she might encounter him again, her lips pursed in contemplation. Han Bing scoffed, "Are you taken with him? Did you not notice the brave woman by his side when he saved us last time? She must be his partner." Han Shui, flustered, stormed out. Meanwhile, Gao Feng and Zhao Guang had reached the outskirts of the camp. Han Shui immediately recognized Gao Feng and ran over, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" "Come inside. I'm here to ask your sister a few questions," Gao Feng replied. As they walked, Han Shui dashed ahead, calling out, "Sister, Gao Feng has arrived." Han Bing emerged from the house, her face radiant with a smile. "Come in and sit down." Once inside, they settled at a table where Han Shui presented freshly washed berries before them. "Enjoy. These were just picked," she said, beaming at Gao Feng, before taking a seat herself. Gao Feng turned his gaze to Han Bing, who was watching him intently. Zhao Guang first spoke. "Previously, there were reports of cannibalistic wild men near Chui Hai's camp. We would like to inquire if any similar sightings have occurred near your camp." "What?" Han Bing immediately panicked. "Is that true?" Upon finishing her question, she glanced at Gao Feng, who nodded in affirmation. Sitting nearby, Han Shui was also startled. "What should we do? Those wild men are incredibly savage. At present, our foremost priority is to maintain vigilance and enhance our patrols. If we encounter an attack from the wild men, we can assist one another," Gao Feng stated gravely. Han Bing and Zhao Guang nodded heavily in agreement. "What do the wild men look like?" Han Bing asked next. Gao Feng began to describe them. "They resemble humans, with hair like a bird's nest, clad in animal skins, wielding sharp stone knives, and adorned with stripes on their bodies. They possess their own language." Upon hearing the description of the bird's nest hair, the tense atmosphere lightened considerably. Hair resembling a bird's nest is quite rare in contemporary society, and those who sport such hairstyles are often deemed foolish. "Since there are none here, I shall take my leave. If any camp makes a discovery, please inform everyone promptly to prepare in advance. I intend to search for traces of the wild men," Gao Feng declared, rising to his feet. He then turned to Han Shui and said, "Thank you for the berries. They are quite sweet." Han Shui winked at him. "Wait, just the two of you?" That is far too dangerous. I shall accompany you in your search, but remember to tread lightly and avoid alarming the wild men. Han Bing insisted as she stood up. Gao Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Han Bing then briefed Han Shui, instructing her to remain at the camp to keep watch. Han Shui, however, insisted on joining them, and despite their attempts to dissuade her, she was resolute. Gao Feng and Zhao Guang exchanged wry smiles, aware of her intentions to spend more time with Gao Feng, for she had long harbored feelings for him. The four of them set off, intending to return to the location where Gao Feng had previously encountered the wild men. As they passed by Cui Hai's camp, they stumbled upon a naked corpse being devoured by wild wolves, while the other bodies had vanished. Han Shui gasped at the sight and quickly hid behind Gao Feng, clutching the hem of his clothing. The wolves swiftly carried the corpse into the woods. Are you frightened? If so, you should return, Gao Feng said with a smile to Han Shui. Feigning bravado, Han Shui replied, with you here, I fear nothing. Gao Feng sighed, and they soon arrived at the place where they had previously encountered the wild men. Aside from the extinguished campfire, there were 2 white bones with nothing else in sight. They decided to continue their search to the east and soon came upon a hillside. Gao Feng also noticed a column of smoke rising from the base of the mountain. There seems to be something ahead. Let us proceed cautiously, Gao Feng whispered. Han Bing and the others recognized the gravity of the situation and heightened their alertness. Gao Feng crouched low and moved ahead. Help! Help! A heart-wrenching cry echoed from not far away. Following the sound, Gao Feng and the others approached the vicinity of the campfire. Through the dense underbrush, they glimpsed 3 wild men seated around the fire, consuming something, while 3 men were bound to a tree with vines. They incessantly cried for help, while one lay lifeless on the ground, his organs cruelly extracted. This was the very band of savages that Gao Feng had encountered before. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, Han Shui nearly screamed, but Gao Feng swiftly covered her mouth. It was only then that Han Shui regained her composure, realizing she had nearly compromised their safety, and she lowered her gaze, too afraid to look further. Han Bing also appeared utterly shocked, her scalp prickling with fear. The cannibalistic tribe had only been seen in films, yet here they were on this desolate island. What should Gao Feng do? Should he attempt a rescue? Zhao Guang's face was etched with terror. After a moment's hesitation, he finally whispered, "We must help." A plan began to form in Gao Feng's mind. Chapter 35. A life-and-death struggle with the wild man. How to save. This is a man-eating savage. Han Bing's lips quivered slightly. Gao Feng patted Zhao Guang on the shoulder and proposed, "Let us distract the wild man while Han Bing and the others attempt to rescue the captives." Zhao Guang gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Observing Gao Feng's unwavering composure and resolute gaze, Han Shui felt a surge of courage. She and Han Bing exchanged nods, and Gao Feng instructed them to save the individuals before retracing their steps. After the 3 wild men had feasted on the entrails, one of them stood up, brandishing a stone knife as he approached a man. The man, terrified, screamed in panic, trembling uncontrollably, losing control of his bodily functions. It turned out that the savages preferred their meals freshly killed, and at that moment, the man had become prey. The wild man's stone knife was perilously close to the man's chest. Suddenly, a swift arrow, like a bolt of lightning, pierced through the air and struck the wild man in the back. He let out a howl of pain and spun around, prompting his companions to spring to their feet. Realizing Gao Feng and Zhao Guang were concealed in the woods, armed with stone knives, the wild men charged forward. "Run!" Gao Feng shouted to Zhao Guang, dashing toward the dense thicket ahead. After covering some distance, Gao Feng halted, believing Han Bing and the others had successfully rescued the captives. Confrontation was inevitable, so he decided to assess the strength of the wild men. "Don't stop, brother, keep running," Zhao Guang exclaimed, resembling a frightened dog, and continued his flight. One of the 3 wild men pursued Zhao Guang, while the remaining 2 confronted Gao Feng, ready for a fierce battle. Gao Feng glanced at the stone knives wielded by the 2 wild men and raised his spear. The arrow lodged in the back of one wild man had been removed by a companion, who then broke it in half before Gao Feng's eyes, a fierce glint in his gaze. The wild man, wielding the stone knife, charged at Gao Feng. Gao Feng quickly thrust his spear forward, the spearhead clashing with the stone knife, creating a shower of sparks. He retracted the spear and thrust again. The wild man retreated a step, swinging his stone knife at the wooden shaft of the spear, severing it in two, with the front half embedding itself in the ground. The two wild men smirked mockingly. A jolt of alarm surged through Gao Feng. The two wild men lunged at him, their stone knives aimed for his body. Gao Feng ducked and executed a sliding maneuver to evade the attack, positioning himself behind them. He discarded the wooden shaft and swiftly grabbed the two halves of his spear, turning around with a forceful kick that created a deep crater beneath him. He appeared behind the two wild men, a slight smile playing on his lips. This series of maneuvers was executed in an instant, and the wild men, catching a glimpse of Gao Feng in their peripheral vision, displayed expressions of sheer terror. With a burst of strength, Gao Feng plunged the spear directly into the back of the wild man on the right, the spearhead emerging from his chest. The wild man coughed up a spray of blood, groaning in agony as he staggered forward, collapsing heavily onto the ground, his body convulsing. The remaining wild man charged at Gao Feng, who sidestepped the attack, delivering a swift kick to the wild man's abdomen. Upon retrieving the stone knife of the deceased savage, which bore a resemblance to a Nepalese kukri and felt substantial in weight, the blade was swiftly directed toward the savage. After engaging in a brief skirmish, Gao Feng seized the opportunity to swiftly slice through the savage's throat with the stone knife. The savage's head fell forward as the knife slipped from his grasp, and he subsequently knelt upon the ground. Gao Feng picked up the stone knife and pursued Zhao Guang, glancing back to witness the savage slowly collapsing to the earth. In no time, Gao Feng caught up with Zhao Guang, who was facing off against the savage ahead. He wielded his spear vigorously, attempting to deter the savage's advance. It was evident that he was not a match for the savage, being forced to retreat repeatedly, with a gash already visible on his arm. Upon noticing Gao Feng's approach, he exclaimed with excitement, "This fellow is quite formidable. Come quickly to my aid." Gao Feng hurled the stone knife, which spun gracefully through the air before piercing the savage's back. The savage stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing rigidly to the ground. Good. Damned savage," Zhao Guang shouted with exhilaration. Gao Feng approached and helped Zhao Guang to his feet, remarking, "The savage remains quite powerful. Thanks to you. Otherwise I would have." They decided to return swiftly. Zhao Guang tore a strip of cloth from his garment and wrapped it around his injured arm. "Cease. Why haven't Gao Feng and the others returned?" Han Shui asked with concern. "I don't know. Let us head back to support them," Han Bing replied, glancing toward the direction of the savage's emergence. One man trembled with fear and said, "That savage is too formidable. Perhaps we should refrain from going." "Foolish wretch. Were it not for Gao Feng's intervention, you would have met your demise long ago," Han Bing retorted, striking him across the face. The man fell silent, while the other two patted their chests and declared, "Let us go save them." Han Bing nodded in approval. Not long after, they spotted Gao Feng and Zhao Guang approaching. Han Shui swiftly ran toward them, exclaiming, "Gao Feng, are you unharmed? I was so worried." Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. Zhao Guang chuckled. "You only concern yourself with Gao Feng. I'm injured as well." Han Shui coughed lightly and said, "It's nothing. I have herbs and will tend to your wounds upon our return." Upon witnessing Gao Feng and his companions having saved them, the men hurried over and knelt before them. Gao Feng scrutinized the group, realizing they were from Cui Hai's camp, who had not allied with him. He turned to Zhao Guang and suggested, "These individuals should join your camp. Yours is lacking in numbers, is it not?" Zhao Guang readily agreed, nodding vigorously. The men smiled at Zhao Guang, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, boss, for taking us in." Gao Feng's earlier words had clearly indicated his reluctance to accept them, given that they had previously declined to join his camp. Now, they regretted their decision. Nonetheless, joining Zhao Guang's camp was certainly preferable to wandering aimlessly outside. "Let us return to Han Bing's camp first, so I can have my wounds treated," Zhao Guang said, clutching his arm and grimacing in pain. His camp lacked medicinal herbs and knowledge of healing. The others nodded in agreement. As Gao Feng ambled along, he retrieved his notebook, marking the locations of the wild man's appearances along with the hillside. Han Shui glanced at it and burst into laughter. "Is this your map?" It looks like something a child would draw. Gao Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. As long as I can understand it, that's all that matters. Han Shui snatched the notebook from Gao Feng's hands and examined it closely. Look, sister, our campsite is marked here, along with Zhao Guang's, the wild man's, and the cave. Is this all there is? Han Shui pointed at the notebook while addressing Han Bing. Gao Feng nodded in affirmation. This is all I have explored thus far. If you know more, I can add it later. Once we return to the campsite, I will create a copy of this map and annotate each place we visit. Han Shui said, leaning against Gao Feng with a smile. And I too, Zhao Guang chimed in, grinning while clutching his arm. Chapter 36. Task allocation upon returning to the ice camp. Han Shui immediately attended to Zhao Guang's wounds. Gao Feng also sketched 2 rudimentary maps, distributing one each to Han Bing and Zhao Guang. Should any wild men appear nearby, do not forget to share intelligence and remember the maps. Gao Feng remarked before preparing to turn away. At that moment, Han Shui rushed over, presenting Gao Feng with some herbs. Take these. They will prove useful, she insisted. Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively, replying, No need, I have better ones. If any of you sustain severe injuries, feel free to seek me out. Han Shui was taken aback. Did he truly refuse the herbs? Would they actually come looking for him? By the time she regained her composure, Gao Feng had already exited. Seething with indignation, Han Shui returned to her quarters. After tending to his wounds, Zhao Guang also returned with some herbs. What happened? Who vexed you this time? Han Bing inquired, observing Han curious irritated de mon honor. I just offered him herbs, and he refused, saying we would have to find him if we got hurt. Han Shui pouted. Han Bing furrowed her brow. Perhaps he possesses superior herbs. Han Shui thought to herself, that is highly unlikely. They cannot know more than I do. Gao Feng arrived back at the camp to a lively atmosphere. A group had gathered around something, chattering excitedly. Oh my, it's enormous. There is more to eat. One exclaimed, I'll join you for hunting. I'm done with fishing. Nothing beats the taste of pork. As he approached, Gao Feng inquired, what is going on? Zhao Lu turned to him, saying just now that young man caught a huge wild boar. It was only then that Gao Feng noticed the sizable wild boar lying on the ground, its body pierced with bamboo stakes. Among the crowd, a man was basking in the admiration of others. What is your name, and how did you catch it? Gao Feng asked with a smile. The man, upon hearing the leader's voice, turned eagerly to Gao Feng, scratching his head with a grin. Lu Xuan. I caught it using a dug trap. Heh. Well done. How about leading a team for the next hunt? Gao Feng proposed. Sure. I promised to complete the task. Lu Xuan confidently patted his chest. Gao Feng nodded, assigning Zhao Dachuan to fish, Li Fei to oversee the women's team for gathering, cooking, and fire-making, while Zhao Lu would lead a few individuals in defending the camp. The men within the team could rotate to maximize their strengths, with the ultimate goal of securing more food. As evening descended, they prepared a feast on wild boar and bamboo rats. Satisfied smiles adorned their faces, as many felt fortunate to be in Gao Feng's camp. After the meal, everyone returned to rest. Gao Feng instructed Zhao Lu to arrange for a rotating night watch. Boss, what do wild men look like? Are they formidable? Zhao Lu inquired de curiosity. Gao Feng described them, noting their distinctive chicken coop haircuts and blue stripes painted on their bodies, unique markings of their tribe. Zhao Lu nearly burst into laughter, but the thought of them being cannibals quickly darkened his expression. Gao Feng returned to the cabin, preparing to lie down and rest, when Li Fei entered, holding freshly washed clothes. The clothes are dry. Where shall I put them? Gao Feng's eyes brightened as he swiftly approached, enveloping Li Fei in his arms and declaring, Don't leave tonight. Stay here and sleep. What are you saying? I haven't agreed to anything yet, Li Fei stammered, but before she could finish, Gao Feng leaned in to kiss her. He held her tightly. She feigned a struggle, but soon his hands began to wander inappropriately. Li Fei's heart raced, and she thought, could it be that tonight I will surrender here? Suddenly, she felt something pressing against her, and the thought of that mischievous fellow startled her, prompting her to break free from Gao Feng's embrace. Her face flushed like boiling water, and the air around her felt heated. She hastily tossed the clothes at Gao Feng and fled. He, still yearning for more, smirked to himself, contemplating how close he was to victory before lying down to sleep. In the middle of the night, Gao Feng had a delightful dream in which Li Fei married him and bore him a pair of twins. He awoke with a smile as dawn broke. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, he prepared to practice with a stone knife, which possessed formidable power. One strike could be unbearable. At that moment, Zhao Lu burst out, cursing and dragging a long trail of flatulence behind him, picking up a stick to throw at a bird perched in a tree. That bird is just asking for a fight. Gao Feng chuckled at Zhao Li's antics, which had roused the others from their slumber. In the morning, after a simple meal of bananas and fish, the group set out to forage for food, following Gao Feng's designated teams. Traveling in groups offered greater safety, allowing them to resist and retreat in case of danger. Gao Feng assigned Li Fei's team to gather around the camp, while he decided to accompany Lu Shuang's team for hunting, which greatly boosted their morale. "Boss, just watch. Hunting wild boars is a piece of cake for me," Lu Shuang boasted, thumping his chest as they walked. "Wild boars are perilous. We must not let our guard down," Gao Feng replied, furrowing his brow. He understood that even with supplies in the camp, injuries could be quite painful. Lu Shuang led the group to a familiar area, not far from where Gao Feng had previously encountered the wild men. Gao Feng took out his notebook to mark the location. "Boss, up ahead. There are quite a few wild boars there," Lu Shuang pointed out. Soon, they reached a grove where Gao Feng observed the surroundings alone for a moment, ensuring there were no wild men before returning to the group. It turned out that Lu Shuang and his team had dug numerous traps in the woods, filled with sharpened bamboo stakes that would spell doom for any wild boar that fell in. He marked each trap to avoid accidentally harming his comrades. "Boss, see that? The area with berries below is where the trap is." Lu Shuang leaned closer to Gao Feng, who nodded in approval. Before long, they spotted 3 half-grown wild boars ahead, their tusks menacing and their eyes bloodshot with ferocity. They resolved to drive the wild boars towards the trap, slowly encircling them with their spears raised. Startled, the boars could only flee in the direction of the trap. Soon, a chilling cry from one of the boars echoed through the air, while the remaining 2 managed to evade the trap. However, Gao Feng and his companions had successfully surrounded the 2 remaining wild boars. At that moment, one of the boars suddenly charged towards Lu Shuang and the others. Gripping their spears tightly, they shouted in alarm, thrusting towards the beast. One boar was wounded, while the other dashed away, disappearing into the woods. The injured boar staggered for a few steps, only to turn back and charge at Lu Shuang once more. At that moment, he found himself without a spear, as it was already embedded in the boar. As the boar seemed poised to attack desperately, Lu Shuang was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Just as it appeared he was about to be gored, Gao Feng swiftly pulled him aside. Subsequently, Gao Feng's spear pierced the boar's mouth. Chapter 37. Bewilderment. With a thunderous shout, Gao Feng thrust his spear forcefully into the wild boar's mouth, piercing through to its stomach, much like threading meat onto a skewer. The wild boar let out a series of anguished cries before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Lu Shuang and the others stood in astonishment, taken aback by Gao Feng's formidable prowess. In his presence, they felt like mere novices. "Boss, that was incredible. You saved me," exclaimed Lu Shuang, rising with palpable excitement. Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not pursue the remaining one. Let us conclude our endeavors for today and divide the wild boar to take back." The others nodded in agreement. Gao Feng then added to Lu Shuang, "Do not sever the tendons. We need them for bowstrings." Lu Shuang finally came to a realization. They extracted the wild boar from the trap and reset it before preparing to return. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed through the woods, indicating a large group approaching. "This is not good. We must hurry back to the camp. There are wild men," Gao Feng shouted. "Wild men?" The others were momentarily taken aback, then swiftly heightened their vigilance. Indeed, 10 wild men emerged ahead. It was Lu Shuang's first encounter with them, and he was instantly struck with fear. He had only heard tales from Gao Feng about these wild men and had never seen them in person, though their hair appeared somewhat comical. They wielded stone knives and exuded a fierce demeanor. Lu Shuang and the others stood frozen, momentarily forgetting Gao Feng's warning. "What are you dawdling for? Run. I'll cover you," Gao Feng urged, slowly retreating while brandishing his spear. The wild men had now closed in, within mere meters of Gao Feng. "Boss, we can't abandon you." Lu Shuang, though frightened, felt emboldened by Gao Feng's presence. The others clutched their spears tightly, forming a united front. Gao Feng shook his head and shrugged. The wild men emitted guttural roars and charged forward. Gao Feng stepped boldly in their path, thrusting his spear at the lead wild man. With a sickening squelch, the spear pierced the wild man's throat, causing him to fall lifelessly to the ground. The remaining wild men halted in shock, astonished to witness the strength of a human. Several wild men then surged towards Lu Shuang and his companions, while the rest remained locked in confrontation with Gao Feng. As the wild men charged, Lu Shuang and his group gritted their teeth and rushed forward. One of their number had his spear severed by a stone knife, prompting him to turn and flee. The wild man's knife was hurled, striking him down instantly. Gao Feng fought fiercely, retreating while engaging the wild men. Upon seeing one of his comrades fall, he dashed towards Lu Shuang and swiftly dispatched another wild man with a thrust to the throat. Leaning protectively in front of Lu Shuang, Gao Feng declared, "See, you cannot defeat the wild men. Flee without concern for me." "Boss, we're sorry for not listening to you," Lu Shuang mumbled, his head bowed, yet casting a fierce glare at the wild men. Gao Feng swung his spear defiantly, allowing Lu Shuang and the others to make their escape into the woods. He exhaled in relief, but all the wild men had now turned their attention toward him, their lips curling into sinister smiles, as if victory were assured. Gao Feng sought to retreat, yet was swiftly encircled. With no alternative, he steeled himself for confrontation, contemplating the grim possibility of meeting his end here. However, at that moment, the wild men refrained from a collective assault. Instead, one of them stepped forward, thumping his chest and emitting a series of guttural roars directed at his companions. Gao Feng recognized this as a challenge for a duel. He observed the bloody corners of the wild men's mouths, likely satiated from a recent feast, eager to engage him in a contest, perhaps with the intent to extinguish his life. Yet, they underestimated Gao Feng. The wild man, brandishing a stone knife, charged at him, launching a flurry of strikes aimed at his chest, all of which Gao Feng deftly evaded by retreating. Seizing an opportunity, Gao Feng lunged forward, and the stone knife grazed his shoulder, inflicting pain upon the wild man. Enraged, the wild man lunged at Gao Feng, swinging downward at his lower body. With a swift leap, Gao Feng ascended onto the wild man's frame, pinning him to the ground by his neck. The wild man roared in protest, immobilized beneath Gao Feng's grip. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, Gao Feng severed the wild man's throat, blood gushing forth in a crimson arc, leaving him lifeless. The remaining wild men gazed in shock, and soon, one among them, presumably their leader, whispered to a nearby companion. This wild man dashed into the woods and returned shortly with something in hand, discreetly passing it to the leader. Gao Feng cast a fleeting glance, not dwelling on the matter. "Who else?" he shouted, pointing at those who had encircled him. At that moment, the leader stepped forward, his mouth engaged in chewing something. Gao Feng charged at him with his stone knife, which the leader parried, the clash producing sparks. The leader smirked, and just as Gao Feng felt a wave of confusion, the wild man opened his mouth wide, expelling the contents toward him. Gao Feng instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, but a foul stench assaulted him, reminiscent of years-old manure fermenting in a pigsty. His stomach churned violently, nearly inducing vomiting. He had not anticipated such a cunning tactic, employing foul breath as a surprise attack. As Gao Feng pondered this, a sudden dizziness overcame him, and it felt as though his strength had been siphoned away. He thought to himself that no mere odor could render a man unconscious. It dawned on him that the wild man must have consumed a plant capable of inducing stupor, using his mouth as a weapon. It was truly an insidious ploy. While caught in this reverie, Gao Feng found himself crouched on the ground, witnessing the triumphant smiles adorning the faces of the wild men. Attempting to rise, he was abruptly struck down by the back of a stone knife wielded by one of them. Surely, he could not meet his end here. Li Fei was waiting for him at the camp. He could not perish in this forsaken place. Moments later, Gao Feng succumbed to unconsciousness. The wild man leader chose not to kill him, but rather intended to carry him back to their camp. The lifeless bodies on the ground were also taken away. Look, go, look, go. The leader has been captured by the wild men. Upon their return to the camp, Lu Shuang and the others, their faces etched with urgency, shouted in dismay. What nonsense! How could our leader possibly be captured? Zhao Lu exclaimed, his countenance marred by fury as he seized Lu Shuang by the arm. Startled and realizing he had spoken rashly, Lu Shuang took a moment to collect himself before recounting the unfolding events. We must hasten to rescue our leader. Zhao le déclarait, grasping his spear as a thought struck him. Indeed, summon Zhao Guang and Han Bing. Strength lies in numbers. He then instructed several individuals to fetch Zhao Guang and Han Bing from their encampment. Zhao Lu was resolute in his determination to make the savages pay dearly for their transgressions. Meanwhile, Li Fei was diligently tidying up Gao Feng's wooden cabin. Upon hearing of Gao Feng's capture, she stormed outside in a fit of rage. I shall rescue him. Let the savages experience the wrath of my archery, Li Fei proclaimed, swiftly shouldering her bow and arrows, her anger palpable. Chapter 38. The high platform sacrifice. Zhao Lu and his companions set forth without delay. Upon hearing the call to rescue Gao Feng, the entire camp rallied together. Gao Feng had always treated them well, and upon learning of his peril, they were determined to exert every effort in his rescue. Although Gao Feng had succumbed to unconsciousness, he could still faintly perceive that he was being carried, bound to a wooden structure, uncertain of his destination and whether Zhao Lu and the others would manage to find him. He eventually awoke to discover himself tightly bound to a wooden post. The post was deeply embedded and firmly secured, rendering him unable to escape. Surrounding him were several others, a total of 10 individuals, both male and female. One by one, they had succumbed to unconsciousness, their faces etched with terror, as if they had relinquished all hope of struggle. Gao Feng cast his gaze towards the wild men's encampment. This settlement was quite similar to their own, with wooden huts, yet devoid of any surrounding palisade. At the center stood a colossal wooden platform, towering 3 to 4 meters high, seemingly intended for sacrificial purposes. The area surrounding it was spacious, bordered by dense forest, making it a locale that was difficult to discover. Gao Feng counted approximately 30 wild men in this small tribe. Their hairstyles and physiques bore resemblance to one another, their bodies adorned with blue stripes. He designated this tribe as the Blue Clan. At that moment, a towering wild man emerged from one of the huts, distinctly larger and more robust than the others. He was the chief of this small tribe. He murmured something to the wild men beside him, and Gao Feng yearned for a translator to discern the intentions of these strangers. After a while, 3 wild men approached the captives, using wooden sticks to awaken the remaining individuals. As they regained consciousness, they were met with shock, their mouths agape, crying out in panic for help. Help! Who will save me? Damn it, I do not wish to die here, you bunch of scoundrels. The only response was the sinister smiles upon the wild men's faces. Some were so frightened that they lost control of their bladders, while others had already surrendered to despair. Gao Feng noticed a man beside him. He was robust, displaying no signs of fear. Gao Feng inquired, "Aren't you afraid? We are on the brink of death." The man scoffed, "Alas, such unfortunate luck. I was poisoned by a toxic mushroom. Otherwise, I would not have been captured." "What toxic mushroom? How did you end up here?" Gao Feng pressed. "When the wild men cannot overpower you, they chew a toxic mushroom and spit in your face when you are unguarded." The man wore a wry smile. Realization dawned on Gao Feng. "So, that is why I fell unconscious. Doesn't the wild man himself get incapacitated by the mushroom?" Gao Feng continued to inquire. "They have developed immunity. It only affects us," the man explained. Through their conversation, Gao Feng learned that the man's name was Li Shuai, hailing from the central highlands of the island, a region populated with many survivors. They banded together for warmth and safety. Li Shuai recounted that he had ventured out with companions in search of food, but had strayed too far and subsequently fallen into the wildmen's clutches. He had initially believed he could outsmart the savages, only to find he had overestimated his own abilities. Was he truly destined to perish here? Li Shuai hung his head in despair. "I do not think so. My companions will soon come to rescue me," he asserted. Gao Feng cast his gaze towards the entrance of the savages' camp. aware that Zhao Lu and the others were en route, uncertain if they would be able to locate this place. "What do you intend to do? Please, do not kill me. Let me go," one man wailed, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, the three savages untied the ropes binding the three men, only to drag them to the central altar. Upon the altar stood an elderly woman, resembling a shaman, wielding a stone knife raised high above her head, seemingly preparing for some sacrificial rite. Many tribes of savages would offer living beings in sacrifice, beseeching the deities for protection. Clearly, the savages regarded the survivors as intruders, carriers of a virus, which justified their intent to slay them. "What do you truly want?" "I want to go home," one of the men shouted desperately, his mouth agape. He was forced onto a wooden table on the altar by two savages, struggling in vain against his fate. With a chilling scream, the woman plunged the stone knife into his chest, extracting his heart and raising it aloft for the other savages to see. A roar of approval erupted from the crowd below. The woman then glanced at the towering savage beside her, whose face betrayed no emotion. She turned her gaze towards the sun, the object of their worship, and casually discarded the still throbbing heart into a nearby refuse barrel. Finally, another savage severed the man's head from his body, disposing of both from the altar, where they tumbled down its side. The savages erupted into jubilant cheers. Gao Feng and the others watched in horror, their scalps prickling. Some fainted at the gruesome spectacle. What kind of barbarity is this? It is more agonizing than being alive and devoured. Li Shuai trembled at the sight, nearly wetting himself. Gao Feng furrowed his brow, cursing vehemently, vowing that these wretches would pay dearly for their actions. Yet, he found himself powerless, merely a spectator. The remaining two men met the same fate, and as the third was slain, a massive cloud obscured the sun, prompting a satisfied smile from the woman, which was mirrored by the tall savage. Thus, the sacrificial ritual was deemed complete. As the woman descended from the altar towards Gao Feng, her grotesque visage and half-exposed yellow teeth made a slashing motion across her throat, signaling to her fellow savages before departing. "Damn it, they mean to have us killed," Li Shuai gasped, struggling to voice his fear. Gao Feng snorted defiantly. "Let them come. I still have a dagger at my waist," though his hands remained bound, rendering him unable to save himself. Soon a dozen or so savages approached, unbinding Gao Feng and the others, yet their hands remained restrained. They were led to a clearing, where a dozen savages whispered among themselves for a while. Rather than executing them immediately, they decided to engage in a twisted game. They sought pleasure in the act of hunting, intending to kill them in a more exhilarating manner. At that moment, a robust savage wielding a stone knife sprinted to the opposite side of the clearing and waved his hand towards the savages on this side. Subsequently, the ropes binding a man and a woman were loosened. They stood there, bewildered, uncertain of what was to come next. One of the savages gestured for them to run. In an instant, they understood and took off, hoping that reaching the other side would grant them freedom. With only one savage in their path and the woods beyond, they believed that if they could reach the opposite side, they might escape with their lives. A mix of terror and a glimmer of hope illuminated their faces. They had barely covered half the distance when 7 or 8 savages sprang into action, hurling spears, stones, and flinging their stone knives. Weapons flew through the air in a flurry. The woman did not even have time to scream before a spear pierced her, causing her to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 39. The killing game. The man lay on the ground, his right leg severed by a stone blade, writhing in agony. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he crawled forward, knowing that only by fleeing could he grasp a chance at survival. To remain still would be to embrace death. At that moment, the long-awaited savage approached with a mocking smile, swiftly severing the man's head. He played the role of the harvester, delivering the final blow as life ebbed away. In their eyes, none of Gao Feng's group could escape. The savages on Gao Feng's side erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang, accompanied by Zhao Lu and Li Fei, had arrived at the wild boar's location. "Where's the boss?" Zhao Lu inquired, glancing at Lu Shuang. "He should be nearby. Everyone, let us search the area quickly," Lu Shuang shouted. They then began to scour the vicinity. After a thorough search, all they found in the forest were traps and a pool of fresh blood. Li Fei grew anxious. This blood. A wave of dread washed over her, and her palms began to sweat. Fearing that Gao Feng might be in peril, her expression darkened. Zhao Lu, noticing her worry for Gao Feng, reassured her. Lu Shuang, didn't you say this blood was Gao Feng's? Lu Shuang quickly nodded, clarifying that it was the blood of the wild boar. With that, Li Fei released a sigh of relief. I must go find him, she declared, grabbing her bow and dashing forward, followed closely by Zhang Xiaomei and the others. Soon, they arrived at a hillside where they discovered signs of campfire. Zhao Lu promptly urged everyone, climb the hill and see if there are any nearby savage camps. The others scrambled up the slope. Moments later, Lu Shuang was the first to reach the summit. Standing at the highest point, he scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted a high platform in the direction of the mountain, appearing small from afar, yet easily reachable. I found it. The boss must be there. Let us hurry and rescue him, Lu Shuang exclaimed with excitement. The others quickly noticed as well, their faces alight with fervor as they gripped their weapons tightly, resolute to rescue their leader from the clutches of the savages, regardless of the cost. As Zhao Lu and the others descended the slope, they suddenly heard rustling in the forest. Zhao Lu signaled for everyone to crouch down and prepare. After a moment, it turned out to be Han Bing, Han Shui, and Zhao Guang, who had brought reinforcements. Zhao Lu breathed a sigh of relief. They wasted no time in discussing Gao Feng's situation as they hurried onward. Meanwhile, 3 more individuals from Gao Feng's group met a tragic end, having been slain by various weapons before they could reach safety. Now, only Gao Feng and Li Shui remained. At this moment, Li Shui's leg trembled uncontrollably as he looked toward Gao Feng. Meanwhile, Gao Feng had devised a plan. When we run, follow my lead and take an S-shaped route. It will increase our chances of survival, he instructed, furrowing his brow. Li Shui paused for a moment, understanding the strategy immediately, and nodded vigorously. Soon, Gao Feng and the other were untied, and the wild men behind them gave them a push, signaling them to run. Without hesitation, Gao Feng took off at once. He and Li Shui ran in an S-shaped zigzag, leaving the wild men behind in a state of bewilderment. However, the expressions of triumph on their faces soon faded. As Gao Feng and Li Shui reached the halfway point, the wild men began hurling weapons, but their initial attempts missed. Growing anxious, they quickened the pace of their throws. Gao Feng and Li Shui focused solely on their desperate flight. Suddenly, a stone knife grazed Gao Feng's arm, slicing him open. He had no time to feel the pain and continued running, while a stone struck Li Shui in the back, causing him to fall to the ground. Gao Feng rushed over and quickly helped him up. Keep running, hurry, Gao Feng shouted. Li Shui, without hesitation, continued to flee. Standing still would mean certain death. At that moment, Gao Feng picked up a spear. Just ahead, a wild man awaited them, armed with a stone knife, approaching them with a look of terror on his face. After all, the previous 2 groups had either been killed by him or had fallen to the weapons thrown on the way. He was astounded that these 2 had managed to survive long enough to reach this point. Swinging the stone knife, he aimed for Gao Feng, knowing that his injured arm made him the prime target. In response, Gao Feng thrust the spear forward with all his might. The spear pierced the wild man's throat, who then fell to the ground lifeless. The group of wild men behind them grew increasingly uneasy upon witnessing one of their own fall. A towering wild man let out a furious roar. Though he had not participated in the brutal game, he had watched the entire ordeal unfold. About 10 wild men, armed with weapons, charged forward. Meanwhile, Li Shui kept pace with Gao Feng as they dashed into the woods. Panting, Li Shui gasped, "Thank you, Gao Feng." Without a glance, Gao Feng continued to run. The wild men soon closed in behind them. Gao Feng aimed for the hillside, hoping to use the terrain to buy some time against the wild men. Stones and spears flew toward them from behind. Gao Feng heard the whistling of projectiles slicing through the air. He rolled to the side and sprang back to his feet, resuming his flight. Li Shui, terrified, had just escaped a pile of corpses when the pursuing wild men drew near again. After a stretch of running, Gao Feng felt his body beginning to give out. However, when he glanced back, the wild men were closing in, now less than 30 meters away. Remarkably, these beasts could run swiftly. At that moment, Zhao Lu perked up, faintly hearing the sound of roars. He immediately deduced it must be the wild men. Prepare for battle, everyone. There are wild men ahead. Zhao chuted. Momins late. It's Gao Feng, he's running this way. Li Fei pointed in the direction ahead and called out. They soon spotted Gao Feng with wild men in pursuit. Follow me. Let's eliminate the wild men. Cao shouted in fury. They had no time to greet Gao Feng before rushing towards the wild man. Li Shuai suddenly slowed down, resting his hand on his waist, gasping for breath. At that moment, Gao Feng also decelerated, having noticed Zhao Lu and his entourage charging towards them. Instantly relieved, Li Shuai was startled by the large crowd approaching. Upon seeing the look of surprise on Gao Feng's face, he realized that help had arrived. Gao Feng, spotting Li Fei and her companions trailing behind, along with Han Bing and Han Shui, quickly intercepted them. Fei, why did you all come to? He asked, a wry smile crossing his face. They had come out of concern for him, but their presence was undeniably perilous. He didn't reproach them. Rather, he felt a surge of joy. Ah, your arm is injured, Li Fei exclaimed, startled. Subsequently, she applied some Yunnan Baiyao to the wound and wrapped it up carefully. You all stay behind and be cautious, Gao Feng instructed, before picking up his spear and rejoining the fray. Chapter 40. Counterattack. Han Shui had noticed the injuries on Gao Feng and was about to step forward when Li Fei swiftly interjected. She pondered, could this woman be his partner? Gao Feng soon pursued Zhao Lu and Zhao Guang. The initial few savages fell one after another, their marksmanship impeccable. What excellent archery! Gao Feng exclaimed, clearly impressed by their increasingly accurate shots. The savages were terrified at the sight of such a formidable group, and as they realized they were outnumbered, they turned to flee. There were only 7 or 8 of them left, while Gao Feng's side boasted over 40 warriors. Charge! Annihilate them! Zhao Guang shouted furiously. He understood that if the savages were not eradicated, his camp, being closer to Gao Feng's, would be the most vulnerable to their attacks. Thus, today he had to give it his all. Seeing the soldiers' spirits high, Gao Feng quickened his pace, soon racing to the front. The others were astonished by his speed. Even injured, he seemed almost superhuman. While they were still in disbelief, Gao Feng swiftly hurled his spear. It traced an elegant arc in the air before piercing through a savage's back, standing straight as if it had a life of its own. Well done, a comrade shouted from behind. As they rushed forward, they delivered finishing blows to the fallen savages. With another volley of arrows, several struck the thighs of the savages, causing them to collapse in agony. Those who followed inflicted further damage, turning the remaining savages into mere targets. They deserve it for daring to attack us. Lu Shuang scolded, spitting disdainfully. Boss, where's their camp? Zhao Lu inquired, noticing that the savages were nearly exterminated. Gao Feng furrowed his brow as he ran, replying, weapons in hand. Follow me. Soon, he led them towards the savage camp. Fei, they're running too fast. One of Li Fei's friends gasped. You wait here, I'll go after them. Li Fei declared with unwavering determination. She was resolute in her desire to assist Gao Feng, especially now that he was injured. The others, though exhausted, felt invigorated by her words. Though they were slower, they managed to follow in the right direction. Han Shui was taken aback by Li Fei's decision. Sister, are the people from Gao Feng's side really that formidable? She asked. Han Shui scoffed. Those coming from Gao Feng's camp must all be fearless warriors. Her face displayed a mixture of fear and awe. Up ahead lies the savage camp. Prepare yourselves, as there are likely still 20 savages inside, Gao Feng shouted. Along the way, he had thoroughly briefed them on the situation at the savage camp, further heightening their excitement. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 2 guards at the front of the savage camp, caught off guard, were instantly pierced by spears before they could react. 2 more down, ha! Zhao Lu exclaimed with glee. Following this, Gao Feng and his companions drew their spears and charged into the savage camp. The leader of the savages, startled by the sudden intrusion of Gao Feng and his men, immediately became alert. He had not anticipated that the wild men sent to eliminate Gao Feng would all meet their demise along the way. Consequently, the numbers in his camp dwindled significantly. He then struck his chest with his hand, letting out a furious shout. All the wild men, armed with spears, aimed them at Gao Feng and his companions, yelling in excitement to kill. Gao Feng stepped to the front of the line, fixing his gaze intently on the wild man leader. "Fire!" he commanded. Arrows flew in unison, while the wild men attempted to defend themselves with stone knives. Several were struck, crying out in pain. Seizing the moment, Gao Feng charged forward with his spear, impaling one of the wounded men. Zhao Lu and the others soon followed suit. At this juncture, Gao Feng's side essentially had 3 or 4 men confronting a single wild man, leaving the latter with little chance of victory. They swiftly identified their targets and prepared to attack. Gao Feng approached the wild man leader, launching an immediate strike aimed at his chest with a spear. The wild man swung his stone knife and effortlessly severed Gao Feng's spear, the front half embedding itself in the ground. A mocking expression appeared on the wild man's face. Gao Feng quickly retaliated with a punch aimed at his forehead, causing the wild man to take a step back. Discarding his stone knife, the wild man prepared for a hand-to-hand confrontation. Gao Feng unleashed his full strength, throwing another punch, which was met by the wild man's defense. However, in that moment of collision, Gao Feng noticed a flicker of pain on the wild man's face, clearly stunned by the force of his blow. They exchanged several rounds of strikes, and Gao Feng seized an opportunity to deliver a swift punch. The wild man staggered backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, letting out a series of furious roars. His subordinates, sensing his distress, halted their aggression and rushed to shield their leader. "They're afraid," Gao Feng sneered. At this moment, only a few on their side were injured, while others roared in anger, calling to annihilate the enemy. Gao Feng noticed that the wild man leader was still accompanied by the female wild man, the one responsible for extracting the hearts of the survivors. It seemed she was contemplating an escape. Gao Feng pressed forward, but was obstructed by the wild men. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the wild man leader turned to flee into the woods, pursued by several others and the female wild man. "Kill them!" Gao Feng shouted. As they advanced, the wild men retreated. Soon, the obstructive wild men were vanquished, and Gao Feng continued his pursuit. After a while, he discovered only the female wild man and an ordinary wild man. Zhao Lu and the others quickly apprehended the two. Yet the wild man leader was nowhere to be found. After searching for some time without success, Gao Feng concluded, "Let us return. Their camp has been decimated, and they pose little threat now." With that, they made their way back to the wild man's encampment. At this moment, Li Fei and her companions were already engaged in clearing the battlefield. "Boss, let's just execute these 2 savages," Zhao Li suggested. After contemplating for a moment, Gao Feng replied, "Let's play a game." The crowd was taken aback. Gao Feng then recounted the gruesome process of the savages murdering within the camp. They all agreed that simply decapitating them would be too merciful. Consequently, Zhao Lu and the others dragged the 2 savages to an open area, preparing to let them flee. The savages, aware of the game and seeing no one poised to reap their fate, believed they could escape without consequence. However, Gao Feng's side was numerous. The 2 savages exchanged glances and took off running. Before they could even cover half the distance, Zhao Lu and the others swiftly hurled their weapons. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a multitude of weapons soared through the air, crashing down upon the backs of the savages. They had nowhere to hide, and no evasive maneuvers would save them. In an instant, they were pierced and riddled with weapons, every inch of their skin adorned with the instruments of their demise. They truly deserved it, the crowd cheered, applauding loudly. Chapter 41. The burning of the savages' camp. Subsequently, Li Fei and her companions promptly tended to the wounds of their injured teammates. Gao Feng then led the group in a thorough search of the camp to ascertain what supplies remained. The encampment consisted of merely 3 wooden huts, and upon entering, an overwhelming stench assaulted their senses, reminiscent of a pigsty, foul and repugnant. These were indeed cannibals, akin to beasts. Aside from the ground strewn with dry leaves, there was nothing of value to be found. They all instinctively covered their noses and soon fled outside. "Boss, will these savages return? What should we do with the camp?" Zhao Lu inquired. At this moment, Zhao Guang stepped forward, asserting, "We must set these wooden huts ablaze. Even if they return, they shall have no shelter, and they will inevitably depart." After surveying the area, Gao Feng concurred with Zhao Guang's assessment. "What about the execution platform?" Lu Shuang pointed at the empty space where the platform stood. Burn it all. Leave them nothing. Gao Feng gritted his teeth in determination. Alas, the savage leader had escaped. One could only wonder if he would come back. Gao Feng immediately took out a notebook and marked the location. At that moment, Li Shuai cast a glance at Gao Feng's notebook before approaching him. Gao Feng, what have you recorded in this notebook? He asked. A rudimentary map, Gao Feng replied, showing it to him. Oh, quite well drawn. Allow me to add some details, Li Shuai said, taking the pen to begin sketching. Gao Feng recalled Li Shuai's earlier words about a camp located at the center of a deserted island, home to 50 individuals. Soon, Gao Feng noticed that Li Shuai's depiction of the elevated terrain was rather extensive. This is all I know, Li Shuai remarked after finishing his drawing. He then recalled something else and inscribed the word angel in the upper corner of the map. Angel Island? Gao Feng inquired curiously. Since it has a name, perhaps there are signs of human activity nearby. However, after spending so long along the coastline, aside from survivors, we have yet to see anyone land on the deserted island. Well, I have merely heard that near the Central Highlands lies a place with a stone tablet inscribed with those 3 characters. What do you think? Should we consider heading to the Highlands? No savages have appeared there yet. It must be safer than here, Li Shuai asserted confidently. Gao Feng shook his head. He was not yet familiar with the conditions there and could not afford to venture into the unknown recklessly. Thank you for saving me. If you choose to go, you will always be welcome there. I must take my leave now, Li Shuai said, patting Gao Feng on the shoulder with a smile. Travel safely, Gao Feng replied, handing him a spear for protection on his journey. Li Shuai nodded, expressing his gratitude once more before turning toward the woods. Boss, who was that person just now? Zhao Lu asked with curiosity as others gathered around. At that moment, the wooden huts and the execution platform of the savage camp were engulfed in flames, accompanied by the crackling of burning wood. Gao Feng, observing the roaring fire, recounted the details of the Central Highlands. Some expressed a desire to explore, while others cautioned against it, suggesting it could be a trap. Gao Feng felt that everyone had valid points and decided to set this issue aside for the moment. Since there were no wild men left, it was possible that safety would follow. This time, Gao Feng and his companions had acquired some stone knives and spears. At that moment, Han Bing approached, her face etched with concern. Gao Feng, do you think the escaped wild man might seek reinforcements? Gao Feng inhaled sharply. Indeed, that was a possibility. Perhaps they were merely a splinter tribe. He then resolved to send Han Bing and Li Fei back first, while the remaining members would wait in the woods. If no wild men appeared, they could return with peace of mind. Li Fei instructed Zhang Xiaomei and the others to head back, expressing her desire to stay with Gao Feng. Zhang Xiaomei nodded in agreement. Han Bing and Han Shui insisted on remaining as well. Soon, they settled around the campsite to rest. Han Shui approached Gao Feng to assess his injuries. How are you? Is it still painful? Li Fei had already noticed this and shot a glance filled with hostility. It's nothing serious. No pain anymore, Gao Feng replied with a smile, then shifted his gaze to Li Fei, wary of her misunderstanding and choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Li Fei glared at Gao Feng, fearful that there might be something between him and Han Shui. He was taken aback. Han Shui then retrieved a grilled fish from her backpack and offered it to Gao Feng. You must be hungry, have some. Before Gao Feng could take it, Li Fei pushed it back, insisting, eat mine. I have roasted meat in my backpack. Li Fei glared at Han Shui as she handed the roasted meat to Gao Feng. He accepted it, hesitant to speak, sensing a palpable jealousy in the air. What is your relationship with him? Han Shui shot a fierce look at Li Fei. Li Fei stood up, pointing at Gao Feng, declared, I am his girlfriend. Gao Feng felt a surge of happiness within. So what? Is it wrong to feed Gao Feng? Han Shui, feeling disgruntled, withdrew the grilled fish and sulked over to sit beside Han Bing, who couldn't help but chuckle at her sister's antics. It appeared that Gao Feng indeed had a girlfriend, which likely dashed her sister's hopes. However, Han Shui thought to herself, she's not his wife. Perhaps I still have a chance. Subsequently, everyone took out food and ate while resting. The campfire gradually dwindled. Gao Feng stood up and, along with a few others, searched the surroundings for a while. Let us head back. The wild men likely want tea come, he stated calmly. Soon, they prepared to return. As they walked, Li Fei and Han Shui occasionally exchanged glances, the tension between them capable of igniting a spark. If there's another wild man attack, we might consider checking the high ground that Li Shuai mentioned, Han Bing suggested to Gao Feng. He nodded in agreement, also sharing the location of the banana grove with Han Bing and the others. Gao Feng speculated that they were likely to venture towards the high ground. He decided to share the information about the banana grove, which elicited expressions of delight among Han Bing and her companions, as it provided them with an additional food source. Zhao Guang did not oppose this and generously acquiesced. Soon, everyone returned to their respective camps, laden with bananas. Upon arriving, they were greeted by the breathtaking sight of the sunset, the sky ablaze with hues of crimson and gold. Zhang Xiaomei and her companions had already begun preparing dinner. The group hurried to eat, eager to rest afterward. Gao Feng felt somewhat weary. At that moment, someone abruptly stood up and proposed, "Boss, after a long day of running around, we're all sticky and tired. Let's take a bath before we sleep. Those who are injured can rest at the camp, while the rest can join." Gao Feng wished to participate, although his arm was injured. He twisted his arm slightly and found the pain diminished. "Boss, why don't we let the men and women in the camp bathe together? It would be quite lively," Lu Shuang suggested with a mischievous grin. "As long as everyone is agreeable, I have no objections," Gao Feng replied with a wry smile. "You're in for a treat," Zhang Xiaomei exclaimed as she scooped some hot water from the pot and splashed it towards Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang dodged with a grin, saying, "Look, the women in our camp are truly formidable. Boss, you must find us a way out of this." Chapter 42. Venom of the Serpent. "That is simply a reflection of your incompetence," Gao Feng chuckled. The others surrounding him engaged in lively discussions. "Boss, how about merging with the cold ice camp? That would provide us with greater opportunities." "Indeed, that is a splendid idea. I am in agreement," another chimed in. "I can hardly contain my excitement." "Ha ha!" Observing the fervor among his comrades, Gao Feng responded with a smile. "As long as cold ice consents, I have no objections. Our leader is truly commendable, always thinking of his brothers. Isn't that right?" Zhao Li's grin nearly split his face. "Yes, yes, yes," they all exclaimed in unison. "The pork is ready. Let us eat without merely dreaming of good things," Li Fei remarked, casting them a sidelong glance. "Everyone quiet down and heed your sister-in-law. Let us eat quickly. We must bathe shortly." Subsequently, the group began to gather their bowls and chopsticks in preparation for the meal. After dining, Zhao Lu and his companions headed off to bathe, while Gao Feng remained at the camp. After a while, Li Fei approached. "How is your arm?" "Let me see. Much improved. Do not worry," Gao Feng replied, lifting his arm for her inspection. "Soon, my sisters will also need a wash-up," Li Fei playfully retorted. "Be cautious," Gao Feng said lightly, glancing up at the moonlit sky. He pondered whether the elevated terrain Li Shuai spoke of truly possessed the qualities he described. Gao Feng intended to take a few individuals to explore it the following day. Time passed, and Li Fei and her companions gathered around the camp, engaged in animated chatter. They should be returning soon. What could be taking them so long? "Perhaps they are on their way back," one suggested. "Or maybe they have hidden themselves to spy," another remarked. "If they dare," Li Fei declared, "let us set off, sisters." With that, they picked up their buckets and proceeded. At that moment, Gao Feng felt a surge of curiosity about what Zhao Lu and his disciples were scheming. Surely, they were concocting some mischief. "I must investigate," he resolved, standing up to head towards the waterhole. On their way, Li Fei and her group encountered Zhao Lu and his companions returning. "Be cautious. There might be snakes in the water," one young man said with a grin. "Shut your filthy mouth," Zhang Xiaomei retorted angrily. Zhao Li's group laughed and sauntered towards the camp in front of them, with Zhang Xiaomei glancing back occasionally, wary that they might turn around to spy. "Lu Zhi, do they think we returned?" Lu Shuang grinned. "They should, considering how far we've come back," Zhao Lu replied confidently. Noticing the time, Zhao Lu commanded, "Halt about face. March." The group promptly turned in unison, their movements sharp as if they had been soldiers. Suddenly, a young man voiced his concern. "What if we get caught? The boss won't find out, will he?" "Fortune favors the bold. The timid perish," Lu Shuang laughed heartily. Soon, Zhao Lu and his companions followed suit. At this moment, Gao Feng spotted their furtive figures and decided to follow them. Li Fei had also arrived at the waterhole. They surveyed their surroundings, ensuring safety. before preparing to enter the water for a bath. At that moment, Zhang Xiaomei furrowed her brows and said, "Sister Fei Fei, let us wait a while. I have a nagging feeling that Zhao Lu and his friends will come to spy on us." Li Fei and the others looked at her in shock and nodded in agreement. Zhao Lu and his companions sought refuge in a nearby thicket, crawling forward. "This is the perfect spot. Everyone stay still and enjoy the view," one of the younger members remarked. Soon, their expressions turned to confusion. Why hadn't they entered the water yet? What were they waiting for? After a while, Zhang Xiaomei nodded, signaling that it was safe. At that moment, a shadow darted towards Zhao Lu. He gently tapped Zhao Lu on the shoulder. They were so engrossed in the scene that they were oblivious to the fact that Gao Feng had approached them. "Don't make a fuss," Zhao Lu whispered. However, sensing something amiss, he turned to find Gao Feng, who appeared startled. "Boss, what are you doing here? You're not spying on us too, are you?" Zhao Lu's smile gradually faded. "Isn't it more enticing to catch them rather than just observe? Li Fei, you wouldn't be spying too, would you?" Gao Feng sneered. Zhao Lu was left dumbfounded, shaking his head vigorously. "Oh, there's a snake." Just as they entered the water, they noticed a snake swiftly swimming towards them, sending them into a panic as they scrambled to the shore. Without hesitation, Gao Feng dashed out first, marveling at the dazzling sight before him. The snake, adorned with colorful patterns, was indeed venomous. It lunged towards Li Fei, causing her to retreat in fright. In that critical moment, Gao Feng seized the snake by its tail, intending to fling it away, only to have it coil around his arm and bite him. Ignoring the pain, he used his other hand to pull it off and swiftly severed its head with a dagger. Li Fei and the others were initially startled, but quickly donned their clothes. Seeing that their leader had taken the lead, they followed suit, hoping to catch a glimpse as well. However, by the time they arrived, the girls were already dressed. Before they could process their astonishment, Gao Feng collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Li Fei hurriedly cradled Gao Feng in her arms. He felt a warmth spreading across his back, a comforting sensation. "Boss, what is wrong?" Zhao Lu, disregarding Zhang Xiaomei's reports, stared at the lifeless snake nearby. He then plopped down on the ground. "This is a venomous snake. What do we do now?" Upon hearing this, Li Fei's face blanched with terror. An idea struck her. "I can suck out the venom, right?" The others nodded in agreement, deeming it the most effective course of action. At this juncture, a purplish hue began to spread from the bite on Gao Feng's arm. Without hesitation, Li Fei began the procedure. As she spat out several mouthfuls of darkened blood, Gao Feng's complexion brightened significantly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, witnessing his improvement. "Fei Fei, you saved me once again," Gao Feng said, gazing at Li Fei's exquisite face. At that moment, Li Fei felt a mix of emotions, wanting to both cry and laugh. "But you saved me just now." She had not anticipated Gao Feng's sudden appearance here. At this moment, Zhang Xiaomei, seething with anger, confronted Zhao Lu, accusing him. "This was your cunning scheme, wasn't it? Pretending to return to the camp, right?" Zhao Lu stammered, hesitating before making a hasty retreat, prompting the others to follow suit. In his frantic escape, Zhao Lu stumbled over an object and was swiftly pinned to the ground by Zhang Xiaomei. He pleaded for mercy. "Listen to me. I came to rescue you. Feigning innocence, are we? What a farce." Zhang Xiaomei retorted while removing her shoe to deliver a sharp slap to his backside. "Ouch, it hurts. I promise I won't sneak a look again." Zhao Li's face flushed with embarrassment. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have preferred to return obediently. He glanced ahead, realizing the others had vanished from sight, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Li Fei and Gao Feng were doubled over in laughter. "Let us head back. Today it was their mistake. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to your rescue," Gao Feng declared as he rose to leave. "Since the boss has spoken, I shall spare you." Zhang Xiaomei finally released Zhao Lu. With a sheepish grin, Zhao Lu sprang to his feet and dashed away. Chapter 43. The discovery of a corpse upon returning to the camp. All the others were soundly asleep. Li Fei followed Gao Feng back to the wooden cabin. As she tended to his wounds, she scrutinized him and inquired, "What is the situation with that girl named Han Shui? It seems she has a fondness for you. You had better come clean." Gao Feng, sensing trouble, quickly clarified, "We are merely friends. Do not overthink it. My heart belongs only to you." Such flattery. It better be true, or I shall not let you off easily, Li Fei replied with a narrowed gaze. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she continued. Since you saved me today, I can grant you one request. She intended to firmly ensnare Gao Feng, ensuring he truly tasted the sweetness of their bond. Gao Feng instantly brightened. Anything at all? Li Fei playfully nodded. Before she knew it, Gao Feng swept her into his arms and pressed her onto the bed. And without further ado, they revealed their true feelings to one another. As kindling meets flame, she whispered, "Be gentle." A wave of immense joy enveloped Gao Feng, mirroring the elation coursing through Li Fei. The following morning, Li Fei awoke early and noticed Gao Feng still asleep. She decided to dress and prepare breakfast. At that moment, Gao Feng also stirred, gazing at the enchanting Li Fei with a satisfied expression. He had given her something precious and felt a profound sense of responsibility to protect her. Once dressed, Li Fei approached Gao Feng, who was now awake, and said, "I'm going to make breakfast. Is your arm feeling any better?" With a smile, Gao Feng nodded. "So, does this mean we will be living together from now on?" "Dream on," Li Fei exclaimed, stomping her foot and blushing as she exited. Gao Feng chuckled to himself, dressing quickly and following her outside, his spirits particularly high that day. Zhao Lu approached, observing Gao Feng's arm. "Boss, how is it?" "Much better," Gao Feng affirmed, puzzled by the speed of his recovery. The snake venom and injuries seemed to fade with mere rest. "I plan to visit the Central Highlands. Staying here is not a viable option, and perhaps it is safer there," Gao Feng informed Zhao Lu. "Boss, that's far too dangerous and distant. What about the camp?" Zhao Lu replied anxiously. "Besides, your injury isn't fully healed yet." At that moment, Li Fei, who was preparing the meal, overheard their conversation and immediately objected. She turned to Gao Feng and shouted, "You dare try it? Your injury isn't healed. You're not going anywhere." Gao Feng scratched his head. "I was merely considering it. No need to rush." He resolved to wait until his arm had fully recovered before venturing forth. Li Fei shot him a disapproving glance. "Dinner is ready. Everyone come and eat." The breakfast was simple, consisting of bananas and some grilled fish. After the meal, everyone departed in groups to search for food. As Li Fei and her companions cleaned the dishes, she advised Gao Feng, "You should rest. Your arm isn't fully healed." A few injured brothers from the camp, restless, approached Gao Feng. "Boss, it's just minor injuries. We want to join the gathering team and contribute." After all, accompanying the sisters could foster a deeper bond. One individual, known for his incessant chatter, wore a wry smile as he said, "All right, I shall join you." Soon enough, Gao Feng and his companions set off with Li Fei's group. "You are truly something else. Injured, yet you refuse to stay put. Why follow us?" Li Fei pouted, clearly exasperated. Gao Feng and the others chuckled in response. Under the tutelage of Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei, the gathering group swiftly learned to wield weapons such as bows and arrows, as well as spears for self-defense. They also acquired knowledge of various plants, discerning which were edible and which were not. Their primary adversaries lay beyond the camp, and, aside from Gao Feng, the men within their own encampment, who were solely intent on taking advantage of them. They all yearned for a leader like Gao Feng, one who was both safe and capable. However, they were well aware that Gao Feng belonged exclusively to Li Fei, a fact that was unyielding. Having nearly finished gathering from the banana grove, Li Fei and her companions planned to head toward the seaside, where berry trees awaited them. Though not towering, these trees bore an abundance of small, sweet fruits, hanging in clusters. As they picked the berries, they indulged in a few as well. Some of Gao Feng's companions offered assistance, while others searched nearby for additional food. Gao Feng continued his trek toward the ocean, hoping to catch some wild chickens, for their flavor was unparalleled. The berries were not plentiful, and Li Fei's group swiftly harvested the ripe ones, filling their baskets only partially. They soon matched Gao Feng's pace. Suddenly, excitement surged among them. "Yes, wild chickens. Sisters, get ready to shoot." They swiftly drew their bows, knocking arrows and stealthily approaching the chicken's location. Before they could release their arrows, a single arrow, swift as lightning, pierced through the head of a wild chicken. The creature let out a couple of squawks before succumbing. "Wow, our leader is truly precise. Just wait and see." One of the young women exclaimed with enthusiasm. In her 20s, she was in the prime of her beauty. She dashed forward, retrieving the wild chicken and placing it in her bamboo basket. Immediately, Li Fei and her companions dispersed to search the vicinity, with results that exceeded expectations. Several managed to catch wild chickens, while some felt disgruntled for their lack of success. Their spirits dampened. Li Fei reassured them, with more practice, it will become quite easy. Ahead lies the ocean, Li Fei shouted with glee. The group shared her excitement, quickening their pace. The sea breeze swept through the trees, caressing each person's face, uplifting their spirits. Gao Feng reached the seaside first and soon discovered several corpses lying on the beach not far away. When the others arrived and saw Gao Feng, signaling them to be quiet, a hush fell over the group as they turned to follow his gaze. They were startled by the sight of the bodies on the ground. Approaching, Gao Feng found that the deceased survivors were unfamiliar to him. Beside them lay the corpse of a wild man, sending shivers down Gao Feng's spine. This wild man was unlike any he had ever seen. He was not disheveled but sported small braids and had red stripes painted across his body. It is evident that this is yet another tribe of savages. The ground is littered solely with wooden sticks and spears as weapons. They perished alongside the wild man. The corpses exhibit no discernible signs of decay, indicating a recent demise. Gao Feng quietly retrieved a notebook, meticulously marking this crucial information. Thus, it can be inferred that their own encampment has grown increasingly perilous. Gao Feng prepared to cast these bodies into the sea. He seized one and hurled it into the ocean, whereupon a swarm of sharks swiftly converged. The fins of the sharks glistened like sharp blades, undulating upon the surface of the water. Li Fei and her companions were taken aback by the scene before them. Gao Feng hastily discarded the remaining bodies. At that moment, a series of piercing cries emerged from the shoreline. Upon closer inspection, Gao Feng noticed a small dolphin. Frightened by the sharks, darting towards the beach. It had become stranded on the sand, thrashing its tail incessantly and emitting desperate cries for help. "Someone save it!" Li Fei shouted, rushing towards the little dolphin. Chapter 44. The torrential downpour. Gao Feng hurriedly followed suit. "What should we do? Under the relentless sun, this little creature is bound to perish." Li Fei gazed at the increasingly parched skin of the small dolphin. Others swiftly joined them, expressing their desire to save the adorable creature. Some even remarked on the taste of it, pondering what it might be like. Gao Feng recalled how dolphins often rescue drowning individuals. Perhaps one day they would be saved in return. He crouched down and scooped out a small water hole near the dolphin, gently placing the creature inside. With this, it would be safe until the sharks departed, at which point it could be released back into the ocean. Gao Feng stood up and cast his gaze upon the group of sharks, still lingering nearby, unwilling to leave. It seemed they had intended to kill the little dolphin, but Gao Feng had thwarted their plan with a lifeless body. The dolphin quickly settled down in the waterhole, and the atmosphere lightened as joy spread among the onlookers. They were not in want of food, which fostered a sense of compassion for the dolphin. After a while, the sharks vanished from sight. Gao Feng lifted the dolphin from the waterhole and placed it back into the sea. It immediately regained its vigor, resembling a wild stallion unleashed, frolicking through the waves, frequently leaping from the water to glance back at them. The group stood in awe, mouths agape, motionless. "Let us go back," Gao Feng advised, patting Li Fei gently on the shoulder. They shook off their stupor and turned to leave. Suddenly, the wind picked up and dark clouds gathered on the horizon, resembling torn cotton. The daylight dimmed abruptly. Gao Feng signaled for them to hurry back. A heavy rain was imminent. The group quickened their pace, the wind propelling them forward, making their journey feel significantly easier. A flash of lightning tore across the sky, followed by the rumble of thunder. Then, with a patter, large raindrops began to fall. "We need to run. The downpour is upon us," Gao Feng exclaimed as he sprinted ahead. At that moment, one of the girls, named Xiao Li, twisted her ankle and fell to the ground. As the rain intensified, it cascaded down like soybeans from the heavens, striking against their bodies with a sharp sound. Gao Feng turned upon hearing the commotion and immediately halted. Li Fei was at a loss, unable to help as they were all at risk of getting drenched. Without hesitation, Gao Feng crouched down. "Hurry up, we're almost at the campsite." "Boss, I feel so embarrassed, Xiaoli blushed. However, considering the prospect of getting soaked and catching a cold, she complied with his instruction. She wrapped her arms tightly around his back. What a sturdy physique he possessed. Xiaoli felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Gao Feng secured her legs with his arms and promptly stood up, sprinting forward. Li Fei cast a disapproving glance at Gao Feng, but continued to run alongside him. Xiaoli's figure was strikingly attractive, leaving everyone who glanced her way momentarily captivated. Many suitors at the campsite had been rejected. She preferred robust men, believing they offered a sense of security. Yet, Gao Feng was already with Li Fei. Otherwise, she might have pursued him herself. In front of them stood a crooked tree, and with a nimble leap, Gao Feng effortlessly vaulted over it. Upon landing, Xiaoli, propelled by inertia, landed heavily on Gao Feng's back. In an instant, a tingling sensation coursed through his spine. They quickly returned to the campsite, and as soon as Xiaoli was set down, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, boss, for your trouble." Her face was as flushed as if it had caught fire, and it seemed that a kettle of water placed nearby would soon boil. After speaking, she retreated into the wooden cabin. Zhao watched enviously, thinking how wonderful it would be to carry her himself. "Stop staring. She's gone into the cabin. If you have the capability, go after her," Gao Feng chided, patting Zhao Lu on the shoulder. Zhao Lu shook his head. "She doesn't fancy lanky guys." Gao Feng shrugged. "Have we all returned?" "It rained today. Everyone should take a good rest." Lu Shuang's hunting group had not yet returned, but they will be back soon, Zhao Lu remarked, glancing at the doorway. Lu Shuang and her team had ventured farther, hence their delayed return. However, before long, they began trickling back, drenched and resembling waterlogged chickens, yet each wore a smile. What bad luck! The thunder scared off the wild boars. While passing through the banana grove, we filled our baskets and returned, Lu Shuang said with a smile as she wiped the rain from her face. "Quickly, let us get inside the cabin and start a fire," Gao Feng suggested. They unloaded the bananas into the storage and returned to their respective cabins to rest. Before their return, Zhao Lu had already dug a pit in their cabin and prepared firewood nearby. At that moment, Li Fei was shielding herself from the rain with her clothing, moving between the cabins. She counted the number of people suffering from colds and fevers, distributing medicine accordingly. Observing Li Fei's bustling activity, Gao Feng felt a pang of concern and called out, "Fei Fei, be careful. The ground is quite slippery." Li Fei's hair was already drenched, clinging together in strands. Turning her head, she smiled and replied, "Okay, watch your injury." Gao Feng nodded gravely. Just then, Xiaoli poked her head out of the cabin and called, "Sister Fei Fei, hurry back. The fire is ready. Come dry your clothes." Li Fei hurried back. Gao Feng returned to the cabin. "Boss, I'm off to catch up on some sleep," Zhao Lu said, having lit the fire, and then he went back. At that moment, Gao Feng also took off his clothes and draped them over a stick to dry. "Sister Fei Fei, we want to actually stay on this island for a lifetime, will we?" Xiaoli pouted. Li Fei paused for a moment and replied, "Who knows? Since our leader says we can go back, we surely will." Zhang Xiaomei added, "As long as we are alive, there is hope." A look of surprise suddenly brightened Xiaoli's previously bewildered face. Indeed, having something to look forward to prevented despair. Meanwhile, the rain continued to pour heavily, showing no signs of abating. They huddled around the fire, drying their clothes and chatting. Before they knew it, their garments were nearly dry. Li Fei took them down to check and announced, "Sisters, the clothes are dry." After putting on her clothes, she glanced outside and noticed that the rain had diminished. The campsite was enveloped in a mist of water. They patiently awaited the evening meal. Li Fei and her companions ventured to the storage shed to procure bananas and grilled fish for dinner. Zhao Lu and others also brought fish, each preparing their own. At that moment, Gao Feng was sleeping in the nude. After finishing her meal, Li Fei took the liberty of grilling some fish for him. She approached Gao Feng with the grilled fish in hand. "Oh dear, this fellow still indulges in sleeping bear." Li Fei swiftly retrieved some dried clothes from the rack to cover him. At his age, one would think he would be more mindful of his appearance. One awkward situation it would be if someone else were to walk in. Li Fei placed the grilled fish beside Gao Feng before returning to her own space. When Gao Feng awoke to the sound of his stomach growling, he found the grilled fish and the clothes draped over him. In an instant, he realized that Li Fei had seen him in his entirety. Gao Feng grinned as he began to eat. The following morning, he rose early, the rain having ceased. He stretched his arms, feeling nearly recovered. At that moment, the word Central Highland flashed through his mind. "Let us set off and see what lies there," Gao Feng declared. Chapter 45. Rescuing the Drowning Sisters. Is the leader truly going? Zhao Lu inquired anxiously. Gao Feng nodded, acknowledging that ever since the discovery of a wild man's corpse by the shore yesterday, leaving this place had become an inevitable necessity. What about the camp? Zhao Lu promptly questioned. "You shall guard it. I will go alone," Gao Feng instructed, directing Li Fei to prepare some roasted meat for sustenance during the journey. "Let Zhao Lu accompany you for added safety," Li Fei insisted. Zhao Lu retrieved his weapon, determined to accompany Gao Feng on this venture. Others expressed their desire to join, but were firmly turned away by Gao Feng, as he had yet to explore the high ground. And this expedition was also to gauge the situation. The two set off with some roasted meat in hand. Gao Feng pulled out a notebook, following the route sketched by Li Shuai. "Leader, how many people do you think will be at the high ground?" Zhao Lu asked while clearing the path with his stone knife. Gao Feng shook his head. "Since Li Shuai assures that the high ground is safe, the number of people will undoubtedly be considerable." The island was abundant in shrubs, causing their progress to be slow in certain areas. By midday, they found themselves parched and exhausted. "Leader, I'm hungry. Let us eat something," Zhao Lu gasped. They settled beneath a large tree, taking out the roasted meat. While the water in their bamboo cups dwindled, Gao Feng surveyed the surroundings and said, "After we finish eating, let us search for water nearby. Perhaps there is a river." "How much further do we have to go? We've been walking for half the day." Zhao Lu expressed his impatience. "Do not fret. We've covered nearly half the distance." Gao Feng replied, feeling fatigued himself. The vastness of the island was indeed formidable. "Only halfway," Zhao Lu sighed. "Are you regretting coming here? Hurry and eat. We must set off soon," Gao Feng urged, wishing to reach the high ground promptly and return swiftly. "No, how could that be?" Zhao Lu replied with a forced smile. Once they finished their meal, they resumed their journey. Gao Feng soon heard the sound of flowing water nearby. "Indeed, a river!" he exclaimed excitedly, quickening his pace. Zhao Lu, following closely behind, shouted, "Wonderful! I need to fill up." The river was wide and the current strong. Zhao Lu took both cups to fill them with water and splashed them on his face. "Ah, that feels refreshing." Meanwhile, Gao Feng glanced towards a nearby bamboo grove and stated, "I have an idea. Let us construct a bamboo raft to expedite our travel." He noted that the river flowed in the same direction as the high ground. Zhao Lu's face lit up. "Finally, we won't have to walk anymore. My legs are aching." The two men ventured into the bamboo grove, with Zhao Lu tasked with cutting bamboo, while simultaneously trimming away the excess branches. Gao Feng scoured the area for vines, using them to bind the bamboo together. After half an hour, the rudimentary bamboo raft was completed, sturdy enough to support both of them. "All right, this will suffice," Gao Feng declared, rising and brushing off the dust from his clothes. "You're impressive, leader," Zhao Lu praised, pulling the raft towards the riverbank, while Gao Feng followed with a long pole. Zhao Lu then guided the raft into the water. The two leaped gracefully onto the bamboo raft, settling themselves comfortably. "Si tight," Gao Feng exclaimed with a smile, then thrust the long bamboo pole forcefully. The raft glided along the water's current, heading toward higher ground. The sweltering weather caused splashes from the river to refreshingly drench them. "Boss, take a break. I'll handle the pole," Zhao Lu offered as he stood up to take over. Gao Feng reclined to rest. After a while, Zhao Lu noticed a few figures sprinting along the riverbank, curiosity piqued by the commotion. As the raft drew closer, he saw two women frantically fleeing, pursued by two men. "Help me! Help me!" One of the women cried out upon spotting Zhao Lu and Gao Feng. Unable to comprehend the chaos, Zhao Lu shouted, "Boss, wake up! There are women up ahead. What is happening? Have we reached higher ground?" Gao Feng inquired, awakening and rising to his feet. Quickly grasping the situation, he realized someone was calling for help. With a basic command of English from his college studies, he responded loudly, "What is going on?" Zhao Lu was taken aback, surprised to discover Gao Feng understood a foreign language. It seemed imperative to learn such skills. As the two men closed in on the women, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners had no time to respond to Gao Feng and jumped into the river, carried away by the current. Save them! Gao Feng shouted before leaping into the water, with Zhao Lu promptly following suit. The two men continued their pursuit along the bank. Like skilled swimmers, Gao Feng and Zhao Lu swiftly caught up with the women. Help! Help! We can't swim! They both cried out in unison. Gao Feng grasped one of them tightly. Her arms felt soft and comforting as she clung to his arm. Her legs wrapped around his waist. Suddenly, the current grew more treacherous, and realizing the imminent danger, Gao Feng glanced ahead to see a waterfall looming. Swim towards the shore, he yelled to Zhao Lu, pulling the woman alongside him. Zhao Lu quickly responded, assisting the woman toward the bank as the bamboo raft plunged over the waterfall. By then, the two men awaited them on the shore. Just as Gao Feng and Zhao Lu reached the water's edge, the women lost consciousness from the water's impact. Hurry up and hand over the ladies, or we'll make sure they drown, one of the men threatened. Upon hearing their crude language, Zhao Li's temper flared. They were nothing but fools. The two men, with their repugnant features and scrawny builds, displayed anger as they drew knives from their waists. The mere mention of confrontation ignited a surge of strength within Zhao Lu. Leave these two to me. Watch and learn, he smirked. No way, we'll each take one. Gao Feng retorted with a cold snort. Fools! The two ruffians charged forward, and Gao Feng, wielding a stone dagger, swiftly struck, severing one ruffian's dagger with a single blow. The ruffian was momentarily taken aback, and Gao Feng followed up with a powerful punch to his chest, creating a deep indentation. In an instant, his shirt tore apart, and blood erupted from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Zhao Lu, resembling a frenzied beast, swiftly brought the other ruffian down. Neither of them could rise again. Observing Zhao Li's lingering fury, Gao Feng calmly suggested, let us toss them into the river to feed the fish. A look of surprise crossed Zhao Li's face as he eagerly nodded in agreement. The two ruffians were already on the brink of death, their time nearly up. With a splash, they were hoisted high by Gao Feng and his companions and unceremoniously thrown into the river. They then approached the riverbank, where they gently lifted the two unconscious Western women. At that moment, they were still somewhat dazed. Zhao Lu gazed at the two stunning blondes before him, clad in short-sleeved tops and shorts, and he felt a twinge of desire. Chapter 46. Zhao Lu yearns to learn a foreign language. Boss. I wish to learn a foreign language, Zhao Lu said, casting a forlorn glance at Gao Feng. Cut the nonsense. Hurry and save her with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Gao Feng replied, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Zhao Lu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li's spirits lifted immediately. I can do that. Let's not keep the ladies waiting, he exclaimed. Gao Feng, somewhat speechless, noted that they each needed to attend to one person. He began with chest compressions before leaning down to blow air into the beautiful woman's mouth. Her lips were so full that he struggled to cover them entirely. Before long, the woman began to respond, prompting Gao Feng to halt his efforts. She coughed up several mouthfuls of river water and, upon opening her eyes, was greeted by the sight of Gao Feng, the one who had just rescued her. Thank you, she exclaimed, immediately planting a kiss on his forehead. I am Mary. And you are? Mary's initial joy quickly shifted to concern as her expression darkened. Where's my sister, Kelly? Gao Feng, upon hearing this, turned his gaze toward Zhao Lu. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on Zhao Li's face. What do you think you're doing? Kelly shouted. Confused, Zhao Lu retorted, I saved you. What do you want from me? Kelly paused, taken aback, and then looked at Mary. Seeing her sister awake, Mary rushed over to help her up. Gao Feng shrugged at Zhao Lu and remarked, now that Kelly is awake, do you really think you should continue with mouth-to-mouth? Zhao Lu chuckled sheepishly. You caught me. After hearing her sister's account, Kelly approached Zhao Lu and, in a gesture of gratitude, kissed his forehead. Feeling bashful, Zhao Lu scratched his head, thinking to himself that it was worth it. What was up with those two fools earlier? Gao Feng inquired, glancing at Mary. Mary, her anger palpable, replied, We are from a beautiful country. After wandering on this deserted island for several days following our arrival from the beach, we encountered two individuals from an island nation who promised us food. But we were deceived. On the international cruise, people from all nations are present. Gao Feng then asked, Do you know about the elevated terrain at the center of the island? Both women shook their heads. Is there any food we can eat? We have been starving for 2 days, Mary pleaded, her eyes hopeful as she looked at Gao Feng. Gao Feng and the others shared their remaining grilled meat with Mary and her sister. They accepted gratefully and devoured the food ravenously. Boss, are we far from the high ground? Zhao de inquired, puzzled. Gao Feng surveyed the landscape and replied, not much farther. The terrain is beginning to rise. Their previous journey by water had already saved them considerable time. What about these 2 women? Should we take them with us? Zhao Lu asked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, his thoughts leaning toward finding a girlfriend, even if she were a foreigner. Having filled their bellies, Mary and her sister burst into laughter, their spirits lifted. Gao Feng stood up and asked, Mary, what are your plans moving forward? Tilting her head thoughtfully, Mary replied, wherever you go, we will follow. Gao Feng had not only rescued her, but also provided sustenance. Accompanying them was undoubtedly the best choice. Kelly nodded in agreement, inquiring, where we headed next? As they walked, Gao Feng began to inform them of their destination. Observing Mary and her companions, who were so close to the summit, Zhao took a few steps forward and exclaimed, Boss, please teach me English. I am eager to learn. Gao Feng burst into hearty laughter, replying, of course. Zhao Lu was overjoyed upon hearing this. After finishing his conversation with Mary and the others, Gao Feng began to instruct Zhao Lu on some basic daily phrases. Zhao Lu attempted to greet the lovely ladies, but as Mary listened to his clumsy English, she erupted into laughter. Throughout their journey, Gao Feng engaged in conversation with them and discovered their personalities were quite open. They quickly grew closer to Gao Feng and Zhao Lu. As they walked, the sky gradually darkened, signaling that night was approaching. Suddenly, a few makeshift wooden huts appeared ahead, surrounded by people whose tattered clothing, though worn, was remarkably clean. Gao Feng felt the need to inquire about their whereabouts, considering they had traveled all day without reaching the highland. He swiftly approached a man, calling out, hello, do you know where the central highland is? The man, who was roasting meat, turned to look at Gao Feng, initially taken aback. Where do you all come from? You look unfamiliar, he asked. After a moment's thought, Gao Feng decided it was safe to disclose their origin, as he might return here someday. He replied, we hail from a camp in the west. We heard this place is safe and came to take a look. The man responded with an O, then pointed in a direction, saying, that way leads to the highland in the center of the island. I cannot vouch for its safety, but there is plenty of food nearby, so you won't go hungry. After expressing his gratitude, Gao Feng turned to head toward the highland. It seemed they had indeed made the right choice. They had not anticipated the highland would be so far from the camp. Wonderful. We have finally arrived, Zhao Lu exclaimed, quickening his pace. Mary and Kelly followed suit, racing ahead. Upon reaching the highland, they immediately marveled at the splendid surroundings, which resembled a small, open plain. However, confusion soon set in. By all accounts, there should be many people here, yet it appears deserted, Gao Feng remarked. Ahem, it's getting dark. We shall return tomorrow to investigate further. Understanding the situation, Zhao Lu and the others followed Gao Feng's lead. Mary and Kelly approached Gao Feng, curiously asking, what shall we eat tonight? Gazing at their beautiful faces, Gao Feng felt a surge of emotion within him. Their figures and beauty would surely make them models back home. At that moment, Zhao Lu chimed in, boss, there seem to be plenty of wild animals nearby. Let us go catch some. Subsequently, they made their way to a large tree, planning to make do for the night. Mary, you, and the others start a fire while we go hunt, Gao Feng instructed, pulling a lighter from his pocket and handing it to Mary. She took it and hurried off with her sister to gather twigs. Uncertain of the wildlife in the vicinity, Gao Feng pondered while scanning the surroundings in the moonlight. Suddenly, a small deer darted past him. Chase it, Gao Feng whispered softly before pursuing ahead. The two of them encircled from opposite sides. Soon, they spotted the fawn, and both Gao Feng and Zhao Lu had their arrows drawn. Whoosh whoosh. The two arrows flew as swiftly as lightning, striking their target with precision. With a pitiful cry, the fawn succumbed as they approached. It was somewhat small, yet sufficient for their needs, Zhao Lu remarked, pointing at the fawn, before retrieving the arrows and slinging them over his shoulder as they made their way back. Mary and Kelly, upon seeing the fawn in Zhao Li's hands, erupted into a jubilant dance, brandishing their wooden sticks. "Oh my God, you are true warriors!" they exclaimed. "Hooray! Hooray, I love meat." They usually relied on wild fruits to stave off hunger and felt fortunate to have encountered them. Mary danced with fervor, her lithe waist twisting gracefully. Gao Feng and his companion watched, their hearts racing, as a small tent was hastily erected. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and take care of the fawn." Gao Feng nudged Zhao Lu with his arm. Zhao Lu quickly wiped his mouth, crouching down to process the fawn with his dagger. Chapter 47. The bustling market. Mary and her companions paused their dance to assist Zhao Lu with grilling meat. Gao Feng gazed deep into the woods, where flickers of light occasionally revealed survivors tending to their campfires. Soon, the venison was ready, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, making Mary and her friends salivate. Zhao Lu deftly sliced off 2 deer legs with a knife and handed them to the girls. "It's absolutely delicious," Mary exclaimed, tearing off a piece of meat and pointing enthusiastically at the deer leg. Kelly nodded in agreement, too enchanted to speak as she devoured her portion. They then offered some to Gao Feng, and soon the 4 of them were satiated. Zhao Lu communicated with Mary and Kelly in broken English, gesturing animatedly, which elicited peals of laughter from the 2 girls. Meanwhile, Gao Feng leaned against a tree, contemplating the situation on the high ground for the following day. If it proved safe, he resolved to relocate the camp there. So far, they had encountered no wild men or other dangers. As Gao Feng pondered, the chatter around the fire subsided, likely indicating that everyone had retired for the night. At that moment, he felt a gentle hand caressing his cheek. Startled, he opened his eyes wide, his face flushing. "Mary, what's wrong? Aren't you going to sleep?" He then glanced towards the fire, realizing that Zhao Lu and Kelly were also absent. "What is happening?" Mary's eyes sparkled playfully as she nestled closer to him. "You are a good man. I must thank you." In an instant, Gao Feng grasped her intentions, wondering if all foreign girls were so audacious. In the flickering firelight, he discerned 2 figures swaying in the nearby woods. Zhao Lu had finally achieved his desires. Gao Feng instinctively took Mary's hand, attempting to push her away, but her expression darkened. "Do you not like me?" She flirtatiously twirled her golden hair, determined not to be easily dismissed. The alluring scent enveloped Gao Feng, clouding his judgment as he shook his head, insisting we should just rest. Mary pressed closer, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. "I do not need you to take responsibility. This is entirely my choice," she whispered coyly in his ear. Gao Feng's heart raced, and he embraced her in return. She let out a soft sigh. After their passionate encounter, Mary lay sleeping in Gao Feng's arms. He squinted against the light, noticing Zhao Lu approaching languidly, looking exhausted as he leaned against a tree before collapsing onto the ground. Kelly appeared unfazed, casting a disapproving glance at Zhao Lu before settling down beside the fire to sleep. The following morning, Gao Feng awoke to find Zhao Lu and the others missing. After a while, they returned, each holding a large papaya. "Boss, there are plenty of papaya trees nearby. These fruits are enormous." Gao Feng accepted one, marveling at its size. "Let us set off," he said, directing his gaze towards the high ground. As they walked, they savored the sweet, filling fruit. Upon ascending a hill, Gao Feng noticed a number of individuals appearing gradually on the high ground. They walked past, clutching some food. It was potatoes. Upon closer inspection, Gao Feng noticed that although the potatoes were somewhat small, they were still recognizable. They did not linger, continuing their way forward. The atmosphere ahead grew increasingly lively. While it could not compare to the markets of their hometown, it was quite similar. Had they traveled back in time? Have we come to the right place? It resembled a bustling trading market, Zhao Lu remarked, gesturing towards the people on either side. The attire of these individuals was rather worn, yet relatively clean. "Come take a look, freshly dug sweet potatoes," called a middle-aged woman to Gao Feng. They approached, observing the woman sitting cross-legged on the ground, a small pile of sweet potatoes before her. "What will you offer in exchange?" Gao Feng inquired. After all, having money on this island was futile. As nothing could be purchased, only bartering was possible. "You can trade meat. I haven't had any in several days, and it's not too costly. A single meat leg can procure this entire pile of sweet potatoes," the woman replied. Gao Feng shrugged. Let us keep looking. We have nothing on us. Zhao Lu insisted on saving the papayas they had just picked. What are we doing here without anything to trade? There's never any charity here. The woman shot him an annoyed glance, quickly pulling the sweet potatoes closer, wary of any potential theft. Ahead, there were sellers of clothing, garments seemingly stripped from the deceased, some still bearing stains of blood, albeit washed clean. Zhao Lu joined Mary and the others to browse. You can exchange a papaya for a piece of clothing, the vendor proclaimed. Mary and her companions examined the clothing, while Gao Feng chose not to join the throng and continued on his way. Before long, he discovered a stall selling handcrafted items. A middle-aged man sat there, his right leg seemingly injured and with a limp. He was focused on weaving baskets for vines, a skill not commonly possessed by most, and the baskets were sturdier than those made from bamboo. Gao Feng mused that if fashioned into a shield, it would be incredibly useful. In the event of danger, wielding such a shield would provide both offense and defense. Do you make shields? Gao Feng crouched down, pointing at the baskets. The man looked up, smiling at the newcomer. Baskets are quite inexpensive. Only 5 papayas each, or potatoes will do. What do you think? Gao Feng pressed on. Can you craft shields? The man paused, puzzled. What do you need a shield for? Only baskets are in demand. They can hold many items. Quite practical. Gao Feng chose not to disclose his thoughts. Perhaps life here was relatively safe, with everyone preoccupied with their daily struggles. I don't want a basket. I only desire shields. If you can make them, I'll take 30. The man remained perplexed, wondering what this individual was truly after. For defense, of course. And what happened to your leg? Gao Feng indicated the man's injury, which seemed recent. If it became infected, it could spell disaster. Though he had nothing to barter, he had brought medicinal supplies. If he were to heal the man's thigh, perhaps he could recruit him directly. The shields could then be obtained without cost. The man's leg had been wounded by a wild boar, and he lamented that it was likely ruined. What he lacked most was medicine. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to despair. Could I heal it? Gao Feng glanced at his leg, assessing that the injury did not appear to be grave. What? You possess medicine? No, that cannot be true. The man repeatedly shook his head in disbelief. Gao Feng then produced a vial of Yunnan Baiyao. Allow me to mend your leg. Consider the shield a complimentary gift from me. How's that sound? Instantly, the man's eyes brightened as if he had laid eyes upon the Bodhisattva Guanyin. He paused his work, nodding vigorously. What do you desire? I shall grant you anything, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Gao Feng attended to his wound, skillfully wrapping it with cloth and providing him with several anti-inflammatory pills. You are my savior. I am Gao Yang. May I ask your name? Gao Yang's face radiated with joy. Gao Feng, he replied, adding that the shield could wait. He would return for it later. Whenever you wish. I shall be here waiting for you every day, Gao Yang proclaimed, patting his chest. Chapter 48, Invitation. Gao Feng nodded and stood up to look over at Zhao Lu. The three of them approached a stall where earthen pots were being fired, curiously observing the process. Is there truly such a skilled artisan here? Gao Feng mused as he approached, noticing that the pots were roughly the size of a small water jug. Each pot, crafted from clay, required the exchange of half a wild boar, a steep price indeed. Alas, it is all rather feudal labor, remarked an elderly gentleman. His strength could not match that of the younger folk, so he could only make pots to scrape by. At that moment, Zhao Lu chimed in, old man. This place is rather impressive. It seems to have most essentials for living. Gao Feng nodded, yet he was intrigued. The people around appear to be either solitary or in small groups. Given the abundance of resources nearby, one would expect a larger encampment. They continued forward, approaching a makeshift wooden hut. Before long, a woman emerged, appearing to be in her 30s and dressed rather scantily. She incessantly beckoned to passers-by with her gaze, gesturing invitingly with her hands. Old man, is this place not a place of commerce? Zhao Lu whispered with a chuckle. Are there still those who engage in such trades on this island? As Gao Feng glanced at the woman, her gaze ensnared him. Oh, handsome, come play with me. I'll give you a discount, just 1 pig leg. How does that sound? She called out, approaching him. Gao Feng quickly averted his eyes, refusing to engage. What pretense of virtue is this? Which man is not a little lewd? Humph, how infuriating, she muttered under her breath. turning away in frustration when she realized he ignored her. Before long, a burly man hurried past, carrying half a wild boar on his back. "Huh, I'll take 2 of those," he grinned, holding up 2 fingers toward the woman. "You better take flight," she retorted begrudgingly as she led the man into the hut. Moments later, cries for help echoed from within. It seemed this occupation was not without its challenges, and Gao Feng erupted in laughter. The 4 of them chuckled as they walked along. Just as they were enjoying their leisurely stroll, a hand suddenly clapped on Gao Feng's shoulder. He turned swiftly to find a familiar face. Before he could speak, Li Shuai rushed forward to embrace him. "Gao Feng, I never expected you to actually come." With a smile, Gao Feng replied, "I was just pondering how to find you, and lo and behold, here you are." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Shuai pointed at the beautiful woman nearby and remarked, "Gao Feng, your company is quite impressive. You are accompanied by 2 stunning beauties." "It's a long story. I saved them on the road," Gao Feng replied cheerfully. "You certainly have good fortune," Li Shuai laughed. Gao Feng then inquired, "You are here to trade as well?" "Indeed. I am here on the boss's orders to procure a few earthen pots for storing water," Li Shuai replied. "This place seems quite agreeable," Gao Feng observed as he surveyed his surroundings. "Of course, this locale is very safe. One need not worry about wild beasts or unruly natives," Li Shuai assured him. Li Shuai inquired, "So, are there still wild men over there? Hurry and come over to join our camp." Gao Feng shrugged. Soon, Li Shuai's group exchanged a whole pig for 2 earthen jars. "Come on, let us sit at our camp. I'll introduce you to our leader, Wang Hu, a formidable fighter himself," Li Shuai said with a smile. "Let us go." Gao Feng and his companions readily agreed. Li Shuai led them down the elevated terrain, where a broad river flowed through a canyon. They arrived at a clearing, which was their camp. 2 guards patrolled the entrance, brandishing spears. Upon spotting the unfamiliar faces of Gao Feng and his companions, they immediately raised their weapons. "Who are you?" inquired one tall guard. "These are my friends. Let them in." Li Shuai glared at the man. "Sorry, Ligu. I was distracted by the beauties. Look at my wandering eyes," Mary Kelly remarked with a roll of her eyes. Gao Feng surmised that Li Shuai was indeed a figure of authority, as his subordinates treated him with utmost respect. They entered the camp together, where a row of wooden cabins stood, the largest encircled by wooden stakes, serving as Wang Hu's residence. "Boss, Gao Feng has arrived. I told you he would come," Li Shuai announced as he pushed open the wooden door. Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback. "How does he know me? What is going on?" Upon entering, he noticed a middle-aged man seated on a wooden chair, flanked by a beautiful woman who was giving him a back massage. "Please have a seat and prepare tea for our guests," Wang Hu instructed the woman, who promptly ceased her task and exited. As Gao Feng and the others took their seats at the wooden table, Wang Hu remarked, "You must be Gao Feng. Thank you for saving Li Shuai. I've heard stories about your prowess in battle, how you sent the wild men fleeing in terror." Wang Hu glanced at Gao Feng, then towards the open area outside, as if eager to measure his skills. "Those are mere rumors," Gao Feng replied nonchalantly. "Li Shuai even mentioned that you single-handedly tore apart a wild man." "I find that hard to believe," Wang Hu scoffed. Gao Feng shot a puzzled look at Li Shuai, exasperated. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Shuai chuckled, remaining silent. "That is utterly ridiculous. I'm just an ordinary person," Gao Feng clarified. At that moment, the beautiful woman returned with a pot of tea. Pouring each person a cup made of bamboo. "After some time on the beach, I brought a bit of tea with me. Enjoy and taste its flavor," Wang Hu said, taking a sip. "Oh, how bitter!" Mary exclaimed in English after tasting it. Zhao Lu quickly urged her to lower her voice. The others were momentarily confused. What did she say? Gao Feng explained, "The tea is quite good. By the way, Brother Wang, may I ask how many people reside in this highland?" Wang Hu pondered for a moment. "Approximately several hundred. I do not possess specific figures, aside from a few camps. The remainder consists of scattered individuals who do not affiliate with any camp." Gao Feng surmised that these scattered individuals must be the ones present at the market. He then inquired, "Are there camps larger than yours?" "Certainly," Li Shuai interjected. Wang Hu cast a glance at Li Shuai, who chose not to elaborate further. Wang Hu, eager to recruit Gao Feng, altered his approach, asserting, "The most formidable camp is mine. Theirs merely has a slightly larger populace. Considering there might be an even larger camp, Gao Feng noted that Wang Hu's camp comprised only a little over 50 individuals, which could only increase, not decrease. What if you joined us? I've heard your camp also boasts a considerable number of members, Wang Hu proposed. Let us not rush. My people have yet to arrive, Gao Feng replied, leaving the matter open-ended. All right, let us set that aside for now. Since we are together, how about we engage in some friendly sparring? Wang Hu suggested, glancing towards the outside, unconvinced of Gao Feng's prowess. Chapter 49. Sparring. Li Shuai swiftly rose to intervene, exclaiming, Boss, this may not be appropriate. Gao Feng is a guest. Wang Hu, with a grin, reassured him, Do not worry, I shall not harm him. With that, he stepped outside, making his way to the open space at the center of the camp to await Gao Feng. He was eager to ascertain Gao Feng's true capabilities. Gao Feng, feeling rather awkward, remarked, This is quite embarrassing. Look at this. My boss cannot stand anyone who seems superior to him. He took a sip of the bitter tea. It's fine. Let's keep it light. He then stood and approached Wang Hu's side. At that moment, a crowd of onlookers gathered around. Boss, give it your all, defeat him. They shouted, How dare he challenge our boss? He is utterly delusional. Boss, we support you in spirit. The shouts from Wang Hu's camp echoed around them. Wang Hu's face gleamed with delight as he scrutinized Gao Feng, as if victory was already in his grasp. Mary and the others looked on with concern. Isn't this bullying? Trust in our boss. He will not lose. Zhao Le clenched his fists. At this moment, Wang Hu tightened his fists, adopting an offensive stance. Gao Feng merely shrugged, displaying an air of indifference, signaling for Wang Hu to make the first move. Observing the disdain on Gao Feng's face, Wang Hu thought to himself that this fellow was underestimating him. He stepped forward and swung his right fist toward Gao Feng's chest. Although Wang Hu's punch was swift, Gao Feng evaded it with ease. Wang Hu followed up with another punch, but Gao Feng met it head-on. The sound of their fists colliding echoed, and Wang Hu immediately felt a surge of immense power. What kind of strength is this? It's exceedingly formidable. He staggered back, opening and closing his fist several times to alleviate the pain. Let us see how you fare against my leg techniques. Wang Hu executed a series of side kicks, all of which Gao Feng blocked with his arm. Then, seizing the opportunity, Wang Hu aimed a sweeping kick at Gao Feng's lower body. Anticipating this, Gao Feng bent low, exerted force through his legs, and performed a backflip, landing gracefully above Wang Hu's back. He then thrust his feet against Wang Hu's back and executed another backflip, landing firmly on the ground. Wang Hu fell forward, landing in an undignified manner. The crowd stood in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. Wang Hu, taken aback, realized he could not allow his subordinates to witness this humiliation. Otherwise, how could he command their respect in the future? He quickly rose, his expression turning sour. Come at me again. Gao Feng noticed a shift. This was no mere sparring session. It was a contest for dominance. Moreover, being on Wang Hu's turf, defeating him would certainly be a blow to his pride. Thus, Gao Feng spoke, Brother Wang, you mustn't go easy on me. This was a deliberate provocation on his part. In the ensuing rounds, Gao Feng, while largely unscathed, feigned vulnerability when struck squarely in the chest by Wang Hu's incoming blow. He clasped his hands over the area, contorting his face in pain, and half-squatted before finally sitting down on the ground. I surrender. Brother Wang is truly impressive. Gao Feng raised his hands in mock defeat. Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback, wondering if this fellow could not withstand the pressure. Subsequently, amidst the exuberant cheers of his companions, Wang Hu dispelled any lingering doubts. Gao Feng is indeed formidable. He laughed heartily. Li Shuai, standing nearby, quickly discerned that the boss was no match for Gao Feng. He realized that Gao Feng had deliberately conceded. Such is the nature of human relationships. Boss, what is going on? How would you lose? Zhao Lu approached to help Gao Feng to his feet. Mary Kelly also hurried over, kissing Gao Feng gently on the forehead, inquiring, Are you all right? Gao Feng nodded, subtly signaling Zhao Lu to refrain from further questioning. After a while, the crowd dispersed, attending to their own affairs. Wang Hu approached, You have some skill, young man. As night has fallen, you should stay here tonight. Gao Feng nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall comply with your wishes. Li Shuai, following, was instructed by Wang Hu to make arrangements for Gao Feng. as he had some matters to attend to. Wang Hu then departed the camp with several of his subordinates. "Do not worry, boss," Li Shuai assured him with a nod. "Gao Feng, do not leave. I will send someone to fetch your camp members," Li Shuai declared. "That will not do. We must return tomorrow, as there are matters to address there," Gao Feng replied. Li Shuai did not press the issue further. He led Gao Feng and his companions into a wooden cabin to rest. Li Shuai's cabin was quite pleasant, furnished with wooden beds, benches, and tables. "Where did Wang Hu go?" Gao Feng inquired. Li Shuai paused momentarily before responding. He went to discuss matters with another camp. Noticing that Li Shuai was reluctant to elaborate, Gao Feng refrained from pursuing the topic. "There is another cabin available. I will tidy it up for you. You may stay there tonight," Li Shuai said before stepping outside. Gao Feng and the others nodded in acknowledgement. As twilight descended, those who had ventured outside began to return, engaged in conversation. "Wow, you all are impressive. You managed to hunt several wild boars. And you did not fare poorly either. You gathered so much fruit. How unfortunate. I took a nasty tumble going downhill." "Huh, you really are clumsy. How could you not watch where you were going?" "Sure, we visited the market again today, and that woman plays beautifully. It was delightful." "Oh, how did I not know? You must take me next time." After a while, several bonfires were lit in the center of the camp, each gathering about 10 people. Li Shuai approached. "Come on, let's go outside to roast some meat." Mary Kelly and the others eagerly followed. Gao Feng and Zhao Lu trailed behind Li Shuai, settling beside a bonfire. The meat was placed on the grill, requiring some time to cook. A wooden platter on the ground held an assortment of fruits. At that moment, a group encircled the fire, engaging in what could barely be called dancing, merely jumping about. In such an environment, maintaining such a joyful spirit was indeed commendable. They endured hardships, yet found joy. Mary Kelly, who adored dancing, quickly immersed herself in the festivities. "It seems your camp is quite splendid," Gao Feng remarked, taking a bite of a papaya and glancing at Li Shuai. "One must have some entertainment. Otherwise, it can be suffocating," Li Shuai replied with a hearty laugh. "Boss, we should also enhance our camp. We must learn from them," Zhao Lu chimed in with a broad smile. Upon noticing several men encroaching too closely to Mary Kelly, Zhao Li's expression shifted dramatically. "Boss, I'm going to join in," he declared, abruptly rising and making his way towards Mary Kelly. He wedged himself between the two, grasping one hand of each, and began a dance. Mary Kelly and her companion smiled silently, their joy intensifying. "Grilled meat is nearly ready. Come and eat," someone called out. With that, everyone returned to their respective campfires, settling down to indulge in the barbecued delicacies. Li Shuai handed Gao Feng a piece of wild boar meat. "Give it a try. It's infused with delightful ingredients." As Gao Feng took a bite, an explosion of flavor surged through him. "Is this cumin barbecue? It's absolutely divine. Where on earth did you procure such spices?" Gao Feng inquired, looking at Li Shuai with curiosity. Chapter 50. Danger. They exchanged meat at the Highland Market. This would be the last time they savored such barbecued delicacies, as the cumin had been used up. Li Shuai devoured his portion heartily. After finishing their meal, Gao Feng and the others bid farewell and returned to rest. The following dawn, Li Shuai had prepared provisions for them early on. Gao Feng exchanged a few pleasantries with him before retracing his steps. They had been away for 2 days, and the condition of the camp remained uncertain. It was imperative to return immediately. Li Fei rose early and waited outside the camp, her anxiety mounting as she paced back and forth, watching for Gao Feng's return. "Sister Fei, do not fret. They will surely come back safely. Let's be patient," Zhang Xiaomei reassured her, though her gaze also drifted towards the horizon. It had been 2 days without news. Perhaps Gao Feng and his companions had encountered peril. The mere thought darkened Li Fei's expression. For the past 2 days, Li Fei had been restless, unable to sleep, and her mind was distracted while working. The others in the camp shared her worries about Gao Feng, but they all held onto the belief that he would return. The camp continued to function as usual. "Sister, why don't I take a few people to check the road?" Lu Shuang, noticing Li Fei's distracted demeanor, approached her with the suggestion. "All right, but please do not venture too far. Just go up to the hillside, and if you do not encounter them, return promptly," Li Fei cautioned Lu Shuang several times, not wishing for anyone in the camp to face danger. "Rest assured, Lu Shuang replied with a reassuring pat on his chest. Zhao Dachuan was busy fishing, tasked with providing food for the day. Sister Fei, let us return to the camp and wait. I will take the sisters to gather bananas, Zhang Xiaomei suggested, summoning her companions to bring along their baskets. Let us go together, Li Fei said as she turned to fetch her basket. They arrived at the banana grove, where only small, unripe bananas remained. At that moment, Zhao Guang, accompanied by others, was also harvesting. He approached Li Fei and inquired, has Gao Feng returned? How is the Central Highland? They have not returned, Li Fei replied, her countenance grim. Zhao Guang immediately suppressed his smile, pondering how far the highland might be. Do not worry, Gao Feng will be fine. He should return shortly, he reassured her. Li Fei nodded and continued to harvest the smaller bananas. Just then, Han Shui approached with her group. Li Fei, has Gao Feng come back? He could have invited us along, she asked. Aware that Gao Feng had ventured to the Central Highland, a detail shared by those who had gone out to forage for food. Why are you so concerned about him? Li Fei glared at Han Shui. I mean no harm. I merely wish to know the situation at the highland, Han Shui replied with a charming wave of her hand. Li Fei scoffed. He has not returned yet. I hope your curiosity is solely about the highland, and nothing more. Han Shui chose not to respond further and turned to continue her harvesting. Sister Fei, let us head back, Zhang Xiaomei suggested, glancing at their nearly full baskets. Li Fei nodded, and together, they made their way back to the camp. Until the afternoon, there was still no sign of Gao Feng. At that moment, Liu Shuang returned, breathless. Li Fei paused her fire tending and rushed over. Liu Shuang shook his head. I have not seen the boss. He is yet to return. Then, a look of alarm crossed his face. Sister-in-law, unfamiliar footprints have emerged near the hillside, resembling those of wild men. Yet they are larger than the previous prints. We must remain vigilant. Li Fei's bro furuba. What? Another wild man has appeared? They were unaware that Gao Feng was on his way back. You've worked hard. Take a rest for now, and we shall dine shortly. Li Fei glanced outside and murmured, perhaps I am worrying too much about him. She then took her sisters to prepare the meal. Boss can't keep running. Let us rest for a bit, Mary, Kelly, and Zhao Lu exclaimed in unison. Drenched in sweat, Gao Feng, focused solely on reaching the camp, had forgotten about them trailing behind. My apologies. I was in too much of a hurry, he said, stopping and gesturing for them to take a breather. The four of them leaned against a large tree. We've been at it all day. Let us have something to eat. Once we finish, we must move. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Gao Feng sensed an ominous occurrence looming, but could not articulate what it was. Zhao Lu and the others nodded in agreement and began to eat the roasted meat. After lunch, Li Fei and her companions rested in the camp, which had succumbed to a profound silence. She lay on a makeshift bed, tossing and turning. Each time she closed her eyes, visions of Gao Feng encountering peril flooded her mind, moistening her eyes. Zhang Xiaomei suddenly sat up. Sister Fei, are you crying? She had heard Li Fei's choked voice. It's nothing, just rest, Li Fei replied, wiping away her tears. Just then, a shout rang out from the patrolling team. The wild men are coming. Brace yourselves. Li Fei and her companions sprang up, weapons in hand, and dashed outside. The patrollers hurried back to the camp, securing the wooden door tightly. What is happening? Liu Shuang asked anxiously. Out of nowhere, 3 wild men appeared, letting out terrifying howls, and we fled back, came the reply. They all gripped their bows and arrows, intently observing everything outside the camp. Suddenly, 3 wild men emerged from the forest. The archers quickly spotted them, similar to the wild men they had encountered before. This time, the wild men were surely here for revenge. However, with Gao Feng absent from the camp, a sense of unease settled upon them. As they discerned the figures more clearly, they realized the 3 wild men brandished spears, standing not far off. The wild men scrutinized the camp intently. They're close enough, shoot. Liu Shuang shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 wild men swiftly evaded the arrows and vanished in an instant. What has happened? Where did the wild men go? The group pondered in confusion. Chuangu, they seem to be scouts. Perhaps they discovered our camp and have gone back to report, Liu Shuang speculated to Zhao Dachuan. Hiss. Zhao Dachuan inhaled sharply and declared that if that were the case, they absolutely could not allow them to escape. He gathered a few individuals and opened the wooden door to pursue them. However, they found nothing. In haste, he returned, secured the wooden door, and addressed everyone. "This is dire, truly dire. Our camp has been discovered, and it is likely that a horde of savages will come seeking retribution." Upon hearing this, Li Fei and the others were left in utter shock. The leader of the savage camp had fortuitously escaped, and now he had returned with his kin for vengeance. This time, they surely came prepared, undoubtedly bringing with them a greater number of savages. This situation was indeed troublesome. Chapter 51. Evacuation. We were the farthest from the wild man's camp. It was only logical that Zhao Guang and Han Bing's camps had also been discovered. The three camps should unite. Such a coalition would enhance our defensive capabilities while we awaited the return of Gao Feng. Leaving the camp would only heighten the danger. So we resolved to wait and observe. Everyone expressed their thoughts, their eyes steadfastly monitoring the situation outside the camp. After a considerable time had passed, the lack of activity outside allowed Li Fei and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. They had collectively decided to remain within the camp for the time being. At this moment, the clouds on the horizon were painted a crimson hue by the setting sun. Gao Feng and his companions hastened their pace, having reached the hillside, which was not far from Zhao Guang's camp. However, Gao Feng soon discerned the footprints of wild men on the ground. He paused, crouched down to inspect the marks, noting that these prints were larger than those previously encountered. This was troubling. These wild men were distinctly more formidable than the ones before. Just as Zhao Lu and his group halted to catch their breath and prepare inquiries, Gao Feng stood up and urged, "We must flee back. They pose a danger." Without hesitation, Zhao Lu and the others followed suit. Gao Feng held a deep respect for Mary and Kelly, who had accompanied him tirelessly without complaints of fatigue. As they sprinted towards the banana grove, they fortuitously encountered Zhao Guang and his group, who were anxiously rushing forward. "What has transpired, Zhao Guang? Are there wild men?" Gao Feng shouted toward him. Zhao Guang immediately turned back, and upon seeing Gao Feng, inquired, "Why have you returned so late?" "I have discovered traces of wild men nearby, and this group is unlike any we have faced before," Gao Feng replied, fear evident on his face. He added, "I was preparing to notify you and Han Bing." Gao Feng realized that the wild men were close at hand, their appearance imminent. Without further ado, he commanded, "Gather the team. We must head to the central high ground." "Now, it will soon be dark," Zhao Guang hesitated. "If you wish to survive, gather your belongings swiftly and send someone to inform Han Bing. You all should assemble at the hillside," Gao Feng insisted, his brow furrowed. Zhao Guang, slapping his forehead, acknowledged Gao Feng's wisdom and agreed to follow his lead. He dispatched someone to notify Han Bing and subsequently returned with a few others to gather their supplies. Meanwhile, Gao Feng led Zhao Lu and the others swiftly back to their camp. In a state of frantic urgency, Zhao Lu and his camp prepared some provisions and loaded their cooking pots. Just as they stepped out of the camp, a spear whistled through the air, embedding itself in the ground before them, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Zhao Guang spun around abruptly. It was the wild man, the very tall one they had seen fleeing. They were being pursued from the woods, a distance of no more than 50 to 60 meters. "Run! Leave the cooking gear! Survival is paramount!" Zhao Lu shouted. At that moment, the others had already dashed 10 meters ahead. As Zhao Lu sprinted, his mind raced with thoughts. The wild men first dispatched a few of their number to ascertain the location of their camp, subsequently eliminating them one by one. Zhao Li's camp was the nearest to the wild men, making it the first target of their assault. "Do not rush directly to the hillside. Shake them off first." Zhao Lu shouted. "Understood, those damned wild men. Everyone, hurry and run," came a response. Upon reaching the banana grove, the group of wild men quickly halted. The scouts among them whispered to the towering wild man for a moment before they set off towards Gao Feng's camp, plotting a surprise attack. As Li Fei and the others were left despondent, unsure of what to do, the sound of footsteps crunching on the leaves echoed through the forest, accompanied by rapid movement. "Not good. Someone is coming. Prepare the bows." Li Fei was the first to draw her bow. Suddenly, a familiar figure sprang from the woods. "It's Gao Feng. He has returned." Li Fei exclaimed. Joy erupted among the group. Gao Feng focused his gaze and noticed the camp's wooden door was tightly shut. He immediately deduced that the wild men had already been there. Lu Shuang and the others hastily opened the door, and Li Fei was the first to rush inside. Just as Gao Feng and the others came to a halt, she embraced him tightly, kissing his forehead, and then playfully twisted his arm. "Ouch, that hurts!" Gao Feng grimaced. The rest of the camp members gathered around. He recounted the incident of encountering the wild men's footprints earlier that day. Everyone eagerly sought Gao Feng's counsel on their next course of action. "All right, everyone quiet down and listen to the leader," Zhao Lu urged, signaling for silence. "We must retreat swiftly to the central high ground. Everyone prepare yourselves." Gao Feng commanded decisively. The others busied themselves, momentarily forgetting that Gao Feng had brought back 2 beautiful women. In a less urgent time, they would have inquired about the circumstances surrounding their arrival. Li Fei stood there, puzzled, gazing at Gao Feng. "Fei, we rescued them on the way. Their names are Mary and Kelly," Gao Feng explained, scratching his head. Li Fei shot him a sidelong glance before turning to gather her belongings. Gao Feng then led Zhao Lu and the others back to the camp for a brief rest. They were utterly exhausted from their journey. Zhao Lu fetched a bamboo cup to fetch water, offering it to Gao Feng and the women. Gao Feng surveyed his camp with a sense of reluctance. After all, it had been built piece by piece through their efforts. However, the central high ground was undoubtedly a better refuge. "Fei, our medical supplies," Gao Feng called to Li Fei. "I know, of course," she replied, quickly organizing her clothing and placing the medical supplies from Gao Feng's shelter into her backpack, along with his garments. By this time, night had descended, and the moon illuminated the surroundings brightly. "Leader, we are ready," Zhao Dachuan announced, shouldering a pot. Having rested sufficiently, Gao Feng and the others rose to their feet. He saw Lu Shuang also carrying a large pot, while the rest bore backpacks and wielded spears and bows. "Let us retreat to that hillside. Zhao Guanghan and the others await us. Once assembled, we shall proceed to the high ground." Gao Feng gazed at the camp, letting out a deep sigh. "What shall we do about the wooden cabin? Should we not dismantle it and take it with us?" Someone inquired. "The high ground is quite distant. We can construct another one upon our arrival," Gao Feng replied. As Gao Feng and his companions prepared to depart, a group of individuals emerged from the forest, brandishing torches and emitting guttural sounds. "This is bad. Everyone, quickly retreat from the rear." Gao Feng recognized the voices of the wild men. "The way outside is blocked. We must make our escape through the back of the camp." Swiftly, Gao Feng led them to the rear of the camp. He raised his axe and, with a few swift strokes, severed several wooden stakes. "Quickly, exit from here. Li Fei, you go first. We shall follow closely behind," Gao Feng commanded, glancing in the direction of the wild men. Chapter 52. Retreating while fighting high signaled a few individuals to protect and her companions as they made their retreat. "Be cautious," whispered, bestowing a gentle kiss upon before being the last to exit. He watched as she and departed, exhaling in relief. "Brothers, what shall we do next?" Called out loudly. "We fight them," shouted, burdened with a large pot. "Can you handle it?" Scoffed, urging, "We should delay and then withdraw. Do not engage recklessly." Approached the wooden door where and others were poised with their bows, ready to shoot. "Boss, look, these savages are different from before. They appear to be warrior-like," exclaimed, pointing. Cautiously, peered over and indeed saw around 40 to 50 individuals, all resembling the savage chief. Suddenly, the savage chief let out a furious roar, and the others rapidly hurled torches into the camp. "Be careful, get down," shouted. The torches landed primarily on the wooden huts, igniting with alarming speed. "Release the arrows," bellowed. With a flurry of arrows, the savages brandished their spears in a swift display. Some arrows were deflected, while others struck their targets but were quickly extracted. Their expressions transformed into fierce, wrathful visages as they brandished their spears, preparing to advance. In a moment of resolve, rose, aiming his spear at the foremost savage and exerting all his strength to throw it. The savage was unable to defend in time, and the spear pierced through his chest, causing him to collapse lifelessly onto the ground. The other savages, initially startled, raised their spears, intent on breaching the door. "Withdraw. There are too many savages. We'll be surrounded," commanded, realizing that and the others had already distanced themselves. In a state of panic, and the others began to retreat as well. The savages, in a frenzy, relentlessly battered the wooden door with tremendous force. The door was on the verge of splintering when made his final escape. As the savages perceived that and his group were fleeing, they let out a furious roar, splitting into two factions to both charge and encircle the camp. With a resounding crash, the wooden door was smashed and the savages surged inside. The wooden huts were now engulfed in flames, crackling ominously. Swiftly fled from the rear of the camp, with two waves of savages in pursuit. The savages moved swiftly, yet was swifter still. They hurled their spears, and he felt a rush of air behind him, prompting him to roll multiple times before sprinting forward. The spears struck the ground, and the savages, adeptly retrieving their weapons, continued their chase. Meanwhile, had reunited with and her group at the base of the hill. They gazed intently towards camp. Why haven't and the others arrived yet? Inquired first. At this time, they should have been here, replied, shaking his head. Could they have encountered the savages? We must go rescue them, added, tightening her grip on her spear. Suddenly, recalled that the savages had initially pursued him but had not followed Tu's camp. He tapped his head, realizing that the wild man must have gone to the summit camp. The summit camp is fraught with danger. I will take some men to rescue him. You all wait here. That group is no ordinary wild men, Zhao Guang declared, and promptly led the men from the camp swiftly into the woods. Han Bing and the others were also alarmed. The summit had aided them greatly, and they felt compelled to contribute. If it were merely ordinary wild men, they would certainly rush to assist. However, Zhao Guang's words about the unusual nature of those wild men extinguished that thought, fearing that they would complicate matters. They could only wait. Not long after Zhao Guang and his men had departed, they encountered Li Fei and her group approaching with bamboo baskets on their backs. Upon seeing Zhao Guang ahead, Li Fei let out a sigh of relief. Summit is behind us. You must hurry to rescue him, she shouted at Zhao Guang. Had they not been burdened, fearing to hinder the summit, they would have sprinted ahead. Brothers, quickly follow. Zhao Guang nodded, tightening his grip on his spear as he advanced. After a short while, they met Zhao Lu and his crew. Zhao Lu, with an exuberant shout, exclaimed, "People are coming! Wonderful!" Then, Zhao Lu and his companions halted, looking back at the summit. "Hurry up! Why are you dawdling?" High Peak bellowed as he noticed Zhao Lu and the others had stopped. The wild men were gradually closing in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhao Lu and his companions immediately unleashed a volley of arrows, but the wild men appeared undeterred. Even when arrows struck them, they effortlessly pulled them out as if they felt no pain. Zhao Guang and his group were terrified and turned to follow High Peak in flight. This time, the wild men hurled their spears, and High Peak and his companions rushed to seek shelter behind trees. Some spears lodged into the trees with a thud, demonstrating their immense strength. At that moment, a spear flew towards Lu Xuan. He felt a gust of wind at his back, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with fear. With a clang, the spear struck the back of his pot, nearly piercing his back. The iron pot saved him. "Ah, that scared me to death." Lu Xuan sprinted desperately, the spear dragging behind him. High Peak nearly burst into laughter. Before long, they reached the foot of the hillside. At this point, Li Fei and her group had already ascended the slope, preparing to set down their burdens to support High Peak. Quickly up the hill, High Peak shouted. The hill was easily defensible, serving as an excellent barrier against the wild men. Everyone rushed towards the slope. Seeing High Peak and his party approach, Li Fei was overjoyed. However, upon noticing the wild men swiftly closing in with torches, she observed many stones atop the hill. She organized everyone to move the stones, preparing to attack the wild men. By the time High Peak, Zhao Guang, and their companions had climbed halfway, the wild men had reached the foot of the slope. The path upward was narrow, accommodating only a few at a time. Several wild men let out furious roars and began to ascend. "Smash them hard," Zhao Lu shouted at the wild men. With a thunderous sound, stones of various sizes flew as everyone exerted their utmost strength to throw. The stones rained down upon the wild men's heads. The wild men howled as they were struck, halting their climb and raising their hands in defense. But they could not withstand the sheer number of stones. In no time, Several heads of the wild men lay shattered upon the slope. Splendida strike. Is everyone so precise? Their skulls burst open, Zhao Lu exclaimed, gesturing towards the lifeless bodies of the wild men. The open ground above the hillside could comfortably accommodate them. Gao Feng, however, fixated his gaze intently upon the wild men below. The wild men emitted a series of furious roars, but chose not to advance. They gathered at the foot of the mountain, igniting a fire and taking a respite. Observing this scene, Gao Feng's brow furrowed, pondering what they might be scheming next. At that moment, fatigue weighed heavily upon everyone. Let us also take a break, Gao Feng suggested, then began to survey the surroundings of the slope. An idea soon formed in his mind. Let a few remain to keep watch while the rest retire early. The wild men dare not attack recklessly. Tomorrow morning, we will descend and head towards the central highlands, Gao Feng stated calmly. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, yet witnessing the confidence etched on Gao Feng's face, the burdens upon their hearts were lifted. Chapter 53. A successful convergence. Gao Feng and Zhao Guang took turns keeping watch under the luminous full moon, unaware that the night had deepened. As slumber enveloped their companions, Zhao Guang, too, struggled to resist sleep, his head nodding with fatigue. Gao Feng remained vigilant, casting his gaze downward intermittently in the moonlight. Suddenly, he noticed a group of approximately 10 wild men stealthily climbing up the slope. Gao Feng roused Zhao Guang from his stupor. Startled, Zhao Guang's eyes flew open, momentarily gripped by fear as he presumed the wild men were upon them. Peering down the hillside, panic surged through him. Damn it, the wild men are coming, he exclaimed. Wait to throw stones until they reach the halfway mark. Then we shall strike together, Gao Feng advised in a hushed tone. Zhao Guang swiftly awakened the others, urging them to remain silent. Zhao Lu led the group to gather stones before crouching beside Gao Feng, ready for action. He even handed Gao Feng a stone the size of a watermelon. Boss, you're the strongest. Throw the biggest one, Zhao Lu chuckled. As the wild men reached the halfway point of the slope, Gao Feng sprang up, shouting, "Smash them!" He raised the watermelon-sized stone and hurled it downwards. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the foremost wild man squarely on the head, causing his body to stiffen before rolling down the slope. "Come on, you filthy bastards! Watch me smash your skulls!" The others shouted as they quickly rose, hurling their own stones. The wild men, taken aback by the sudden assault, froze in shock, raising their arms in a futile attempt to shield themselves from the barrage of stones raining down upon them. They had intended to launch a nighttime ambush on Gao Feng and his companions, unaware that they had been on guard. The wild men emitted anguish howls, some sustaining severe injuries as stones struck their heads and bodies. Over half of them fell, and in a panic, they retreated into the woods. Gao Feng and his group exhaled a sigh of relief, their spirits lifted. "The wild men are afraid, ha," someone remarked. Gao Feng shook his head, cautioning against underestimating the wild men. "Let us not be complacent. We must rest and then vacate this location." He continued, "We shall sleep for a while longer, and at first light we will depart." He then pointed toward the narrow path behind the slope that led down to the ground, although overgrown with weeds. Gao Feng's keen eyes had detected it. The path could accommodate only one person at a time, necessitating an early departure. Gao Feng understood that the wild men would not easily relent. Thus, he urged everyone to conserve their strength for a swift retreat to higher ground. This time, he rested against a stone himself. As dawn broke with a pale light on the horizon, Gao Feng jolted awake. Zhao Lu quickly organized everyone to evacuate in order. After giving his instructions, he cautiously peered towards the slope. The wild men were momentarily quiet, as they too required rest. "Xiao Feng, do you think the wild men have left?" "I'll evacuate with you," Li Fei said, glancing down before embracing Gao Feng. It had been several days since she had a proper conversation with him. The wild men did not retreat. They hurriedly withdrew, knowing that once they reached the high ground, they would be safe. Gao Feng tenderly kissed Li Fei on the forehead and gestured for her to hasten her departure. Reluctantly, Li Fei followed Han Bing and the others in succession as they evacuated. "Everyone be cautious," Han Bing whispered as she was the first to descend to the ground, demonstrating the way to instill confidence in those following her. One by one, they began their descent. Half an hour later, Zhao Lu reported, "Boss, Li Fei and the others have already retreated. We should also leave." He glanced at the wild men looming on the hillside. Gao Feng nodded and said, "Zhao Lu, you go first. Take Li Fei and the others to the bamboo grove and wait for me there. The water route is faster. Rest assured, I will ensure it is done." Zhao Lu affirmed with a firm nod. After Zhao Lu descended, he led Li Fei and the others away. They needed to reach the bamboo grove swiftly, for crafting the bamboo rafts would require time. Fortunately, with many hands, their speed was assured. Zhao Guang, however, remained behind to support Gao Feng. Gao Feng feared that the wild men might follow them to the high ground, which would pose trouble for those already there and leave him with much to answer for. To shake off the wild men, they had to take the water route. Gao Feng furrowed his brow in concentration. Zhao Guang followed Gao Feng's lead, holding great admiration for his leadership. Gao Feng was far more suited to be the leader than himself. "Zhao Guang, we must evacuate," Gao Feng said, rising to head down a narrow path. Just then, a series of furious roars erupted from the hillside. "Quickly retreat. The wild men are about to attack," Gao Feng shouted, then turned to face the wild men charging up the slope. He dislodged loose boulders, sending them tumbling down toward the oncoming wild men with a thunderous crash. However, the aim was off, and the stones missed their target, inciting the wild men further as they hurled their spears at him. Gao Feng swiftly pivoted and descended the path. As he reached the ground and looked back up, he locked eyes with the wild men's leader, who emitted an enraged roar. They had not anticipated another narrow path behind the slope. The wild men began their descent in pursuit, clearly unwilling to let them escape. Zhao Guang followed Gao Feng, sprinting towards the bamboo grove by the river. After a while, as Gao Feng ran, he glanced back to see the wild men seemingly not in pursuit. The area behind them was eerily quiet. He paused to assess the situation, contemplating that if the wild men did follow, he could lead them in the wrong direction before circling back to rejoin his companions. However, no wild men appeared in pursuit. It was essential to regroup and evacuate promptly. Gao Feng muttered to himself as he hastened toward the bamboo grove by the river. By now it was nearing noon. Zhao Lu had led everyone to the river's edge, where they had no time to rest. Before Gao Feng arrives, "Let us put in the extra effort to craft the bamboo rafts," Zhao Lu encouraged the group. Soon they divided into two teams, one responsible for cutting bamboo, and the other for weaving the rafts with vines. In less than half an hour, Zhao Lu, accounting for 64 individuals, had managed to produce 10 bamboo rafts, each capable of accommodating 6 to 7 people. All is well. The bamboo raft is ready, and now we await the arrival of Gao Feng. Zhao Lu grasped a bamboo raft and tested it in the water. The crowd erupted in cheers, but soon their gazes shifted towards the direction from which they had come. Why had Xiao Feng and Zhao Guang not yet caught up? Li Fei swiftly rose to her feet, taking a few steps forward, her expression darkening as she scanned the surroundings. Just as everyone was consumed by worry for Gao Feng and Zhao Guang's safety, they reappeared within sight. It was Xiao Feng and the others. They had finally returned. Li Fei leaped with excitement and dashed towards Gao Feng. He halted before her and embraced her tightly, sharing a passionate kiss that lasted several seconds. The onlookers were filled with envy. As they parted, Gao Feng remarked, "I am uncertain about the situation with the wild men. They did not pursue us from behind. Everyone, quickly board the bamboo raft and let's evacuate." Chapter 54. The Fierce Battle on the Bamboo Raft. Zhao Lu, you shall lead the charge. Ensure that we halt before the waterfall, allowing everyone to disembark safely, Gao Feng instructed as they proceeded. "Understood, boss," Zhao Guang replied, thumping his chest confidently. He then called upon the others, pulling the bamboo rafts into the water one by one. Li Fei and Han Bing boarded the rafts first, followed closely by Gao Feng and the rest. The rafts glided steadily toward the central high ground. "Come on, let us board the rafts. We're the last ones left," Lu Shuang said with a grin, carrying a pot on his back. Gao Feng had intentionally kept several individuals with pots behind, in case of an emergency. Before Gao Feng could step onto the raft, he cast a glance towards the river's rear and felt a shiver run down his spine. What was happening? The wild men were also maneuvering bamboo rafts, pursuing them across the water. No wonder they hadn't chased from the land, but opted to follow via the river. Were these wild men truly so astute? Moreover, Gao Feng noted that their rafts appeared to be well used, not freshly crafted. With no time to ponder further, he shouted urgently, "Hurry, row! The wild men are coming!" and leaped onto the raft. What? Wild men? Lu Shuang and the others turned in alarm, their eyes widening. They thrust their bamboo poles into the riverbed, propelling the raft swiftly downstream. These damned wild men are like a persistent leech, impossible to shake off. Lu Shuang cursed, pushing harder with the pole, praying for increased speed. The wild men, having noticed Gao Feng and the others, erupted in a cacophony of furious shouts, startling the birds from the trees along the riverbank. However, Gao Feng soon observed that only 3 rafts were in pursuit, each carrying 5 wild men, 15 in total. Their rafts were somewhat larger, yet it seemed they had brought only these 3. Gao Feng felt a slight relief. At least not all of them were in pursuit. Yet, he furrowed his brow again as he realized their speed was greater. The wild men propelled their rafts forward with seemingly inexhaustible energy. "Lu Shuang, give it your all!" Gao Feng shouted, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching wild men. "Boss, I'm doing my best. This is as fast as I can go. I might as well fart to push us along." Lu Shuang replied with exasperation. Exhausted, he swapped places with another crew member, but they exchanged positions several times, unable to hasten their pace. The wild men drew ever closer. Gao Feng noticed that the foremost 3 wild men raised their spears. "Quick, place the iron pot in front to shield us. They're about to throw their spears," he commanded. Lu Shuang and the others reacted swiftly, positioning the iron pot protectively in front of them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 spears flew toward them. Clang, clang. 2 struck the iron pot, but thankfully no one was injured. 1 spear headed straight for Gao Feng, which he narrowly evaded by sidestepping. Afterward, he yanked the spear from the pot, leaving 2 sizable holes. "Boss, I now understand why you had us carry the iron pots. They're indeed life-saving equipment. Without them, we might have perished." Lu Shuang and the others exclaimed in unison. Now, it was Gao Feng's turn to counterattack. The foremost savage wore a mocking expression, unperturbed. After all, Gao Feng and his companions were in a state of retreat. With swift motions, Gao Feng hurled his spears towards the leading savages. Due to the swaying of the bamboo raft, only 1 spear found its mark. With a resounding splash, the unfortunate savage plunged into the water, swiftly met with a lethal strike. The countenance of the remaining savages shifted to one of fury. For savages remained in the front line, drawing closer to the raft, now just a few meters away. Gao Feng and his companions braced themselves to confront these 4 savages with their spears. "Get down, quickly!" Gao Feng heard Zhao Guang's voice. Turning to look, he realized Zhao Guang and the others were drawing their bows, aimed at the advancing savages. Sensing the imminent danger to Gao Feng and his group, Zhao Guang slowed the raft. In a flurry, Gao Feng and his companions dropped to the deck. With a rapid volley, the 4 savages were thrown into disarray. 3 were struck in the thighs, while 1 suffered a fatal wound to the eye. The savage hit in the eye fell into the river, where Lu Shuang and his companions seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal thrust with their spear. The remaining 3 savages erupted into furious roars, preparing to leap onto Gao Feng's raft to engage in a desperate struggle. Lu Shuang raised a frying pan as a shield in his left hand, while wielding a spear with his right, ready to confront the savages. 1 savage leaped directly onto the raft, brandishing a stone knife. The weapon struck the frying pan, and in an instant, the savage was pierced by a spear, falling into the river with a splash. The 2 remaining savages hesitated, their stone knives raised but unsure. Gao Feng seized Lu Shuang's frying pan as a shield, wielding his spear with determination as he leaped forward. The 2 savages swung their stone knives, but Gao Feng ducked, deflecting their blows with the frying pan while thrusting his spear at their exposed feet. With swift and decisive strikes, both savages emitted cries of agony before toppling into the river. Now it's our turn to strike back." Lu Shuang and the others swiftly aimed their spears at the savages struggling in the water. Despite their prowess on land, the savages were inept in the water. 2 more savages on bamboo rafts, witnessing the demise of their comrades, charged forward in frenzy. Zhao Guang's group unleashed another volley, but the savages attempted to retaliate with their stone knives. Gao Feng devised a plan, tossing the frying pan to Lu Xuan. "Boss, why are you throwing me the frying pan? Without a shield, it's perilous," Lu Xuan exclaimed, preparing to face the savage onslaught. Gao Feng, spear in hand, plunged into the water, moving like a fish, vanishing beneath the surface. The remaining savages disregarded Gao Feng's maneuver, engaging Lu Xuan and the others in fierce combat. Suddenly, Gao Feng's upper body emerged from the water, and he thrust his spear into one savage's thigh. With a gurgling sound, the pierced savage fell into the depths. Gao Feng swiftly submerged again, evading any counterattack. Following the same strategy, several more savages met the same fate. Those who fell into the water were promptly dispatched by Lu Xuan, Zhao Guang, and their companions. The last 3 wild men, besieged from both sides, glanced around in confusion, unsure of their next move. Ultimately, they chose to leap into the water and swim towards the riverbank in a bid to escape. Gao Feng, with a powerful leap, ascended from the water directly onto the bamboo raft. Unbeknownst to them, they had already spotted Zhao Lu and his companions, who awaited them on the shore. "I entrust those 3 wild men to you," Gao Feng shouted towards Zhao Lu, who, upon noticing the approaching wild men, swiftly rallied a dozen or so brothers and pursued them. "All right, everyone prepare to disembark. Ahead lies a waterfall, and there is no path left." Gao Feng instructed Lu Xuan and the others. "This is splendid. The pursuing wild men have been utterly vanquished," Zhao Guang exclaimed with exhilaration. Subsequently, they maneuvered the bamboo raft to the riverbank. "Boss, what shall we do with these bamboo rafts?" Lu Xuan inquired. Gao Feng, anxious that the wild men might return and discover their presence, replied, "Push them into the river. Allow them to drift away with the current." As he glanced back towards the direction they had come from. Chapter 55. The merged Lu Xuan, accompanied by several companions, maneuvered the bamboo raft, while Gao Feng and Zhao Guang made their way toward Zhao Lu and her group. Before the wild men could reach the shore, they were swiftly pierced by spears thrown by Zhao Lu and her companions, their lifeless bodies drifting away with the current. No further wild men appeared, allowing everyone to finally exhale in relief. Following this, they assessed the number of injured among their ranks. A few brothers had sustained injuries to their arms, but none were severe. A quick application of anti-inflammatory ointment and bandaging would suffice. "All right, let us set off. We must reach the high ground before nightfall," Gao Feng declared, joy illuminating his face. The group promptly began their journey. "Boss, could you enlighten us about the situation at the high ground?" inquired one of Gao Feng's companions from the camp. "Please elaborate on every detail from departure to return." Li Fei glanced at Mary and the others before turning back to Gao Feng. Now that it was indeed safe, she resumed her inquiries. Gao Feng noticed a peculiar glint in Li Fei's eyes, fully comprehending her implication. He cleared his throat twice, preparing to narrate as they walked. At that moment, Han Shui hurried to Gao Feng's side, eager to hear more intently. Her eyes fixated on him with intensity. "Han Shui, please recognize your position," Li Fei admonished, stepping in front of her and nudging her to the back. Han Shui began to protest, but, in a huff, moved to the other side of Gao Feng. This amusing exchange elicited laughter from the group. Gao Feng shrugged nonchalantly, continuing his tale. He spoke primarily of the market and matters concerning Li Shuai's camp, briefly mentioning the rescue of Mary and Kelly. Zhao Lu remained close to Kelly, teaching the sisters some simple Chinese phrases. "That market sounds absolutely delightful. I truly wish to see it. It seems we made the right choice in coming here," one exclaimed. "Boss, will the shield maker really keep his word?" "I prefer roasted potatoes, though. What is papaya?" "I have never encountered it before," another chimed in. "That Wong who is utterly outrageous. How could he treat our boss in such a manner? We must not join Wong Hu's camp. He surely has ulterior motives. We ought to keep our distance from them." With each tale Gao Feng shared, others chimed in with varied opinions. "The sun is about to set. Haven't we arrived yet?" Someone called out, and all eyes turned to Gao Feng. "Just ahead lies the high ground," Gao Feng indicated, pointing in a specific direction. "Finally, We've arrived. Who wishes to accompany me to the market? Someone exclaimed, hastily racing forward, followed by a dozen others. I've told you, by nightfall, the market will be nearly deserted. Zhao Lu shouted, but they had already sprinted several meters ahead. Let's find a nearby spot to make do for the night. Everyone is weary. We can seek out location for a new camp tomorrow, Gao Feng suggested calmly. I concur, both Han Bing and Zhao Guang echoed almost simultaneously. After a long day of walking, fatigue had settled heavily in their limbs. Soon, Gao Feng and his companions took a respite in the woods not far from the high ground. The three groups camped in close proximity, each lighting their own fires. Before long, the 10 or so individuals returned, their faces marked by disappointment. No need to fret. Now that we are here, we have ample time, Gao Feng remarked with a shrug. They nodded in agreement and returned to their respective camps. Li Fei and the others retrieved roasted fish and meat from their baskets, distributing portions among everyone. Li Fei addressed the group. Let us make do with what we have for dinner tonight. We shall seek more provisions tomorrow. Gao Feng and the others nodded in assent. As they gathered around the fire to eat, Zhao Guang approached and sat beside Gao Feng. What do you say about us joining your group? He inquired. The others were not surprised. After all, Gao Feng's camp was the safest, with an abundance of food and even medical care available. These two factors alone were compelling. Moreover, having witnessed Gao Feng's capabilities and his kindness toward his own, they were confident he could lead them out of this predicament. Gao Feng responded with a cheerful smile. If you join us, you won't be the leader here anymore. Being a leader brings too much worry. I've come to terms with that. Ha ha. Zhao Guang shrugged, having long since abandoned the desire for leadership. He appreciated that in Gao Feng's camp, both men and women were treated equally. You are most welcome, Gao Feng continued with a grin. I shall take on the responsibility of hunting from now on. How does that sound? Zhao Guang replied with a smile, and Gao Feng nodded in approval. He then called out to the distance, Han Bing, we are merging with Zhao Guang's camp. What are your thoughts? Lu Shuang and the others initially turned to Gao Feng, their faces lit with joyful smiles. They eagerly gave him thumbs up, exclaiming, Boss, you are truly wise. You are the best. Then they glanced quickly towards Han Bing and her group, anxiously awaiting their response, pondering, hurry up and agree. Perhaps we could find a girlfriend in the process. Let us discuss it for a moment. Please wait, Han Bing replied. They were sure to agree soon. Gao Feng smiled in anticipation. Lu Shuang and the others erupted in cheers. Xiao Feng, will they join us too? At that moment, Li Fei appeared somewhat discontent, as her camp consisted solely of women. She feared that Han Shui and her group might vie for Gao Feng's attention. Fear not. My heart belongs only to you, Gao Feng declared with a solemn gesture. Li Fei nodded vigorously. Her affection for Gao Feng was profound, making her feelings entirely natural. Sister, I desire meat. Their camp offers better conditions. Let us join them. Han Shui was the first to voice her opinion. Their camp primarily relied on fruits for sustenance, with meat being scarce. She not only admired Gao Feng, but also recognized the safety his camp provided. Where everyone has thoughts, Han Bing inquired of her sisters. In truth, she too was inclined to join Gao Feng's camp. Han Shui's words resonated with her. Gao Feng held significant esteem among them, and everyone cherished him, willing to strive alongside him for survival. They won't bully us, will they? Shally spoke up, recalling her past experiences of being mistreated by the Chui High Camp, which prompted her concern. He then added, I am not referring to the peak, but rather to the men of their camp. Rest assured, in their camp, there is gender equality. Gao Feng has established rules. Even if someone were to bully you, I would not let them off lightly. Han Bing stated resolutely. Subsequently, everyone nodded in agreement. We concur. Han Shui waved her hand towards Gao Feng's direction. Welcome to you all, Gao Feng said with a smile. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Shuang and the others. Do not forget the rules of the camp. There is equality between men and women, and love is free. We understand, Lu Shuang exclaimed once more with excitement. Gao Feng was confident in the integrity of his camp members. He merely wanted Han Bing to hear this, to reassure them as they joined. They huddled together for warmth, for it was the key to survival. Typically one to seek out excitement, Zhao Lu was unusually quiet at that moment, engaged in a casual conversation with Kelly by the fire. Chapter 56. The new camp, it seems that Zhao Lu is quite fortunate, primarily because he has learned some English, which has afforded him opportunities. After a while, everyone found a nearby spot to lie down and rest. At that moment, Mary approached Gao Feng, who was leaning against a large tree, cradling Li Fei in his arms as they slept peacefully together. Is she his girlfriend? Mary pondered this scene for a moment, deciding not to disturb them, and then she walked away. She then made her way to Zhao Lu to inquire about the situation. Gao Feng indeed had a girlfriend named Li Fei, who was currently nestled in his embrace, and their relationship seemed to be quite strong. Zhao Lu explained to Mary. She nodded in understanding, finally grasping why Gao Feng had initially rejected her. Ever since he had saved her, Mary had developed feelings for Gao Feng. However, now that he had a girlfriend, she resolved not to intrude, as she held firm principles. Subsequently, she went to rest. The following morning, Zhao Lu took Li Fei and the others to search for papayas, returning to the same grove they had visited previously. Unfortunately, the papayas there were nearly all picked, leaving only about 30. Just as Gao Feng awoke, they returned. With a total of 64 people, it meant that each person could have roughly half a papaya. Let's first find a location to establish our camp, Gao Feng remarked, taking a bite of papaya. Is there a river nearby? Building the camp there would make water access quite convenient, Han Bing added after tasting the fruit. Gao Feng recalled the canyon below the high ground, where a wide river flowed. Let us go. I know a good spot, he declared, leading the group onward. He remembered that Wang Hu's camp was also situated near a river, but Gao Feng preferred not to be close to them. As they traversed the high ground, the four who had previously accompanied Gao Feng were unfazed, while the others were astonished by the lively market above. They gazed around in awe, and the market-goers were equally startled by the sudden influx of unfamiliar faces. Why are there so many newcomers all of a sudden? They wondered, before returning to their respective activities. Gao Feng, however, could not afford to visit Gao Yang for a shield, especially since there was no immediate danger. They pressed on, as the time for halting had not yet arrived. Upon descending into the canyon, they found it to be somewhat damp. Soon, Gao Feng discovered an abandoned camp within the woods. It was dilapidated and entirely unusable, yet was spacious enough to accommodate their group. This will do. Let us dismantle the unusable parts and build wooden cabins here, Gao Feng stated decisively. The others nodded in agreement. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that they could not solely focus on constructing wooden cabins, for that would leave them too exhausted to forage for food. A hunting party needed to be dispatched. I will lead a team to hunt, while the remaining men will be responsible for building the cabins, and the women can assist with tasks like cutting thatch, Gao Feng announced. Immediately, he called upon several skilled hunters, including Lu Shuang, Zhao Guang, and 4 others from the camp. Then everyone began to busily engage in their tasks. Gao Feng and his companions, each bearing bows and arrows and wielding long spears, set off. Where shall we hunt? Zhao Guang inquired promptly. Since it is said that there are abundant resources near the highlands, we shall commence our search here, Gao Feng replied as they walked. The others nodded in agreement. After a brief search, they found no large wild animals, such as wild boars, in the vicinity. Consequently, they made their way toward the dense thicket ahead, hopeful that it might be teeming with wildlife. Lu Shuang took the lead, running ahead with a few others in pursuit of prey. Moments later, he called softly, "Come quickly, there are wild boars here," and gestured eagerly for Gao Feng to follow. The latter swiftly joined him. As they approached, 3 wild boars appeared from the underbrush, 1 large and 2 small, leisurely consuming some decayed fruit scattered on the ground. This trio will suffice for a meal, Lu Shuang whispered. Do you have a plan? Gao Feng promptly asked. Lu Shuang scratched his head. There's no time for traps. We'll have to use our bows. Gao Feng nodded in agreement. The 6 of them knocked arrows to their bows and stealthily encircled the boars. When they were about 10 meters away, the large boar suddenly raised its head, sensing danger. The 2 smaller boars ceased eating and began to survey their surroundings. This is bad. They're about to bolt. Prepare to shoot, Gao Feng cautioned quietly. With a swift whoosh, they released a volley of arrows. A cacophony of cries erupted as all 3 boars were struck. Ignoring their pain, they turned to flee. Chase them, Gao Feng shouted, and they dashed after the animals, continuing to shoot as they ran. The The two smaller boars, severely injured, slowed down, while Gao Feng pressed on in pursuit of a larger one. He quickly closed the gap, but the boar's tough hide rendered their bamboo arrows less effective. If only we had iron-tipped arrows, we wouldn't fear the wild beasts. Gao Feng mused. He swiftly drew a stone knife, aimed at the boar's thigh, and hurled it with precision. The knife spun rapidly through the air before striking its mark. The boar let out a distressed cry as its leg was wounded, causing it to decelerate. At that moment, Zhao Guang also caught up from behind. With another round of arrows, they struck again, and the boar collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. Gao Feng approached, retrieved the stone knife from the boar's leg, and swiftly severed its throat. After a brief interval, the boar lay still. "Well done. We shall feast on pork today," Lu Shuang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Let us return," Gao Feng stated decisively. They cut 3 sturdy branches and, using vines, secured the boar to carry it back. "Leg, we are famished and cannot work any longer," Han Yue said, having just set down a bundle of reeds. "They will be returning shortly. We just need to finish this third room before we can rest," Zhao Lu replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. The others nodded in agreement. After a morning of hard labor, they were indeed weary. At that moment, Gao Feng and his group returned to the campsite. The sun was nearing its zenith. Gao Feng observed that the construction of the wooden cabin was progressing swiftly. "Everyone has worked diligently. Let us cease our toil and indulge in a feast of pork," he remarked with a smile. Upon sighting the wild boar, Li Fei and Han Shui rushed over with palpable excitement. "The resources here are indeed plentiful. We can finally savor some meat. I shall commence boiling water," they exclaimed, eagerly dragging the boar away for processing. "Boss, at this rate, we may not finish in a day," Zhao Lu expressed a hint of exasperation in his tone. "It should be manageable. We will assist in the afternoon," Gao Feng reassured him, giving Zhao Li's shoulder a comforting pat. Subsequently, Gao Feng suggested that Zhao Lu and the others take a brief respite, as constructing the wooden cabin had proven quite laborious. "No, boss. I wish to help with the wild boar," Zhao Lu replied with a grin, dashing towards Kelly. Chapter 57. Conflict. Is this pork sufficient? Han Shui inquired with a smile, turning to Zhao Lu. "What are you thinking? With over 60 people in the camp, there's barely enough to go around," Zhao Lu replied with a chuckle. Pouting, Han Shui continued to stoke the fire. Soon, the wild boar was chopped into pieces and placed into the bubbling pot. "Sister Fei, we have run out of salt." Zhang Xiaomei glanced at Li Fei. Li Fei shrugged. "Once the camp is established, we can visit the market." "I'll go too." Han Shui perked up immediately. Gao Feng approached. "With pork and soup, everyone should be able to fill their bellies. This afternoon, let us work diligently and aim to finish the construction." Nods of agreement echoed around the group. Before long, the pork was cooked, and each person received a bowl filled with meat and broth. Once everyone had eaten their fill, they commenced building wooden houses. In addition to their living quarters, they needed to construct 2 more for storage and a medical room, totaling 12 structures. "Zhao Lu, you and your team focus on the wooden houses. I will take a few men to chop wood," Gao Feng declared. Zhao Lu nodded in response. Gao Feng led several robust individuals into the woods. They arrived at a grove of trees, each as thick as a bowl, ready to fell them. "Let me take the lead," one of the men stepped forward. "You all handle the hauling. I'll take care of the chopping today, as time is of the essence," Gao Feng said, swinging his axe at a tree. With just 2 strikes, the tree fell. The younger men were left agape. The boss's strength is astounding, surpassing even that of Lu Zhishan pulling up willows. As Gao Feng felled each tree, he also removed the excess branches, cutting them into segments of the required length. Each man carried 2 logs back to the camp. "How are you all back so soon?" Zhao Lu asked, witnessing their swift return with timber. "Brother Lu, our leader is incredible," they exclaimed in unison. "Let us keep pushing. The boss is giving it his all, and we must finish today." Zhao Lu chuted. Li Fei and the others divided into groups. Some cut reeds, some gathered branches, while others harvested vines. The entire camp was filled with enthusiasm. The sun in the west was beginning to set. Zhao Lu meticulously calculated the required timber and shouted. Lu Shuang quickly informed the boss. "We have sufficient wood." No sooner had he spoken than Gao Feng appeared, carrying the last log. The boss had already anticipated this. Lu Shuang smiled as he accepted the wood from Gao Feng and went to work. Zhao Lu grinned. We're almost there. Gao Feng nodded in agreement. Li Fei, equally fatigued, approached. Xiao Feng, what shall we have for dinner? Fish, Gao Feng replied with a smile. Li Fei's thoughts immediately drifted to a nearby river. We don't yet know how many fish are in there. I'll go too, she said with a bright smile, having learned some fishing techniques from Zhao Dachuan. At that moment, Han Bing approached with a smile. Gao Feng, the reeds have dried, and we just need to lay them down. We still require some tables and chairs. It's getting late. Shall we complete that tomorrow? Everyone was quite busy, and Gao Feng responded cheerfully. The tables and chairs can wait until tomorrow. Suddenly, he recalled the market-esque Gao Yang, who could weave baskets and would have no trouble making tables and chairs. Gao Feng continued, you need not concern yourselves with the tables and chairs. I have a plan. They were initially taken aback until Gao Feng mentioned Gao Yang. This deal is truly worthwhile, the crowd remarked. Subsequently, Lu Shuang took charge of the finishing touches on the wooden cabin alongside Han Bing and Han Shui. Meanwhile, Gao Feng, accompanied by Zhao Dachuan, Li Fei, and a dozen others, headed to the riverbank to fish. They brought along water buckets to fill on their return. Follow me. We shall first catch some loaches nearby, Zhao Dachuan urged, sprinting ahead with Li Fei. Gao Feng, feeling somewhat fatigued, trailed behind them at a leisurely pace. Zhao Dachuan and the others reached the riverbank first. Dachuan loaches? Li Fei inquired with curiosity, as she had yet to witness them. Just wait and you'll see. Zhao Dachuan responded, leading the others in their search. The soil near the river was soft, and soon they had unearthed several loaches. He held them in his hands for Li Fei to see. Li Fei, slightly bewildered, asked, how does one catch fish like this? Zhao Dachuan then chopped the loaches into pieces with a dagger and tossed them into the shallow waters at the river's edge. The group readied their spears, watching the waters surface intently. Before long, a large school of fish gathered below. Haha, who knew there were so many fish in the river? Li Fei exclaimed excitedly. They swiftly plunged their spears into the water, capturing a dozen fish in an instant. Li Fei fetched a basket to collect their catch. After the fish dispersed, Zhao Dachuan tossed in more scraps of meat, quickly attracting another group of fish. Suddenly, a dozen burly men approached from the riverbank, led by a tall Caucasian. Hey, who allowed you to fish here? You've lured all the fish we were trying to catch. The tall man shouted in broken Mandarin, visibly enraged. Zhao Dachuan responded, the fish in the river belong to everyone. If you can't catch them, don't blame us. The Caucasian, undeterred, lunged to snatch the basket from Li Fei's hands. Furious, she retorted, who do you think you are? Get lost. Zhao Dachuan and the others immediately shielded her. The Caucasian brandished his spear, aiming it directly at Zhao Dachuan's chest. Zhao Dachuan deftly dodged the attack, and soon both parties stood in a tense standoff. The imposing stature of the intruders put Zhao Dachuan's group at a disadvantage. Just as they found themselves in a predicament, the Caucasian lunged forward again. Li Fei cried out. Gao Feng arrived just in time, delivering a powerful kick to the man's chest. With a splash, the Caucasian fell into the river. Upon seeing Gao Feng's arrival, the group erupted in cheers. Serve him right. Did he really seek trouble? Zhao Dachuan exclaimed in anger. The intruders stood frozen, their spears wavering uncertainly. Damn it! The Caucasian cursed as he climbed out of the river. I challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you must leave and not return to cause trouble. Gao Feng regarded the tall man before him. Among this group, he was the most imposing. If Gao Feng could bring him down, the others would surely retreat. At this moment, Gao Feng and his companions had no intention of resorting to lethal force. They have yet to ascertain the true nature of this group. Very well, what if you were to lose? I demand that you vacate this place and refrain from fishing here again. The white man approached the summit. The summit nodded slightly. The man then swung his fist directly at the summit's forehead. The summit swiftly bent down, delivering a kick to his chest. The white man, wincing in pain, staggered back a few steps, only to charge at the summit in a frenzy. He relentlessly threw punches, attempting to overpower the summit through sheer brute force. The summit let out a fierce roar and retaliated with his own strikes, engaging in an unyielding exchange. Moments later, both combatants' fists were flushed red. The white man gasped for breath, seemingly drained of strength. Seizing the opportunity, the summit gathered his energy and delivered a powerful blow to the man's abdomen. The white man screamed in agony, instinctively clutching his stomach as he collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, he expelled the contents of his stomach. The onlookers, witnessing their comrade's defeat, brandished their spears, ready to advance. Chapter 58. The flame of passion at that moment. The previously smug expression on the white man's face vanished as he turned to Gao Feng. "Who are you? I'm not seen your kind before. Where do you hail from?" He had never encountered someone of such formidable presence. "You are not worthy to know," Gao Feng replied dismissively with a cold snort. "We shall not show you mercy." Following his words, the white man was helped to his feet by his companions and departed. "Bah, what a pretentious act," Zhao Dachuan spat at them. "Boss, how could such scoundrels exist in this highland?" one of the younger followers remarked. Gao Feng shrugged. "In a vast forest, all kinds of birds can be found. Let's catch some fish to take back. Nightfall approaches." The others nodded in agreement and resumed their fishing. Soon, they filled 3 baskets and collected several buckets of water. By the time they returned to the camp, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Li Fei and her companions set about preparing the fish for dinner, while the others gathered around the campfire, engaging in light conversation. Gao Feng sat beside Li Fei and addressed Han Bing. "You, like Li Fei and her team, should take a group to gather nearby, but do not wander too far." He then turned to Han Shui. "You are our only doctor. Attend to the infirmary as needed. But when not occupied, accompany your sister. As for cooking, rotate with Li Fei's group." Han Bing nodded in satisfaction. "We can compile a list of necessary supplies and trade for them at the market," Gao Feng continued. "For any matters arising, let us discuss them collectively." The group nodded in agreement. "How can I gather herbs alone?" Han Shui inquired of Gao Feng. Aware of the importance of medicinal supplies and the necessity of substituting with herbs when possible, "You may have Zhao Lu accompany you with a few others. It will be safer that way," Gao Feng explained. "The infirmary is off limits without my consent, primarily to maintain cleanliness and hygiene," Han Shui stated resolutely. Gao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Come, I will store the supplies in the infirmary for your safekeeping," Li Fei said to Han Shui, who cheerfully followed her. The wooden structure featured 2 rows, one for the storeroom and the infirmary, and the other with Gao Feng's cabin at the forefront, followed by the women's quarters, and the men's quarters at the far end. "Fei Jia, look at all these medicinal supplies," Han Shui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Take good care of these supplies. I have heard that this highland is in dire need of medicine," Li Fei emphasized gravely. Han Kuya nodded earnestly. Then, Li Fei retrieved a box of Yunnan Baiyao from within and said, "This is for Gao Feng." Han Shui smiled broadly in agreement. "Let us go, it's time to eat," Li Fei remarked as she stepped outside, with Han Shui trailing behind her. "Mealtime has begun." Han Bing called out to everyone, directing them to grab their bowls and form a line. As everyone settled around the campfire with their meals, Zhao Lu leaned in closer to Gao Feng and whispered, "Boss, I have something good for you." Gao Feng raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Zhao Lu pulled a handful of dodder from his pocket and offered it to Gao Feng. "This is a type of invigorating herb. Consume it, and it will elevate your spirits." Zhao Lu chuckled mischievously. "My physique is quite robust. I do not require assistance." Gao Feng wore a perplexed expression. However, he too was tempted to try it and indulge during the meal. After dining, Zhao Lu exclaimed, "Let me perform a dance for you all." The crowd erupted in cheers. He took Kelly by the hand, and the two began to dance around the fire. When did these two become an item? Li Fei furrowed her brow, convinced that Zhao Lu had deceived her. Zhang Xiaomei interjected, "How amusing." Gao Feng shrugged. "This must be what they call fate, haha." "What a chatterbox," Li Fei remarked. Soon, everyone began to imitate Zhao Lu and danced in a lively manner, including Mary and Kelly. Gao Feng took Li Fei's hand and joined her in the dance. Their gazes locked, and the warmth of their feelings for one another blossomed instantly. After a while, Gao Feng organized a rotation for the night watch. Zhao Lu was on duty, and everyone returned to rest. "I prepared your bedding. Go take a look," Li Fei said, pulling Gao Feng toward the wooden cabin. Inside, there was a wooden bed adorned with dried reeds, with a wolf pelt that Li Fei had brought along. Gao Feng sat upon it, while Li Fei leaned against his shoulder. "Fei, this reed bed is quite spacious in that." Gao Feng scratched his head. I'm feeling a bit tired. Perhaps we should rest early, Li Fei replied, her cheeks flushed. At that moment, Gao Feng felt a wave of heat coursing through him. Could it be the daughter he had consumed from Zhao Lu? Why is your body so warm? Li Fei quickly recoiled. I ate the daughter Zhao Lu gave me. Gao Feng inadvertently revealed. Li Fei understood instantly, lowering her gaze. What do you intend to do? She asked. I heard that holding back can be detrimental. Gao Feng replied with a mischievous smile. Do not eat that again. Overindulgence can harm your health. Li Fei leaned in closer. Gao Feng grasped her meaning, and soon the two entered a realm of bliss. As Li Fei prepared to return, she opted to stay with Xiao Mei and Mary, while Han Shui and Han Bing shared their own quarters. As they stepped outside, they encountered Zhao Lu and Kelly, who had just returned from the woods. If you let Xiao Feng eat recklessly again, I won't forgive you. Li Fei shot Zhao Lu a glare before heading back. Zhao Lu flashed a grin at Gao Feng and returned as well. The following morning, everyone had a modest breakfast of fish before going about their respective tasks. Gao Feng decided to visit the market to find Gao Yang and retrieve the shield. He intended to bring him back to the camp and assign him the task of setting up tables and chairs. Gao Feng understood that this high ground was not as secure as one might think. With the shield, even in the event of conflict, the likelihood of injury would be diminished. Just then, Zhao Lu approached. Boss, the camp is relatively safe. We only need to leave a few guards. I can lead a team to gather food. Not today. Take a few men with me to the market to retrieve the shield, Gao Feng replied. Boss, I nearly forgot about that fellow. Let's also bring him along, Zhao Lu chuckled. Gao Feng nodded, and they made their way to the market in Highland. The market remained bustling with activity. Soon, Gao Feng spotted Gao Yang, who was still focused on weaving a wooden basket, yet he did not notice the shield behind him. Gao Yang had crafted a wooden frame, which was promptly purchased by a man in exchange for potatoes. At that moment, he noticed Gao Feng approaching. He immediately rose to greet him. Gao Feng, you have finally arrived. Gao Yang exclaimed with palpable excitement. Your leg is better now, Gao Feng remarked with a smile. Gao Yang, brimming with pride, took a triumphant stride around. Indeed, thank you for saving me. Gao Yang then remembered the shield and continued. The shield is in my wooden cabin down in the forest. Zhao Lu squinted his eyes and said, Gao Yang, join us. You still have matters to attend to. Gao Yang nodded vigorously. I shall heed whatever you say. Subsequently, disregarding his stall, Gao Yang led Gao Feng and the others to his humble abode. His wooden cabin was quite rudimentary, merely a makeshift shelter. Chapter 59. Trey Gao Yang emerged from the shed with a few papayas, offering them to Gao Feng and the others. Please have a seat and enjoy some papaya, Gao Yang said with a cheerful smile. Gao Feng and his companions settled on the ground while Gao Yang began to unpack the shields. He handed one to Gao Feng, grinning as he inquired, What do you think? Crafting this was quite a laborious task. Gao Feng's eyes brightened instantly as he took the shield, examining it with enthusiasm. Not bad at all. Zhao Lu and the others also eagerly picked up a shield to inspect. The overall shape of the shield resembled an iron pot, complete with a handle. Gao Feng grasped the handle and tested it, declaring, The quality is impressive, far exceeding my expectations. Boss, I'm going to give it a try. Without delay, Zhao Lu took a shield and placed it upright against the roots of a nearby tree. Subsequently, he and his friends maintained a safe distance and unleashed a full-force assault with bows and spears. To their delight, the arrows merely lodged into the surface, and the spears could not penetrate easily. Boss, this is truly remarkable. Zhao Lu and the others exclaimed with excitement. Gao Feng then turned to Gao Yang and inquired, How well do you know about the camps near the high ground? Gao Yang scratched his head and thought, Boss, you might want to inquire at the market. Gao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He subsequently entrusted Gao Yang with the task of setting up the tables and chairs for the camp. Once those duties were completed, he planned to join the hunting group. No problem, Gao Yang assured confidently. Zhao Lu, you and the others help Gao Yang gather the things and return to the camp. I will head to the market to gather some information, Gao Feng stated calmly. Boss, there is nothing free at the market. Take this half wild boar with you. It will be quite useful. Gao Yang promptly retrieved the remaining half of the wild boar from the shed. With his leg healed, he was ready to hunt again. Having chosen to follow Gao Feng, he no longer feared the injuries to his leg. Gao Feng chuckled softly. Zhao nodded, and they set off to tend to their tasks. Gao Feng then turned towards the market. After asking a few people, he soon realized that none had any knowledge regarding the nearby camps. They were solely focused on procuring food. Gao Feng quickly thought of Li Shuai, the second-in-command at Wanghu Camp, who would undoubtedly know everything. Thus, he decided to return to seek out Li Shuai. At that moment, Gao Feng noticed a peculiar man. He was thin, wearing a simple straw hat, and sitting on a stone by the roadside. In front of his stall was a small bucket of coarse salt. "How can I trade for your salt?" Gao Feng approached, initiating the conversation. He had arrived in haste, and the camp's salt supply was dwindling. One cannot live without salt. Otherwise, one's health deteriorates. The man looked up, his expression impassive, and replied, "Half a wild boar for this small bucket. You seem unfamiliar. Have you just arrived here?" Gao Feng shook his head in disbelief. "That's far too expensive." He gestured toward the direction, saying, "My salt is transported from a distant western region." Gao Feng was aware that the west was where the wild men resided. Did he dare venture there? It was indeed a dangerous area. Gao Feng's expression turned serious. The man remained unfazed. "I haven't encountered any. Perhaps I've just been fortunate." Observing the man's demeanor, Gao Feng sensed that he was not being entirely truthful. He placed half a wild boar directly before him, exclaiming, "Such a substantial piece of pork can only be exchanged for a mere small bucket of salt?" The man, astonished by the size of the boar he held, remarked, "I can assure you, the wild men have indeed never encountered such a creature, though they are familiar with many beasts." The man felt it harmless to share this with Gao Feng, as he surely would not dare venture there himself. Gao Feng pulled out a notebook and requested that he mark the location on the map. The man was taken aback, surprised to see that Gao Feng's map was quite detailed. He then marked the spot, stating, "This is all I know." With a smile, he accepted the wild boar. Gao Feng examined the mark and realized it was close to the territory of the wild men. Their journey had not been in vain, for at least he had uncovered the location of salt. He planned to return to the camp first, then seek out Li Shuai for further inquiries. By the time Gao Feng returned to the camp, it was already midday. Li Fei and Han Bing were boiling water, while others were processing the wild boar. It appeared they had enjoyed a fruitful day. Upon seeing what Gao Feng carried, Li Fei hurried over, asking, "What have you got there?" "Salt exchanged for pork at the market," Gao Feng replied, beaming with pride. Approaching the fire, they opened the package together. "Ah, this is indeed salt. How timely!" Han Shui exclaimed with excitement. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Li Shuai is waiting for you in your room. He brought a basket of potatoes," Li Fei said with a smile before returning to her tasks. At that moment, Li Shuai overheard their conversation and stepped out with the two of them, saying, "Gao Feng, why didn't you announce your arrival at the high ground? I would have liked to welcome you." Gao Feng scratched his head, replying, "What a bother. You simply don't wish to join our camp." "Ha!" Li Shuai laughed. "You arrived just in time. Let us have lunch before you depart," Gao Feng suggested with a smile. "I noticed you had quite a bounty today, which is why I waited here for you," Li Shuai remarked cheerfully. They then settled by the fire, where the pork was already in the pot, accompanied by numerous diced potatoes, generously seasoned with salt. At that moment, Han Shui brought over some freshly picked papaya, saying, "Here, enjoy, just wash them off." "Is this your girlfriend?" "Quite charming," Li Shuai squinted at Gao Feng. Han Shui, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, her cheeks flushing. "No, the one tending the fire is... Her name is Li Fei. This one could be considered my sister," Gao Feng replied with a grin, gesturing toward Li Fei. "Hurry up and eat, or you might choke." Han Shui huffed, pouting as she ran off. Gao Feng and the others chuckled at her antics. "Ahem, now let us discuss the situation at the camp near the high ground," Gao Feng said nonchalantly. "Please don't misunderstand, Gao Feng. I hesitated to inform you earlier for fear you might not come to the high ground." Li Shuai scratched his head in embarrassment. "I suspected there were indeed conflicts here," Gao Feng snorted. "Now that you are here, I shall definitely share this with you. For that was my purpose in coming today," Li Shuai said with a smile. Gao Feng listened intently. Li Shuai took a bite of papaya and continued, "Recently, there have been 3 relatively large camps here, including the Wanghu camp and 2 others. Our camp needs no further mention. The other 2 camps each host approximately 100 individuals. One is predominantly composed of Caucasians, led by a figure named Mike, while the other is comprised of islanders. The islanders frequently engaged in conflicts with members from other camps, ultimately resulting in a collective vote that mandated their relocation. Under the mistaken belief that Mike orchestrated this decision, they retaliated by attacking Mike's camp before fleeing. Enraged, Mike pursued them for an entire day, but ultimately returned empty-handed, his spirits dampened. No one knew the whereabouts of the islanders after that incident. Subsequently, Mike's temperament soured, leading to frequent disputes with our camp concerning hunting territory. The remaining 3 camps are smaller, each consisting of around 20 to 30 individuals, ultimately culminating in a scattering of people at the market. Li Shuai spoke at length before taking a bite of papaya. Chapter 60, The Consequences of Arrogance. Gao Feng recounted the events of yesterday's fishing expedition. Li Shuai immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "That white fellow named John is Mike's enforcer. He's quite formidable and often stirs up trouble." He then turned to Gao Feng, inquiring about his well-being. "I knocked him down with a single punch yesterday." Gao Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm just worried John might embellish the tale and that Mike will come after you," Li Shuai said, his face etched with concern. Gao Feng waved his fist dismissively. "Cool, let us eat. Enough of this chatter." At that moment, Li Fei called out to Gao Feng. She had already set the table for Li Shuai and the others. "Ha! Thank you, sister-in-law," Li Shuai chuckled. Being a few years younger than Gao Feng and freshly graduated from university, he was still adjusting to life. Li Fei was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. The group quickly made their way over. "Ah, this smells delightful. Your camp's cuisine is quite lavish," Li Shuai remarked, eyeing the pork stew with potatoes in their bowls. "Why not join us?" Gao Feng jested. Li Shuai remained silent, engrossed in his meal. Soon, they were sated and tidied up. "Be careful with Mike. Do you need me to help out here?" Li Shuai asked with a grin. "No need. Tend to your own matters. I'll call for you if necessary," Gao Feng replied. With that, Li Shuai and his companions waved goodbye and returned to their camp. After they left, Gao Feng noticed Gao Yang seated outside the wooden cabin, crafting tables and chairs. Li Fei and Han Shui sat beside him, watching intently. He approached them. "Let's take a look at your progress," he said. Gao Yang handed a bamboo stool to Gao Feng. After examining it, Gao Feng sat down with a thump. Quite sturdy. Impressive indeed. He hadn't anticipated that such furniture could be made without nails or ropes, relying solely on bamboo. Sister Fei and Han Shui lent a hand as well. Gao Yang chuckled as he resumed his work. Li Fei and the others exchanged silly smiles with Gao Feng before pitching in. He nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Zhao Lu rushed in alarmed. "Boss, trouble is brewing. John has arrived with some men." Zhao Lu urged everyone to gather their weapons and head outside. Gao Feng, spear in hand, sprinted out first. There stood a dozen men lined up outside, with a tall figure at the center, Mike. Flanking him were 4 of his henchmen, while the others were merely armed lackeys wielding spears. Zhao Lu, accompanied by all the men, emerged as well, each bearing a shield in their left hand and a spear in their right, forming a line beside Gao Feng. "Goodness, what a grand display. Where did you procure those shields?" "They look quite impressive," Mike scoffed, then added, "Relax. I heard my brother didn't team manage to defeat you, so I came to see just how formidable you truly are." At that moment, John lowered his head, acknowledging his inferiority to Gao Feng. "Then let us see," Gao Feng replied, furrowing his brow. He understood that Mike had brought only a handful of men, likely to salvage John's pride after his previous defeat. Upon witnessing the scene, Mike realized that the situation demanded a desperate confrontation. The small group he brought along was insufficient. He promptly declared, "Since you have just arrived at the high ground, I shall not cause you undue trouble. If you can single-handedly defeat any 3 of my subordinates, we shall consider this matter resolved." These 3 were meticulously chosen from his numerous henchmen. As he spoke, the trio stepped forward. Among them, a blonde-haired man provocatively approached Gao Feng, repeatedly thumping his chest to signal for an attack. Gao Feng, in turn, tossed a spear to Zhao Lu and commanded, "You all step aside." He then stretched his limbs, preparing for the impending duel. Both sides created ample space to avoid interference with their contest. A gentle breeze swept through as the blonde squinted his eyes, sensing the moment had arrived. With a thunderous roar, Gao Feng lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the man's chest. The blonde staggered backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground. "Well done," Zhao Lu shouted enthusiastically, cheering for Gao Feng. Is that all you've got? Gao Feng scoffed. Mike stood momentarily stunned before signaling his subordinate to hastily remove the fallen blonde, not wishing to endure further embarrassment. Despite Gao Feng's shorter stature, his prowess was unexpectedly formidable. At that moment, a tattooed man with muscular arms stepped up, showcasing an array of martial arts moves as if he fancied himself another Bruce Lee. Gao Feng, growing impatient, gestured for the tattooed man to make his move. Feeling insulted, the tattooed man swung a punch at Gao Feng. "Come at me," Gao Feng shouted, swiftly executing a high kick that struck the man's arm. The tattooed man winced in pain, rubbing his arm as Gao Feng followed up with a punch to his face, causing blood to gush from his nose and 2 front teeth to fly out. The tattooed man slid backward a few meters, on the verge of falling, but was caught by his comrades. Mike's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he turned to the last henchman. The man stripped off his short sleeves, preparing to engage Gao Feng in raw strength, charging directly at him. Gao Feng, however, bent down and delivered a punch to the man's abdomen. The man gasped in pain, and Gao Feng effortlessly lifted him onto his shoulder, tossing him towards Mike and his crew. Startled, Mike and his associates quickly dodged, watching as the man crashed heavily to the ground. Dumbfounded, Mike and his companions questioned whether Gao Feng was even human. He appeared to be the ultimate warrior. "What do you think, Mike? Am I doing well?" Gao Feng remarked nonchalantly. "All right, I have no intention of pursuing this any further. Let us end it here," Mike replied, visibly displeased. He dared not retaliate against Gao Feng, fearing utter humiliation. Subsequently, he led his gang away. John, running alongside Mike, inquired, "Boss, are we letting it go just like that?" "Useless. What else would we do?" Mike snapped, recognizing their lack of justification and the defeat they had suffered. Zhao Lu and the others were left speechless, while Li Fei and Han Shui behind them wore expressions of utter fascination. Gao Feng was simply breathtakingly handsome. They were no match for him, particularly that superficial fellow, whose face was a disgrace to martial arts. "Haha, our leader is truly remarkable. I wish to learn the art of combat from you." "Leader, how are you so exceptional?" The crowd buzzed with admiration, the men filled with respect, and the women with adoration. Gao Feng chuckled, and then led everyone back to the campsite to rest. "I must mention that while we have ample food, it will be beneficial for everyone to enhance their physical training. There are only advantages, no drawbacks," Gao Feng stated with seriousness. The others nodded in agreement, unafraid of physical exertion, trusting in Gao Feng's wisdom. With weapons in hand and personal training, survival on this deserted island would not pose a challenge. "By the way, I have something to discuss with you," Han Bing said to Gao Feng. Chapter 61. The goddess is in peril. The others halted as well. "What is the matter? Let us discuss it together," Gao Feng said with a cheerful smile. Han Bing lowered her head slightly. "Originally, we planned to bathe by the river tonight, but it is not safe there. Could we possibly construct a bathhouse instead?" "Huh, I thought it was something serious." "Certainly, we are accustomed to bathing in the pond," Gao Feng chuckled, scratching his head. He then turned to Li Fei and the others. "We all share the same sentiment," they replied in unison. "After all, it is a matter of privacy, and washing by the river is hardly a viable solution." Gao Feng promptly informed them that there was a vendor at the market selling clay jars. "We can dig a small hole beneath it and place it atop the wooden cabin for bathing. Given the heat, the water will not cool down at night. And we can also boil water if needed. Though one clay jar costs half a pig, the nearby food resources are plentiful, so it is not a concern." Han Bing, Li Fei, and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement. "We shall join you. We have long wished to explore the market." They had been clamoring to visit the market, and now they had a chance. "You cannot all go. It is not very safe outside. Just a few should go," Gao Feng immediately interjected. Li Fei, Zhang Xiaomei, Han Shui, Ma Li, and Kelly, seemingly in agreement, dashed off without a second thought. Han Bing and the others exchanged wry smiles. "Wait for us," Gao Feng shouted while shrugging. They paid him no heed, eager to reach the market and see what else awaited them. Gao Feng, accompanied by a few others, followed with a wild boar. Lu Shuang and some others prepared to construct a shower room beside the warehouse. The remaining individuals busied themselves with their respective tasks. Gao Feng, Zhao Lu, and the others conversed as they walked, while Li Fei and her group swiftly vanished from sight. Before long, they arrived at the bustling market. With wide eyes, they searched for everything around them, filled with wonder. Though it resembled the vegetable market back home somewhat, it was quite impressive for a deserted island. Let us first locate the vendor selling clay jars. Then we shall explore, Li Fei suggested to her companions. They nodded in agreement. There, I see a pile of clay jars. Han Shui shouted, pointing not far away. Li Fei and the others turned in unison, their faces aglow with excitement, and hurried over. They spotted an elderly man promoting his clay jars by the roadside. Come take a look. The quality of these jars is outstanding. You won't regret your purchase. He called out to passers-by. However, the onlookers merely glanced and shook their heads as they moved along. In such a remote place, the limited number of people meant that a single sale could last a long time. At that moment, the elderly man noticed the 5 beautiful young women approaching. Ladies, come take a look. He beckoned incessantly. We would like 2 clay jars, Li Fei said, panting slightly. One for storing water and the other for bathing, Han Shui added, pointing at the jars. They each tapped them with their hands, indicating their satisfaction. Could you possibly give us one more? There are many people in our camp. Mary suddenly stepped forward and inquired. The old man was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and said, Little girl, you can actually speak Chinese? Although Mary's speech was not particularly fluent, her meaning was crystal clear. Li Fei and the others were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Mary would engage in haggling, and thus they joined in the negotiation as well. After a brief hesitation, the old man laughed, considering that you are together and your words are pleasant to hear. I shall gift you one. Li Fei and the others quickly expressed their gratitude. Suddenly, the old man paused. In all the chatter, where is your pig? 1 pig will suffice. He remained unperturbed. We rushed over. Our elder will bring the pig shortly, Han Shui hurriedly explained. Seeing that they did not seem to be lying, the old man agreed. Quickly bring the pig here. I shall wait for them. He squinted as he spoke. Oh, by the way, could you please pierce a small hole in the bottom of one of the clay pots? We need it for bathing, Li Fei elaborated. Certainly, whatever you desire. I can modify, the old man replied with a smile. He then turned one of the clay pots upside down and, using a sharpened wooden stick, began to rub it back and forth with both hands. Li Fei and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Once the task was completed, they all ran ahead. On either side of the path lay potatoes, papayas, and clothing. They scanned everything in a cursory glance without any intention to stop. At that moment, Han Shui was drawn to a small stall displaying wooden combs, bamboo cups, and some soap pods. Come here quickly, she exclaimed, squatting in front of the stall. Li Fei and the others followed suit. She picked up a wooden comb, inspecting it closely and trying out, finding it quite satisfactory. You have a good eye. This is made from oak, and it still carries a fragrant scent, a middle-aged woman sitting on the ground remarked with a smile. Wow, it smells wonderful, Han Shui exclaimed, taking a sniff before passing it to Li Fei and the others. It truly is fragrant. How much is it? They inquired. 1 wooden comb for 5 papayas. Quite a bargain, the woman replied. What is this? Mary curiously inquired, holding a soap pod. Haha, this is a soap pod, used for cleansing, the woman explained with a laugh. Indeed, very few young people have encountered soap pods. Can be used for bathing? Han Shui asked next. Certainly, it works for both hair and body. Just soak the soap pods in hot water, and the soap water will be ready for use, the woman clarified. These items were quite practical for them. Li Fei and the others were pleased, but shook their heads. But we have nothing to trade. Li Fei spread her hands in dismay. The others looked somewhat disappointed. It's all right. Merely looking is fine. I can wait for you to bring something to exchange, she said kindly. At that moment, a cacophony arose from a distance. Make way. Are you blind? Can't you see this esteemed gentleman is coming through? I can have your papaya. Li Fei scrutinized the scene and noticed 3 men approaching from the east. They occasionally shoved passers-by and shouted loudly. A woman quickly advised, Ladies, you should leave quickly. They are not to be trifled with, and they are all lecherous. Li Fei noticed the woman's gaze flickering nervously as she spoke of the group. Unfazed, Li Fei inquired, Who are these people? Why are they so brazen? The woman replied, I have never seen them before. They seem to have appeared out of nowhere in the last few days. They come here to take without paying, while we are all here to conduct business. It is better to avoid trouble, so we endure. We will bring something to exchange shortly, Li Fei assured her. The woman nodded, signaling for them to leave hastily. Just as Li Fei and her companions set down their belongings and stood to depart, a lewd man approached and remarked, "Oh dear, you don't have money to exchange? How about I give it to you instead?" Chapter 62. The emergence of Li Fei. Two men approached, one portly and the other slender. Upon catching sight of the beauty before them, their eyes widened with desire. "Sister Fei, we must make haste," Han Shui urged anxiously. The trio swiftly encircled them. The woman shook her head in resignation, realizing the predicament they were in. "What do you intend to do? If you value your lives, I suggest you leave at once," Li Fei admonished vehemently. Han Shui and Mary were instantly filled with trepidation, rendered speechless. Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei positioned themselves protectively behind them. "Ah, a feisty little pepper. I find that quite appealing. Just come with me, and you may take your pick of anything in this marketplace," the lascivious man leered, inching closer to Li Fei, drooling. "Get lost, you shameless wretch. We fear you not." Zhang Xiaomei spat defiantly at him. "Huh, then let us see what you're made of." "I have a penchant for spirited women. They possess a certain charm," the man retorted, his face brimming with arrogance. The portly and slender men drew nearer as well. Yet, Li Fei stood her ground. In the world outside, one must learn to confront challenges independently. Reliance on Gao Feng could not be perpetual. After all, during their leisurely moments, apart from practicing archery and spear techniques, she and Xiaomei had also acquired some martial skills from Gao Feng. Li Fei brandished her dagger, stepping forward to thrust it directly at the lascivious man's chest. He was momentarily taken aback, swiftly dodging the attack. To his astonishment, the woman had struck first. "You dare to defy me? You shall pay dearly for this," he growled, raising his fists and charging at Li Fei. Recognizing that she could not match his strength, she rolled swiftly to evade him and position herself behind him. A smirk graced her lips as she aimed for his back, hurling the dagger with precision. It embedded itself deep into his flesh. "Ouch, that hurts terribly," the man yelped, hopping about and clawing at his back in a futile attempt to dislodge the dagger. Yet the pain deterred him from pulling it out. Soon, a crowd of onlookers gathered. The portly and slender men remained in a standoff with Zhang Xiaomei, hesitant to make a move upon witnessing her dagger and the injury inflicted on their companion. The two foolish men refrained from action, fearing injury could lead to dire consequences, especially in a marketplace where medicinal supplies were scarce. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fei delivered a swift kick to the lascivious man's abdomen, causing him to collapse to his knees. "Spare me, beautiful. I swear I'll never dare again," he pleaded incessantly. Li Fei approached, extracting the dagger before returning to Zhang Xiaomei's side. She shouted at the portly and slender men, "Hey, you two, come here and surrender." The duo exchanged glances, then, understanding the gravity of the situation, raised their hands in submission. They had not anticipated encountering a beautiful assassin in such a setting, realizing that the lovelier the woman, the more perilous she could be. At that moment, Gao Feng and the others had just procured an earthen jar and were making their way to find Li Fei and her companions. An elderly man had even praised their business acumen, offering an additional jar. As they approached, they encountered a large crowd blocking the path, and before they could get closer, the sounds of Li Fei's vehement reprimands reached their ears. Gao Feng quickly maneuvered through the throng. He was taken aback by the scene before him. First, he noticed the lecherous man lying on the ground. Then, he observed Li Fei and her companions, and scathed, hurling accusations at the three individuals. It seemed that Li Fei had made significant progress. When Li Fei saw Gao Feng approaching, her face radiated with pride. "How about that? I'm quite formidable," she boasted, pointing at the lecherous man on the ground. "What an eye-opener," Gao Feng remarked, turning his gaze towards the trio. At that moment, the plump and slender figures had just assisted the lecherous man to his feet. Upon meeting Gao Feng's penetrating gaze, the three instantly felt a wave of terror wash over them, kneeling in place, paralyzed with fear. They understood that this individual was not to be trifled with and prayed for their lives. Zhang Xiaomei recounted the events that had transpired. "Well, you certainly have some nerve. Daring to provoke trouble where you shouldn't," Zhao Lu admonished angrily. He then rallied a few others and approached the group. The crowd that gathered chimed in. demanding that the trespassers leave the market and never return. They were incorrigible, always taking without giving. The three, sporting bruised and battered faces, pleaded, "We promise not to disturb you again. Please let us go, especially since one of us is injured." Gao Feng examined the lecherous man's wound, noting its severity. "You deserve this. Without medical aid, your fate is left to chance," he remarked. "Apologize to everyone and ensure you never set foot here again. Now be gone." Li Fei scolded the trio. They nodded fervently, assuring everyone of their intentions, and limped away. The crowd, filled with joy, approached Li Fei and her friends to express their gratitude. They proclaimed that in the future, they could purchase items at half price in the market. Li Fei, feeling a bit shy, scratched her head. Han Shui and Mary were equally impressed, particularly Han Shui, who had not anticipated Li Fei's prowess, often engaging in playful banter with her. "Sister Fei, I won't dare to argue with you again," Han Shui said, lowering her head. "I've encountered someone formidable. I can't win against you." "Ha ha," Li Fei responded with a laugh. Soon, the spectators began to disperse, returning to their own affairs. Fei, you did splendidly today. From now on, anything you buy here will be at half price." Gao Feng chuckled heartily. As they prepared to leave, a woman approached with a bundle of wooden combs and soap pods, saying, "I heard you needed them for a quick wash. You've been a great help. So these are on the house." Li Fei regarded the woman's age and recognized the effort it took to sell such items. She couldn't just take them for free. Just as she hesitated, an elderly man appeared, laboriously dragging half a pig. "Here's half a pig for you. We agreed on half price, and today it stands," he said with a cheerful smile. Gao Feng gave him a thumbs up, relieved to finally have something to offer. Li Fei handed the pork to the woman, who was overjoyed, admitting that it had been a long time since she had eaten meat. "All right, everyone, let us head back to the camp with our clay jars. Our haul today is quite substantial," Gao Feng said with a smile as they walked and chatted. Zhao Guang and his companions have completed the construction of the wooden cabin, alongside which they have placed a meticulously crafted ladder leading up to the roof. Just as Gao Feng and the others returned to the camp, Zhao Guang, accompanied by several individuals, hoisted the clay pot onto the rooftop, instructing others to draw water and fill it. The sweltering heat ensures that the water within the pot will quickly warm under the sun, remaining pleasantly tepid for bathing in the evening. The opening beneath the clay pot has been sealed with a stick, which can be removed when the time comes for use. Han Bing and her friends joyfully leaped with excitement. Li Fei and her companions, following the advice of the woman, soaked the soap pods in hot water. Soon, the soapy water was ready for use, clean and hygienic. This time, everyone could take turns bathing, Han Bing cheerfully announced to the group. Chapter 63. Something is amiss. Everyone seemed quite content. After dinner, Li Fei and the others began to take turns using the shower, and the effect with the soapy water was remarkably beneficial. Not only Li Fei and her companions, but the entire camp experienced the same positive outcome. The following morning, a panicked Li Shui rushed into the camp, shouting, "Boss, something terrible has happened. There has been a death." "What is the commotion? What occurred?" Wang, who had just emerged from his quarters, stretching lazily. "We went fishing by the river and discovered a corpse. It's one of Mike's people," Li Shui gasped, breathless. "What? Let us hurry and take a look." Wang, who was momentarily taken aback, then gathered a few individuals and set off, as the body was located perilously close to his camp. Despite their historically strained relationship, Wang, who did not wish to give Mike any reason for misunderstanding. Before long, Li Shui led Wang Hu to the scene, where Mike was already waiting with a dozen others. Upon seeing Wang Hu approach, Mike did not wait for him to speak. He furiously pointed at Wang Hu, exclaiming, "Old Wang, one of my people has died near your camp. How do you explain this?" Wang Hu, feeling unjustly accused, retorted, "Damn it, the body was already dead this morning when we found it. How can you blame us for this? Enough with your excuses. I suspect you killed him to silence him, and we're about to dispose of the body in the river, but we caught you just in time," Mike shouted, eager to see how Wang Hu would respond. Their camps had only maintained a facade of cordiality. Although Mike's camp was nearly double in size compared to Wang Hu's, neither party dared to engage in open conflict, knowing that such a dispute would yield no benefit for either side. Now, Mike perceived an opportunity to assert dominance over Wang Hu, with the intention of making him submit. After all, Wang Hu was the only one in the highland who refused to heed his authority. We did not commit this act. You must provide evidence. Wang Hu glared at Mike, his stance indicating readiness for a confrontation. Evidence? What more do you need when a person is dead? Mike clenched his fists and stepped closer to Wang Hu. Li Shuai was at a loss, unable to interject amidst the escalating tension. He recalled that Gao Feng was resourceful and decided to summon him for assistance. He promptly instructed one of his subordinates to fetch Gao Feng, who quickly dashed off. Do you want to fight? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Wang Hu also clenched his fists, his glare fixed on Mike. The onlookers stepped back to clear a space for the impending clash. Although Wang Hu was slightly shorter than Mike, he possessed greater physical strength, and neither was willing to relent. Both men, consumed by their anger, were poised for battle. Mike struck first, throwing a punch at Wang Hu, who deftly dodged. They exchanged blows, each connecting fiercely, engaging in a back and forth that lasted several rounds. Neither was able to overpower the other, indicating their similar prowess, as they remained locked in confrontation. Meanwhile, Gao Feng had just finished breakfast and was preparing to go hunting when he encountered the messenger sent by Li Shuai. After he meticulously explained the situation to Gao Feng promptly replied, "Please wait a moment. I need to clarify a few things. Zhao Lu, you all should focus on your respective duties. I will handle this alone, and none of you are permitted to follow me." Gao Feng articulated this decisively, aware that some were concerned for his safety and might insist on accompanying him. Zhao Lu nodded, recognizing that Gao Feng's decision was well considered, and chose to comply with his directive. Gao Feng contemplated that if he did not take action, Mike's next target would inevitably be his camp. The younger associate hastily escorted Gao Feng to the scene of the incident. Meanwhile, Wang Hu and Mike remained agitated, particularly Mike, who was utterly resistant to reason, causing Wang Hu considerable frustration. Li Shuai approached the corpse and crouched down for a closer examination. He immediately sensed that something was amiss. The body was missing an arm, and it did not appear to have been severed, but rather bitten off. Mike was clearly there to stir trouble and disregarded their explanations. Just as he was enveloped in confusion, Li Shuai noticed Gao Feng approaching and felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Stop fighting. Have you examined the corpse yet?" Gao Feng interjected as he reached the two men, who were fixated on each other, as if they might consume one another. "What concern is it of yours? A man is dead. What more is there to see?" Mike shot a disdainful glance at Gao Feng. Wang Hu quickly deduced that it was Li Shuai who had summoned Gao Feng, and he was confident that Gao Feng would have a solution. "Gao Feng, come take a look. There's something wrong with this corpse." Li Shuai pointed to the lifeless body on the ground. Gao Feng approached, crouched down, and scrutinized it, sensing the anomaly as well. Wang Hu let out a derisive snort towards Mike and joined them. "Let us see what tricks you can conjure. My man is dead, and you must provide an explanation." Mike retorted with a sneer, yet he too approached, realizing Gao Feng would likely side with Wang Hu. Gao Feng soon discovered that the arm appeared to have been bitten off by a large creature, and the wound was infected and festering. He instructed everyone to keep their distance, urging those behind to step back several meters. "This individual must have crossed the river from the opposite side last night and met his demise here," Gao Feng declared, standing and gesturing towards the far bank. The river was wide, bordered by dense woods. Gao Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have any of you ventured there?" Wang Hu and Mike exchanged puzzled glances. Wang Hu replied, "What would he go there for? Our camp has not been there." Gao Feng then surmised that the deceased likely had companions. He pointed at the body and addressed Mike. "Is your camp merely missing him?" Mike glanced at John beside him, who had notified him about the death before dawn. "There are still two missing," John asserted defiantly, glaring at Gao Feng. "Precisely, the truth lies across the river." Gao Feng responded with satisfaction. "Recently, numerous individuals have arrived at the high ground, and food will undoubtedly become increasingly scarce. They're likely seeking sustenance on the opposite side." Upon hearing this, Wang Hu and Li Shuai's eyes lit up. Gao Feng was indeed correct, as recently there had been a notable influx of individuals in the highland, albeit sporadically. Mike, with a disdainful expression, interjected, "What? Is the murderer truly across from us?" He glanced at the body, noting the absence of two comrades. Intrigued, he pondered what capabilities Gao Feng possessed, and thus remarked, "Gao Feng, what do you propose we do?" We must investigate across the river, for the highland may very well be in peril. Gao Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Very well, let us each take 2 companions and venture across. Mike promptly added, Li Shuai, prepare a bamboo raft. We shall cross the river to investigate. Gao Feng directed Li Shuai, who nodded in agreement and swiftly gathered a few individuals to chop bamboo and construct a raft on site. Chapter 64. The lethal slime. They had not ventured to the other side and had to improvise a raft. You must bury this corpse, otherwise it will contaminate the area. Gao Feng instructed John beside him. John, realizing the deceased was one of their own, promptly dispatched several comrades. They used wooden poles to lift the body and dragged it into the woods for burial. Soon, Li Shuai and his companions arrived, hauling a substantial bamboo raft. They positioned the raft at the water's edge. There, Gao Feng, Mike, John, and Wang, who along with Li Shuai and the 5 others, boarded the raft. Li Shuai propelled them across the river, and they arrived safely on the opposite bank. He then pulled the raft to the riverbank. As Gao Feng stepped onto the shore, he noticed a shattered bamboo raft nearby. It immediately struck him that the 3 individuals had also constructed a rudimentary raft to reach this place. They began to search the vicinity for any clues. Boss, come here. There are bloodstains, Li Shuai called out, having spotted a pool of blood on the ground, leading into the forest. Instantly, Gao Feng and the others heightened their vigilance. This must be from the person who was injured. Let us proceed with caution, Gao Feng cautioned, as they slowly ventured into the woods, uncertain of what awaited them. Aside from a few small animals, no immediate danger was apparent in the forest. They traversed through it, emerging onto a hillside. There are no more bloodstains here. Should we continue? Li Shuai inquired. Why stop? Aren't we searching for the assailant? I'm still missing 2 brothers. Mike shot back, casting them a sidelong glance as he led John up the slope. Gao Feng and the others followed, ascending the incline. When they reached the top, the sight before them was astonishing. To their left lay a grove of dead trees, while to their right stood a lush forest. What on earth happened? Why are the trees dead? Gao Feng mused aloud before descending. The group stood momentarily stunned, sensing that the truth lay just before them. They approached the grove of dead trees, and soon a nauseating stench of decay wafted towards them. Cautiously brandishing their spears, they advanced, stepping on the brittle branches that crunched beneath their feet. Suddenly, they were taken aback by the shocking scene before them. Whose white bones are these? Mike exclaimed, a chill running down his spine. The group exchanged looks of shock as they beheld the pile of bones lying on the ground beside a small lake. If there is a lake, how could the surrounding trees possibly be dead? Li Shuai pondered, approaching the water. In the midst of the grove stood a diminutive lake, about the size of a football field, its waters of vibrant green. Surrounding it, all plant life for several kilometers was lifeless. As they moved closer, the noxious odor intensified. Do not approach the lake. It's an acid lake. Gao Feng shouted urgently. Only then did Li Shuai and the others realize that the foul stench emanated from the water. How could there be an acid lake, and what are the bones? Mike questioned, his expression grave. They have been in the highlands for quite some time and remain unaware of the existence of a certain place to the east. The acid lake is a result of geological processes, and the white bones are presumably those of animals. Gao Feng furrowed his brow. Isn't this the younger brother you were searching for, Mike? Wang, who shot a glare at Mike, before pointing to the tattered clothing scattered on the ground nearby. Mike and John widened their eyes and rushed over. What? Why are there only clothes? Where are the people? Mike exclaimed, bewildered. However, they soon discovered 2 human skeletons, remnants of tattered clothing still clinging to them, belonging to members of Mike's camp. Just as they were preparing to retreat, there came a series of crisp, crackling sounds of broken bones. Everyone turned to look. A massive lizard, clutching a small deer in its jaws, was traversing the bones before stopping to feast. Viscous liquid dripped from the corners of its mouth, pooling on the ground. Fear rendered everyone motionless. This is the perpetrator you seek. Go deal with it. Gao Feng coldly instructed Mike. That lizard is definitely mutated, larger than the world's biggest Komodo dragon. Sending me to confront it is tantamount to seeking death. We need to get out of here, Mike whispered as he began to back away. Suddenly, there was a crunch. Mike had stepped on a bone. Run, Gao Feng shouted, and they all sprinted towards the nearby forest. The giant lizard, having heard the noise, seemed to perceive them as prey and released the half-eaten deer, charging in their direction. The creature moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance between them rapidly. Its mouth gaped wide, tongue flicking as if ready to capture them. Climb the tree. Whatever you do, don't let it bite you, or you're as good as dead, Gao Feng yelled, sprinting towards a colossal banyan tree. They quickly reached the tree, grasping the roots that dangled from the branches, climbing upwards. At that moment, the giant lizard lunged at John's backside. "Oh dear God!" John cried out, his face paling as he narrowly escaped being bitten. Gao Feng and the others perched on a branch, fixated on the monstrous lizard below. The creature circled the tree, intermittently raising its head to flick its tongue, searching for the scent of its prey. "What do we do?" Wang Hu asked, drenched in sweat. "We can only wait for it to leave," Gao Feng shrugged. "What is that stuff dripping from its mouth?" Mike clung tightly to the tree trunk, terrified of falling. "It's its hunting tactic. The slime contains a plethora of toxins and bacteria. A single bite would lead to rapid infection," Gao Feng explained. "Then why does it eat near the acid lake?" Li Shuai inquired. "Perhaps it finds the area undisturbed during its feeding," Gao Feng replied, watching the lizard intently. It seemed to grow impatient, moving towards the acid lake. "Has it left? We need to hurry back to the camp. This place is far too perilous." Mike's bravado had dissipated, leaving him visibly shaken. "We will only retreat once it is safe. We must ensure the lizard has truly departed," Gao Feng stated with gravity. He glanced around and indeed found that all was silent. Only then did he embrace the tree trunk and slide down. Observing this, the others followed suit and descended as well. Gao Feng and his companions had been entirely focused on Zhu Shi, but once the calm returned, they noticed that the forest appeared ominously dark, sending a chill down their spines. Perhaps it was the recent arrival of Zhu Shi that contributed to the eerie stillness. It was unsettlingly quiet, devoid of even a single bird's call. "We must leave quickly and keep silent," Gao Feng whispered, vigilant as he held a spear, scanning the surroundings with trepidation, fearful of any sudden disturbances that might herald danger. Wang Hu and the others, also crouched low, surveyed their environment, hastening their pace as much as possible. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from behind them, causing Gao Feng and his companions to tense up and sprint away without a second thought. Chapter 65. Narrow escape and gathering. Gao Feng glanced back over his shoulder as he ran, noting two small lizards swiftly pursuing them. Despite their diminutive size, their speed was astonishing, and they quickly closed the distance. At that moment, Wang Hu stumbled over a branch on the ground. One of the lizards lunged at him, prompting Gao Feng to dash forward with his spear, striking fiercely at the creature. It let out a shriek and halted abruptly. Gao Feng helped Wang Hu to his feet, urging, "Are you all right? We must hurry." Wang Hu, unable to express his gratitude, raced alongside him up the slope. Gao Feng reached the summit first and looked down. Li Shuai and the others were gasping for breath, struggling to ascend. The two lizards were in relentless pursuit, though the injured one lagged noticeably. Suddenly, a giant lizard appeared and devoured the wounded creature. A chill ran through Gao Feng. He had not anticipated that the beast would turn on its own kind. Soon, the giant lizard began to chase after them as well. The remaining smaller lizard, frightened by the giant, scurried off to the side. "Do not stop," Gao Feng shouted, reaching out to grab Li Shuai, who was at the front. He whispered urgently, "Hurry to the riverbank and prepare the bamboo raft. We cannot allow Mike and the others to get ahead." Li Shuai understood immediately and sprinted towards the river, fearing that Mike and his group would seize the raft first. In perilous situations, some individuals would only think of their own escape. As the last of the group crested the hill, Gao Feng saw the giant lizard rapidly closing in. He quickly lifted a large stone and hurled it at the beast, but landed harmlessly on its back. The creature continued its pursuit, flicking its long tongue as it ran. Gao Feng finally reached the riverbank, where Li Shuai and the others had already pushed the raft into the water. He hurriedly joined them just as the giant lizard approached. Li Shuai waved frantically, as the creature was now a mere 10 meters away from Gao Feng. "What are you waiting for?" Mike shouted. "Row the boat. Do you want us all to perish here?" John echoed his urgency. "Quick, throw the spears." Wang Hu shouted. Only he and Li Shuai complied, hoping to buy Gao Feng some precious moments. In an instant, Gao Feng leaped onto the raft as Li Shuai pushed it forcefully into the river, setting it on a course toward the opposite bank. Gao Feng exhaled in relief. The river flowed swiftly, and the giant lizard arrived at the riverbank, merely hissing and tasting the air with its tongue, but it did not follow. Instead, it retreated. Damn it, what were you two doing just now? Wang Hu scolded Mike angrily. Hey, we threw our spears. What if the giant lizard had come after us? We wouldn't have anything to defend ourselves with, Mike replied shamelessly. Li Shuai then realized why Gao Feng had instructed him to secure the raft earlier. Had they not done so, those two would have been the first to flee, claiming the high ground for themselves. We must return quickly. It seems this place is quite perilous. We must bolster our defenses, he concluded. Gao Feng gazed in the direction of the giant lizard and remarked, the creature is adept in water. However, it has not pursued us, indicating that the resources within this forest are abundant. Thus, it refrains from taking risks. Wang Hu and Li Shuai nodded in agreement. Mike, displaying indifference, interjected, all right, as dusk approaches, I invite you to my camp for a meeting. I have delightful offerings to share. What purpose does this meeting serve? Gao Feng queried earnestly. Mike looked at Gao Feng and the others with disdain. Naturally, it concerns the safety of the high ground. Should the giant lizard approach, we must unite in defense. Mike perceived this as an opportunity. With Gao Feng and his companions at his camp, they would be obliged to heed his leadership. After contemplating, Gao Feng concluded that as long as Mike was genuinely willing to confront danger alongside them, it could indeed be advantageous. Furthermore, the promise of sumptuous food was enticing. So he nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall attend. Wang Hu and Li Shuai exchanged glances with Gao Feng, momentarily taken aback, before also nodding in consent. That's the spirit. Ha! Mike exclaimed with satisfaction, patting Wang Hu on the shoulder. Wang Hu, visibly displeased, shrugged him off. They paddled to the riverbank and returned to their respective camps, with Mike and John strutting ahead, brimming with pride. Gao Feng, why did you agree to go to his camp? He harbors no good intentions, Wang Hu inquired, a look of puzzlement on his face. There are delectable treats to be savored. It would be foolish not to go, Gao Feng replied with a smile. Li Shuai and Wang Hu chuckled in agreement, taking the bamboo raft back with them. Upon their return to the camp, it was just past noon, coinciding perfectly with Li Fei and her group preparing a meal. What took you so long? Come sit beside me and share your tales, Li Fei urged, promptly adding more firewood and positioning a bamboo chair next to her. Gao Feng chuckled as he approached and took a seat. In an instant, a crowd gathered around. The pork in the pot simmered enticingly. Gao Feng recounted the events in detail. The others stood speechless, mouths agape. That Mike is utterly unreasonable, unjustly accusing others. He is truly despicable. Will the giant lizard swim over? I feel a twinge of fear. That acidic lake is terrifying. Should one accidentally fall in at night, they would likely be reduced to nothingness. Surely, there are many other beasts lurking in that forest. It cannot solely be the giant lizard. The group began to express their thoughts, gesturing animatedly. Gao Feng then broached the subject of the evening gathering at Mike's camp. What? Boss, that's implausible. It must be a trap. His subordinates are no good either. Boss, we should accompany you, armed for safety. They engaged in yet another round of discussions. Gao Feng shook his head, prompting them to cease their chatter. Regardless of his intentions, if there is any danger to the high ground, it is a common enemy we must face together. That much is clear, Gao Feng explained. Boss, in the evening, I will bring a few people with you. Zhao Lu expressed his concern. And we must remain vigilant regarding movements by the riverbank, Gao Feng said, furrowing his brow. Zhao Lu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they finished their meal and took some rest. The sun had yet to set when Mike dispatched someone to notify Gao Feng. Then Gao Feng gestured for Li Fei and the others to rest assured, indicating that they could discuss matters among themselves. Gao Feng, accompanied by Zhao Lu and Zhao Guang, proceeded onward, armed with long spears and daggers tucked at their waists. Mike's camp was situated not far from the high ground, in a clearing surrounded by wooden stakes. Within, there stood a row of decent wooden cabins, while the remainder consisted of rudimentary, triangular shelters. The central wooden house appeared to be the most exquisite. The camp was populated by individuals of various skin tones, including those with yellow skin, some with darker complexions from South Asia, and predominantly Caucasians, suggesting a hierarchy within their encampment. In the middle of the camp, a bonfire blazed, with meat roasting above it. Upon seeing Gao Feng approach, Li Shuai greeted him with a smile. Noticing Wang Hu and Li Shuai already seated by the fire, Gao Feng walked over and joined them. A few others were gathered around as well. Curiously, Gao Feng inquired of Li Shuai about the presence of individuals from nearby smaller camps, who, surprisingly, had also been summoned by Mike. Li Shuai shrugged in response. Chapter 66. Gastronomy and Torture. After a while, Mike emerged from his wooden cabin, flanked by two stunning women, each with flowing chestnut hair, alluring gazes, and statuesque figures. This fellow certainly knew how to indulge himself, embracing two beauties at once. Zhao Lu gritted his teeth, anxious to witness his performance. Zhao Guang wore a mocking expression. Mike took a seat opposite Gao Feng and his companions, one beauty reclining in his embrace while the other tenderly massaged his back. Surrounding him were several leaders from other small camps, suggesting that Mike had successfully recruited them. Indeed, all those who were meant to arrive had gathered. It was time to present the guests with exquisite offerings. With a broad smile, Mike instructed his subordinate nearby. Shortly thereafter, John, accompanied by a few others, made his way toward the warehouse. At this moment, Mike gently pushed the women aside and sat up straight, clearing his throat. He addressed the assembly. I have called you all here today for two reasons: to share a meal together and to discuss an important matter. The population in the highlands has increased, leading to a rapid depletion of our resources. My men ventured across the canyon to secure food supplies, but tragically, 3 brothers lost their lives in the endeavor. One of them perished near Wang Hu's camp. Rather than lay blame, I collaborated with them to identify the culprit and restore his honor. At this point, Wang Hu bristled, prepared to interject, but was restrained by Gao Feng, who signaled for Mike to continue. Across the canyon lurks the giant lizard, and there may be even more perilous creatures. For the safety of the highlands, I propose that should any beasts threaten us, we unite in our defense. A proud expression crossed his face as he glanced at Gao Feng and then at the leaders beside him. The heads of the camps regarded him with admiration. Mike, we will heed your counsel. Your contributions have indeed been substantial, they echoed in agreement. Gao Feng pondered internally, suspecting they had conspired beforehand. And how do we unite? He inquired nonchalantly. The others remained silent, awaiting Mike's next act. Mike sipped some water before continuing, in the event of danger to the highlands. How about all camps present here contributing personnel in proportion to our numbers? It must be based on the number of men, Gao Feng interjected, mindful that half of his camp comprised women. Mike nodded in acknowledgement, and the others assented. This method seemed relatively fair. Finally, the pivotal question arose. Regarding unified leadership, I believe there should be an individual to command us all. I would like to hear everyone's thoughts on this matter. After a lengthy prelude, Mike finally broached the subject. Since it pertained to collective opinion, it should garner unanimous agreement. Gao Feng fixed his gaze on Mike. We all concur with Mike's decision. The nearby camp leaders chimed in. Naturally, we shall deliberate together. For future matters, feel free to come to my camp for discussions and provisions. Mike replied with a gleeful smile. At that moment, he had successfully taken a significant step forward. Allow Gao Feng and his companions to convene at their own camp. For henceforth, they shall have the final say. After all, Mike's camp boasts the largest number of individuals, and the leaders of those smaller camps are beholden to him. As long as they can adhere to the agreed-upon actions in times of peril, that suffices. Gao Feng and Wang Hu exchanged glances, understanding the gravity of the situation, yet remaining silent. At that moment, John arrived with several others, distributing small boxes to each camp. Upon opening them, Gao Feng and his companions discovered a powdery seasoning within, a rarity not found in the marketplace. With these seasonings, any dish becomes delectable. Let us indulge in the roasted meat. It's already prepared, Mike exclaimed with a grin. The tantalizing aroma of the barbecue wafted through the camp, igniting the hunger that had long been building within Gao Feng and his friends. After enjoying the meal for a time, Mike stood up and sauntered off with a beautiful woman. John, can we take this barbecue with us? Zhao Lu asked, savoring the unexpectedly delicious meat enhanced by the seasoning. What are you thinking? You can eat as much as you want here, but it can't be taken away, John retorted, glaring at Zhao Lu. Fine, if we can't take it, then grill me a few more. I want to eat until I'm stuffed, Zhao Lu replied, rolling his eyes and continuing to eat. At that moment, the man responsible for the barbecue approached with more meat, visibly drooling at the sight. It was evident that these individuals were not permitted to partake in the feast. "What are you still doing? Get to grilling, you fool." Jean berated him. The man nodded vigorously, frightened by the reprimand. "It's getting late. We should return after we finish eating." Gao Feng addressed Zhao Lu and the others. "Don't rush. After the meal, I'll take you out for some fun," John said with a mischievous grin. Gao Feng and Wang Hu paused, intrigued by what John might have in store. After the meal, John led Gao Feng, Wang Hu, and the others into a room. "Have fun, haha. I won't be joining you," John declared before departing. The scene inside the wooden cabin left everyone speechless. "Damn it, these bastards." Zhao le curse de Vimoli. In the center of the room stood a chair to which a naked woman was bound, motionless. Her body bore numerous wounds, the extent of her mistreatment evident, as she had already lost consciousness. "Let us go," Gao Feng said without hesitation, turning to leave. Zhao Lu and the others followed suit. "Boss, what the hell is wrong with Mike and the others? What does this mean?" Zhao Lu asked, confusion etched on his face. "Mike is trying to show us what happens if we don't heed their warnings," Gao Feng explained. "That son of a bitch." Wang Hu seethed in anger. Soon, the group exited the camp. At that moment, Mike poked his head out of his door. "You have good things, and yet you act so indifferent." He spat before retreating inside. In times of danger, we must heed Mike's words and remain vigilant. If any issues arise, we should notify each other in advance. Gao Feng advised Wang Hu. "Indeed, that Mike has gone mad with ambition to be the leader of the high ground," Wang Hu replied, fuming. They then parted ways, returning to their respective camps. "Let it be," Zhao Lu remarked. "As long as it is fair, everyone should put in their utmost effort. If it is unfair, we shall each tend to our own affairs." "Indeed, let's go and confront him decisively. If we cannot reach an agreement, we will withdraw," Zhao Guang chuckled. Gao Feng and the others erupted into hearty laughter. By the time they returned to the camp, the night had long since descended. Gao Feng and the others each retreated to their respective quarters to rest. As Gao Feng approached the wooden cabin, he felt a sticky sensation enveloping him, prompting him to head to the shower room for a cleansing wash. Upon entering the room, he found it shrouded in darkness. He reached up instinctively. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream pierced the silence. Without warning, she struck him with a punch. Gao Feng could see nothing, and he received a blow to his chest, though it was not particularly painful. Chapter 67. The Deep Pit. Who dares disturb me while I am bathing? Li Fei exclaimed angrily. "Fei Fei, it's you. I assumed no one was here and came in," Gao Feng replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Why are you here? I haven't even rinsed off yet," Li Fei retorted, equally embarrassed. Hearing the commotion, the people in the camp peeked out from their quarters, glancing in unison toward the shower room and exchanging knowing looks. They recognized the playful banter between Li Fei and Gao Feng and chuckled softly before retreating to their wooden cabins to rest. "Sister, look at them. This is utterly ridiculous." Han Shuai lay on her bed, fuming like a spilled jar of vinegar. "They're a couple. What's the harm in that?" Han Bing remarked with a smile. "But they shouldn't be so brazen in public." Han Shuai pouted. From their conversation, it seems Gao Feng didn't mean to intrude. "Just go to sleep." Han Bing yawned and turned over to rest. After finishing his shower, Gao Feng returned to his bed, relishing the comfort of sleep after a refreshing wash. Early the next morning, Gao Feng rose early and observed many people exercising in the center of the camp. Some were thrusting spears into the air, others were practicing archery, and some were honing their martial arts. "Well done, everyone," Gao Feng shouted with a smile. "Boss, look, there's a massive cloud hovering over the forest where the giant lizards are." Zhao Lu pointed to the sky. Gao Feng looked up and confirmed it was indeed true. No wonder that area was so lush. All the rain fell there. Crack, crack. Several bolts of lightning simultaneously streaked across the sky, followed by the booming sound of thunder. The campers were startled, halting their exercises to gaze at the sky. Zhao indicated. "As long as it doesn't rain here, we're fine," Gao Feng shrugged. "Boss, do you think the giant lizards or wild beasts will be scared enough to come here?" Zhao Lu inquired, scratching his head. Gao Feng felt a jolt of alarm. It was quite possible. He quickly instructed, "Zhao Lu, take a few people and arm yourselves. We're heading to Wang Hu's camp." What do we need to go there for? Zhao asked, curious. The river near his camp is the narrowest. If the giant lizards come, they'll likely cross there. Gao Feng explained. Zhao Guang, you and the others stay here at the camp. You needn't go anywhere. Just wait for my return, Gao Feng commanded Zhao Guang. Understood. We have enough food for today, Zhao Guang nodded. Subsequently, Gao Feng led Zhao Lu and 3 others, armed with shields and weapons, on their way. Boss, why does it hardly rain here? Zhao Lu queried as they walked. This is a highland. The terrain is elevated compared to the surrounding areas, Gao Feng replied nonchalantly. Zhao Lu appeared to grasp the concept, albeit vaguely. Before long, they arrived at Wang Hu's camp, only to find that Wang Hu was absent. Our leader took some men to the riverside. One of the guards informed them. Gao Feng nodded and said, let us go find them. As they walked, the rumbling of thunder echoed intermittently in the distance. Boss, do you think the giant lizards across the way will be frightened by the thunder and come over here? Li Shu asked Wang Hu. If you were an animal, what would you do? Wang Hu fixed his gaze across the way. He continued, ordinary thunder is tolerable. But this thunder is so deafening, it feels as if a landmine has exploded right beside you. I certainly would not venture to a place devoid of rain. Li Shuai suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. When Gao Feng arrived, Wang Hu and his companions, 10 in total, were intensely focused on the opposite bank. Is there any movement? Gao Feng shouted. They turned sharply. Gao Feng, did you also come to that realization? Gao Feng nodded, fixated on the far side of the river. I can hear strange sounds, intermittent and unidentifiable, Wang Hu remarked. Look, the branches on the other side are swaying. Zhao Lu exclaimed, pointing. The group turned in unison. Indeed, 2 colossal monitor lizards emerged, incessantly flicking their tongues to scent the opposite bank. Damn it, they're larger than the largest Komodo dragons in existence. And there are 2 of them. Wang Hu cursed vehemently. They vanished. Where did they go? One of the younger members queried. After a moment, the 2 lizards resurfaced, gliding toward Wang Hu. Damn it, we must flee quickly. A bite from them could be fatal, Wang Hu stammered, overwhelmed. We cannot allow them to reach the camp. We must divert them, Gao Feng insisted with grave seriousness. Indeed, the camp's enclosure is utterly ineffective against them. Wang Hu is now visibly anxious. Fire the arrows, Zhao Lu shouted. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows struck the lizards, causing no harm. Useless, their skin is too thick, Gao Feng observed. At that moment, the monitor lizards emerge from the water. Lead them to the southern high ground, then scatter. Gao Feng shouted to Wang Hu. The 2 lizards, sensing an abundance of prey, pursued them with frenzied zeal. As they ran, they brandished their spears. The lizards showed no fear, only vulnerable to strikes to their bellies, which were not easily achieved. They successfully lured the lizards to the southern high ground. It was then that Gao Feng noticed Mike and his team hunting in the distance. Hurry, don't just stand there, Gao Feng bellowed. Mike, hearing the commotion, turned to look at Gao Feng and his companions. Upon seeing the lizards in pursuit, they immediately bolted. At that moment, an unfortunate member of Mike's camp stumbled and was bitten on the thigh by one of the lizards, blood gushing forth. He screamed in agony, and the lizard released him, only to pursue again. Once bitten, it was no longer concerned about the prey escaping. The man would soon succumb to a fatal infection. Suddenly, a massive pit emerged amidst the grass ahead, unnoticed by anyone. Gao Feng and the others, along with the 2 monitor lizards, tumbled into it. Moments later, Gao Feng felt a wave of dizziness. As he gradually stood, he realized the pit was roughly 10 meters deep, with a base the size of a classroom, making escape impossible. He quickly located Zhao Lu and the others. Wake up, Gao Feng urged, shaking Zhao Li's shoulder, but he remained unconscious. Boss, how the hell is there a deep pit here? Zhao Lu gradually opened his eyes and exclaimed in anger. Fortunately, the ground below was soft earth, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Gao Feng shrugged. The members of Mike and Wang Hu's camp seemed to be mostly unscathed. Damn it, this is a disaster. Those 2 giant lizards are here as well, one of them shivered. The giant lizard shook off the dirt from its body and gazed at Gao Feng and the others. Both sides stood at a distance from one another. Damn it, why did you lead them to our hunting grounds? Mike cursed. We intended to draw them away from the high ground. Who knew we would run into you? Consider it your bad luck, Gao Feng retorted with a scoff. Mike was momentarily rendered speechless. We need to figure out how to deal with them, Wang Hu suggested. Chapter 68. Confrontation with the giant lizard and the path to survival outside. Their only option was to flee, but here they were compelled to confront the threat. The two giant lizards, upon spotting a throng of people before them, flicked their long tongues in the air, savoring the scent and scrutinizing the crowd. Panic ensued among them all. "Why aren't you standing at the forefront with your shields?" Gao Feng. "We are armed only with spears," Zhao Lu exclaimed. At this moment, Mike began to scheme. "What does your possession of shields have to do with us?" Zhao retorted angrily. "Without shields, our chances of being bitten by the lizards increase significantly. Does that not render us in greater peril?" John shamelessly interjected. "Believe it or not, we could easily push you to the front." Wang Hu barked at Mike, who immediately fell silent, realizing that he was now aligned with Gao Feng and Wang Hu. Together, they numbered 16, while his side only had 10. And Gao Feng's group possessed 5 shields. To place himself at the forefront would mean facing a pincer attack. "We are all leaders. In times of trouble, shouldn't we be the first to protect those in the camp rather than merely exchanging idle banter?" Gao Feng asserted, seizing a shield and stepping forward. Zhao Lu turned to Mike. "After you, Mike." Li Shuai, following Wang Hu, also took the shield handed to him by Zhao Lu and advanced. "Your leader has moved to the front. Shouldn't you do the same?" urged the members of Mike's camp, casting expectant glances in his direction. Grabbing John, Mike had no choice but to feign bravado, saying, "What is there to fear?" They trailed behind, their legs trembling. Mike and John cautiously positioned themselves in a line with Gao Feng, fixating on the movements of the giant lizards. This is what leaders are meant to do. Wang Hu mocked Mike. Gao Feng has 5 comrades, shields in their left hands and spears in their right, readied themselves. Wait for the right moment to strike the lizards and avoid injuries, Gao Feng instructed, to which the others nodded in agreement, thinking how fortunate they were to have such a leader. Seeing only 5 individuals before them, the lizards charged forward with brazen confidence, one barreling toward Mike and John, while the other lunged at Gao Feng and Wang Hu. With a resounding thud, one of the giant lizards reared up, its forelimbs crashing against the shields of Gao Feng and his companions. Its maw dripped with foul, viscous saliva, creating a nauseating spectacle. The creature's massive jaws snapped forward, aiming for their lower bodies. "Stab it," Gao Feng shouted, thrusting his spear into its belly before swiftly retracting it. Wang Hu and Li Shuai mirrored his actions. The lizard, wounded, recoiled with a roar, swaying its body in search of an opening. The trio pressed forward, using their shields for protection. "I'm scared," John yelled as Mike shoved him to the front. The lizard lunged with tremendous force, and despite the shields, it knocked John to the ground. "Help! Help!" he cried out, but no one heeded his pleas as the ferocious lizard charged toward Mike. Mike clutched his shield and sprinted towards his comrades behind him. Chaos erupted as they hastily retreated, attempting to maintain distance from the colossal lizard. "What the hell are you doing, Mike?" Zhao Lu scolded, pointing a finger at him. Suddenly, the giant lizard charged wildly, seizing the arm of the foremost man, a member of Mike's camp. It yanked him forward, and his screams filled the air. The lizard's tail then struck a man from the Wang Hu camp, who was desperately thrusting his spear at the creature. No one dared to approach too closely. "I can't fight it off, and you won't let me run? Hurry up and kill it," Mike muttered from within the crowd. Zhao Lu snatched the shield from him. "Aim for its belly. That's its weakest point," he instructed, raising the shield high. On the other side, the giant lizard had sustained serious injuries to its lower body and was slowing down. It began to retreat frequently, trying to evade the attacks. However, Gao Feng and the Wang Hu members pressed forward steadily until the lizard collapsed, unable to rise again. They swiftly delivered the final blows, and the lizard breathed its last. John, terrified, stood up and hid behind Gao Feng. "What a coward," Gao Feng remarked, directing his ire at Mike. "You 3 against 1, and you say nothing?" Mike remained shamelessly silent, leaving Gao Feng and the others a loss for words. Does the lizard decide whom to attack? Why didn't it just devour you? Wang Hu cursed. With only one giant lizard left, it became far easier to handle. The entire group gathered, relentlessly stabbing at the creature. In a desperate attempt, the lizard surged forward, but Gao Feng and the others seized the opportunity to pierce its belly. The lizard staggered and fell, and they swiftly withdrew their spears to deliver the finishing blows until it lay lifeless. "Boss, help me!" The man who had been bitten cried out to Mike, his complexion pale and froth gathering at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, the lizard's bacterial venom was potent. "What are you shouting for, John? Go fetch some herbs for him," Mike yelled. John quickly retrieved a handful of herbs from his waist, chewed them, and applied them to the man's wound, then tore a strip from his clothing to bandage it. "Now that the lizard is dead, how do we get out?" Mike glanced upwards. "Let's form a human ladder," someone shouted. "That's an idea. Let's give it a try," Mike responded. Moments later, all his men fell back down. Gao Feng shook his head. "It seems impossible. The earthen wall is too slippery." "Boss, what should we do?" Zhao Lu also looked troubled. At that moment, the bitten man suddenly collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. "Boss, he can't make it," a member of Mike's camp exclaimed. "Damn, is a bite from the lizard that severe?" Mike slammed his fist against the nearby wall. Gao Feng thought that the man above, who had been bitten, was likely already dead. They could only rely on themselves now. While they were in despair, Gao Feng noticed that the large pit seemed to be concave. The wall was also slick. He threw his dagger a few times into it. The earthen wall crumbled in large chunks, likely due to the subterranean river causing the collapse. Gao Feng, upon realizing this, shouted, "Can you all swim?" The crowd paused, puzzled by what Gao Feng had in mind. "What is this about? Do you have a plan?" Mike inquired, his face filled with confusion. "We believe in you. Please share your thoughts." Both Wang Hu and Li Shuai spoke in unison. Gao Feng then explained, "There may be a hidden river below. I intend to use the water to fill the pit, allowing us to float to safety." "Is that true?" "That would be splendid. I can't swim." Others chimed in. "What if I can't swim?" Came the worried responses. "Let's take stock. Everyone should account for those they are responsible for in their respective camps," Gao Feng stated with gravity. Wang Hu and Mike nodded in agreement. Subsequently, armed with stone knives and spears, they began to dig downwards, utilizing whatever tools they possessed. Chapter 69. The bait. As they dug deeper, water began to emerge from the ground when they reached a depth of 1 meter. "All right, everyone brace against the wall and prepare. Do not let the muddy water choke you," Gao Feng shouted. No sooner had his words left his mouth than a powerful jet of water erupted from below, causing the water level in the pit to rise gradually. Excitement surged among the group. "There is someone in our camp who cannot swim. Just hold on to me," Gao Feng instructed him, to which he nodded vigorously. Soon, the water level continued to rise, but fortunately, Gao Feng had made prior arrangements, preventing panic from setting in. At this moment, they were less than 2 meters from the surface. However, Gao Feng quickly noticed that the earthen walls in 2 directions began to collapse. Large clumps of soil tumbling into the water, posing a risk of injury to those below. "This is bad. Everyone, get out quickly and be cautious of the falling debris," Gao Feng shouted. "You go up first, then pull others." With a forceful push, Gao Feng propelled the non-swimmer out of the water. He landed on the surface, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Grasping a spear, he shouted at the cave's entrance, "Boss, catch." Gao Feng seized the spear and leaped from the water, landing firmly on the ground. The others, now in a frenzy, began to mimic Gao Feng's actions. He first pulled each member of his camp to safety. At this juncture, members from Wang Hu's camp also emerged. A few from Mike's camp were struck on the head by falling soil and nearly lost consciousness, but ultimately everyone was rescued. Exhausted, Gao Feng and his companions collapsed onto the nearby ground, gasping for breath. "Gao Feng is truly resourceful," Wang Hu remarked with a smile. "We should hurry back. The pit is collapsing further," Gao Feng said, glancing at the deepening chasm. "Let's south mark this place and avoid returning," Wang Hu suggested, to which everyone nodded in agreement as they made their way back to higher ground. Having walked only a short distance, they stumbled upon the body of a person killed by a giant lizard. He was from Mike's camp, his face pale and body stiff. "What bad luck. 2 brothers dead on this outing," Mike lamented, visibly disheartened. Subsequently, he and a few others buried the unfortunate soul. "This was the giant lizard we killed together. Had it been a single camp, the consequences would have been dire. If there are dangers on the high ground, please inform everyone promptly," Gao Feng stated gravely. They all nodded in unison. Soon, Gao Feng and his group reached the high ground, with the market just ahead. Wang Hu and Mike returned to their respective camps. "Boss, aren't we going back to the camp?" Zhao Lu asked curiously. We'll return shortly. First, we must locate the salt vendor. His salt collection area poses a danger, which is also a potential hazard, Gao Feng explained as they walked. They then arrived at the stall of the young man selling salt. Where is he? Has he gone to fetch more salt? Gao Feng scratched his head. At this moment, the elderly gentleman selling potatoes raised his head, pondering for a while before stating, Usually, he returns within a day. Yet it has been 2 days without sight of him. After speaking, the old man resumed his work as a passerby purchased his potatoes. Concerned about the young salt seller, Gao Feng thought it prudent to investigate. He turned to Zhao Lu and said, You all should return to the camp. I plan to visit a certain location. Zhao Lu, perplexed, insisted on accompanying him after understanding his intentions. Boss, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Zhao Lu urged, signaling for the others to head back to the camp. Very well, take your shield and follow me, Gao Feng replied, glancing toward the west. Zhao Lu nodded and joined him. Boss, you must be hungry. Let us eat something after walking for so long, Zhao Lu offered, producing roasted meat from his pocket and slicing half for Gao Feng with his dagger. With a smile, Gao Feng accepted it, and they continued their journey while eating. Boss, this highland seems increasingly perilous, Zhao Lu remarked after taking a bite. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Let's hope it is not true. Gao Feng responded after a brief pause. We still haven't figured out the mysterious forest across the river. If that fellow is pursued by something, it could spell trouble. Zhao Lu analyzed with clarity. Your analysis is astute, Gao Feng acknowledged with a nod of approval. I've learned from you, Zhao Lu chuckled. Shortly thereafter, Gao Feng noticed peculiar markings on the trees at intervals along their path. These must be left by the young salt seller, he deduced, crouching down to point at a small arrow mark on a tree. Although the mark was diminutive, Gao Feng's keen eye caught it. Furthermore, he noted remnants of their passage, such as broken branches and underbrush. Zhao Lu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, I've learned something new. Nodding in agreement, Gao Feng led the way following the markings. Boss, there's the river ahead, Zhao Lu pointed out. Let us swim across, Gao Feng instructed. The two plunged into the river and soon emerged on the opposite bank. Gao Feng quickly spotted the footprints of the salt seller. Boss, let us bring back some salt while we're at it, Zhao Lu suggested eagerly. We'll assess the situation first, Gao Feng replied, harboring some doubts. Just then, he heard the sound of someone running up ahead. Quick hide, Gao Feng shouted to Zhao Lu. They swiftly concealed themselves behind a large tree. After a moment, a man carrying a pack and clutching his arm emerged from the woods. It was the salt seller, whom Gao Feng recognized immediately. Halt! Gao Feng called out as he stepped forward with Zhao Lu. What are you two doing here? The salt seller inquired, astonished. You've been gone for 2 days. I thought you'd been captured by wild men while fetching salt, Gao Feng exclaimed, furrowing his brow. How could I be captured? I merely sustained an injury, which delayed my return, the salt seller replied. So you encountered the wild men? Gao Feng's expression tightened. Damn it, I was unfortunate. When I went for salt, those wild men arrived too and spotted me. Thankfully, I managed to escape quickly, though I was still struck by a blade, the salt seller recounted, his anger evident. Did they not pursue you? Gao Feng squinted his eyes. Impossible. I ran quite swiftly. They ceased their chase after a short while, replied the salt seller, clutching his arm. Gao Feng then glanced behind him, an unsettling feeling creeping over him, as if he were being watched. I advise you to return quickly. It is far too perilous there. And I dare not venture back myself, he added, noticing that the salt seller had already treated his arm with herbs. It was evident that this individual possessed some knowledge of self-rescue. As the salt seller finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Gao Feng and his companions were also getting ready to head back when suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air behind them. Quick, take cover, Gao Feng shouted, pushing the two of them forward while he rolled to the side. The spear plunged directly into the earth where they had just stood. You were used as bait without even realizing it. We must run towards the river. Gao Feng had no time to explain, grabbing Zhao Lu and fleeing. The salt seller was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? He thought, but soon he too dashed after them. Chapter 70. The escape. Can you hold your breath? Jump into the river and don't surface. They have spears. Gao Feng glanced back while running. He contemplated that seeking refuge in the water was the most prudent course of action to evade the wild men's spear attacks. Approximately 20 wild men, adorned with red stripes and adorned with skull necklaces, charged towards them. I can, Before the salt seller could finish his sentence, Gao Feng seized him and leaped into the river, followed by Zhao Lu. After a while, the salt seller could no longer bear it. He struggled desperately beneath the water, attempting to break free. However, the moment was not opportune. Gao Feng sensed the wild men still lingering by the riverbank. He firmly pressed the salt seller's head underwater to prevent him from surfacing, as their safety was at stake. After about a minute, Gao Feng signaled Zhao Lu to quickly come up for air. He lifted the salt seller's head above the water. Both Gao Feng and Zhao Lu gasped for breath, with Zhao Lu inadvertently swallowing a few mouthfuls of river water. Boss, I don't see the wild men. They must have left, right? Zhao Lu spat out some river water. Quick, swim to the other side. Gao Feng continued to grasp the salt seller, who had now gone limp. Let us not worry about him. We'll swim over first. He might have just fainted from drinking too much. They swiftly reached the riverbank. Zhao Lu helped the salt seller up, pinching his nose. Phew. The salt seller coughed up some water and awakened. Am I dead? Where am I? He shouted. Wake up and look around, Zhao Lu said, slapping him across the face. The salt seller shook his head, finally regaining his senses. Gao Feng stood up, keeping his gaze fixed across the river. He then spoke. If we hadn't come, you would have led the wild men back to the high ground. It suddenly dawned on the salt seller the perilous nature of the wild men. We should return tomorrow. It's getting dark soon, Gao Feng added. He was uncertain how many of the red-striped wild men remained, and a nagging feeling suggested they might still be pursued. Therefore, they decided to stay put. They nodded in agreement, but the salt seller, with a puzzled expression, asked, Are we really going to sleep nearby? Isn't that too dangerous? Let us find a large tree nearby and sleep up in it, Gao Feng suggested, pointing upwards. They introduced themselves. The salt seller's name was Hu Cheng. Bathed in moonlight, Gao Feng noticed numerous dark shapes suddenly appearing on the river surface. Quickly, up the tree, they are coming, Gao Feng urged as he led them into the dense thicket. This tree is tall. Let us climb, he instructed the others. Hu Cheng, you go first, Zhao Lu insisted. Hu Cheng hesitated, awkwardly gripping the vines as he attempted to ascend. What a fool. Zhao Lu kicked him in the rear. Don't kick. Hu Cheng hastily increased his pace. Meanwhile, Gao Feng remained vigilant, observing the surroundings. Before long, Zhao Lu followed him up the tree. Without uttering a word, Gao Feng grabbed the vine, using his hands to hoist himself up with agility, swiftly reaching the top. Hu Cheng was astonished. How can this guy be more nimble than a monkey? Moments later, the wild men reached the shore, igniting torches and splitting into two groups to scour the area. Lying quietly on the tree trunk, Gao Feng spoke softly. His gaze was fixed intently below. A group of people carrying torches approached and lingered beneath the tree for a moment. Their hearts raced in their throats. Once the wild men departed, they exhaled a sigh of relief. The wild men have left. Let us descend. It's quite uncomfortable up here, Hu Cheng remarked, feeling the roughness of the trunk. If you wish to perish, then go down, Gao Feng retorted coldly. As Hu Cheng peered down, the same group of people returned, seemingly aware of their presence nearby. This sight startled Hu Cheng into a state of shock. Let us just remain on the tree and wait for tomorrow. After the wild men had gone, Hu Cheng fretted. But the high ground isn't far from here, only half a day's journey. What if they come looking for us? Panic washed over him. He added with a forced smile, there are many people in the high ground. If they unite, they can surely defeat them. Damn it, would you be willing to charge ahead? Zhao Lu dead. Hu Cheng fell silent, unable to muster a response. Gao Feng had already contemplated this dilemma and said, If we can delay, we should. Even if the wild men find us, we can only resist. By the way, are you the only one from the high ground who came here for salt? Gao Feng continued. It seems so. No one else would dare risk going that far for salt. Hu Cheng scratched his head. Gao Feng nodded. Let us all get some rest. We'll set off early in the morning. He then lay back on the tree trunk and fell asleep. As dawn broke, Gao Feng slid down from the tree early. Hey, wake up. It's time to go, Zhao Lu said, tapping Hu Cheng's arm. What are you doing? Don't you see I'm injured? Hu Cheng jolted awake. clutching his arm. Would you wake up otherwise? You slept like a dead pig, snoring so loudly that I didn't even mention it, Zhao Lu replied, before embracing the trunk and sliding down. Hu Qing followed suit. Is your arm all right? We need to hurry, Gao Feng remarked calmly. Hu Qing nodded. I need to use the restroom. Wait for me a moment. Gao Feng set down his spear and walked to the side. He approached a nearby tree to relieve himself. Damn, wild men. Gao Feng glanced sideways. Didn't they leave last night? Nearby, a wild man was also relieving himself. They exchanged a glance. The wild man prepared to roar. Gao Feng quickly pulled up his pants and delivered a punch to the wild man's chest. The wild man staggered backward in pain, but still alerted his companions. Gao Feng took off running. There are wild men. You all hurry back. I'll draw them away and catch up with you. Gao Feng shouted as he spotted Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu and Hu Qing looked bewildered before sprinting away. At that moment, 7 or 8 wild men charged after them. Gao Feng paused briefly to attract their attention. Upon spotting him, the wild men let out furious roars and charged. The skulls hanging from their necks bobbed as they ran. Gao Feng darted toward the dense thicket. The sound of slicing air echoed behind him. Gao Feng swiftly concealed himself behind a grand tree. Thud, thud, thud. 3 spears impaled the trunk. He then darted forward into a thicket. The assailants retrieved their spears and continued their pursuit. The 7 or 8 wild men wielded their weapons, probing the underbrush. Gao Feng noticed one of them approaching. With a sudden lunge, he thrust his spear into the man's neck, withdrawing it swiftly. The wild man collapsed, lifeless, onto the ground. Seizing the spear from his fallen foe, Gao Feng hurled it at another wild man nearby, eliciting a piercing scream. Without lingering, he aimed merely to exhaust them. Enraged, the wild men hastened after him. They soon realized that Gao Feng was leading them in circles. One of the wild men let out a furious roar, and abruptly, they ceased their chase, darting off in different directions. Chapter 71. Deception. Gao Feng quickly discerned that the wild men had ceased their pursuit. The abrupt halt in their aggression toward Zhao Lu and his companions indicated that they had uncovered something alarming. It was imperative for him to retreat. Gao Feng followed the direction of the wild men, and indeed, they were heading towards the high ground. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air from both sides. 2 stone blades, one soaring high and the other low, were hurled towards Gao Feng. He swiftly bent down, twisting his body to lie flat in midair. The upper stone blade grazed his shoulder, while the lower one sliced through his pant leg. Astonished by the wild men's ambush, Gao Feng quickly glanced around. But the assailants had vanished without a trace. It was nearing noon, and an ominous feeling washed over him. The wild men had likely reached the high ground already. Furthermore, this group of wild men appeared formidable. Gao Feng hastened his pursuit. Meanwhile, Hu Qing had followed Zhao Lu to the camp, where everyone was taken aback. Zhao Lu, pressed for time, hastily assigned a portion of the group to guard the camp, while dispatching others to inform Wang Hu and Mike to bring reinforcements to the western side of the high ground to support Gao Feng. With 20 armed men, Zhao Lu rushed forward, neglecting to alert those in the market to evacuate. They would have to fend for themselves. Upon reaching the western side of the high ground, they were met with a fierce charge from the group of wild men adorned with skulls, brandishing spears and stone blades. Numbering fewer than 20, each wild man bore an intimidating countenance, clearly not ordinary savages. Zhao Li's mind raced with concern for Gao Feng, and without hesitation, he shouted, "Fire the arrows!" The wild men wielding stone blades stood at the forefront, slashing through the air. Remarkably, the bamboo arrows were severed one after another. Panic seized Zhao Lu and his men as the wild men with spears lunged forward. They raised their shields to defend themselves and retaliated with their own spears. The wild men's strength was immense. With each strike upon their shields, Zhao Lu and his companions felt the tremendous force. They quickly found themselves overwhelmed. Some shields even pierced through, resulting in injuries to the arms of those behind. Shocked, they realized that the wooden shields, when struck repeatedly, could shatter. As they fought and retreated, Zhao Lu urged, "Quickly, we need support. Fight!" Just then, the voices of Wang Hu and Li Shuai echoed from behind. "Brothers, hold your ground. Reinforcements have arrived," Zhao Lu shouted in response, thrusting his spear toward the wild men. Wang Hu, accompanied by 20 men, charged forward. Initially startled by the wild men's appearance, they steeled themselves and joined the fray with their spears. The clash of their weapons sparked like stars in the night. Zhao Lu, how are these wild men different from the last time? Li Shuai inquired. I have never encountered wild men before. They must be here to feast on flesh. Let us go. Wang Hu shouted in fury. The wild men, undeterred, grew increasingly animated, their leader letting out a ferocious roar that echoed like a beast. The birds within the forest, startled, took flight in a flurry. The wild man, wielding a stone knife, swung fiercely at Zhao Lu and his companion spears, swiftly severing several of them in twain. Panic ensued among the group, prompting someone to shout in alarm. They began to retreat slowly. The wild men, revealing their yellowed teeth, erupted in mocking laughter, perceiving these hairless creatures as utterly defenseless. Curious townsfolk, drawn by the strange howling, gathered to witness the commotion, only to find themselves targeted by the wild men as stone knives. 3 individuals lost their heads, blood spilling onto the ground. Run! The beast covered in hair is upon us. The remaining people, terrified, abandoned their belongings and fled. Wang Hu and Li Shuai, witnessing the scene, felt a chill run down their spines. These wild men are truly ruthless. Suddenly, Wang Hu recalled, damn it, didn't we notify Mike? Where are his people? And what of those at the small camp? Zhao Lu then remembered that Mike was the closest, yet he had yet to arrive. The messenger, finally recollecting, stated, Mike's people said he was injured today and instructed us to hold our ground. Reinforcements would arrive shortly. Damn it, that's just a pretext. They speak sweetly, yet when trouble arises, they do not come. Wang Hu cursed. In that brief moment, they had already sustained several injuries among their ranks. This won't do. We must feign retreat. Li Shuai and I will draw their attention, while you gather the others to search for Gao Feng. He may also be in danger. Wang Hu proposed, a cunning smile forming on his lips. Brother Wang, this puts you in great peril. Zhao Lu voiced his concern, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Wang Hu led Zhao Lu and the others to turn and run. As they fled, Zhao Lu passed several shields to Wang Hu, urging them to exercise caution. Wang Hu halted abruptly, using the shield to deflect the wild men's strikes, while Zhao Li's group quickly hid away. Wang Hu noted that the wild men's focus was entirely on him. The shield proves advantageous. Brothers, hurry and retreat. Follow me to Mike's camp. Wang Hu bellowed. Li Shuai immediately grasped their leader's intention. This was a ploy to compel Mike to send out troops. Without hesitation, Zhao Lu led his group towards the western high ground. They had not pursued for long when Gao Feng came running towards them. Boss, your shoulder is injured, Zhao Lu remarked with concern. It's nothing. I handled it on the way. What's the situation? Gao Feng's brow furrowed. Zhao Lu succinctly relayed the circumstances regarding the wild men and the camp. After understanding, Gao Feng nodded with a smile. Come with me. We shall rescue Wang Hu and the others, he declared, immediately giving chase. As they neared Mike's camp, Gao Feng observed Mike and Wang Hu's group already engaged in combat with the wild men. So Mike is indeed faking his illness. He only emerged to resist when the wild men threatened his camp. Zhao Lu cursed. Gao Feng snorted and charged forward, noting the paltry number of defenders emerging from Mike's camp. Merely 20 individuals. Despite being outnumbered, the wild men appear to hold the upper hand. Gao Feng swiftly led his companions to the rear of the savage group. He was the first to raise his spear, thrusting it into one of the savages. The wild man let out a howl and fell, lifeless. The remaining savages immediately turned around, realizing they were caught in a pincer movement. The leader of the savages, a towering figure with a white bone protruding from his nose, roared in fury and charged towards Mike, Wang Hu, and the others. They were taken aback, and the wild men promptly seized 3 of them, hoisting them up and fleeing. Help! Boss, save me! The captives cried out in desperation. Pursue them! Gao Feng shouted, and they hurriedly gave chase. With each stretch of the pursuit, the savage group mercilessly slaughtered one of their captives. Damn it, these wretched scoundrels! Mike exclaimed, running at the forefront in a fit of rage. Then, the leader of the savages halted abruptly. He delivered a powerful punch that sent Mike crashing to the ground. Writhing in agony, Mike cried out, while the savage leader wore a mocking smile on his lips. Chapter 72. Poisoning Gao Feng brandished his spear and lunged forward with determination. The savage chieftain seized the spear with a powerful grip, rendering Gao Feng's efforts futile. The spear could not breach his defenses. Gao Feng was taken aback by the ferocity of this wild leader. Suddenly, Zhao Lu and the others unleashed a volley of arrows, but the chieftain deftly deflected them. He nonchalantly removed the arrows embedded in his flesh, a smirk of derision playing on his lips, before swiftly retreating. Gao Feng pursued, soon discovering the two abducted individuals ahead. He hurled his spear at the savage. With a furious roar, the chieftain abandoned the captives and fled. "Help! I've been struck!" The two captives cried out in distress. Gao Feng and his companions halted their chase and hurried to their aid. The savages had deliberately spared their lives to buy time. One of the captives was from Wang Hu's camp, while the other belonged to Mike's camp. Their garments were soaked in blood, and they clutched their wounds, wailing in agony. "We must assist them," Gao Feng urged, glancing toward the direction the savages had fled. He shook his head in resignation, realizing that the high ground was now in jeopardy. Wang Hu and Mike quickly retrieved hemostatic herbs from their packs, chewing them before applying the mixture to the wounds, expending considerable resources to stem the bleeding. "You scoundrel, leading the savages to my camp," Mike accused, swinging a fist at Wang Hu. "You're the real deceiver." Wang Hu retorted furiously. "I brought people out, didn't I? It's too late now." The two men grappled with each other until Gao Feng intervened. "Stop this bickering. The savages have set their sights on our territory," Gao Feng said. Anxiety etched on his face. The two men ceased their quarrel, each unwilling to concede. "If the savages come, we must all unite to resist," Gao Feng continued. Then turned to Mike. "Aren't the people from the small camp under your command? Next time, bring them along. Your shields are impressive. Why not distribute some to everyone?" Mike scoffed. "Only if I can trade for pork. Otherwise, it's out of the question." Gao Feng shot him a glare. "What is so remarkable about that? Brothers, let's return," Mike shouted, rallying his group as they made their way back. "Bah, what a piece of work," Wang Hu grumbled. "Thank you, Brother Wang, for your cooperation with Zhao Lu." Gao Feng chuckled, gesturing for Zhao Lu to bring 5 shields to present to Wang Hu and his men. "Ah, these shields are splendid. Truly invaluable in a critical moment," Wang Hu exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. "If you wish to learn, I can have the people from the camp teach you," Gao Feng offered. Wang Hu and his companions nodded in agreement. They each returned to their respective camps. "Zhao Lu, where's Hu Cheng?" Gao Feng inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Huh, that fellow was terrified. He insisted on joining us, and we might as well collect the salt he brought." Zhao Lu replied with a grin. "That fellow is quite astute. Let us head back," Gao Feng remarked nonchalantly. Upon their return to the camp, Li Fei rushed forward and enveloped Gao Feng in a tight embrace. "Where have you been?" "I was nearly beside myself with worry." Gao Feng chuckled as he scratched his head. "Is your shoulder injured?" Li Fei's expression darkened upon noticing the bandage wrapped around Gao Feng's shoulder. "It's nothing. Just a small wound," Gao Feng replied with a smile. At that moment, Zhao Lu beckoned everyone closer. Come, gather around. Let me recount the significant event that just transpired." He fetched a stool and seated himself in the center of the camp. A crowd quickly gathered around him, including Li Fei. Han Shui, accompanied by several injured individuals, first made her way to the infirmary. Gao Feng followed her inside, where he noticed numerous old bandages on the shelves and an array of herbal remedies on the table. Han Shui meticulously tended to their wounds once more. Given the depth of the injuries, she utilized Yunnan Baiyao to expedite the healing process. "They're all set. It's nothing to worry about," Han Shui declared cheerfully after bandaging them up. They then exited, drawn to Zhao Li's animated storytelling. "You truly are the expert," Gao Feng remarked with a grin. "It's a necessity," Han Shui replied with a smile as they departed together. Zhao Li's narrative was so captivating that the audience was left in a state of astonishment. Mouths agape, as if petrified in place. Even after Zhao Lu concluded, they lingered with a sense of unquenched curiosity. "Hu Cheng, where's your salt? Let everyone have a look." Gao Feng directed his gaze towards him. Instantly, all eyes shifted to Hu Cheng. "Ha, boss, now that I have joined you, allow me to enlighten you," Hu Cheng said with a smile. He then retrieved several chunks of salt from his backpack. "Is this salt?" Everyone was taken aback. "Don't rush. This is Salter. Watch how I do it, Hu Chung replied with a grin. The crowd was momentarily stunned. It was their first encounter with salt ore. They gathered closer as he placed the salt ore into a bucket, crushed it with a wooden stick, and added water until the ore dissolved completely. He then filtered out the impurities using old cloth before boiling the mixture to crystallize the salt. With each step, Hu Chang provided explanations. And soon they had collected a small bucket of salt. After dinner, Gao Feng instructed Zhao Lu and Zhao Guang. Now that the wild men have set their sights on the high ground, we must increase our guard personnel. Tomorrow, we will lay traps around the camp to prevent surprise attacks from the wild men. They nodded in agreement. Damn it, that Wang who is always opposing me. Don't think that just because Gao Feng is with you, I want to take care of you. Mike slammed his hand on the table in anger. Boss, I have a plan, John chimed in. Mike's eyes brightened at this, revealing a cunning smile. Under the bright moonlight, the night was eerily silent. A few shadowy figures stealthily evaded the guards and scaled the fence surrounding Wang Hu's camp. They swiftly scattered a pungent powder around their wooden huts before disappearing into the darkness. The following morning, the members of Wang Hu camp were nearly incapacitated, their bodies racked with discomfort and their heads spinning. The majority had collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to vomiting. What on earth is happening? Wang Hu cursed, clutching his stomach. Li Shuai, straining to maintain his composure, replied, Boss, the entire camp is engulfed in a noxious odor. It seems someone has poisoned us. Do you know what sort of poison it is? Wang Hu retched, wiping his mouth. Li Shuai and the others shook their heads in response. Gao Feng quickly received the news and rushed over with Han Shui and a few others. Han Shui carried her medicinal herbs. She knelt down, meticulously examining their symptoms and the powder strewn across the ground. Frowning deeply, she stated, This is a powder derived from toxic mushrooms. Inhalation can lead to poisoning. Fortunately, I have licorice with me. Chapter 73. The Sakura girl is not simple. Han Shui, accompanied by several individuals, swiftly kindled a fire to brew licorice tea. This concoction possesses detoxifying properties and is significantly beneficial for those afflicted by mushroom poisoning. The members of Wang Hu's camp, observing Han Shui's diligent efforts, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Soon, Han Shui distributed the brewed licorice tea, allowing them to drink it in turn. Thanks to you all, Wang Hu exclaimed after downing the tea, expressing his heartfelt appreciation to Han Shui. However, upon surveying the disarray of the camp, his anger flared anew. It must have been that Mike, he seethed. Yes, once we recover, we must seek vengeance. This cannot be left unresolved, the others echoed vehemently. It is not yet the time for that. If there is chaos in the high ground, the wildlings will surely launch a surprise attack, and that would spell great trouble. Gao Feng interjected. He continued, Your camp must remain vigilant, if not for the need for manpower to confront the wildlings. This time it might not have just been poisonous mushrooms. A chill ran down Wang Hu's spine as he recognized the truth in Gao Feng's words. Damn it, we were negligent this time. We must bolster our patrols, he declared, forcing himself to stand and scan the surroundings. I will personally lead the team. If we spot them again, they shall not escape. Indeed, Li Shuai gritted his teeth in agreement. I will leave the remaining licorice for you. Ensure you drink plenty of water. It will hasten your recovery, Han Shui said, wiping the sweat from her brow, exhausted from her labors. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Oh, by the way, given your remarkable skills, would you consider providing us with some medical training? Wang Hu suggested with a smile. Han Shui scratched her head, a hint of pride in her demeanor. Certainly, once you all have recovered, send a few individuals to our camp. I will teach them. Wang Hu and Li Shuai nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Gao Feng, Han Shui, and the others returned to their camp. Boss, the traps around the camp have been set, Lu Shuang reported with a smile as he approached. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction. However, Lu Shuang's expression darkened as he added, Boss, the local game has noticeably diminished. To secure ample food, we will have to venture farther. Gao Feng pondered this and realized the truth in his words, especially with the emergence of wildlings in the high ground. I will take a team south of the high ground in search of game, while Zhao Guang will oversee camp security, Gao Feng commanded. He instructed everyone to focus on fishing in the meantime, urging them to return to the camp promptly and not linger outside for extended periods. The group nodded in agreement. Gao Feng then set off with Lu Shuang, Zhao Lu, and 2 others. Is it the same direction as that deep pit from last time? Lu Shuang inquired. Yes. I recall that Mike went hunting there. There should be plenty of game, Gao Feng explained. Boss, if only we could replace our arrows with iron-tipped ones and add feathers at the back, they would be even more formidable. The bamboo arrows were utterly useless in the last encounter with the wildlings. Zhao Li's countenance fell. Brother Lu is right. Lu Shuang wholeheartedly concurred. This has been on my mind as well. We will find a solution, Gao Feng encouraged them. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived in the vicinity of the deep pit. From afar, one could see that the deep pit had filled with water, its expanse now larger than before. They searched the vicinity for a while. Boss, there are no wild animals here. Did Mike and his crew catch them all? Damn it, Zhao Lu cursed. Everyone be cautious. If there is nothing around, let us proceed forward, Gao Feng remarked, shrugging his shoulders. Boss, ahead lies a dense forest. There should be plenty there. Zhao Lu shouted as he raced to the front. Soon, Gao Feng and the others followed suit, greeted by the melodious calls of birds. Their spirits lifted. They presumed the area teemed with wildlife. Before long, Zhao Lu spotted a sika deer. Gao Feng and the others hastily pursued it. Although it was a bit far from the high ground, the prospect of ample food made it worthwhile. Besides, there were unlikely to be wild men around, as they were all to the west. Let us split up and surround it. Don't let it escape, Gao Feng whispered, slowly drawing his bow. The sika deer, having noticed some berries that had fallen to the ground, paused to feast. Whoosh! Gao Feng was the first to release an arrow, which unfortunately struck the deer in a rather unfortunate place. The sika deer startled and bolted forward. What a blunder! Gao Feng sighed with a bitter smile. Zhao Lu and the others nearly burst into laughter as they readied their arrows. Suddenly, a powerful arrow whistled through the air from the adjacent thicket, striking the sika deer squarely in the abdomen. It collapsed to the ground, quivering, and soon succumbed to its wounds. Gao Feng and his companions were taken aback. Who shot that arrow with such precision? Everyone, be alert. There are others in this forest, Gao Feng shouted. At that moment, 3 men and a woman burst forth. Approaching the fallen deer, they stood face to face with Gao Feng's group, both sides bewildered and unsure of the situation. Tension mounted as they readied their bows, neither side daring to make the first move. What were they discussing? Gao Feng and his companions were at a loss, but recognized the language as that of the islanders. The newcomers glared at them with palpable anger, particularly the woman at the forefront. Although she possessed an endearing appearance, her eyes bulged with intensity, as if she could devour them whole. Boss, could they be the islanders that Li Shuai mentioned? I can't believe they're hiding here, Zhao Lu remarked, fixated on them. Lu Shuang then spoke in the island language, Kong Inai Chiwa, hello. The woman responded with a mocking smile, offering no reply. Gao Feng and his group felt an awkwardness envelop them. Who are you? Gao Feng demanded, locking eyes with the woman. She had a round face, bangs framing her forehead, and a ponytail swaying with her movements. Her short-sleeved shirt adorned with cherry blossom motifs, and shorts accentuated her charming figure. Had she not been wielding a bow aimed at Gao Feng, he might have mistaken her for a cute girl. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. The woman paused momentarily, then narrowed her eyes as if she understood. That sika deer belongs to us. You better scram, or we will kill you. The cherry blossom girl spoke in broken Chinese, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated her ability to converse in their language. To their surprise, her words dripped with malice. Zhao Lu, feeling irked, retorted, "We shot first. It rightfully belongs to us." Their gazes fell upon the bamboo arrow protruding from the rear of the sika deer, and laughter erupted among them. What was so amusing? It would be best if it brought you to fits of laughter. Lu Shuang felt a twinge of embarrassment. The deer I have slain belongs to me. Let us see who dares to take it. Instantly, the cherry blossom girl was incensed. Tension mounted as both sides readied for confrontation, the impending battle palpable in the air. Gao Feng noted that they wielded compound bows, their arrows tipped with iron and fletched with feathers, precisely what they lacked. Let us set aside our bows and engage in a contest of fists and feet. I will take on all of you. Should I lose, you may claim the deer. Should I win, you must depart. What say you? Gao Feng proposed calmly. Chapter 74, Theft. Laughter erupted among them, a derisive response to the audacity of the situation. You truly overestimate yourself, Sakura mocked, recognizing that Gao Feng was no ordinary opponent. Having trained in judo, she knew well that few in her camp could best her. As they lowered their bows, Sakura stepped forward, hands on her hips, casting a scornful glance at Gao Feng and his companions. Zhao, incensed, retorted, "You little wench. Let's see just how arrogant you truly are." He boldly stepped forward, prompting Sakura to glare fiercely before launching a punch. Zhao Lu raised his arm to block, but she swiftly executed a high kick to his chest, sending him stumbling backward. "You are quite formidable, Sakura. I underestimated you," he admitted. Pointing at Gao Feng, Sakura declared, "That last one was pathetic. You shall be my opponent." Frustrated, Zhao Lu retreated, realizing he could not compete with her. Gao Feng shrugged nonchalantly and approached, eager to gauge the true prowess of this seemingly delicate Sakura. Without hesitation, Sakura swung a punch at him, which he met with open hands, catching her fist. Though she possessed strength, it was insufficient. He urged her to exert more force. A smirk graced Gao Feng's lips, surprised by the strength of the cute Sakura, who had only aimed to temper his bravado. Her expression turned cold as she quickly broke free, growing increasingly irate. She unleashed a series of side kicks aimed at his waist, all of which were thwarted by his arms. Suddenly, Gao Feng seized her leg and thrust her backward until she found herself pressed against a tree. He lifted her leg to his shoulder, leaning in closer, a subtle floral scent enveloping him. "What are you trying to do?" Sakura's cheeks flushed as she struck at his chest repeatedly. After feeling the sting, Gao Feng lowered her leg and stepped back, regarding the stunning beauty before him with a mocking gaze. "Shouldn't you be at home, tending to children, instead of causing a ruckus here?" he remarked coolly. Sakura, feeling discomfort from the earlier maneuver, rebuked him vehemently. The three individuals from her group observed their leader's plight, shouting at Zhao Lu, "Bakiyaru, we will take you on." Unyielding, Zhao Lu and his companions engaged in a brawl, neither side gaining the upper hand. At that moment, Sakura again swung her fist at Gao Feng, who collided with her directly. "Ah!" she cried out in pain, noting the anger etched on his face and realizing she was outmatched. "Withdraw. This situation is yours. But please do not return here. Otherwise, we will not hesitate to eliminate you," Sakura warned furiously. Zhao Lu and his group ceased their skirmish, retreating a step. "Are you the individuals who previously clashed with the Highlanders?" Gao Feng inquired directly. "And if we are, what of it?" "We are leaving," came the response. Sakura cast a glance at Gao Feng, unabashedly voicing her thoughts. Subsequently, she drew the arrow lodged in the spotted deer and, accompanied by her subordinates, ventured into the woods. "Damn it, this flower girl is formidable yet so audacious. However, she is undeniably striking. A pity, indeed." Zhao Lu shook his head. "Look at that. Lu Gu is tempted again." Lu Shuang and the others erupted into laughter. "Boss, shall we head back directly?" Zhao Lu inquired, gazing towards the direction where Sakura had departed. "What is wrong? Do you wish to chase them to their camp? They must have 100 or so people there." Lu Shuang chuckled. "We will go to their camp, but not now." Gao Feng furrowed his brow. Zhao Lu and the others were taken aback. Could it be that Gao Feng had taken a liking to Sakura? That girl was indeed impressive. Anyone would be envious upon seeing her. "Did you see their bows and arrows? They are far superior to ours," Gao Feng explained. "Are you referring to the iron-tipped arrows?" Zhao Lu suddenly comprehended. "What should we do, boss?" "Let's steal them tonight," Lu Shuang suggested, tilting his head as the idea struck him. Gao Feng patted his shoulder, nodding in agreement. "We will steal them in the dead of night, unnoticed. Once we acquire their bows and arrows, we need not fear the wild men." A faint smile graced Gao Feng's lips. Zhao Lu and the others beamed with excitement, raising their fists in the air. Soon after, Gao Feng and his group captured 2 more spotted deer. As darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, they found a clearing, ignited a fire, and prepared the deer for roasting. While cooking, they sprinkled some seasoning. "Boss, the seasoning that Mike and the others provided truly enhances the flavor of the roasted meat," Zhao Lu remarked, salivating. "Yet, it's far too little," Lu Shuang added. Before long, Gao Feng and the others were satiated. They leaned against trees to rest. As midnight approached, the bright moon illuminated the tranquil surroundings, an opportune moment to set forth. Gao Feng roused Zhao Lu and Lu Shuang from their slumber, instructing the rest to remain behind and rest. Boss, that Sakura girl headed in that direction. Zhao Lu was the first to sprint ahead. Do ensure you maintain silence. Gao Feng cautioned in a hushed tone. They nodded in acknowledgement. The trio then traversed southward through a dense thicket. Ahead lay a low mountain range. Under the brilliant moonlight, Gao Feng discerned a dark mass beneath the mountains. They cautiously approached, discovering that it was indeed the camp of the islanders. The camp was surrounded by a fence. Everyone, be careful, Gao Feng whispered. They concealed themselves in nearby bushes, peering inside. To their surprise, the two guards had already succumbed to sleep at the entrance. Let us enter through the side. Gao Feng gently tapped the shoulders of his companions. They reached the side of the camp's fence, and Gao Feng peered through a gap. The campfire had died down, leaving only faint embers flickering. There were 2 rows of wooden cabins within. Locate the compound bows and arrows, and take them swiftly. If we cannot steal them, we must flee immediately, Gao Feng instructed. Zhao Lu and the others nodded. Gao Feng was the first to climb over, followed closely by the other 2. The 2 of them were in charge of a row, while Gao Feng was responsible for another. Before they could approach, a cacophony of snoring, teeth grinding, and flatulence reached their ears. Gao Feng headed towards the last wooden cabin, searching intently. Bathed in the moonlight, he peered through a crack and beheld a sight of pure whiteness. It was a row of women's quarters. Just then, a flurry of hurried female voices wafted into Gao Feng's ears, emanating from a nearby cabin. Instantly, his mind conjured images of the voices of actresses from the island. Following the sound, he glanced over and was surprised to find the Sakura girl from earlier, rowing a boat alongside a man. What contrast, Gao Feng mused. He quickly made his way to the innermost wooden cabin, which appeared to resemble an armory. Gently pushing open the wooden door without a sound, he beheld 5 bows and a quiver hanging on the wall. Elated, he took them all down, noting that the rest were merely spears. Chapter 75. The pursuit. He slung the bow and arrows over his shoulder and gently closed the door. At that moment, Zhao Lu and Lu Shuang approached, equally drawn by the sound, their eyes wide with curiosity as they peered inside. They listened, entranced. Gao Feng quietly walked over, patting their shoulders, signaling them to gather their weapons and retreat swiftly. The 3 of them quickly scaled the wall and made their way back. Damn, that girl has an incredible figure. Zhao Lu swallowed hard. What a contrast, haha, but I like it too, Lu Shuang admitted, his eyes glistening with desire. Boss, let us take their camp. We can share the women among the brothers. Zhao Lu smirked mischievously. Enough chatter. Let us hurry back. Gao Feng interjected with a cold grunt. Be careful, or I'll tell Kelly, Lu Shuang teased, grinning widely. Zhao Lu immediately fell silent. The trio arrived at their resting place, and together they hoisted a cicadere, taking advantage of the night to return to the camp. By the time they arrived, the sky was still bright. They placed the cicadere in the storage and retired to their quarters. The following morning, where is Xiao Feng? Li Fei had risen early, murmuring to herself as she headed to Gao Feng's room. Upon entering, she found Gao Feng asleep, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Fei, come quickly. Zhang Xiaomei called out from outside. Li Fei dashed outside, where a group admired the bows and arrows. Is this a compound bow? The arrows are exquisite. With iron tips and feather tails, she exclaimed excitedly as she approached. Indeed, the compound bow is formidable, and it comes with a quiver containing 15 arrows. Han Bing explained before preparing to test the bow. Soon, they set up several wooden stakes as targets in the center of the camp. They took their positions. Whoosh, 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 a round of simultaneous shots. The arrows struck the wooden stakes with remarkable depth. Incredible. Li Fei shouta. They struggled to extract the arrows afterward. You've practiced well, Gao Feng remarked as he stepped outside. He picked up a bow and instantly released an arrow, splitting the stake in two. Such is the prowess of the leader. The crowd stood in astonishment. There's the cicadere we captured yesterday. Let us gather some people to process it, Gao Feng said, stretching lazily. Li Fei and the others excitedly rushed off to handle the task, while Han Shui took a group to start a fire and boil water. Gao Feng. There were no unusual occurrences near the camp yesterday. Zhao Guang approached. Gao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Zhao Lu and Lu Shuang emerged. Boss, someone is coming. A guard rushed over in a fluster. Gao Feng promptly took his bow and walked outside. Two individuals from the Mike camp approached. Wild men have appeared near the high ground. We have notified everyone in the camps to assemble there. Please hurry, one of the younger members said. After delivering the message, they departed swiftly. Gao Feng noted that the Mike camp was the closest to the high ground. This time, they were quite quick. He instructed Zhao Guang to remain at the camp, leaving them 2 composite bows as a precaution. Let us depart, he said. Gao Feng immediately signaled Zhao Lu and the other 15 individuals, who armed themselves and set off. Soon, they arrived at the elevated ground, where Mike and his group were already waiting. Nearby, several others from smaller camps had gathered. After a while, Wang Hu arrived with Li Shuai and the others. You all seem well, Gao Feng remarked, astonished to see Wang Hu and the others. I must express my gratitude to Han Shui when the opportunity arises. Wang Hu replied with a smile. However, his expression darkened as he glared at Mike and his group. Unlike certain individuals who only resort to underhanded tactics, I would have them slaughtered if I caught them in the act. What are you talking about? Mike retorted defiantly. Quickly explain what just transpired, Gao Feng urged, anxious. Several patrol members from our camp have gone missing near the high ground. They must have been captured by the wild men, Mike explained. At that moment, a woman from the marketplace cried out, Ah, my daughter has also been taken by the wild men. Gao Feng and the others rushed toward her. Which direction did the wild men flee? Speak quickly. We may still have time to rescue them, Gao Feng asked urgently. Upon hearing there was hope for her daughter, the woman hastily wiped her tears and said, They ran westward, seemingly with dozens of them. Oh, my poor daughter, please save her. Why didn't they capture you as well? Gao Feng inquired further. Perhaps it is because I was ill. They merely knocked me unconscious, the woman replied, coughing persistently. The wild men are not foolish, Zhao Lu interjected. Onward, Gao Feng shouted. I shall slay them for daring to take my people. Mike cursed as he ran. I hope you can back up your words. Gao Feng shot him a glance. Before long, they followed the trail left by the wild men into a dense forest. As they ventured deeper, a foul stench assaulted their senses, forcing them to cover their noses. Signs of multiple footprints were evident, with blood adhering to the branches. It was clear that those captured had resisted and sustained injuries. Everyone, be cautious. We are getting closer, Gao Feng whispered. What is there to fear? We are many. Mike scoffed. At that moment, the sounds of a struggle erupted ahead. Gao Feng and his companions charged forward, weapons drawn. They beheld 5 wild men attacking 2 men who were scattered members from the marketplace. The men, armed with wooden sticks, were retreating, their bodies covered in wounds. The wild men surged forward, wielding stone hammers to strike. One of the men had his skull crushed, blood splattering the ground, while the other was struck in the chest, collapsing and spitting blood, perilously close to death. With a flurry of arrows, some wild men were pierced through the chest, while others had arrows lodged in their arms. The sight stunned the wild men, who responded with furious roars. Without granting the wild men a moment to react, Gao Feng thrust his spear forward, piercing one, withdrawing it swiftly before lunging at another wild man. Everyone unleashed their fury, and the remaining savages were swiftly pierced like a beehive. Gao Feng and his companions withdrew their arrows, wiping the bloodied tips clean upon the garments of the savages before placing them back into their quivers. Boss, I fear he may not survive, Zhao Lu said as he supported the gravely injured man. Gao Feng rushed over, pressing down on the man's wound. Quickly, tell me where the others have been taken. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood but uttered not a single word. In a final act of defiance, he pointed weakly in a direction before collapsing. The anger among the gathered crowd was palpable. They were determined to ensure that these savages would pay blood for blood. They hastened to follow, for the group of savages was close at hand. Gao Feng swiftly rose to his feet and pursued them forward. Chapter 76. Rescue. Gao Feng and his companions pushed aside a dense thicket, peering ahead. Not far off lay a small hillside, beneath which the wild men's camp was situated. At the base of the slope, 3 stone caves served as their abodes. A number of wild men were gathered in the center of the camp, kindling a bonfire, while the perimeter was enclosed by a fence, with 2 towering wild men stationed at the entrance. Gao Feng and his group failed to locate the person they sought, suspecting that he had been captured and taken inside the stone dwellings. After a rough estimation, he calculated that there were approximately 80 wild men in total, whereas they had only brought 70. Moreover, this band of wild men appeared formidable, making direct confrontation ill-advised. An atmosphere of anxiety enveloped them. Realizing that the wild men outnumbered them, they quickly huddled together to devise a strategy. We must outsmart them. We cannot afford to engage in a direct confrontation. One voice echoed. There are too many of them. I find myself feeling rather apprehensive. Voices clamored in disagreement, each expressing varied opinions. At that moment, Gao Feng, what do you propose? We shall heed your counsel. Wang Hu and Li Shuai turned their attention to Gao Feng, aware of his knack for clever ideas. We cannot confront them head-on. We must resort to cunning. Gao Feng mused, then suggested, let us divide into 2 groups. One to divert the wild men's attention without engaging in combat, while the other infiltrates the camp to rescue our companions. Who shall be the distraction? Mike's eyes sparkled with determination. He volunteered to lure the wild men away, believing it safer for Gao Feng and the others to conduct the rescue. Let Wang Hu lead the distraction. There are people we need to save within the wild men's camp. Gao Feng retorted, casting a glance at Mike. Mike fell silent, then recollected that his own brother remained within the wild men's grasp. He could not allow his comrades to perceive him as cowardly. It is imperative that I accompany you to rescue them, Mike insisted, gritting his teeth. Very well. When shall we commence our operation? Wang Hu inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Before Gao Feng could respond, a series of anguished cries erupted from the wild men's camp. Help! Help! I don't wish to die. Damn it, you filthy bastards, let me go. Gao Feng and his companions rose, bending low to observe the camp. They witnessed 3 men and 1 woman being dragged from the far-right stone dwelling by the wild men. The captors brought them to the bonfire, laying them upon the ground one by one. A wild man wielded a stone hammer, striking brutally at their heads. Each blow shattered a skull, blood splattering the scene. Subsequently, the wild men stripped them of their clothing, binding them with vines to wooden stakes, preparing to roast them over the fire. My God, one of those being roasted is from my camp. They're utterly barbaric, Mike exclaimed in outrage. Not only he, but the entire group seethed with fury, their teeth grinding in anger. These brutes truly deserve to perish. Wang Hu cursed vehemently. Gao Feng had not spotted the daughter of the woman among the captives. The remaining individuals were still inside the stone dwelling. In a fit of rage, Gao Feng declared, wait until they are resting. That will be when they are at their weakest. Wang Hu and the others paused momentarily, then comprehended his strategy. After approximately half an hour, they resolved that once they had rescued their comrades, they would retrace their steps along the original route. The assembly gathered in the highland forest. Gao Feng addressed Wang Hu, who nodded solemnly in response. A glance at the wild man's encampment revealed that they had retreated into the stone houses for rest. Now was the opportune moment. Let us act, Gao Feng shouted. Wang Hu and Li Shuai, accompanied by their comrades, swiftly charged towards the guards of the wild man's camp. At that moment, the 2 guards were napping. With a swift thrust, the spears hurled by Wang Hu and his team pierced through them, turning them into mere sieves. With their last breaths, the guards let out a deafening cry, instantly alarming the wild men within the camp. In no time, 40 to 50 wild men erupted from the stone houses, brandishing spears and roaring as they charged towards the entrance. Do not engage them. Simply run in one direction and be mindful of your positioning, Wang Hu instructed his men. They turned and dashed into the dense forest. Meanwhile, the wild men had fixated on Wang Hu and his crew, pursuing them relentlessly. Boss, I've counted roughly 50 wild men that have emerged, with 30 still remaining, Zhao Lu whispered. That's quite sufficient. Charge in with me to rescue our comrades, Gao Feng bellowed, raising his spear and leading the charge. Gao Feng's target was the stone house where the captives were held, the one on the far right. At that moment, around 20 wild men burst forth from the stone house. Kill them, Gao Feng commanded. With a swift volley, the 5 foremost wild men were struck down, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Well done," Gao Feng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He aimed his spear at their throats, dispatching one wild man after another. Soon, only a mere 10 wild men remained. Gao Feng carved a path through them, leading Mike and the others into the stone house to rescue the captives. The exterior of the stone house appeared small, but within, it was surprisingly spacious, akin to a classroom in size. They quickly discovered 4 wild men charging towards them with spears drawn. With precision, 2 arrows struck the foreheads of the wild men, silencing them instantly. "Eliminate them all," Gao Feng urged as he and his companions thrust their spears at the remaining 2 wild men, swiftly dispatching them. They reached the innermost section of the stone house, where 10 Highland captives were bound. Among them was a young girl, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old. Upon seeing her saviors, she immediately burst into tears. Gao Feng and his team hurriedly used daggers to sever the ropes. "Quickly, let us free them," Gao Feng commanded, anxiously glancing outside, fearing the wild men pursuing Wang Hu might return, which would spell trouble. Fortunately, the captives had only sustained minor injuries, allowing for their escape. Gao Feng led them out of the stone house, just as wild men surged in. They fought their way through, clashing with the wild men. "Boss, trouble. The wild man's leader has already killed several of our men and is shouting outside," one of the younger members urgently reported to Gao Feng. "We must flee the camp quickly. The wild man leader is surely summoning back those who pursued us," Gao Feng shouted. They swiftly dashed outside the stone house, where the formidable wild chief was engaged in a violent struggle against his own men. Gao Feng hurled a spear, which pierced through the air and lodged itself into the chief's shoulder with a resounding thud. "You all hurry and retreat. I will hold the rear," Gao Feng shouted with fervor. The wild chief, enraged, extracted the spear and let out a furious roar, hurling it back at Gao Feng, who deftly sidestepped the projectile. The chief then swung his fist towards Gao Feng's chest with ferocity. In response, Gao Feng met the strike head-on with his own punch. The impact resonated with a loud clash, and Gao Feng found himself momentarily strained under the overwhelming presence of the wild chief. The chief, eyes wide with astonishment at Gao Feng's strength, quickly decided to retreat. Zhao Lu shouted anxiously to Gao Feng. Chapter 77. The Choi Zhao Lu and his companions fought while retreating, having already exited the confines of their camp. Gao Feng seized the opportunity and dashed toward the entrance. The leader of the wild men let out a furious roar, brandishing a stone hammer as he pursued. Gao Feng raised a spear and thrust it toward the wild men approaching Zhao Lu. Moments later, several of the wild men fell to the ground, causing their group to momentarily hesitate and retreat. Taking advantage of this, Gao Feng and his companions hastened their escape. Once again, the wild men's leader bellowed in anger. Nearby, the sounds of the wild men returning echoed through the forest. "This is bad. The pursuing wild men are coming back. Quick, we must retreat," Gao Feng shouted as he ran. He led them back along their original path, soon recognizing that the figures ahead were Mike and his group. Those individuals had managed to rescue their comrades from the camp and were fleeing with remarkable speed. However, Gao Feng and his team quickly caught up, surpassing them. "Thanks to our regular training, we are faster," Zhao Lu remarked with a slight smile, excitement evident in their expressions. "How can you run so quickly?" Mike grumbled through clenched teeth. Hurry. They are all on our tail," John yelled, panic evident in his voice. Suddenly, a young girl, who had been rescued, stumbled and fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Gao Feng scooped her up and continued running. "Are you all right? We'll reach the high ground soon. Your mother is waiting for you," he reassured her. She shyly nodded in response. Frustrated, the wild men hurled their spears, resulting in several of those at the rear of the group collapsing. They soon arrived in the wooded area on the high ground, where Gao Feng spotted Wang Hu and his team. "We are now evenly matched in numbers with the wild men. We shall confront them shortly," Gao Feng shouted. Wang Hu and his companions aimed at the pursuing wild men, launching their spears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several of the wild men in front were struck in the chest, their faces contorted in rage as they howled. Gao Feng set the little girl down, instructing her to find shelter nearby. Everyone ceased running, gathering to prepare for the impending confrontation with the wild men. The rescued men, armed with wooden sticks, joined the fray, bolstering Gao Feng's team Feng's morale. Eliminate them all, Gao Feng declared, charging toward the wild men with his spear. A volley of attacks ensued, and the foremost wild men collapsed instantly. Kill them. Wang Hu and the others surged forward. Mike, initially hesitant, was urged on by the camp members and joined the charge. The wild men's leader, wielding his stone hammer, had already dispatched several of Gao Feng's comrades. Gao Feng directed his spear at the wild men's leader. Their eyes met as Gao Feng thrust his spear toward the leader's chest, only for the wild leader to seize it with a powerful grip, leaving merely 20 centimeters between the spear tip and his chest. In a sudden movement, the wild men's leader hurled his stone hammer. Gao Feng sidestepped to evade it, but the leader then exerted force, causing the spear to slowly inch toward him. Both combatants strained with all their might, and soon, a loud cracking sound echoed as the spear was split in two. Gao Feng fixed a fierce gaze upon his opponent, taken aback by the brute strength of the wild man. The wild leader then swung his fist towards Gao Feng, who responded with a shout, resolutely countering the attack. At that moment, Mike exchanged a glance with John, prompting their group to gradually retreat to the back of the line, allowing Gao Feng and Wang Hu's team to take the lead. Casualties mounted on both sides, with the wild men suffering greater losses. Suddenly, the wild leader let out a furious roar, and the wild men ceased their assault. What was happening? Zhao Lu wore a bewildered expression as their team gathered together. Both sides locked in a tense standoff. Gao Feng stood defiantly before the wild leader, fixated on him. The wild leader, bellowing provocations, pounded his chest, signaling Gao Feng to attack. The others gradually stepped back, creating space for the confrontation. After exchanging blows for a brief period, it became evident that the wild leader was struggling to keep up. Gao Feng noticed the leader's hesitance, though he too had expended considerable energy. With a sudden roar, the wild leader turned and retreated, followed by the other wild men, who slowly backed away with their weapons. "Shall we pursue them?" Zhao Lu shouted. Breathing heavily, Gao Feng half-squatted and replied, "I underestimated them. Why not chase? We must eliminate them." At that moment, Mike emerged from behind. "You can go if you wish." Wang Hu shot a glance at them. Their camp had suffered 5 losses. Mike fell silent, having lost 7 of his own men. Even with a shield, Gao Feng had 4 teammates slain. "Our casualties are too great. We should withdraw and reassess," Gao Feng stated, having regained some strength to stand. They returned to the previous grove. "Our camp has suffered the most losses and needs reinforcements. You should join us," Mike addressed the 7 or 8 rescued men. "We join Gao Feng's camp." "Yes, Gao Feng is the strongest. I will join Wang Hu's camp." They chimed in, inciting Mike's ire, who felt a strong urge to strike them. "Joining a camp is voluntary. What do you intend to do?" Gao Feng restrained Mike, having long sensed his reluctance to confront the wild men. Continuing to fight alongside the wild men would only disadvantage him and Wang Hu's camp. Fortunately, the wild men could not endure and retreated first. "We are not desperate," Mike replied, his expression darkening. Ultimately, half the men joined Gao Feng, while the other half aligned with Wang Hu's camp, effectively replenishing their numbers. "What about the others at the marketplace?" Gao Feng inquired. "Let them join the camp as well. We can resist the wild men together," Wang Hu suggested. "I don't know. Some fled at the mention of wild men, while others hid." One man scratched his head. Gao Feng and Wang Hu shook their heads. "We will address it later. We will recruit them if we encounter them." As Gao Feng and his team prepared to return, a girl dashed out, calling out to Gao Feng, "Big brother, wait. Can my mother and I join your camp?" "Of course," he replied. Gao Feng and his companions paused, smiling as they spoke to him. "My mother is ill and requires treatment. I can assist you with your tasks." Tears glistened in the corners of the young girl's eyes. She then hurried to the side, gently assisting her mother toward them. "Thank you for saving my daughter. I am willing to serve you diligently," the woman implored, dropping to her knees. Gao Feng swiftly helped her to her feet. "Let's proceed to the camp," he said, leading them back. The girl, named Wang Xin, had just been accepted into university. Her mother had promised to take her on a trip, but then this unfortunate incident occurred. Upon returning to the camp, Han Shui first tended to the injuries of several individuals before attending to Wang Xin's mother. "Your clothes have been torn by the wild men. Remove them so I can use them for bandages. I will prepare a new outfit for you," Li Fei said, heading toward her room. Gao Feng followed her inside. Quite nice, though a bit snug, he remarked with a smile. They then emerged together. Chapter 78. The tomb. As dusk descended, Han Bing and her companions were preparing venison, while Wang Xian joined in to stoke the fire. Zhao Lu and his group sat huddled around the flames. Those skeletal savages are truly formidable. That chief among them is terrifying. I witnessed him crush a man's skull with a single blow, one of them exclaimed. Indeed, our leader is unmatched. He struck the savage chief so fiercely that his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Frozen in shock, another chimed in with a laugh. Their chatter filled the air as exhaustion settled in. Let us eat well tonight. Tomorrow I shall accompany you on the hunt, Gao Feng announced, taking a seat. Sound good? Everyone replied in unison. Oh, by the way, we found some wild potatoes today. I'll chop some to throw in the pot. Li Fei suddenly remembered, rushing to assist. Soon, the pot of venison stew with potatoes was ready. Quickly, grab a bowl and line up, Han Bing called out. In the storage, there were some spare bowls and chopsticks, which Li Fei distributed to the newcomers. Before long, each person had a bowl filled with meat, potatoes, and soup. They gathered around the fire, eating and conversing. This is delicious. I've never had meat before with my mother, Wang Xian exclaimed, her eyes wide as she gazed at the morsels in her bowl. Be clever and help out more. They're the ones who rescued us, her mother advised sternly. I understand. I'll be considerate, Wang Xian replied with a smile and a nod. From now on, you can stay in our home, Han Shui offered to them. Thank you, the mother and daughter said, nodding earnestly. We'll need to arrange accommodations for the men too. If necessary, we can build another room tomorrow, Gao Feng said to Zhao Lu, who nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal, they prepared to rise. Suddenly, a piercing screech echoed overhead, causing everyone to instinctively crouch down. Look, what is that dark mass in the sky? Li Fei pointed upwards. Gao Feng and the others glanced up, and by the moonlight, they saw a dark cloud flying toward the northern highlands. That must be bats. It's fine. They're just flying away, Gao Feng said, helping Li Fei to her feet. What are they doing? She continued to gaze at the sky. Bats come out at night to forage. They're likely returning to rest after a full meal, Gao Feng chuckled. All right, Li Fei pouted slightly. Leader, let us hunt over there tomorrow. We might make some discoveries. Zhao Lu suggested curiously. Gao Feng nodded, admitting, to be honest, I've yet to explore the northern highlands. Let us get some rest, he added promptly. The following morning, Gao Feng and his companions had a simple breakfast of fish soup and berries. Each took on their respective tasks, busying themselves. Zhao Lu, let us head north to see what we can find, Gao Feng said casually. I've long wanted to go. I've never been there. Zhao Lu agreed with a nod. Subsequently, they embarked with their shields and weapons. After approximately half an hour of travel, the surroundings were devoid of any sound save for the rustling of leaves, and even the chirping of birds was scarce. Gao Feng began to question whether they had ventured to the wrong place. Boss, it seems there's no prey here, Zhao Lu expressed his disappointment. Boss, come quickly. There's a stone tablet here, called one of the younger members. They all approached, discovering an unremarkable stone tablet partially buried on a dirt slope. Rising about half a meter above the ground, its surface cloaked in dust. Zhao Lu crouched down and scraped the dirt away with his dagger. Gao Feng noticed 3 faint characters etched into the stone. Angel Island. Damn it, it would be more fitting to call it Demon Island, Zhao Lu cursed. Ha! Given how perilous this desolate island is, it truly shouldn't be named Angel Island, others chimed in. Gao Feng pondered for a moment. Perhaps the inscription on the tablet refers to the resources on this forsaken isle? This left Zhao Lu and the others even more perplexed. Let us search the vicinity and see if we can uncover anything, Gao Feng said as he surveyed the area. He observed that the ground around the tablet was thickly covered with branches and leaves, with numerous raised spots scattered about. A few of you, come help me dig down along the stone tablet, Zhao Lu urged, and he promptly knelt down, dagger in hand, and began to excavate. After a while, they were drenched in sweat. Damn it, there's nothing here, Zhao Lu exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, one of the younger members accidentally stepped into a void, nearly falling. Gao Feng reacted swiftly, catching him. Boss, there's a hole below, the man shouted. Everyone gathered around, using their hands to push aside the surrounding foliage. revealing a dark, gaping hole before them. The entrance sloped downwards, large enough for a person to enter. "Boss, what should we do?" "Let us go down and take a look. There might be treasure," Zhao Lu suggested eagerly. Gao Feng recalled the bats from the previous night. There could be bats inside. The group froze, hesitant to descend. Bats are known carriers of numerous viruses, and a bite could be quite perilous. "Zhao Lu, go grab a torch. I'll investigate," Gao Feng said, eyeing the entrance with a furrowed brow. He had an unsettling feeling that this might be a burial site, potentially holding some discovery. Zhao Lu retrieved some ragged fabric from his belongings, wrapped it around a stick, and then ignited it before handing it to Gao Feng. They always carried such fabric for the purpose of dressing wounds during their excursions. "You all wait here. I'll be right back," Gao Feng instructed, crouching slightly as he began his descent. Zhao Lu and the others anxiously crouched on the ground, peering into the abyss. Gao Feng raised the torch and carefully navigated down the slope, finding himself less than 3 meters beneath the surface. At that moment, a foul stench of animal excrement assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to retch. Covering his nose, he held the torch forward, cautiously probing ahead, only to find the ground littered with animal droppings. Suddenly, a noise startled him, and he broke into a cold sweat. The walls around him were earthen, and there seemed to be nothing but darkness, the space roughly the size of a classroom. He abruptly raised the torch above his head. "Damn!" Gao Feng exclaimed. The wall above was adorned with an array of inverted, pitch-black bats, clinging to the roots of trees overhead. Startled by Gao Feng's sudden movement, they fluttered chaotically, emitting a cacophony of high-pitched shrieks. Wielding the torch, Gao Feng swung it back and forth, causing the bats to rush towards the exit in a flurry. Only then did he exhale in relief, proceeding to the innermost corner while still holding the torch. There lay 2 wooden coffins, carved from hollowed-out tree trunks. Intrigued, Gao Feng observed them closely. Boss! Zhao Lu and the others hurried in, their own torches raised. Upon seeing that Gao Feng was unharmed, they too breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Feng shrugged, as they pried open one coffin to reveal it was empty, while the other contained 2 sets of human bones. Chapter 79. The carnivorous plant on the lid of the coffin. Their names were inscribed in English. They appeared to be a couple. Perhaps they were explorers? But what could have led to their burial here? Gao Feng curiously inquired. Boss, why are they in the same coffin? Shouldn't they be separated? Zhao Lu asked. Perhaps they feared solitude. After all, this is a desolate island. Gao Feng replied nonchalantly. They seem to be in a rather pitiful state. There's nothing here. I thought there would be treasure, Zhao Lu remarked as they searched around, finding nothing. Let us hurry and leave, Gao Feng said, promptly closing the coffin. It stinks terribly in here, Zhao Lu and the others remarked while covering their noses. They soon emerged outside, where bats continued to circle nearby, emitting chilling cries. We must leave this place, Gao Feng said, leading Zhao Lu and the others back. After walking a short distance, Gao Feng noticed that the adjacent forest was sparsely populated. The ground was covered with numerous low-growing plants, prompting them to approach for a closer examination. The leaves were already yellowed and devoured by insects. But as he unearthed one plant, his eyes lit up. This is wild potato, Gao Feng exclaimed with excitement. Zhao Lu and the others turned their attention to him. Equally exhilarated, they spotted several egg-sized potatoes hanging from the roots. Hurry, let us dig, Gao Feng urged. Everyone quickly set to work until their baskets were filled. Boss, there are quite a few here. This will last us for a while, Zhao Lu pointed at the potatoes. The group nodded in agreement and then made their way back to the camp. Their expedition had finally yielded a bounty. Upon returning to the camp, Gao Feng and the others unloaded the potatoes into the storage. Li Fei and her group also arrived, exclaiming, wow, so many potatoes. For lunch, we can have fish and stew with potatoes. Gao Feng and the others nodded in delight. By now, it was approaching noon. Li Fei took Zhang Xiaomei and the others to start a fire and boil water. Where's Lu Shuang? Hasn't he returned from hunting? Gao Feng scanned the area, noting that only their group was still absent. Earlier, they had ventured east. They should have been back by now. Zhao Guang scratched his head. Gao Feng recalled that the area was quite close to the riverbank and not far from Wang Hue's camp. You all stay here. I'll go check, Gao Feng said, feeling a sense of foreboding. He then set out with Zhao, Lu, and a few others to investigate. Hurry back, it's almost noon. Li Fei shouted at Gao Feng. You all eat first. He waved his hand dismissively. Not far into their journey, they saw Lu Shuang's team rushing toward them. But Lu Shuang was nowhere in sight. Boss, it's bad, they called out as they spotted Gao Feng approaching. What happened? Why the panic? Gao Feng asked, helping the first person who had stumbled to his feet. He noticed several of them bore scratches on their bodies. We were catching wild rabbits in the woods when suddenly, a gigantic eagle, as tall as a person, swooped down from the sky. Its beak was terrifyingly large, and its claws were sharp as saws. It approached us with a ferocity that compelled us to resist with our long spears, though several of our comrades sustained injuries. In a bid to save me, Lu Shuang pushed me aside, only to be seized by the giant eagle, which clutched his shoulder and soared away, flapping its immense wings. We were utterly incapable of approaching it. What shall we do, boss? A man cried out in despair. Where did it fly off to? Gao Feng gazed skyward and pointed toward the east. Indeed, it had emerged from that thicket of forest. Enough. You all must return swiftly to tend to your wounds. I will handle the rest, Gao Feng declared, his face etched with fury. What manner of giant eagle possesses such power? Boss, we cannot abandon you. We shall assist, they exclaimed, clenching their fists resolutely. The forest is fraught with peril. Your presence will only distract me, Gao Feng cautioned as he patted one on the shoulder. Very well. Heed the boss's words. Return swiftly, and we shall accompany him, Zhao Lu interjected. Be cautious, you all, they nodded, glancing back as they made their way. Barely had Gao Feng and Zhao Lu departed when they spotted Wang Hu and Lu Shuang hastily carrying an injured man, rushing towards them in a panic. What has transpired? Gao Feng inquired, dashing over. Damn it, a giant eagle just blinded him in his right eye, and another was taken away. We cannot tend to this injury. We thought to bring him to you first and then return to rescue the others, Wang Hu replied anxiously. Boss, I do not wish to die. Please, save me. The injured man cried, clutching his eye, blood staining his hands as his body trembled violently. Hurry to the camp. Han Shui and the others are there, Gao Feng urged urgently. Wang Hu promptly dispatched a few men to carry the injured man towards Gao Feng's camp. We shall accompany you to rescue them, Wang Hu and Li Shuai declared in unison. Thus, Gao Feng, Wang Hu, and their party of 10 set forth. They swiftly arrived at the riverbank, where Li Shuai had prepared 2 bamboo rafts. The 10 of them quickly crossed to the opposite side. Everyone, exercise caution. The forest is fraught with danger, Gao Feng advised, propelling himself forward. They soon scaled the hillside and descended into the enigmatic woods below. It was as eerie as ever. A thin veil of white mist enveloping the entire forest, tightening the tension in their backs. Yet, for the sake of rescue, they could not afford to dwell on their fears. Boss, do you think they're still alive? Zhao Lu murmured as they walked. Regardless of whether they live or perish, we must rescue them, Gao Feng asserted, his gaze fixed ahead. You speak true, and that is our purpose here, Wang Hu replied through gritted teeth. Beware of slipping, Gao Feng cautioned, glancing at the ground, which was slick with moisture and coated in dark, muddy sludge. They tread carefully, observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a foul stench of decaying flesh wafted towards them, nearly provoking their retching. What lies ahead that smells so dreadful? Zhao Lu exclaimed, promptly covering his nose. Let us cluster closely together. I sense danger ahead, Gao Feng advised. Wang Hu and Zhao Lu tightened their grips on their spears as they cautiously advanced. The stench of decaying flesh grew, increasingly pungent. Suddenly, the scene before them left them utterly astounded. Towering floral specimens adorned the area, each standing over 2 meters tall, with stems as thick as a basin. The blossoms resembled enormous funnels, all a deep crimson hue, with flower heads the size of a wash basin. They were spaced less than 2 meters apart, and the foul odor emanated from the flowers themselves. Gao Feng and his companions were paralyzed with fear. These are man-eating flowers. Tread carefully and do not disturb them, Gao Feng whispered as he cautiously drew his stone knife. At that moment, one of the man-eating flowers suddenly split open at its core, forming a gaping maw that writhed and snapped, seizing the head of a nearby individual. Help! Help! He screamed in terror. Chapter 80. The lair, the gaping maw of the carnivorous flower writhed incessantly, intent on drawing him within its depths. Gao Feng rushed forward, determined to extricate him. Yet the flower's strength was formidable, rendering any attempts futile. Armed with a stone knife, he began to sever the stalk, knowing that only by cutting it could he save him. With each strike, crimson blood flowed from the wounds inflicted. Was this creature possessed? Ignoring any hesitation, Gao Feng relentlessly struck, aiming for the heart of the flower. Soon, the stalk was severed, and the massive blossom fell away. With a force akin to uprooting a turnip, Gao Feng pulled him free. At that moment, he was enveloped in viscous slime and had lost consciousness. Fortunately, he had not been digested. Otherwise, his fate would have been sealed. Awakened, Gao Feng hastily wiped the slime from his face and gently patted his cheek. Am I dead? He suddenly opened his eyes wide, shouting. Upon realizing it was Gao Feng who had saved him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, boss. You nearly scared me to death. Once I entered, it was like the world went dark and I felt utterly trapped. His face was a mask of terror. Nearby, Wang, who had also seen comrades ensnared and rescued them in a similar fashion. Subsequently, Gao Feng guided everyone, moving swiftly back to back through the patch of carnivorous flowers, finally allowing themselves a moment of respite. I was terrified, Zhao Lu admitted, still shaken. That was truly exhilarating. Thank goodness I wasn't swallowed. I could have suffocated in there and been digested. Li Shuai gasped for breath. We must remain vigilant, Gao Feng warned, gazing ahead. The towering trees loomed above, as if reaching for the heavens. He looked up, pondering Lu Shuang's well-being. These trees must be ancient, perhaps over 1,000 years old, Zhao Lu exclaimed in awe. The trees were entwined with numerous vines, cascading down like verdant curtains. Gao Feng, have you made any discoveries? Could the giant eagle's nest be situated among the trees? Wang Hu inquired, furrowing his brow. Gao Feng nodded. Let us search among the trees for any signs of animal nests. He urged, and they proceeded, glancing upward. The robust trunks appeared ideal for the nesting of large birds. Suddenly, a faint bird call echoed from above. Gao Feng perked up, his ears attuned to the sound. He followed the noise, which grew increasingly distinct. Yes, they're just above us, Gao Feng declared, standing beneath a grand tree, gazing upward. This tree stood over 30 meters tall, its foliage dense with numerous branches. A dark, immense nest was perched atop its crown. Wang Hu and the others quickly gathered around. What shall we do, Gao Feng? I can climb up with you, but too many of us might attract danger, Wang Hu suggested, eyeing the nest. Very well. The rest of you stay below to provide support, Gao Feng agreed. He and Wang Hu prepared to ascend, each bearing a shield for protection against potential threats. Clinging to the vines with their hands and bracing themselves against the tree trunk with their feet, they swiftly ascended to the first fork in the tree. Gao Feng led the way, with Wang Hu following closely behind. They climbed inch by inch, and Wang Hu occasionally cast anxious glances downward. The height of the tree filled him with trepidation. Zhao Lu and the others watched with bated breath, their hearts racing for the duo. Do not look down. Focus on your footing. The trunk is quite slippery, Gao Feng cautioned as he glanced back at Wang Hu. Wang Hu nodded, redirecting his attention to the nest ahead. Gradually, they approached the enormous nest. Gao Feng could distinctly hear not only the calls of the birds, but also human voices. Don't you dare come over here. Join me in battling them. A voice shouted. I am scared. Hurry, Lu Shuang and the others are right above us. Gao Feng recognized Lu Shuang's frantic exclamations and called out to Wang Hu. The two hastily made their way to the base of the nest. The nest was truly vast, roughly the size of a bed. Gao Feng took the initiative, raising his stone knife and striking at the center of the nest. Soon, a small hole was created. Lu Shuang and the others were startled and instinctively huddled towards the edges. As the opening expanded, Lu Shuang cried out, "Boss, you really came to rescue us." Upon seeing Gao Feng through the hole, tears streaming down his face. Gao Feng noted their bloody bodies, their clothes torn, trembling as they cowered in the corner. He then leapt through the opening, landing atop the nest. A collective sigh of relief escaped Lu Shuang and the others. They felt safe at last. Gao Feng observed 4 fledgling eagles on the opposite side of the nest, each nearly the size of an adult eagle. They were covered in feathers, their claws well-formed, already possessing formidable offensive capabilities. Shield in one hand and stone knife in the other, Gao Feng charged forward. The fledglings relentlessly attacked the shield with their sharp beaks and claws, and seizing the moment, Gao Feng struck down one with a few precise blows. Just then, Wang Hu jumped up beside him, mimicking Gao Feng's actions. Soon, all four fledgling eagles lay slain. Turning to Lu Shuang and the others, who were weeping inconsolably, Gao Feng noticed the deep gashes on their thighs inflicted by the giant eagle. It was evident that the eagle had intended to feed them to its young. What do we do about their injured legs? Wang Hu asked, visibly at a loss. Let us bind them with vines. We can carry one each on our backs and bring them down, Gao Feng suggested, quickly gathering some vines from the surroundings. No problem. Carrying them will be a piece of cake, Wang Hu replied. We've truly caused our leaders trouble, Lu Shuang lamented, tears flowing. Gao Feng swiftly secured Lu Shuang behind him, and Wang Hu did the same. You all go down first. Be careful, Gao Feng instructed, gazing into the distance. The forest was vast, shrouded in white mist, rendering it impossible to see far ahead. While Wang Hu descended, Gao Feng tossed the 4 dead fledglings down. Hey, take these with you. We can roast them when we get back, he shouted to those below. Zhao Lu and the others hurriedly dodged, unsure of what was falling. Boss, hurry, that giant eagle is returning, Lu Shuang urged, gripping Gao Feng's shoulder as they glanced into the distance. Gao Feng abruptly turned around, only to behold the enormous eagle, flapping its wings furiously while emitting an enraged roar, rapidly advancing toward them. Hurry, keep up, Wang Hu shouted at Gao Feng. At that moment, they were already grasping the vines and sliding downward. Hold on tight, Gao Feng bellowed, then leaned forward, navigating through the opening to reach the nearest tree branch. With both hands gripping the vine and his feet pushing against the trunk, Gao Feng swiftly descended. Meanwhile, the colossal eagle had arrived at its nest. Peering through the opening with one enormous eye fixated on Gao Feng. Suddenly, the giant eagle began clawing at the entrance, attempting to enlarge it, intent on squeezing through to pursue them. Moments later, the nest lay in tatters from its relentless scratching, and the eagle, flapping its wings, commenced its descent. At this juncture, Wang Hu and his companions had already reached the ground, while Gao Feng and his group were only halfway down. Chapter 81. The Great Eagle Boss. The colossal eagle is descending. Lu Shuang clung tightly to Gao Feng, too fearful to gaze upward. Aim carefully and strike with ferocity. Zhao Lu and the others had already drawn their bows, targeting the magnificent creature. As the eagle swooped down, the gust from its wings sent branches scattering in disarray. Gao Feng felt a fierce wind rush overhead, compelling him to grasp the vines tightly for stability. With a swift volley, arrows whizzed past Gao Feng, embedding themselves in the eagle's wings. It let out a furious, ear-piercing screech, a sound so jarring it felt as though it could shatter bones. Though it staggered, the creature fought valiantly to maintain its balance, narrowly avoiding a crash to the ground. It relentlessly clawed at the arrows embedded in its flesh. Be wary of its talons. Zhao Lu and the others gasped in alarm, instinctively retreating to safety. Meanwhile, Gao Feng darted to the other side of the tree, quickly sliding to the ground. Run back, he shouted, glancing over his shoulder. The eagle, undeterred by its wounds, fixed its gaze upon them once more and surged forward, its wings flapping despite the pain. What should we do, boss? Zhao Lu cried out, pursuing closely behind. Forget it, lead it to the man-eating flowers. Gao Feng shouted back, carrying Lu Shuang as he ran. What? Man-eating flowers? Lu Shuang, bewildered, clung to Gao Feng. You'll see soon enough. It will be exhilarating, he replied with a subtle smile. They intended to utilize the man-eating flowers to vanquish the great eagle. While Zhao Lu and the others continued to shoot at the creature, they swiftly made their way into the grove of carnivorous plants. Huddled together back to back, they fortified their defenses. Gao Feng shouted instructions, handing a stone knife to Lu Shuang while wielding a spear himself. The man-eating flowers, sensing the commotion, began to sway, their jaws opening wide in anticipation of any approaching prey. Maintaining their formation, Gao Feng and his companions braced their weapons against the impending attack. The eagle, consumed by rage, was singularly focused on exterminating them. With a deafening cry, it charged toward the grove of flowers. Its colossal presence soon captured the attention of the man-eating flowers, which eagerly opened their mouths, snapping at the magnificent beast. Within moments, the eagle found itself ensnared by 5 or 6 of the plants, yet its strength was formidable. It flapped its wings violently, clawing at the flowers, some of which were torn apart in the struggle. It was slowly breaking free. Gao Feng recognized this as an opportune moment. We must not allow it to escape the forest alive. It poses an even greater danger. Seize this chance to slay it. He bellowed, charging forward with his spear raised high. Ah, kill it! Lu Shuang echoed from Gao Feng's back, brandishing the stone knife. Though fear coursed through him amidst the chaos of the eagle and the flowers. Wang Hu and Zhao Lu followed suit, rushing toward the fray. Gao Feng thrust his spear deep into the eagle's abdomen, eliciting a pained thrash from the creature. With a synchronized volley, arrows rained down, blinding one of its eyes. By this point, the eagle was drenched in its own blood, a gruesome sight, resembling a ravenous demon. Suddenly, it released its claws, no longer grasping the man-eating flower, but instead lunged towards Gao Feng. Caught off guard, Gao Feng was seized by the shoulder. The claws gripped his shoulder tenaciously, refusing to relent. In agony, Gao Feng relentlessly thrust his spear into the giant eagle, each strike causing torrents of its blood to spill forth. "How dare you lay a hand on my leader? I shall slay you," Lu Shuang exclaimed, wielding a stone knife to chop at the giant eagle's talons. Zhao Lu and the others, fueled by fury, raised their spears and frantically attacked the beast. Before long, the giant eagle ceased its struggles and collapsed. At that moment, Lu Shuang severed the claw still attached to Gao Feng's shoulder, though it remained lodged there. "Boss," this Lu Shuang hesitated, unsure of what to do. Without a moment's pause, Gao Feng yanked the claw from his shoulder and tossed it aside, a stream of blood gushing forth. "Quickly, staunch the bleeding," Lu Shuang shouted. "Moreover, we must leave at once." Gao Feng's gaze remained fixed on the fallen giant eagle, thinking to himself that such substantial meat should not be wasted on a man eating flowers. "We should drag it back. It would be a shame to leave it for the flowers," Gao Feng declared, then seized Lu Shuang's knife. Meanwhile, several man-eating flowers still clung to the giant eagle. Gao Feng and Zhao Lu swiftly hacked at the flowers, and soon they were severed. The scene was one of utter chaos, blood saturating the ground. The stench of blood mingled with that of decaying flesh, a truly nauseating combination. Zhao Lu and his companions hurriedly pulled the giant eagle away from the site. With each step Gao Feng and his group took, their feet became ensnared in a sticky substance, reminiscent of trudging through a marsh. The man-eating flowers swayed, attempting to assault them, but were repelled by the stone knives. Before long, they escaped the clutches of the man-eating flowers. Gao Feng and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, please put me down. You're too exhausted," Lu Shuang whimpered. Gao Feng nodded, and he and Wang Hu set Lu Shuang down. They were utterly fatigued, collapsing onto the nearby ground. That was incredibly thrilling. Zhao Lu chuted. It was even more exhilarating than a movie. "Let us find some wood nearby to fashion a stretcher. We can't have the leaders carrying us any longer," Zhao Lu suggested to Li Shuai. Li Shuai nodded and led the way. Soon, they had constructed 2 stretchers and lifted Lu Shuang and another injured companion onto them. "Boss, is your shoulder all right?" Zhao Lu inquired, his expression turning grave as he regarded Gao Feng's wound. "Let us rest for a moment. We must hurry back," Gao Feng said as he rose to his feet. He noticed Wang Hu panting heavily, his arm also injured. "Wang Hu, how are you faring?" Gao Feng asked again. "It's nothing serious. Let us go back and feast on eagle meat," Wang Hu replied with a smile, though he too was visibly weary. "How about coming to my place? We can enjoy a hearty meal and replenish our strength," Gao Feng suggested with a grin. Wang Hu nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at the riverbank and crossed using a bamboo raft. "As for my brother S. leg, I'll need to trouble Han Shui again. I wonder how my men are faring with their lessons," Wang Hu remarked, scratching his head. "Let us return to my place together," Gao Feng said to Wang Hu. "I wonder how your injured brother is faring." Wang Hu and Li Shu nodded gravely, each having sustained their own injuries. Soon, Gao Feng led Wang Hu and the others back to the camp. Li Fei had long been waiting outside the camp with a group of people. As Gao Feng ventured across the river to rescue others, her heart raced with anxiety. It was a relief when Xiao Feng and his companions finally returned. Li Fei, standing on her tiptoes, spotted Gao Feng from a distance. The camp's inhabitants turned their attention towards them, filled with joy. Li Fei was the first to rush forward. Upon seeing Gao Feng's clothes torn and bloodied, her heart sank. Why is there so much blood? Li Fei examined Gao Feng from head to toe, tears welling in her eyes, fearful that he had sustained grave injuries. Chapter 82. The feast. She noticed that Gao Feng's shoulder was injured. What had caused such a wound? Li Fei's expression darkened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Let's head back first. We can discuss this later. Gao Feng gently embraced Li Fei as they made their way back. The campers were startled by the sight of the enormous eagle. How could something so colossal exist? They eagerly followed to take a closer look. Hurry! We need to get the injured to the infirmary. Han Shui called out loudly. Is there enough manpower? There are quite a few injuries this time, Gao Feng inquired with concern. We're fine. My sister, Ma Li, and Ku Li, along with some of the trainees from Wang Hu's camp, are assisting me, Han Shui replied with a smile. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Guang, you handle the giant eagle. Li Fei, you are in charge of cooking. Wang Hu and the others will be dining here today, Gao Feng said with a grin. They each busied themselves with their tasks, while Gao Feng followed to the infirmary. How is the one with the eye injury? Wang Hu anxiously asked upon seeing the young man lying motionless on the wooden bed. His right eye is gone. The wound has been treated and won't infect other areas. But that's all we can do, Han Shui replied helplessly. As long as his life is spared, that is what matters, Wang Hu said, wiping the sweat from his forehead, still worried about his men. First, let our leader be attended to, Lu Shuang insisted, lying on the wooden bed. Gao Feng entered, signaling him to be quiet and let them proceed. Bear with it, Han Shui said as she cleaned Lu Shuang's injured thigh, applying medicine and bandaging it. Having a beautiful woman treating me, it doesn't hurt at all, Lu Shuang grinned through the pain. Han Shui shot him a glare, while Han Bing and the others assisted her. They proceeded to treat the wounds of the remaining injured one by one. Meanwhile, Zhao Guang and his team were dealing with the giant eagle. How do we handle something this large? Someone asked nearby. Pour hot water over it, then pluck the feathers, Zhao Guang instructed, observing the eagle that was nearly as tall as a person. The water is boiling. Step aside, Li Fei said, using a bamboo ladle to pour hot water over the eagle. Soon, she was drenched in sweat. Can this actually be delicious? She pondered aloud. It should be, especially with seasoning, Zhang Xiaomei replied, scratching her head. She then poured hot water over the 4 chicks. Zhao Guang and his team swiftly plucked the feathers. Before long, the giant eagle was completely stripped, and they began chopping it into pieces with axes, the sound echoing around them. At that moment, the large pots over the fire were boiling vigorously. Zhao Guang's team placed the chopped meat into the pots. Li Fei and her group had washed numerous potatoes and added them to the mix. With so many people, the meat alone would not suffice. Half an hour later, come and eat, Li Fei called out loudly. She and her team had prepared bowls and chopsticks for Wang Hu and the others. Gao Feng and his companions had been hungry all day. As dusk fell, everyone gathered, including the injured. Lu Shuang, leaning on crutches, slowly made his way to sit beside the fire. Li Fei and her team first served the injured before attending to the others. Wang Hu and Li Shui sat closely beside Gao Feng. How delightful! This is my first time savoring eagle meat, Wang Hu remarked with a smile after taking a bite. Is it? I must try it as well, Li Shui responded with a grin. Soon, everyone gathered around the campfire to indulge in their meal. Lu Jiu, please regale us with the tale of what transpired, Han Shui inquired with curiosity. Certainly, let me gather my thoughts, Zhao Lu replied, sipping some soup to clear his throat. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by Lu Shuang. Lu Go, allow me to share my account first, Lu Shuang implored with eager eyes. All right, go ahead. Zhao Lu nodded with a smile. Laughter erupted among Gao Feng and the others, eager to hear the stories. Li Fei and her companions paused their dining, all eyes fixed on Lu Shuang. At that moment, the giant eagle seized my shoulder and soared into the sky. As I was being lifted, I dared to glance down and saw that we were at least 100 meters high. I was terrified, fearing I might be dropped. I struggled incessantly, but its claws held me tightly as it flew towards a forest. Before long, I spotted a colossal nest with 4 eaglets clamoring for food. The giant eagle dropped me into the nest, and in the process, it wounded my leg, causing me to faint from fear. I was awakened by the eaglets, who were preparing to feast upon me. Shortly thereafter, another individual was hurled down, already injured and unconscious. When I saw the giant eagle approaching again, I feigned death. And once it departed, I roused the other person and grabbed a nearby branch to fight off the eaglets. Let Legu recount the rest, Lu Shuang concluded. His throat slightly parched as he took a sip of soup. One exhilarating experience. If I were taken into the sky, I would surely be terrified to death. That giant eagle is utterly fearsome, treating humans as mere food. It deserves to be vanquished. No matter how formidable it is, we ultimately devoured it, Lu Shuang added. Zhao Li's eyes widened as he remarked, "What you experienced was undoubtedly perilous, yet what we encountered next was far more dangerous." Everyone turned their attention toward Zhao Lu. He elaborated on the man-eating flowers and the giant eagle in meticulous detail. The audience was left agape, astonished by his narrative, neglecting their bamboo bowls of meat for fear of interrupting his passionate account. Once Zhao Lu finished, they collectively exhaled in relief. "Let's eat quickly. The meat is getting cold," Gao Feng said, relishing his meal unaffected by Zhao Li's storytelling. Before long, everyone was satiated. Wang Hu stood up and addressed the newcomers. "How is your learning progressing?" They sheepishly admitted they still had much to learn. "There is no rush. Medical knowledge takes time. Invite them back whenever you can, and I will ensure they are taught," Han Shui assured. "Indeed, haha," Wang Hu chuckled. Subsequently, he led the group back to the camp. By this time, night had fallen, and Gao Feng and the others retired to their quarters. After washing up, Li Fei quietly made her way to Gao Feng's room. Seeing that he had not yet fallen asleep, she sat beside him on the bed and inquired, "How is your shoulder?" "The forest is exceedingly perilous. A thought that terrifies me. What if something were to happen to you?" At this point, Li Fei's expression darkened, and her words became hesitant. "Much improved. With your company, I shall be just fine." Gao Feng tightened his grip on her hand. "Yes, after a long day, it is prudent to rest early." Li Fei placed a gentle kiss on Gao Feng's forehead before rising slowly to leave. Gao Feng smiled at her retreating figure and then succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, a chilling scream suddenly pierced the air outside the camp, causing Gao Feng to jolt upright. What calamity has befallen us at such an hour? Chapter 83. The mosquito punishment. Without uttering a word, Gao Feng dashed out. "Boss, an islander has fallen into our trap," an irate guard exclaimed as he rushed over. At that moment, everyone in the camp armed themselves and ran out. "Let us see what this scoundrel intends to do," Gao Feng declared, brandishing his spear as he advanced. Zhao Lu, torch in hand, led the way. "Boss, it's this vile creature. He is still hollering in the pit." Zhao Lu reached the edge of the trap, illuminating the darkness with his torch. Gao Feng peered inside and saw a gaunt man lying in the pit, his thigh impaled by a bamboo stake. Upon noticing their arrival, the man immediately unleashed a torrent of curses. "Baka! Baka Yuru! This scoundrel! Why hasn't he the bamboo stake pierced you through and through, you bastard?" Zhao le retorted en gridi. In a fit of rage, Gao Feng seized a thick log and hurled it down. With a resounding thud, the Baka was knocked unconscious. "Retrieve him, and let us properly judge this beast," Gao Feng ordered furiously. Zhao Le dispatched a man with instructions to tread carefully around the bamboo spikes. Using vines, he bound the Baka, and with a group of men, they pulled him from the pit. The sight of the man's thigh, gruesomely mangled and bloodied, was almost unbearable to behold. Afterward, Zhao Lu secured him to a wooden post in the center of the camp. "Let me douse him to wake him up. What else with this act of feigning death?" Zhao Lu said, fetching a bucket of water and splashing it over the captive. "Nanny, Baka, Baka," he sputtered as he regained consciousness, continuing his tirade of curses. "You insolent wretch, strike me if you dare," he shouted defiantly. Gao Feng responded with a sharp slap, and soon several of his subordinates joined in, delivering a thorough beating. The man exhibited remarkable endurance, glaring fiercely at Gao Feng and his companions. "What do you want?" he demanded. Gao Feng scolded him angrily. "What are you doing here?" The Baka appeared momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend their words. "Search him for anything of use," Gao Feng commanded. Before long, Zhao Lu discovered a bamboo tube, a cloth pouch, and a pair of fabric gloves hidden within a man's clothes. The bamboo tube was the size of a flute. Zhao Lu opened the cloth pouch to find several bamboo arrows, each as thick as a pen. "Do not move. These arrows may very well be poisoned," Gao Feng warned, furrowing his brow. Zhao Lu promptly withdrew his hand. "Let me examine it." What's the situation? Han Shui emerged from the crowd. She inspected the bamboo arrows, sniffing them delicately, and a faint, acrid odor wafted up to her nostrils. These arrows are coated with poison, likely derived from some animal toxin. Everyone be cautious, Han Shui explained. Zhao Lu then carefully wrapped the arrows. This fellow intended to don gloves and launch a surprise attack with a bamboo tube upon entering. Such audacity. Thankfully, we had set the trap in advance, Gao Feng scoffed. Boss, I suspect this man was specifically sent to ambush you, Zhao Lu seethed. Indeed, let's eliminate him for daring to assault our leader. I wish to flay him alive. Damn it, that cursed islander. The crowd roared in fury. One can only imagine how the other camps fared against similar ambushes. One wonders how they're holding up. They aim to leave the Highlanders leaderless, seizing the opportunity to massacre the people of the Highlands, explained Gao Feng. This group of islanders is truly ruthless. He must not be allowed to die so easily. Is there a way to make his demise exquisitely painful? Gao Feng inquired. Zhao Lu chuckled sinisterly, suggesting, let us strip him of his garments, cover his entire body in berry juice, and bind him in a mosquito-infested forest. It won't take until nightfall for him to succumb to their bites. That is an excellent plan. Let us proceed, Gao Feng replied with a wicked smile. Subsequently, Zhao Lu and his companions stripped the unfortunate man, inflicting several wounds upon him, coating his body in berry juice, and gagging him. They then found a place abundant with mosquitoes, securing him to a tree. The man struggled incessantly, emitting muffled cries. Zhao Lu and his companions spat at him in unison. Truly, he reaped what he sowed. Let us return and rest. We shall see the results tomorrow, Gao Feng stated nonchalantly. They then returned to their camp to rest. The following morning, Gao Feng awoke early, his shoulder feeling much improved. He proceeded to practice a series of punches in the air and executed several backflips. Impressive. You truly are the leader, Li Fei remarked as she emerged, smiling and giving a thumbs up. She and the others then went to prepare breakfast, confident that the unfortunate man had met his demise. Gao Feng mused quietly. The birds in the trees chirped merrily, while Zhao Lu, still dragging his long pants, rushed out of the hut and hurled a stick. Li Fei and the others erupted in laughter. Soon, Gao Feng and his companions enjoyed a breakfast of fish and berries. At that moment, Wang Hu and Li Shu, accompanied by several others, approached. Gao Feng, did anyone launch a surprise attack on your camp last night? Wang Hu asked, a look of anger on his face. Gao Feng nodded. An islander attempted a sneak attack, but we apprehended him. What about you? Ever since the poisoning incident with Mike, we have heightened our defenses. Last night, that islander was trying to scale the fence when I caught him, Li Shu responded furiously. Gao Feng and Wang Hu sat down to share information. What did you do with that islander? Gao Feng inquired casually. Wang Hu replied menacingly. We chopped him up and tossed him into the river. Gao Feng gave a thumbs up in approval. Ha! We bound that islander in the woods, coated him in berry juice, and prepared for the mosquitoes to finish him off. Truly a fitting punishment, Zhao Lu boasted with pride. Wang Hu and Li Shu were taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha! Indeed a wonderful strategy. Then, they suddenly recalled Mike's camp. I wonder how that scoundrel Mike is faring, Gao Feng mused. It would be best if the islanders poisoned him, Wang Hu retorted angrily. Indeed, they're all wretched beings, Li Shu added. Very well, let us visit their camp to gather intelligence and discuss how to address the islanders, Gao Feng declared. Wang Hu and the others nodded in agreement. Soon after, Gao Feng set off with Zhao Lu and the others, along with Wang Hu and his companions. They had not traveled far. Last night, I beheld that unfortunate soul, his body reduced to mere bones. It is difficult to fathom the extent of his suffering. They cast but a fleeting glance before proceeding onward. Soon, Gao Feng and his companions arrived at the entrance of Mike's camp. The two guards, brandishing their spears, directed them with hostility. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. With a sharp crack, Gao Feng charged forward, delivering a resounding slap to one guard's face. The guard, clutching his swollen visage, spun around several times before being steadied by his companion to avoid collapsing. We have come to see your leader, yet you display no discernment. Zhao Lu shouted from the side. The two guards, now petrified, dared not utter a sound, remaining frozen in place. Subsequently, Gao Feng and his group strode inside. Chapter 84. Fighting poison with poison, how did you get here? At that moment, Mike emerged from the cabin. Gao Feng noticed that his complexion was far from favorable. Something must have transpired. Just came to see if you were dead, Wang Hu remarked. What the hell are you talking about? Mike shot Wang Hu an irritated glance. Let us discuss what happened last night. Are we not allowed to enter and speak? Gao Feng said calmly. Let us talk inside, Mike replied, momentarily taken aback, before leading Gao Feng and the others into the wooden cabin. Once seated, Mike's two stunning companions sashayed out. Gao Feng and Wang Hu recounted the situations at their respective camps. Mike's expression shifted dramatically. From what you've just said, that Japanese fellow shot a poisoned arrow through the crack in the door and vanished. I fell off my bed last night, and John, who was sleeping in the next room, snored loudly enough to shield me from the poisoned arrow. As soon as Mike finished speaking, Wang Hu immediately inquired, if they knew about us, how did they find out about Gao Feng? Gao Feng scratched his head. There was a conflict during the hunt. That cherry blossom girl seems quite formidable. You mean that woman named Qiuju? She is their second in command, and indeed has some skill, though not excessively so, Wang Hu chuckled. By the way, what is their leader's name? Gao Feng turned to Mike. His name is Inoue. He is ruthless and enjoys ambushes. I've suffered at his hands before, Mike replied, slamming his fist on the table. At that moment, Mike's two beautiful companions returned with a large platter of fruit, placing on the table while casting flirtatious glances at Gao Feng and the others, inviting them to indulge. Without hesitation, Gao Feng took a papaya and savored its sweetness. They attacked in the dead of night and even killed 2 people. Do you think they might strike again tonight? Gao Feng asked, taking another bite of the papaya. Now that their scheme has been exposed, they should have fled far away, Wang Hu explained. Mike shook his head, saying, I don't know what kind of poison they used. It's incredibly potent. John is still lying there. Is there still hope for him? Let's go check, Gao Feng said to Mike. Mike nodded and led Gao Feng and the others to John's cabin. At that moment, John lay motionless on the wooden bed. Beside him stood a middle-aged woman. She shook her head at Mike, saying, Boss, I've given him plenty of licorice water to counteract the poison, but he is too deeply affected. He is nearing death. Mike nodded, and she exited with a bowl. Gao Feng approached and noticed 2 tiny wounds on John's neck. His face had drained of color, appearing ghastly pale, with white foam trickling from the corners of his mouth. Last night, that Japanese man shot John in the neck and then immediately fled, Mike explained. Shortly thereafter, the woman returned, leaned over John's chest to listen for a moment, and confirmed that John had passed away. From what I know, the venom on that bamboo arrow is not snake venom, but rather frog venom. The likelihood of snake venom is quite high, she stated, covering John's body with a tattered cloth. A chill ran down Gao Feng and the other's spines. They had not anticipated the venom's potency to be so formidable. It is indeed easy to evade a direct assault, yet insidious strikes are difficult to guard against. Subsequently, Gao Feng and his companions returned to the cabin of Mike. This infuriates me. I must seek vengeance upon them, Mike exclaimed in anger. However, not at this moment. They are undoubtedly on high alert, Gao Feng elucidated. The group deliberated on strategies to minimize casualties, particularly considering the looming threat of savages to the west of the highlands. Gao Feng, aren't you aware of their encampment? How about we launch a surprise attack under the cover of night? Wang Hu suggested, a spark of inspiration igniting in his eyes. Indeed, let us strike them when they least expect it, Mike concurred vehemently. Yet, Gao Feng harbored reservations. Given their proficiency in ambush tactics, they are likely to be prepared. What then? We cannot simply let this go unpunished, Mike replied, his countenance darkening. Suddenly, Gao Feng's eyes brightened. Mike, do you not possess that toxic mushroom powder? How much remains? Mike glanced at Wang Hu and the others, his face flushing with embarrassment. Why do you inquire about that? It exists, and I shall overlook your previous folly. Wang Hu shot Mike a disdainful glance. Recalling how Mike had once used the poisonous powder to sabotage Wang Hu's encampment. There is still some left. I shall retrieve it. Mike managed to smile. Soon, a woman brought forth a small box containing the toxic mushroom powder. Tonight, we shall scatter this poison outside their camp, if the wind cooperates. Their inhalation will lead to their demise, Gao Feng declared, his expression icy. Indeed, this is a splendid plan, Wang Hu exclaimed, jumping with excitement. But what shall we do? Are we not afraid of being poisoned ourselves? Wang Hu queried. The woman replied, as long as we cover our noses with damp cloths, we shall be safe. They nodded in agreement. Having previously visited the enemy's camp, Gao Feng estimated their combatants numbered around 50. They resolved to bring 50 men, confident that with the enemy incapacitated by poison, they would prevail. They arranged a rendezvous at the southern edge of the highlands. As night fell, Gao Feng, accompanied by Zhao Lu and 9 others, armed with shields and weapons, set forth. They soon gathered and advanced toward the encampment of the islanders, traversing a dense thicket. Boss, why is there no wind tonight? Zhao Lu inquired, somewhat disheartened. Do not fret. We have yet to arrive. The wind may yet rise, Gao Feng replied calmly. They moved stealthily, observing their surroundings without detecting anything amiss, swiftly navigating through the trees. As they emerged from the forest, a gentle breeze began to blow, perfectly aligning with their intentions. The wind carried towards the islanders' camp, filling the group with elation. Truly, fortune favors us. We must annihilate them utterly, Gao Feng proclaimed as they neared the camp. They noticed 2 guards dozing outside. Without granting them a moment's notice, Gao Feng and Wang Hu dashed forward, covering their mouths with one hand and swiftly striking their throats with a dagger. They then dragged the bodies into the woods. Subsequently, Gao Feng gestured for everyone to secure the masks crafted from tattered cloth, which had been moistened in advance. The group hastily retrieved the masks from their pockets and donned them, standing by in readiness. Gao Feng and his associates dispatched a few underlings, who proceeded to scatter the toxic powder in front of the camp. As they dispersed the powder, they murmured, "Let the wind blow fiercely, blow hard, and let those islanders inhale deeply." Once they completed their task, they swiftly retreated. Gao Feng observed that the camp was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any illumination, which struck him as peculiar, yet he did not dwell on it. Look, the toxic powder is swirling in the wind like a white mist, seeping into our camp, someone whispered. Chapter 85. The Cunning Islanders Excellent. It is time for them to taste the bitterness of poison, Mike exclaimed vehemently. The toxic powder was swiftly consumed. Gao Feng noticed several dark figures within the camp, swaying precariously before collapsing. Boss, some of them have fallen, Zhao Lu whispered urgently. Onward, eliminate them all. Find Inoue and bring him to me. I desire to flay him alive, Gao Feng commanded. The others nodded in agreement. Charge! Kill them, Wang Hu shouted, leading the charge with his spear raised high. Slay them. The crowd echoed as they surged forward. Upon closer inspection, Gao Feng saw that the fallen were black men, some frothing at the mouth, while others writhed on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Yet they all clutched weapons. Without hesitation, Gao Feng thrust his spear and ended their lives. At that moment, around 10 black men, mouths agape, rushed wildly from the wooden cabin. Though they were evidently poisoned, they emitted no sound. A volley of arrows swiftly felled them. Wang Hu and his men executed their task with precision. Quickly, search for the islanders. Gao Feng furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He noticed one black man lying on the ground, still alive. He rushed over and pressed his spear against the man's throat. Where are the others hiding? The man gasped, foaming at the mouth, stammering incoherently. What? This wretch has no tongue. Gao Feng gasped in shock. Moments later, the man ceased to breathe. Could it be that these individuals were slaves of the islanders? Such cruelty to have their tongues severed. Boss, we have not encountered any islanders, Zhao Lu shouted angrily. They have thoroughly searched the cabin. Burn these cabins, Gao Feng bellowed in anger, before they could set the cabins ablaze. A whistling sound pierced the air from outside the camp. Quick, take cover. It's an ambush, Gao Feng shouted. Yet a few were struck by arrows. Help me, help me, they cried out in agony. Gao Feng should have anticipated this, yet he had overlooked it. Quickly, use the shields to rescue them, he urged desperately. Zhao Lu quickly gathered 5 or 6 men, shields in hand, to assist. Another volley from the islanders struck, but all arrows lodged in the shields. Retreat behind the cabins. Gao Feng swiftly rose and dashed to the rear of the cabin. Soon, they all huddled behind the wooden structure. Gao Feng, however, peered out, looking towards the camp's exterior. In the moonlight, he could see clearly A horde of dark-clad islanders emerged from the forest. "Ha! You've fallen into our trap. You shall all perish." A short, middle-aged man wielding a katana shouted from outside the camp, cursing at Gao Feng and his men. He was the lecherous Inoue. Wang Hu also leaned out, shouting in anger. Beside Inoue stood Chiu, her face twisted in a sinister grin, exuding pride. Flanking them were a row of archers and another line of spear-wielders, numbering around 70 or 80 in total. At this moment, Jingtsuan and Chiujuan whispered to each other, their words shrouded in mystery. "What should we do, boss?" Zhao Lu inquired. Outside, Jingtsuan raised his knife and shouted, "Throw it to me." Instead of charging forward to confront Gao Feng, they ignited several torches and hurled them towards the wooden cabin. The torches landed on the roof, quickly igniting a fierce blaze. The camp was illuminated, rendering Gao Feng and his companions easier targets. "Damn it, they're willing to sacrifice the cabin just to kill us." Wang Hu cursed furiously. "Should we charge out?" Mike glanced at Gao Feng, whose face was a mask of fury. "We lack sufficient shields. Rushing out now would make us sitting ducks," Gao Feng replied, shaking his head. Soon, an idea struck him. "Wang Hu, how about you and I throw some burning wood at them?" he suggested, pointing to the blazing cabin. "Brilliant. I have plenty of strength," Wang Hu responded, his eyes lighting up. "You're all just turtles, too scared to come out," Chiujuan taunted, hands on her hips, berating Gao Feng and his group. They were met with a barrage of mockery and insults. "Damn it, once I get out there, I'll make mincemeat of that brazen woman," Zhao Lu fumed. Before long, Gao Feng, Wang Hu, and 5 robust companions dismantled the burning wood. Gao Feng gazed at the crackling firewood, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Zhao Lu, you and your group of 10 with shields stand in front of us. We will follow behind and hurl the burning wood at them. The rest of you, charge in and fight," Gao Feng instructed the group. They nodded in agreement, their earlier panic dissipating as Gao Feng's plan invigorated their spirits. "Onward," Gao Feng commanded, as they readied their makeshift torches. "Don't expose yourselves, stay cautious," Zhao Lu warned, leading around 10 individuals with shields at the forefront. Gao Feng and his 7 companions dragged the flaming torches behind them. "Fire your arrows," Jingtsuan shouted as he spotted movement. The arrows flew, but only struck the shields. "They're about to break out. Keep your eyes peeled, and let none escape," Chiujuan yelled. Suddenly, Zhao Lu lowered their shields. Gao Feng and his 7 companions, with all their might, hurled the blazing torches towards Jingtsuan and his group. The 7 massive torches traced fiery arcs through the air, causing Jingtsuan's team to scatter in a frenzy. Some unfortunate soul struck and rendered unconscious. They had not anticipated Gao Feng's cunning strategy. "Charge!" Gao Feng cried, brandishing his spear as he surged forward, his eyes fixed solely on Jingtsuan. "Kill them!" Mike and his crew charged from behind the cabin as well. Jingtsuan's group, caught off guard, could only engage in a direct confrontation. Zhao Lu and his team clashed with Jingtsuan's men, while Wang Hu and Li Shuai rushed to assist. Jingtsuan's side had the advantage in numbers, their physical prowess honed through training, making them formidable opponents. Mike led his group towards Chiujuan and her allies. Autumn Chrysanthemum leads a contingent of female warriors, approximately 30 in number. Each one wields a spear with fierce determination, all having undergone rigorous training. Mike and his comrades engage in a fierce struggle with Autumn Chrysanthemum's group, finding little advantage in their confrontation. Surprisingly, the clash proves to be evenly matched, a reality Mike had not anticipated. In a moment of distraction, he is unexpectedly pierced in the arm by Autumn Chrysanthemum, prompting his team to swiftly shield him in the rear. The women, brimming with triumph, raise their spears and charge forward. Gao Feng quickly identifies Inoue as his target, having already dispatched several adversaries with his katana, fueled by a growing bloodlust. Despite his modest stature of just over 1.60 meters, his movements are remarkably swift. "Baka!" Inoue locks onto Gao Feng, raising his sword to strike. Illuminated by the moonlight, a chilling white gleam arcs towards Gao Feng. Chapter 86. Duel and Seduction. Gao Feng's eyes widened as he swiftly sidestepped. He had not anticipated the swiftness of Inamura's blade. Without delay, Gao Feng lunged forward with his spear, only to have it severed by a Namura's sword, leaving the front half embedded in the ground. A triumphant expression crept across in Namura's face. Your spear is insufficient. It pales in comparison to my katana. Damn it! Gao Feng hurled the wooden stick he was holding. And Namura's expression shifted dramatically, anger overtaking him. He swiftly swung his sword, cleaving the stick in half. What the hell? Gao Feng thought, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. He quickly drew his stone knife and attacked. Namura blocked with his sword. The clash of metal resonated, sparks flying as the katana met the stone blade, illuminating the surroundings momentarily before plunging them back into darkness. Bakayiru! Namura snarled, his face contorted with rage. Let us see how long you can endure. Gao Feng fixed his gaze upon him, gripping the stone knife tightly, exerting all his strength. Namura, equally resolute, held his katana firmly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He was soon overwhelmed, forced to retreat under Gao Feng's relentless pressure. Be careful, Zhao shouted at Gao Feng. Suddenly, a spear whizzed towards Gao Feng. He instinctively recoiled, evading the attack. The ambusher, a fool, was swiftly pierced through the chest by Zhao Lu's shot, collapsing to the ground. Zhao Lu then engaged in a fierce struggle with the other attackers. Seizing the moment when Gao Feng was distracted, Namura leaped into the air, aiming another strike at Gao Feng. Gao Feng hurriedly raised his knife to block, but the stone blade shattered under Namura's strike. This guy's sword is incredibly sharp, Gao Feng pondered, realizing that the katana was now his own. Ha! Namura laughed heartily, lunging at Gao Feng once more. Each swing of his blade grazed Gao Feng's skin, tearing through his clothes. A light sheen of sweat formed on Gao Feng's forehead. He needed to devise a plan. Meanwhile, Qiujuan and Mike were locked in combat, but being women, their stamina began to wane. Several of their comrades fell to Mike's group. Exchanging glances, Qiujuan and her companions swiftly discarded their clothing, leaving nothing but bare skin. Mike and his men were momentarily stunned by this unexpected display. Some covered their eyes while others stood frozen in disbelief. Kill them, Qiujuan commanded, a smirk playing on her lips, relishing the men's embarrassment. Without shame, they shouted and charged at Mike's group. One by one, Mike's men fell. Suddenly, Mike realized this was a ruse of seduction. Brothers, do not be deceived. Kill them. Ignoring his wounds, Mike launched a fierce attack. His comrades, shaken from their stupor, charged forward as well. Qiujuan's seductive tactic quickly began to falter, and signs of retreat emerged. Back with Gao Feng, Namura continued to press forward. The sharpness of his blade a constant threat. A moment's inattention could lead to injury. Gao Feng noticed numerous vines nearby, and swiftly used his dagger to cut one free. The vine is long and supple, suitable for use as a whip. Useless. You shall perish. Namura approached with a smug expression. Before he could close the distance to Gao Feng twisted his arm and forcefully swung, the vine tracing a dark arc through the air. With a sharp crack, it struck Namura's face, stopping abruptly in pain. A crimson mark appeared on his cheek. A slight smile tugged at Gao Feng's lips. This is what it means to triumph over strength with gentleness. Bakayiru. Namura swung wildly at Gao Feng, but each strike was met by Gao Feng's deft use of the vine, forcing Namura to retreat repeatedly, gritting his teeth and crying out in agony as he rubbed the bruised areas of his body. Seizing the moment, Gao Feng ensnared Namura's ankle with a vine and yanked violently. With a thud, Namura fell to the ground. Gao Feng rushed over, kicking the knife from his hand, and followed up with a powerful kick that sent Namura flying several meters away. Namura let out a scream, and suddenly a group of 10 or more islanders surrounded him, providing protection. Gao Feng swiftly retrieved the katana, ready to charge forward. At that moment, the group produced a spherical object from their clothing and tossed it to the ground. A puff of smoke billowed out, causing Gao Feng to retreat cautiously, fearing it might be toxic gas. A similar haze rose around Qiujiao and her group, who hesitated to advance. Zhao Lu and Wang Hu, still uncertain of the situation, saw the islanders who were engaged with them rush to aid Namura. When they reached Gao Feng, they too were taken aback by the white fog. Once the smoke dissipated, Namura and Qiujiao's group had vanished. What the hell is this smoke? Wang Hu cursed angrily. It's not toxic. It must be a means of escape, Gao Feng explained. Should we pursue? Wang Hu gasped for breath. How many of them are left? Gao Feng inquired promptly. They probably have around 20 to 30 remaining, likely heading south. Zhao Lu estimated after counting the bodies scattered on the ground. The fatigue was palpable, and they had underestimated the prowess of the islanders. You all rest here. I'll chase after them, Gao Feng declared before setting off. However, after a short while, he returned, having found no trace of Amira or his companions. We sustained casualties of about 10 on our side, Wang Hu remarked, wincing from a wound on his thigh. In the moonlight, 4 or 5 female corpses lay starkly on the ground. Some glanced at them with desire. Brothers, let us seize the moment, someone shouted. Soon after, several individuals dragged the bodies into the woods. What, are they thirstier than I am? Zhao Lu scratched his head, disinterested in the corpses. Damn it, they were just trying to seduce us, and we lost quite a few brothers, a member of Mike's camp said. They then assisted the injured back to the islanders' encampment. Quickly search for anything of value. Take what you can, Gao Feng instructed, eyeing the katana in his hand. At that moment, the wooden cabin was ablaze, the crackling of burning timber resonating throughout the camp. With a single hand, Gao Feng swung the sword at the wooden fence, cleaving it in two. Wow, what a splendid knife, Zhao Lu exclaimed with evident excitement. Soon after, Gao Feng recalled that the knife must surely have a sheath. He promptly retraced his steps to the site of the skirmish, and indeed, he discovered the sheath that Jin village had dropped. Gao Feng sheathed the knife and prepared to return. At that moment, a low, mournful sound reached his ears from behind. He turned sharply, only to find a large pack of wild wolves emerging from the forest, rushing towards the corpse on the ground and beginning to devour it. He quickly concealed himself behind a tree, daring not to make a sound. As one wolf let out a long, haunting howl, the pack proceeded to drag the remains into the woods. Only then did Gao Feng breathe a sigh of relief and make his way back to the Jin village camp. Boss, I just heard a wolf's howl, Zhao Lu ran over to say. A pack of starving wolves carried off a corpse. Did you find anything in the camp? Gao Feng inquired. Chapter 87. Iron ore and rabbit hunting. The leader, Lao Da, rummaged through the embers of a fire and unearthed a charred box containing some animal hides and stones. Zhao Lu scratched his head, while Gao Feng, intrigued, knelt down by the moonlight and prodded the contents with a stick. The animal hides were burnt beyond recognition, resembling wolf pelts. He then picked up a stone, carefully inspecting it. It was a grayish-black hue, and when he tapped it with his finger, it produced a faint sound. The stone exhibited a metallic sheen. This was iron ore. A look of delight spread across Gao Feng's face as he gathered several pieces of stone. He stood and gazed at the mountains behind the camp, pondering if the iron ore originated from there. Even if this band of islanders had discovered the iron ore lacking a furnace, they would be unable to smelt it into iron, which was a dilemma Gao Feng intended to address. After a moment of contemplation, he noticed Wang Hu and Mike had also yielded no results, having only found a few axes. It seemed that the islanders were already prepared to depart. Wang Hu cursed angrily. At that moment, a howl echoed through the air, heightening everyone's vigilance as they turned their attention towards the dense forest. Fearing the wolf pack might pursue them once more. What shall we do now? Mike asked, clutching his injured arm. Let us return to tend to our wounds. Besides, this place is unsafe with the wolves nearby. Gao Feng observed the fatigue etched on everyone's faces. Wang Hu and Mike nodded in agreement. The moonlight bathed the camp in a bright glow. Li Fei, unable to sleep, pondered the fact that Gao Feng's shoulder had not yet fully healed. Yet he had ventured out again at night. She rose and stepped outside the camp for a moment. Aside from the dark woods, only 2 drowsy sentinels remained. Sister-in-law, why aren't you asleep yet? One guard yawned, struggling to keep his eyelids from drooping. The other, equally fatigued, remained silent. Go back to sleep. I'll keep watch, Li Fei replied, her gaze fixed on the forest, awaiting Gao Feng's return. How embarrassing, he scratched his head. The other guard, upon hearing her, immediately perked up, shaking his head vigorously. Stop chatting. I can't sleep. Li Fei smiled. Thank you, brother. They exchanged a chuckle before retreating to sleep. Li Fei leaned her bow against the wooden door and sat down. hoping for Gao Feng's swift return. At that moment, Zhang Xiaomei awoke from a pressing need to relieve herself and prepared to step outside. Not noticing Li Fei, she hurried out in fright. Molly and Kylie, hearing the commotion, scratched their thighs and turned over to continue their slumber. Zhang Xiaomei, in a flurry, cast a glance towards the door and sighed in relief upon seeing Li Fei leaning against it, her eyes fixed ahead. Sister Fei, the boss is truly fortunate, Zhang Xiaomei said after a trip to the restroom, joining Li Fei at the door. Well, since I can't sleep either, I might as well wait out here, Li Fei replied with a smile. The moonlight illuminated her oval face, rendering her ethereal, akin to a celestial being. I understand. I'll keep you company, Zhang Xiaomei said. Blinking, Li Fei nodded. Sister Fei, do you think the chili powder we made during the day is stronger than the poisonous mushroom powder? Zhang Xiaomei asked, pouting. Ha. It seems we have not found any poisonous mushrooms, only wild chilies, which might suffice, Li Fei remarked with a smile. The two of them engaged in conversation when suddenly, Li Fei sensed some movement in the woods. They both drew their bows and aimed ahead. It was Gao Feng and the others returning, which filled Li Fei with excitement. Gao Feng and his companions were momentarily startled by the sight of the bows and arrows. Li Fei quickly lowered her weapon and ran towards them. She embraced Gao Feng, exclaiming, "What took you so long? Big brother, Fei Fei has been waiting for you for ages." Zhang Xiaomei interjected. Gao Feng scratched his head and playfully pinched Li Fei's cheek. Under the moonlight, Li Fei appeared truly beautiful. Ha! Sorry for worrying you, Gao Feng grinned, his face beaming with joy. Where's Kelly? Why isn't she here to greet me? Zhao Lu craned his neck to peer into the camp. She's sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaomei shot him a glare. This shows the difference. She's nowhere near as good as Sister Fei. Zhao Lu sighed, prompting laughter from the others. Let's hurry back and rest, Gao Feng suggested, wrapping an arm around Li Fei as they headed back to their quarters. Fei Fei, what are you holding that bamboo tube for? Gao Feng inquired, scratching his head. This is my homemade chili powder. It might come in handy at a crucial moment. Here, take it, Li Fei replied with a grin, handing it to him. Gao Feng chuckled. You better keep it for your own protection. Li Fei Bota. I don't care for it, so forget it. Soon after, Gao Feng prepared to undress for bed. Don't go. Sleep here, he said, lying down at the far end of the bed, creating space for Li Fei. She shyly nodded and lay down beside him, leaning against his shoulder. Li Fei closed her eyes. Gao Feng kissed her forehead. He too was weary and soon fell asleep, holding her close. The next morning, Han Shui rose early. She hurried to redress the wounds of the injured, as they had only received makeshift treatment the day before. Li Fei awoke to find Gao Feng peacefully sleeping beside her. Her heart filled with joy. She kissed his cheek and prepared to cook for everyone. Sister Fei, there isn't much meat left. Let's go into the woods and catch some. As we discovered a wild rabbit burrow nearby, Zhang Xiaomei suggested, picking up her bow and arrow. I was just thinking the same. Let them rest for a while. Li Fei replied, her eyes lighting up. Sister Fei, I want to go too, Wang Xin exclaimed, running over with a smile. Haha, you should help Han Shui instead. She has been quite busy lately, Li Fei chuckled. Wang Xin nodded obediently and went to assist Han Shui. Subsequently, Li Fei, along with Xiaomei, Ma Li, and Kelly, armed themselves and ventured into the woods. Zhao Guang had already set out early to fish, as the larger animals had diminished in the vicinity, forcing him to join Zhao Dachuan and the others for fishing. Li Fei and her companions swiftly arrived near the rabbit burrow, where they found 4 holes next to a raised mound of earth. Stay quiet and approach slowly, Li Fei whispered. What if the rabbits have all fled? Mali asked softly. We arrived early. They must still be in their burrow, Li Fei replied confidently. Subsequently, they each drew their bows to guard every entrance. Li Fei set aside her bow and grasped a long spear. When the wild rabbit emerges, you shall shoot, she instructed, and Zhang Xiaomei and the others nodded in agreement. Li Fei thrust the spear into the hole repeatedly, creating a stir within. A series of chirps echoed from within, signaling impending movement. Li Fei furrowed her brow as Zhang Xiaomei and her companions fixed their gaze intently on the entrance. Suddenly, 5 wild rabbits darted out from Ma Li's hole in quick succession. With a flurry of arrows, They struck down 4 rabbits while one managed to escape. Pursue, Li Fei commanded, her bow in hand as she chased after the fleeing creature. The rabbit, cunning and swift, zigzagged around the trees. Zhang Xiaomei and her companions failed to hit their target. At that moment, a smile crept across Li Fei's lips as she discerned the rabbit's escape pattern. With a swift release, an arrow shot forth like lightning, striking the rabbit squarely in the head. Chapter 88. Precaution. Li Fei swiftly dashed forward, seizing the creature by its large ears and lifting it effortlessly. "Well done," Mary exclaimed. "Let us head back to the camp," Li Fei replied with a smile. Subsequently, they returned with the wild rabbit. Gao Feng, upon learning that Li Fei and her companions were nearby, hunting rabbits, felt assured of their safety. He and Zhao Lu busied themselves with kindling a fire and boiling water. "Haha, we've had quite the haul," Gao Feng remarked to the returning Li Fei and her group. "That's a given. When I take action, the rabbits come right to me," Li Fei replied, her face brimming with pride. Impressive indeed. Zhao Lu and the others took the wild rabbit to prepare it for cooking. Mary and Kelly joined to assist. "You all deserve a hearty meal," Li Fei said with a grin, before following Xiao Mei to wash the potatoes. At that moment, Zhao Guang and his team returned from fishing. "Boss, come look. Today's catch is substantial," Zhao Guang exclaimed, holding up a large fish. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction before they proceeded to prepare the fish. Meanwhile, the water in the pot was already boiling, eagerly awaiting the meat. He stood up to check on the infirmary. "How are you feeling? Any better?" Gao Feng asked, patting Lu Shuang on the shoulder. "Boss, I feel much improved. I can walk slowly now," Lu Shuang replied, setting aside his crutch and taking a few steps. Gao Feng nodded with a smile. The others had already tended to their injuries. "Boss, let me take another look at your shoulder," Han Shui said to Gao Feng. "It's feeling much better," he shrugged. Han Shui examined the wound, noting that it had nearly healed. Gao Feng watched as Wang Xan busily attended to various tasks, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. "Wang Xan, how's our camp faring?" "Quite well, I presume," Gao Feng said, affectionately patting her head, as one with younger sister. "Big brother, it's wonderful here. Sister Han Shui and Sister Han Bing, along with Sister Fei Fei, take great care of me," Wang Xan replied, her round eyes fixed on Gao Feng. "Haha, that is splendid," Gao Feng said with a chuckle. "This little girl is resilient and very understanding," Han Shui remarked, pinching her cheek. Wang Xan giggled in response. "Let us all head outside. Dinner will be ready soon," Gao Feng announced, and everyone filed out. The pot contained rabbit meat, fish, and potatoes, a delightful mlang. "Dinner is served," Li Fei called out. Everyone lined up harmoniously, a delightful sight. Soon after finishing their meal, they each returned to their tasks. Gao Feng pondered the weakened state of the group from the island. They had fled southward and would likely not return for revenge in the near future. His primary concern now was guarding against wild men. Had they truly departed after their last encounter? As these thoughts occupied his mind, Li Fei approached with a knife sheath. "What are you thinking about?" "This knife is quite exquisite. I've engraved a few characters on the sheath," she said, handing it to Gao Feng and demonstrating some knife skills. "Be careful, it's very sharp," Gao Feng cautioned. Taking the sheath, he observed that in addition to the cherry blossom design, it bore the inscription, "Fei loves Feng." At once, a warmth enveloped Gao Feng's heart. He yearned to leave the deserted island and wed Li Fei. "What's the matter? Do you not like it?" Li Fei, having finished her display of skill with a knife, approached him. "I like it very much," Gao Feng replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. They were deeply in love with one another. It was imperative for him to ensure both Li Fei's and the camp's safety. "Zhao Lu, let's explore the vicinity," Gao Feng proposed promptly. "Coming, boss." Zhao Lu emerged from Kelly's dwelling. "What is up? Have you discovered something new?" Li Fei inquired with curiosity. Gao Feng scratched his head. "All right, be careful," Li Fei said, returning the knife to Gao Feng. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'm here too." Zhao Lu grinned foolishly. Gao Feng strapped the knife to his back and set out of the camp with Zhao Lu. "Where are we heading, boss?" Zhao Lu asked inquisitively. Since the islanders have fled and the wild men have shown no signs of movement, they likely want to return to the highlands, right? Zhao Lu shared his speculations with Gao Feng. "I still feel uneasy. We have encountered 2 types of wild men. Let us investigate the area near the western side of the highlands, and we shall find out, Gao Feng stated as they walked. Zhao Lu suddenly recalled their first encounter with the chicken-headed wild men, which had been a long time ago. If we also come across the skull-headed wild men, it could become quite troublesome. They soon arrived at the highlands, where, due to the absence of wild men in recent days, the market had regained some visitors. Gao Feng noticed the elderly gentleman selling clay pots was also present. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed unwell, likely remaining vigilant against the appearance of wild men. Since you can craft clay pots, might you also be able to construct a furnace? A spark of inspiration lit up Gao Feng's face, prompting both men to approach the elder. Good to see you again, sir. Gao Feng initiated the conversation. The wild men have caused quite the stir. Resulting in fewer people at the market, the elder managed a strained smile. With so few people around, why do you still sell clay pots? Zhao asked curiously. What choice do I have? My hands are not as nimble as those of the young. I must earn my keep, the elder explained. What type of furnace do you use to fire the clay pots? Gao Feng inquired. Why, it's a self-built clay kiln, the elder chuckled. Can your kiln smelt iron? Gao Feng asked with a smile. What? Smelt iron? You must be joking. My kiln is quite simple. Smelting iron requires a furnace, which is far more complex. The elder clarified. You mentioned the furnace is complicated, but you could construct one, correct? Gao Feng pondered, feeling reassured. The elder contemplated for a moment before nodding. Should you encounter wild men and have nowhere to go, feel free to join us at our camp. We would welcome you, and there will be plenty to eat. Gao Feng offered, subsequently revealing the camp's location to the elder. Thank you, but I'm accustomed to being alone and do not wish to trouble others. However, I will consider it, the elder replied, stroking the clay pot. Gao Feng nodded, refraining from pressuring the elder to join them. They continued their journey toward the western woods. As they traversed through the dense forest, an unmistakable scent of decaying flesh wafted through the air. Boss, there is something amiss, Zhao Lu whispered, lifting his nose slightly. He swiftly drew his bow, surveying his surroundings with keen vigilance. Gao Feng also became alert, detecting the scent of what seemed to be the remains of a creature. Could it be? Before he could finish his thought, he spotted two corpses lying on the ground ahead. The two rushed towards them, while Zhao Lu began to scan the area for potential ambushes. Gao Feng crouched beside the bodies, examining them closely. One was a wild man of the Blue tribe, recognizable by his distinctive hairstyle, and the other was a wild man of the Red tribe, marked by his skeletal head. A look of confusion crossed Gao Feng's face. Why had these two factions come to blows? Was it a struggle for the talent of the highlands? This is troubling. They have set their sights on the highlands as well, Gao Feng remarked. Boss, there are no wild men nearby, Zhao Lu said as he approached. Gao Feng nodded, promptly sharing his suspicions with Zhao Lu. What? Does that mean the highlands are even more perilous? Zhao Li's expression darkened immediately. Chapter 89. The wild men clash. Gao Feng's expression darkened. When soldiers arrive, one must defend, and when water flows, one must conceal the land. The fact that the two factions were at odds indicated deep-seated animosities between the tribes, which boded well for us. A subtle smile graced Gao Feng's lips. Yes, let them fight. It would be best if they all perished. Zhao de shukad mishivusli. What shall we do? Shall we proceed? He inquired. Yes. Let us advance and see what lies ahead. Gao Feng sensed that further discoveries awaited them. Beyond this dense thicket lay the encampment of the skeletal wild men. They had scarcely moved forward when the sounds of combat reached their ears. Gao Feng's nerves tightened as he scanned the surroundings. His right hand gripped the hilt of his blade. Birds in the forest took to the skies in a cacophony. Gao Feng and Zhao Lu cautiously approached, observing a fierce skirmish among numerous wild men not far off. They swiftly concealed themselves within the underbrush, lowering their bodies to better witness the unfolding scene. Boss, they are indeed fighting. It appears there is enmity between the races, Zhao Lu whispered softly. It is likely a long-standing grudge. Look at them. They are all fighting like madmen. Gao Feng replied, his brow furrowed. He noted that the number of wild men from the Chicken Coop tribe was significantly fewer than those of the Skeleton tribe. The former consisted of approximately 50, while the latter numbered around 100. Gao Feng's heart sank. The Skeleton tribe had evidently bolstered their ranks with new plans. He observed, not far from the fray. 4 individuals from the highlands, 3 men and 1 woman, bound to a tree. They were paralyzed with fear by the chaotic battle and dared not utter a sound. It seemed the Chicken Coop tribe had also set their sights on the Highlanders. However, Gao Feng could not discern the leaders of either faction, likely having encountered one another along the way. Some wielded stone knives, while others brandished long spears, engaged in a brutal melee, their voices filled with furious roars. Yet, there was a notable difference in their cries. It appeared their languages were mutually unintelligible. They fought like fearless warriors, undeterred by numerical disadvantage. "Boss, those scattered individuals from the market have shielded us," Zhao Lu remarked gravely. "They are aware of our need to capture every nearby stray. Our encampment will become even more perilous." Gao Feng's brow tightened. Soon, the Chicken Coop tribe could no longer hold their ground, yet they did not retreat, for their numbers were vastly inferior. In their frenzy, the wild men overlooked the bound captives. Gao Feng noticed one individual slowly freeing himself from the ropes and assisting his companions. They hastily ran towards Gao Feng's position. Suddenly, 3 wild men from the skeleton tribe spotted them. Armed with stone knives, the wild men quickly pursued. As the 4 fugitives raced for their lives, they dashed past Gao Feng, with only 3 wild men in pursuit. "Boss, should we save them?" Zhao Lu inquired. "Yes. Regardless of their numbers, we can allow them to join our encampment," Gao Feng replied before pursuing them. Zhao Lu followed suit, bow drawn and ready. Gao Feng seized the opportunity to test the might of his blade. Soon, he heard cries for help emanating from ahead. The feral pursuers were closing in on the 4 of them. "Help me! Help me!" shouted the woman running at the back, addressing the man at the front. The man merely glanced back momentarily, failing to halt and offer assistance, instead choosing to flee with haste. Gao Feng witnessed as the woman was swiftly overtaken by one of the wild men. Reacting with alacrity, he unsheathed his knife and hurled it forth. The blade gleamed with a blinding light under the sun, spinning gracefully through the air before plunging directly into the wild man's back. With a piercing scream, the savage collapsed to the ground. The woman, startled at first, glanced at Gao Feng, but there was no time for gratitude as she continued to run. Gao Feng retrieved his knife from the fallen wild man and swiftly pursued her. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past Gao Feng, striking one of the wild men squarely in the chest, causing him to topple over and slide several meters before coming to a halt. The remaining wild man, now panicked, ceased his pursuit and turned to charge at Gao Feng, brandishing a stone knife. Gao Feng leaped into the air, gripping his knife tightly as he descended with a downward strike. The clash of their blades produced a shower of sparks, shattering the wild man's weapon. The savage, taken aback, widened his eyes in shock. With another swift stroke, Gao Feng severed his arm, followed by a decisive strike that cleaved through his thigh. The blood gushed forth only after the rapidity of Gao Feng's strikes, creating 2 arcs of crimson in the air. Unsteady, the wild man staggered backward. In a flash, Gao Feng lunged forward, driving his knife into the savage's heart. The wild man fell lifeless to the ground. Gao Feng withdrew his blade, meticulously cleaning the blood from its surface. At that moment, Zhao Lu called out to the 4 individuals, prompting them to halt and follow him. The woman expressed her gratitude to Gao Feng, tears streaming down her face. "If it weren't for you, I would have perished." One tall, slender man rushed to the woman's side, comforting her. "Are you all right, Xiaoyu? Don't touch me. You only thought of yourself. You never cared for me." Xiaoyu retorted angrily. "But I returned, didn't I? Those wild men were formidable. I was terrified too," Zhang Wei explained. "What good are you? You ran faster than anyone else. Do you even see me, your fiancé?" Xiaoyu scolded him vehemently. Gao Feng and Zhao Lu soon learned that Zhang Wei and Xiaoyu were betrothed and had found themselves stranded on an uninhabited island during their travels. Ever since the appearance of the wild men, they had been evading capture, and today, while searching for food, they were nearly ensnared by the skeletal savages. "Zhao, you all wait here. I shall return shortly," Gao Feng declared, intent on assessing the situation with the other group of wild men. "Be careful, boss," Zhao Lu replied with a nod. Gao Feng hastened away. Upon arrival, he found only a field of wild men as corpses. Through the fallen bodies, Gao Feng discerned that the skeletal tribe had emerged victorious in this battle. The skeletal tribe of savages did not pursue further. They must have returned to their encampment. They presumed that the wildlings who had ventured out would swiftly apprehend and bring back the four Highlanders. Little did they know that they had already been slain by Gao Feng and Zhao Lu. "We should hasten back and fortify our defenses," Gao Feng declared emphatically. The band of defeated Chicken Nest tribe savages would undoubtedly not relent easily. Gao Feng promptly returned to Zhao Lu, where the Young Yu and Zhang Wei were still bickering. "How about you join our camp?" Gao Feng inquired. The Young Yu immediately responded, "I will join." Subsequently, she positioned herself beside Gao Feng. "I can protect you. Today was merely an unfortunate incident," Zhang Wei explained. However, the Young Yu was disinterested in his justification. Chapter 90. The Quest for Sulfur, What About You? Zhao Lu addressed the remaining individuals. "We shall join as well," replied the two men, aside from Zhang Wei. Observing Xiao Yu's determination to participate, Zhang Wei reluctantly acquiesced. "Let Zhao Lu explain the camp regulations to you. Let us return," Gao Feng stated, setting off back. Zhao Lu nodded, and they followed suit. By the time they returned to the camp, it was already noon. Li Fei and the others had prepared lunch: fish, meat, and potato soup. "Boss, are these individuals also joining the camp?" Lu Shuang approached, his leg almost fully healed. Gao Feng nodded. "Men, come with me for hunting," Lu Shuang instructed them. "But I can't hunt. What do you expect?" Zhang Wei exclaimed. "Then join our fishing group," Zhao Guang suggested. "I want to be with Xiao Yu's group," Zhang Wei insisted. "Are you still a man?" Xiao Yu shot him a glare. Only then did he agree to join the fishing group. "This fellow is not to be underestimated," Zhao Lu remarked to Gao Feng. "Let us observe him first. If he proves troublesome, we can expel him," Gao Feng replied. "You have and tea prepared your meal. Make do with some berries," Li Fei told Xiao Yu and her companions. They nodded, grateful for any sustenance, considering they had just arrived and had yet to contribute. At that moment, Zhang Wei shouted, "I want to eat what you all are eating. Zhao de swiftly slap. Eat or leave. There is no room for complaints." Zhao de scolded. "Why are you hitting me?" Zhang Wei protested, covering his face, visibly displeased. Subsequently, Gao Feng and the others ignored him, offering only some berries. Just as they finished their meal, the ground began to tremble, and cracks appeared on the surface. "Everyone down. It might be an earthquake," Gao Feng shouted. Instinctively, Xiaoding Li Fei. "What is happening? How can there be an earthquake?" The group lay flat, murmuring amongst themselves. After a while, the tremor subsided. Fei, are you all right?" Gao Feng helped Li Fei to her feet. "I'm fine," she replied with a smile. She then gazed skyward. "Look, a thick plume of gray-black smoke has appeared in the northern sky. It resembles the aftermath of a volcanic eruption," Li Fei exclaimed, pointing. Gao Feng and the others turned to look. "There is a volcano on this island?" he asked, bewildered. Suddenly, he realized that there must be what he sought near the volcano. A smile spread across his face. "You're still smiling?" Li Fei remarked, astonished. Gao Feng leaned closer and whispered in her ear for a moment. Li Fei's eyes lit up. "Is that really possible?" "It's too dangerous. You cannot go," she insisted. Gao Feng then patted her shoulder. "Recently, the number of wild men has increased. We must acquire some equipment. Let's give it a try," he said, furrowing his brow. "All right, but be cautious," Li Fei replied, her expression tinged with concern. "Bring a few people with me to the vicinity of the volcano," Gao Feng instructed Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu nodded, prepared his weapon. Gao Feng instructed the remaining members to fulfill their respective duties while remaining vigilant against the feral inhabitants. After providing his directives, Gao Feng set off with Zhao Lu and the others. Before departing, they each carried a bamboo basket. "Boss, what is the purpose of the bamboo basket?" Zhao Lu inquired curiously. "You shall find out when we arrive," Gao Feng teased enigmatically. They passed by a stone tablet, where a few bats were circling above, creating an eerie atmosphere. It was likely the earthquake that had driven these creatures from their lairs. Gao Feng shrugged and continued onward. After traversing the forest, they reached a river. Across the water lay another thicket of trees. A colossal volcano loomed at the forest's end, enveloped in a thick white mist, undoubtedly concealing a lake beneath it. They swam across the river and entered the woods, where the vegetation flourished and wildlife was abundant. a veritable paradise for hunting. Shortly thereafter, they emerged from the forest, ascending a slope. As they climbed, they reached a natural lake, its waters remarkably clear. The volcano had ceased its eruptions and stabilized, with some lava flowing into the lake, generating a substantial mist that swirled around them. Floating atop the water were numerous dead fish, victims of the rising temperatures that had scalded them. What a pity, Zhao Lu remarked as he gazed at the fish. They continued their ascent, encountering several hot spring-like pools, steam rising from their surfaces. "Boss, these are natural hot springs," Zhao Lu exclaimed, testing the water's temperature, which was pleasantly warm. "If only the campsite weren't so far away, we could indulge in a soak." Gao Feng chuckled. "Once the heights are secure, we will return." Zhao Lu smiled broadly. As they ventured higher up the mountain, they were met with a scorching heat wave. "Just a bit further. If you find yellow lumps or powder, be sure to inform me promptly. That will be the sulfur we seek." Gao Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. "It's quite hot up here." Nodding in agreement, Zhao Lu and the others pressed on. Soon, near a rocky outcrop, they discovered a considerable quantity of yellow sulfur. Gao Feng crouched down, his face alight with excitement. "Indeed, this is sulfur, quite abundant and of high purity. Boss, are you saying we can use this to create gunpowder?" Zhao Li's eyes brightened. "Smart thinking. If we can indeed produce gunpowder, the wild men will certainly be intimidated. Had it not been for the sudden earthquake, I might not have thought of it." Gao Feng replied with a smile. "But this alone may not suffice, right?" Zhao Lu questioned, a hint of doubt in his voice. "Of course. We will also need saltpeter and charcoal. We must hurry. Let us hope to concoct some before the wild men launch an assault." Gao Feng chuckled mischievously. "Quickly fill the baskets, but let's keep this plan from that scoundrel Mike." Zhao Lu grinned slyly. He had no desire for Mike to be involved. Who knew when he might turn against them? Soon enough, they filled their bamboo baskets to the brim. "Let us head back," Gao Feng declared with satisfaction. "Only saltpeter remains, and it is rather difficult to procure. We have an abundance of charcoal, which is the simplest to obtain." Gao Feng and his companions carried sulfur back with great care, vigilant of their surroundings, fearful of any lurking beasts. Fortunately, they returned to the camp without incident. As darkness enveloped the sky, Lu Shuang exclaimed with wide eyes, "Is this sulfur? Can it be used to make gunpowder?" Gao Feng nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Indeed, with sulfur, we have taken a crucial step towards producing gunpowder. Now we must focus on acquiring saltpeter. Everyone, please be alert and inform me of any discoveries." The group nodded in understanding. "What use is this? It would be more practical to catch some fish," Zhang Wei scoffed. "What the hell are you talking about?" Zhao Lu glared at him. Chapter 91. The extraction of niter and the creation of gunpowder. Zhang Wei immediately fell silent, refraining from further conversation. For dinner, they consumed roasted potatoes and berries. Subsequently, Gao Feng, Li Fei, and Zhao Lu gathered by the fire to engage in conversation, while the others retreated to rest. "Where might we find niter?" Zhao Lu pondered, scratching his head. "It seems there is none in this vicinity. Niter typically forms in alkaline soils, such as those found near old earthen walls, caves, or privies." Gao Feng elucidated. "Does that imply there is no such mineral around?" Li Fei inquired with curiosity. "Natural niter generally develops in arid, low rainfall environments. Given the heavy rainfall on this desolate island, the likelihood is quite minimal," Gao Feng replied with certainty. "Here, we lack earthen walls, but there are wild men's caves," Zhao Lu remarked with a hint of amusement. "Who would dare venture there, haha?" Li Fei chuckled in response. "Perhaps we should reconsider searching for niter in the wild men's cave," Gao Feng mused, tilting his head thoughtfully. "Zhao Lu, isn't there a toilet near our camp?" Gao Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "Are you referring to the privy we dug outside the camp?" Zhao Lu covered his nose in distaste. Li Fei immediately lost interest in the conversation. Gao Feng nodded. The soil near the privy contains niter. Realization dawned upon them. How can we extract it from the soil? The yield must be quite low. Zhao Lu questioned, a puzzled expression on his face. "Tomorrow, observe my technique," Gao Feng replied with a smile. "If the yield is scant, there are also plenty of animal droppings around the burial site, which surely contain some as well. Indeed, as long as we can produce gunpowder, we shall be invincible." Zhao Lu yawned. Li Fei gazed blankly at the sky. When will we be able to leave this wretched island? Gao Feng comforted her by pulling her into an embrace. Fear not, I am here. Li Fei nodded, tightening her hold on Gao Feng. Zhao Lu sighed. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Moreover, we have been striving to survive. The three of them conversed late into the night before returning to rest. The nearby fire dwindled to a faint glow, flickering in and out with the gentle breeze. The following morning, Gao Feng rose early and practiced a set of martial arts. Soon after, Li Fei and the others emerged to prepare breakfast, consisting of a simple fish soup and berries. Gao Feng then instructed Li Fei and Zhao Lu to remain behind while the rest attended to their respective duties. Everyone nodded in agreement. What are you all preparing for? Zhang Wei suddenly approached with a question. Focus on your task. Refrain from asking unnecessary questions, Gao Feng retorted coldly. Having been rebuffed, Zhang Wei grumbled as he walked away. What's so impressive about that? Is being the leader really that great? At that moment, Xiao Yu joined Han Bing and the others to gather supplies. Zhang Wei, undeterred, sidled up to Xiao Yu and whispered, "We should leave this place. I could take good care of you." Xiao Yu shot him a disdainful glance before following Han Bing and the others away. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Zhao Guang shouted at Zhang Wei before leading the group to catch fish. Fei, you all are responsible for fetching water," Gao Feng commanded. Shortly thereafter, Gao Feng and Zhao Lu's group approached the vicinity of the privy, where an unpleasant odor assaulted their senses. They swiftly stuffed their noses with cloth strips. Gao Feng discovered that the nearby soil was dark and hard, indicative of nitrate-rich earth. Soon, they set down their bamboo baskets and began to excavate with makeshift wooden shovels. In no time, they filled 4 baskets with nitrate soil and returned to camp. By then, Li Fei and her companions had prepared 4 buckets, and the water tank was filled to the brim. Gao Feng and the others emptied the soil into the buckets and then added fresh water. They stirred with wooden sticks to dissolve the nitrate in the water, subsequently sprinkling in some plant ash to absorb impurities. After sufficient mixing, they allowed the mixture to settle. They then poured the upper clear water into a pot and continuously boiled it over a high flame. Li Fei and her group used only 1 pot for boiling, as the others were reserved for cooking meals. "How long will this take?" Li Fei chuckled, occasionally stirring the pot with her stick. When white crystals appear at the bottom of the pot, that signifies nitrate, Gao Feng declared resolutely. "Boss, what about the remaining soil in this bucket?" "It has already been used once," one of the younger members inquired. "Just add water and stir. When the pot can no longer yield nitrate, we can discard the soil and replace it with fresh soil to continue adding water and stirring," Gao Feng explained. They immediately grasped the concept and resumed adding water and stirring. Since they had exerted great effort to extract the soil, not a single particle of nitrate could be wasted. Gao Feng was determined to extract every bit of nitrate from the earth. Half an hour later, "Xiao Feng, come quickly," Li Fei shouted, beckoning to Gao Feng. A few white powders had formed at the bottom of the pot, indicating the presence of nitrate. Gao Feng carefully scraped the nitrate off and placed it into a bamboo tube. "Not bad, though it's just a small amount. It's a promising start," Gao Feng said, exhilarated. Zhao Lu and the others were equally excited, stirring their wooden sticks with even more fervor. Thanks to Zhang Xiaomei, who continually added firewood, the flames blazed vigorously. The nitrate boiled rapidly, and by noon, they had finally completed the process. "Boss, this is far too little. After all that hard work, this must be less than a pound." Zhao Lu scratched his head. "We can continue boiling it later," Gao Feng encouraged the group. "If we make a more powerful bomb, this amount could yield 3, Gao Feng pondered. Zhao Lu and the others promptly retrieved an appropriate amount of sulfur from the warehouse, then crushed it into powder within the bamboo tube. Charcoal was easier to obtain. Gao Feng rummaged through the fire pit for some unburned coals. He then covered them with soil to exclude air, transforming them into dark charcoal. Finally, Gao Feng cleaned the charcoal and stored it in the bamboo tube. "Boss, you haven't mentioned the ratios yet," Zhao Lu remarked, as they had already ground the sulfur into powder. "Haha, according to the traditional black powder formula, mix nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal in the proportions of 75 to 10 to 15 by weight," Gao Feng said, his expression one of pride. "I can't wait. If the wild men come, we must give them a taste of it," Zhao Lu said, frowning. Let us first create a bomb the size of a firecracker to test its power, Gao Feng suggested, and the others looked on in amazement. Subsequently, Gao Feng gathered 3 bamboo tubes, each containing saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, respectively. He meticulously measured the components in accordance with the proportions required for gunpowder, using a bamboo spoon to extract the powders one by one. Afterward, he combined them, thereby creating gunpowder. Boss, let's place the gunpowder in the bamboo tube. It can be fashioned into a rudimentary explosive, Zhao Lu proposed. Gao Feng contemplated finding a more enclosed vessel for the gunpowder, yet none was available at the moment. Very well, Gao Feng acquiesced, as he set aside a small amount of gunpowder to fashion a fuse, while pouring the remainder into the bamboo tube, which was relatively small, comparable in size to a sausage. The fuse was crafted by Gao Feng using dry leaves, upon which he placed the small portion of gunpowder and rolled it into a strip. Chapter 92. The clay bomb. Gao Feng inserted the fuse into the bamboo tube, subsequently sealing it with a wooden cork. Concerned about any potential gaps, he meticulously applied a layer of clay to further secure the surface. Once it dried, he intended to ignite it. At this juncture, the hunters and gatherers began returning to the camp, one by one. Upon spotting the bamboo tube bomb fashioned by Gao Feng, their curiosity was piqued. They set down their captured game and foraged berries, encircling Gao Feng with eager anticipation. This is our newly invented weapon. We shall soon test its efficacy, and your timing for returning is impeccable, Zhao Lu exclaimed, leaping with excitement. All right, let us proceed outside to see how it performs. Gao Feng then grasped the dried bamboo tube bomb and stepped outside, followed closely by the enthusiastic crowd, akin to spectators of a fireworks display. He positioned it within a tree fork, ensuring that others maintained a safe distance. After igniting the fuse, Gao Feng swiftly retreated. A loud pop reverberated through the air, accompanied by a plume of smoke. However, the tree branch merely shed its outer layer without being severed. Excellent. It's a success. Many cheered joyfully. Yet, Gao Feng shook his head, noting the power is still insufficient. The bamboo tube cannot withstand the pressure, and the explosive effect remains unfulfilled. What shall we do now? Zhao Li's expression darkened. I told you it would be of little use. Zhang Wei scoffed dismissively. Everyone shot him a disapproving glance, including Xiao Yu. Let's return for now. I shall contemplate a solution, Gao Feng pondered as he made his way back to the camp. Isn't there an elderly gentleman skilled in crafting clay pots? Perhaps he could create some bombshells for us, Li Fei suddenly suggested. Indeed, you're brilliant, Gao Feng exclaimed, then impulsively kissed Li Fei, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Li Fei blushed and hurried off to prepare lunch. The group was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Boss, didn't that old man say he was used to being alone? Should I tie him up and bring him here? Zhao Lu scratched his head. As long as the appearance of the wild men instills a sense of danger in him, he will naturally come. I have clearly conveyed the location of our camp to him, Gao Feng replied with a smile. He felt confident that the old man would soon arrive, bringing his unique skills to their camp. The prospect of having him craft bombshells filled Gao Feng with excitement. The midday meal was satisfactory, featuring pork stew with potatoes. Lu Shuang and his team had captured 2 wild boars on the southern high ground. Soon, they were satiated and prepared for an afternoon rest. Someone's coming, shouted the guard outside, just as Gao Feng lay down to rest. The commotion roused him from his drowsiness. He sprang up with agility and rushed towards the door, with Zhao Lu and Zhao Guang following suit. What are you stopping me for? I'm here to seek refuge with your leader. The old man shouted, his neck craned toward the inside. No one is allowed entry unless they belong to our camp, the guards replied, gripping the old man's arms and attempting to pull him outside. Upon recognizing the old man, Gao Feng's face lit up with joy. What is meant to arrive will always find its way. Why have you come, old man? Gao Feng inquired, a smirk gracing his lips. Curse it. I have encountered savages, adorned with skulls around their necks. It's utterly terrifying. Hence, I wish to join your ranks. The old man gasped for breath. He no longer insisted on his intent to refrain from joining any settlement. Let him speak. Allow him to enter, Gao Feng commanded. Subsequently, Gao Feng, Zhao Lu, and others escorted the old man to Gao Feng's wooden cabin. Make yourself comfortable and share your tale, Gao Feng suggested as he settled onto the bed. The old man took a seat on a bamboo chair and, with a face etched in fear, recounted. I was hiding in the grass on the western edge of the high ground when I suddenly witnessed a group of savages slay 3 individuals from the high ground, dragging their corpses away. I cannot remain there any longer, so I hurried to join you. I can craft earthen pots for you. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Can you produce ceramic pots the size of plastic bottles? I intend to use them as bomb casings. The old man was taken aback. Am I mistaken? Can this be used to make bombs? Zhao Lu then elaborated on Gao Feng's creation of gunpowder, mentioning that Gao Feng was merely in need of a shell. The old man exclaimed in realization, no problem. I can make any size you desire. The seal must be tight to enhance the bomb's power. Gao Feng chuckled. The old man continued, no need to call me old man. Just refer to me as Lao Wang. Gao Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Shall we go to your place to fire them, or should we construct a new kiln? Zhao Luan quailed. It's quite dangerous to go to your place. How long would it take to build a new one? Gao Feng asked. Crafting these small pots is quick. Constructing that furnace is the real challenge. Lao Wang replied confidently. Excellent. Gao Feng exclaimed with a smile. Without further ado, grab a bamboo basket and let us venture to the river to gather more clay. Lao Wang stood up, ready to head outside. Gao Feng and the others promptly shouldered their bamboo baskets and set off. As they walked, Lao Wang chatted. This clay is easiest to find by the river. Did you ever play in the mud as children? That's the kind of clay we're after. Gao Feng and the others nodded. Soon, Lao Wang led them to the riverbank where they began their search. Following the river, they quickly discovered a mound of earth. Let us dig. Be sure to remove any small stones and twigs from the clay, Lao Wang instructed. He added, we'll dig clay with one half, while the other half gathers stones from the riverbank. The group paused in surprise. Haha, those stones will be used to build the furnace. We're just preparing in advance. Lao Wang chuckled. Gao Feng complied with Lao Wang's directions, and before long, they filled their bamboo baskets and returned to the camp. Lao Wang produced a clean stone and placed it on the ground. He then took some clay, placed it upon the stone, and meticulously removed any impurities before adding a suitable amount of water. Like kneading dough, Lao Wang repeatedly worked the clay, explaining, this is to eliminate the air within the clay, preventing it from cracking. Li Fei and the others gathered around, captivated, their eyes fixed on Lao Wang as they listened intently to his explanation. After a brief moment, Old Wang meticulously crafted 5 models from clay, shaped to the dimensions of a Coca-Cola bottle, with notably small openings at the top. Subsequently, the elder laid a layer of firewood beneath the fire pit and placed the 5 models atop it, completely covering them with additional wood to ensure even heating. Upon concluding his explanation, Old Wang promptly ignited the fire. Several hours later, he retrieved the well-fired ceramic pots, allowing them to cool before gently tapping them, producing a delightful, resonant sound. Gao Feng swiftly poured the prepared gunpowder into 3 of the ceramic pots. Old Wang then inserted the fuses and sealed the tops with clay. Once the clay at the closure had dried, Gao Feng took one of the bombs and positioned it in a tree fork. He quickly ignited it and hurriedly concealed himself. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending a massive plume of smoke skyward, and the tree was shattered. Haha, splendid. At last, we have succeeded, Gao Feng exclaimed with exuberance. Chapter 93. The sound of the explosion echoed far and wide, startling the birds into flight. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. Gao Feng and his companions swiftly returned to the camp, where Old Wang continued his work with a smile. Let us produce more. We can store it for later use, he suggested cheerfully. Let us give it a resounding name, Gao Feng proposed, gazing at the group. How about calling it Grenade? Haha. Or perhaps destruction? Haha. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Gao Feng then shouted, let us name it the Ceramic Grenade. With its presence, they felt invincible, albeit its quantity remained insufficient. Though limited, its impact could be magnified 100-fold when deployed at critical moments. The crowd cheered once more. In addition to foraging for food, they took the opportunity to continue producing saltpeter. We must keep the news of the grenades a secret to prevent sabotage, Gao Feng cautioned, furrowing his brow. He was not concerned about Wang Hu and his group, but wary of Mike and his crew. The others nodded in agreement. Zhao, ensure the grenades are stored in a dry place. Gao Feng instructed earnestly. Boss, let us build another wooden hut. It can serve as our armory. Zhao Lu suggested with a chuckle. And let us build one for Old Wang too, as he is responsible for the furnace construction during this period. Gao Feng added. Cao Lin nodded in affirmation. Boss, how much iron do you have? Old Wang inquired. Not much, just a few pieces, Gao Feng replied, scratching his head. The iron ore was indeed scarce. He planned to search the mountains near the islanders' camp when he had the chance. You focus on constructing the furnace. Let me know if you encounter any issues, Gao Feng advised Old Wang, who nodded in understanding. Gao Feng contemplated the extraction of iron to forge more weapons and tools, significantly enhancing their chances of survival in the camp. As they busied themselves, dusk gradually descended. That evening, they had a simple meal of fish soup before retiring for the night. At that moment, Gao Feng called Zhao Lu and Zhao Guang over, and they sat by the fire, engaging in light conversation. Has Zhang Wei exhibited any suspicious behavior? Gao Feng asked, frowning. Just as I was about to mention, that guy is perpetually slacking off while working and even encourages others to do the same. He frequently excuses himself to the restroom, taking an inordinate amount of time to return. Zhao Guang replied, his face etched with anger. I've long suspected he is not to be trusted. If it weren't for Xiao Yu being in our camp, he might have bolted by now, Zhao Lu added, equally displeased. By the way, I once spotted him lurking in the woods, as if conversing with someone. When I approached, he was alone, Zhao Guang noted, highlighting a crucial detail. Keep an eye on him. Zhao Lu, hide the grenades and substitute them with fakes in the box, Gao Feng suggested with a sly smile. Rest assured, Zhao Lu affirmed, patting his chest. He also noted that Zhang Wei seemed discontent with merely being a foot soldier, perhaps harboring ulterior motives. Let us remain vigilant and discern his true intentions. Gao Feng yawned. Understood. Zhao Lu and Zhao Guang nodded in agreement before they returned to their rest. In the dead of night, a gentle yet persistent breeze began to stir. Gao Feng was abruptly awakened. He quietly opened the wooden door a crack and peered towards the armory. Indeed, he spotted a lewd figure stealthily approaching the armory. Zhang Wei, crouching low, glanced around the camp to ensure there was no commotion. He silently opened the door, making not a sound, and slipped inside. Bathed in moonlight, Gao Feng observed everything clearly. It was likely that this rascal had stolen a grenade, intending to curry favor with Mike. As long as he refrained from taking any other weapons, he could proceed unhindered. Once Mike discovered the ruse, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After a while, Zhang Wei emerged, his toes barely touching the ground, carrying a wooden box containing grenades, a lightness in his step. A smile graced his face, revealing a glimpse of his pearly whites. Soon, he vaulted over the fence and vanished into the depths of the night. Gao Feng mused that this fellow was excessively clever. He closed the wooden door and returned to his bed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The wind howled outside, and Gao Feng quickly drifted back into slumber. The boss was finally within reach. Zhang Wei gasped for breath as he dashed into Mike's wooden cabin. Upon seeing the two stunning women in Mike's embrace, he swallowed hard. Being the boss here was delightful. Unlike Gao Feng, Mike truly knew how to indulge. One of the beauties arched her willow-like eyebrows at him, stirring a ripple of excitement within Zhang Wei. Mike's eyes sparkled. He pushed the woman aside, rose, and took the box from Zhang Wei's hands. Why only two? Mike's expression darkened as he opened the box. Boss, I heard it's quite complicated to make these, especially the raw materials like nitrate, Zhang Wei remarked, glancing at the beauties. Very well, you've done well. I shall reward you, Mike replied, picking one up to test it. Zhang Wei quickly grasped his arm. Boss, this is incredibly powerful. Gao Feng and the others have already tested it. Let us save it for a crucial moment. Fine, but don't let me down, Mike replied coldly, closing the box and instructing his men to place it in the armory. Now go. Let John find you a woman to enjoy, Mike said with a smile. Boss, could I also be a manager? Zhang Wei asked, a sly grin on his face. Oh, you'll be in charge of overseeing those sent out to gather food. If anyone fails to hand over their share, just deal with them. No need to show mercy to these slaves, Mike yawned. Thank you, boss, Zhang Wei nodded, bowing deeply. Let us go. John, with a look of disdain, led Zhang Wei outside, preparing a wooden cabin for him, complete with a stunning bronze-skinned beauty lounging within. This left Zhang Wei utterly enchanted, and he pounced upon her eagerly. The following morning, Gao Feng awoke early and began practicing his knife techniques. He tossed a piece of wood high in the air, then leapt up to meet it mid-flight. The blade glimmered in the sunlight as it sliced through the air. With a resounding crack, the wood split cleanly in two, and Gao Feng swiftly sheathed his knife, landing gracefully on the ground. Impressive knife skills, Li Fei called out with a bright smile. Boss, Yang Wei has vanished. Zhao Lu rushed over. Gao Feng remained silent, a slight smile playing at the corner of his lips. Zhao Lu then dashed into the armory, instantly comprehending Zhang Wei's intentions. Someone's going to deal with that scoundrel. Zhao Lu couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Xiao Yu ran to Gao Feng in tears, immediately kneeling beside him. She was unaware that the grenade had already been switched by Zhao Lu. Boss, he stole the grenade. It's my fault. Xiao Yu's eyes instantly glistened with tears. This matter does not concern you. I've heard that your relationship is rather poor. What is the story behind that? Gao Feng shrugged. Get up. Li Fei helped Xiao Yu to her feet. Chapter 94. Forging iron and crafting blades. Damn it. I severed ties with him long ago. The first time the savages discovered us, he shoved me down and fled, only to find himself captured as well. This time, when we took the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos, he did not come to my aid. I have long since lost hope in him. Xiao Yu lamented through tears. Such a person is not worth it. Enough of your tears. This matter does not concern you. Li Fei comforted her. But he stole the grenades we painstakingly crafted. Xiao Yu sobbed. The ones he took are mere fakes. Gao Feng chuckled. He then recounted the events of the previous night to everyone. That despicable beast. Xiao Yu, it was wise of you to cut ties with him. That worthless cur deserves no mercy. How could there be such a traitor? I had sensed his untrustworthiness long ago. The crowd erupted in anger. Let us not dwell on him. It's not as if we've suffered any real loss. Let us each attend to our own tasks. Gao Feng declared. He then led Zhao Lu and a few others to search for iron ore in the mountains near the earlier encampment of the islanders. Boss, are you suggesting there might be iron ore in those mountains? Zhao Lu inquired. Given that their camp had iron ore, there must surely be some in the vicinity. Gao Feng asserted with conviction. Before long, they traversed the charred encampment and headed towards the mountains. The range before them was modest in height, with sparse vegetation. Upon reaching the base, they found numerous stones of varying sizes scattered about, glimmering with a metallic sheen under the sun. Gao Feng crouched to pick one up, instantly recognizing it as iron ore. Excitement surged through the group. This is splendid. With iron ore, all we need is Old Wang's furnace. And we shall usher in our Iron Age. Gao Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Without further ado, they began to gather the ore. From now on, whenever we need iron, we shall return here. As they busied themselves, a sudden chill crept up their spines. Gao Feng paused and turned to look behind him, about 10 meters away. Nestled between two large boulders was a narrow crevice. Approaching it, he felt the cold emanating from within. Zhao Lu and the others halted and followed suit. Everyone be cautious, Gao Feng warned, brandishing his knife as he hacked away at the vines entangled in the entrance. The crevice, initially exceedingly narrow, opened up after several paces into a vast expanse. It turned out to be a cavern. Hurry over here, Gao Feng called out with palpable excitement. A rocky staircase led down to the depths below. He swiftly descended, discovering a small pool of water at the bottom. The stalactites above formed various enchanting shapes, creating a picturesque scene. Boss, this place is truly refreshing. Zhao Lu exclaimed upon entering. Let us see what treasures lie within. Gao Feng began to search. Numerous insects abounded in this cavern, and as Gao Feng flipped over a stone, he uncovered a centipede lurking beneath. Boss, look at this. It's jade. We've struck it rich. Zhao Lu jumped with joy. Gao Feng quickly turned to see. This is a natural jade stone, and I never expected to find it here. Gao Feng caressed the surface of the jade, smooth as satin, its verdant hue captivating the eye. What should we do? Let us simply cut it and take it away, Zhao Lu declared, brandishing a stone knife. With a resounding clang, a large piece of emerald jade was severed. Before long, they filled a bamboo basket. There is an abundance here. We have enough for now, and we cannot eat it. Once we leave this deserted island, we can gather more, Gao Feng observed, glancing around. Zhao Lu and the others nodded in agreement, and they soon made their way back outside. In no time, Gao Feng and his companions returned to the camp with iron ore and jade in tow. After unloading, they set the iron ore aside and gathered everyone to admire the jade. Excitement rippled through the group, with each person eager to possess a piece of jade. Do not rush. Once Old Wang has completed the furnace and smelted the iron, we will fashion a small saw blade, and at that time, each person will receive a beautiful piece of jade, Zhao Lu explained. If we were to split it with an axe, it would shatter, so it is better to wait for the saw blade to yield a more aesthetically pleasing cut. Everyone nodded solemnly in agreement. Gao Feng then approached Old Wang. In the clearing to the south of the camp stood a furnace, approximately 5 meters high, resembling a clay pot. "Ha, Old Wang, you have succeeded," Gao Feng exclaimed with a smile. This is all thanks to everyone's efforts. They helped me immensely," Old Wang replied with a chuckle. Soon, the others came rushing over. "Old Wang, quickly tell us how you constructed this," Zhao Lu shouted. At that moment, Old Wang was crafting a bellows from wood for the furnace. He paused, stood up, and smiled, saying, "It's quite simple. I built the structure with stones while applying a thick layer of refractory clay on the innermost stones to create a sealed environment for the inner furnace. The small opening below is for the molten iron, the adjacent one is the air inlet, and the top serves as an exhaust vent. How does that sound?" "Wonderful. Just in time, I brought the iron ore, so we can smelt iron now," Gao Feng replied, exhilarated. "Go crush the iron ore," Old Wang instructed, as he neared completion of the bellows. Soon, Gao Feng and the others used axes to crush the iron ore. "What should we make first, boss?" Old Wang inquired. "Let us start with knives, providing one for each person in the camp. The women can have smaller ones. Then we'll make iron arrowheads for the bows, followed by some tools like axes and shovels," Gao Feng enumerated enthusiastically. "No need to rush. Let us take our time," Old Wang chuckled, scratching his head. Gao Feng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Old Wang crafted 4 molds for knives from clay, 2 large and 2 small. He then laid a thick layer of charcoal at the bottom of the furnace, followed by a layer of crushed iron ore, alternating between the two. Before long, the charcoal within the furnace ignited, and the bellows continuously supplied air, ensuring the charcoal burned thoroughly. The furnace must maintain an exceedingly high temperature. Under such heat, the charcoal reacts with oxygen to form a reducing agent, which then interacts with the iron ore, ultimately yielding iron. 3 hours later, Old Wang opened the outlet at the bottom of the furnace, and a stream of crimson liquid, molten iron, flowed forth, perfectly filling the prepared molds. The crowd immediately erupted with excitement as the 4 molds were filled to capacity. Once cooled, 4 rough cast iron pieces took shape. However, this was not sufficient, for there remained an abundance of impurities. The iron was placed back into the fire to be heated until red hot, and then, using the back of an axe, it was repeatedly hammered to expel the impurities, thus enabling the creation of a fine blade, Old Wang explained. Zhao Lu and his companions quickly set to work. After half an hour, they immersed the forged blade in cold water, producing a sharp sound. The blade began to take on a more defined form, and they continued to hone its edge against the stone, rendering it even sharper. Chapter 95. The Wild Girls. Subsequently, they crafted numerous knife handles and sheaths made of bamboo. "Give me one, please." The voices of the crowd echoed in unison. "Do not rush. First, distribute them to the team leaders," Zhao Lu shouted. The crowd nodded in agreement. Once the blades were sharpened, Zhao Lu ran his finger along the edge, confirming its keen sharpness. He soon possessed a knife. Gao Feng resolved to enhance their weaponry, transforming everyone into warriors, thus embracing a spirit of universal militarization. The archers were equipped not only with bows and arrows, but also with a knife and a dagger. Others, alongside shields and spears, were similarly armed. With such equipment, they felt invincible in both ranged and close combat, coupled with the use of grenades. Their armament was unparalleled on this deserted island, even when facing an equal number of foes. As twilight descended, Gao Feng and his companions savored a simple meal of fish soup. Old Wang, accompanied by a few others, continued to smelt iron. Take care to rest. Do not overexert yourself, Gao Feng advised as he approached. Ah, the night is still young. I shall rest when I feel tired, Old Wang replied with a smile. At this rate, our weapons will be forged in no time. Zhao, we must also continue with the saltpeter work, Gao Feng added promptly. Understood, Zhao le nodded. The campfire crackled softly, casting its warm glow as Gao Feng and Zhao Lu assisted Old Wang. Suddenly, a guard rushed over, visibly flustered. What's the matter? Gao Feng inquired. His brow furrowed. There's a person lying in the woods. They appear to be injured, the guard exclaimed anxiously. Without delay, Gao Feng and the others hurried to the scene, with Zhao Lu holding a torch aloft. By the firelight, Gao Feng discerned a young girl lying on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, motionless. Her hair was matted, and she wore tattered animal skins, her bare feet caked in dirt. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her arms and legs bore the marks of branches. She resembled a wildling. How had she come to this place? Gao Feng furrowed his brow further and checked her pulse, confirming that she was still alive. Let us carry her back, he decided, lifting her gently, intending for Han Shui to tend to her wounds. Boss, do you think this wild girl could pose a danger? Zhao Lu expressed his concerns. Given her state, it seemed she was fleeing from something and inadvertently stumbled here. I doubt she presents any threat. Once she awakens, we shall inquire further, Gao Feng reassured him. He then laid her on the wooden bed in the infirmary. Oh dear, what has happened to this girl? Why is she so injured? Han Shui exclaimed as she hurried to treat the girl's wounds. Abruptly, the little girl let out a cry, jolted awake by the pain. Upon seeing the multitude of people around her, she curled up in fear. Everyone please step outside. It is too crowded in here, Han Shui instructed. The group nodded and exited the room. Do not be afraid. I am here to help you with your wounds, Han Shui spoke gently. The wild girl stared at Han Shui in silence, uttering incomprehensible sounds, her body trembling. Cold snow caressed her hair, signaling her to quiet down, and she seemed to understand.